World-type biochemical apocalypse. Mission requirement survive for 7 days. Awaken talent loading. Time remaining before the apocalypse begins 3 hours 15 minutes. Pain. Too painful. Jiang Chen had a dream. In the dream, the apocalypse arrived. The outside world was filled with zombies, and one of them chased him for a long time, pinned him to the ground, and began to ravenously gnaw at him. How could Jiang Chen tolerate such humiliation? He bit back. Thus man and corpse began to gnaw at each other. Hiss. This dream felt far too real. Jiang Chen smacked his lips, unconsciously feeling as though a residual ache still lingered across his body. Had last night's green beans been undercooked? Did he get food poisoning? Wait, something felt off. Jiang Chen took in the scene before his eyes. A spacious and cozy bedroom, a soft and comfortable double bed, sunlight pouring in through the floor-to-ceiling windows, falling warmly across his body. Everything looked so leisurely and beautiful. Yet there was a problem. This was not Jiang Chen's home. Jiang Chen was stunned. Where on earth had he been tossed to? If he remembered correctly, he had just graduated and started working renting a tiny dilapidated room that was dark and cramped. It was worlds apart from this place. Had he transmigrated? Jiang Chen scratched his head. Could one really transmigrate just by sleeping at home? Had even dump truck drivers lost their jobs? Was the economic situation truly that dire? And also, what were these pale blue lines of text? Jiang Chen finally noticed the anomaly in his field of vision. He silently studied the lines of text. Biochemical apocalypse. Mission. Survive for 7 days. Time remaining before the apocalypse begins 3 hours 13 minutes. What the hell was this? The apocalypse. Good news, he had transmigrated. Bad news, he had transmigrated into an apocalypse. He had indeed often fantasized about transmigrating when he was bored, but he had never once considered going to an apocalyptic world. At this point, it almost felt better not to have transmigrated at all. Adjusting his mindset, Jiang Chen focused again on the pale blue lines of text before him. He noticed one particular line. Mission requirement survive for 7 days. A contemplative light flashed through Jiang Chen's eyes. What is this supposed to be? A system? Or some sort of main god space? Or perhaps, if I survive for 1 week, I'll be able to return to the real world. The system did not respond, clearly not very intelligent. Still, whatever the truth, he was already here. He could not simply sit and wait for death. Jiang Chen did not wish to die, or if possible, he would rather live for another 10,000 years. So he began to sift through his memories. In zombie apocalypses, Jiang Chen had read plenty of novels and watched many films. He knew well what would happen. Order would collapse and social classes would be thoroughly reshuffled. No matter what identity or status one had before the apocalypse, afterwards, everything would be overturned and rebuilt. Resources would become desperately scarce. When the food at home was completely exhausted, people could very well starve to death within their own walls. A single piece of bread or a bottle of mineral water would be enough to make a woman abandon her dignity, wagging her tail and begging for a bit of supplies. Jiang Chen shook his head and looked again at the pale blue text, watching the countdown shift from 3 hours 10 minutes to 3 hours 09 minutes. Even with his inherently lazy, laid-back temperament, a faint sense of urgency welled up in him. Some deep instinct told Jiang Chen he could not delay any longer. He had to start preparing immediately, then wait for the apocalypse to descend. Jiang Chen moved. He turned over. What a bed, so large, so wonderfully soft. Lying there, feeling the warmth of the sunlight on his body, there was not a trace of haste on his face, only the unhurried composure of an old-school slacker. If the house catches fire, I'll take photos. If the world falls into chaos, I'll take a nap. There are still 3 hours and 9 minutes left. What's the rush? Let me sleep for another 9 minutes to make it a neat number. Time remaining before the apocalypse, 2 hours 40 minutes. After lying there for another half hour, Jiang Chen finally dragged himself out of bed. He took a general look at the apartment. 2 bedrooms and 1 living room, and shaped layout roughly 100 square meters. The unit was on the 7th floor and appeared to be part of a high-end apartment building. There was not much food in the refrigerator, at most enough for 2 days. Jiang Chen found a smartphone, and for some reason his fingerprint unlocked it perfectly. With the apocalypse imminent, he had no time to dwell on the oddity. Jiang Chen deftly opened the WeChat wallet. There was only 1 bank card linked. He tapped to check the card balance. 3636. 5 yuan. Oh. Jiang Chen raised his brows. In misfortune, this was at least a small blessing. There was still money available on the phone. It made sense. Even in a game, one needed some starting funds at the beginning. Otherwise, the difficulty would be far too high. After all, he had transmigrated here, knowing neither people nor places. Without money, he would not even be able to stock up on supplies. He certainly could not wait until the streets were crawling with zombies, and then go to the supermarket for a zero-cost purchase. Far too dangerous. Jiang Chen wanted nothing more than to hole up at home, quietly surviving for 1 week. Then once the mission was complete, he would return to the real world. He rummaged through the wardrobe, found a sweatshirt, pocketed the house keys, and headed out to the elevator. There were still roughly 2.5 hours left. The apocalypse was about to arrive. The time was too short, only enough for Jiang Chen to go to the supermarket downstairs and buy some supplies. If there were more time, perhaps Jiang Chen could hide somewhere else. For instance, going to the countryside or even the mountains where the number of zombies would surely be lower. But purchasing supplies and transporting them would take time, and renting another place would as well. 3 hours simply would not suffice. Enjoy nature, collect true prestige. Suhu Yuyuan Luxury Villa District in Jiangnan, the perfect fusion of opulence and comfort now, as low as 998 yuan per square meter. Purchase quickly while offers last. In the elevator, the advertisement played on loop. Listening to it, Jiang Chen could not help feeling speechless. Were they even speaking human language? Nearly 100,000 per square meter, and they still urged people to buy quickly. He did a quick calculation with his salary in the real world. To afford such a place, he would probably have to start working back in the Qin dynasty. Capitalists truly deserved damnation. Fortunately, the apocalypse was about to arrive. Soon, even the most upscale neighborhoods would be worthless. Thinking of it that way, he felt a tiny spark of delight. The elevator soon reached the first floor. Jiang Chen stepped out of the building and swept his gaze around the surroundings. The apartment block sat beside a commercial street with supermarkets, pharmacies, and a farmer's market all readily available. Right downstairs there happened to be a supermarket. In an apocalypse, when stockpiling supplies, food and water were the most crucial things. As soon as Jiang Chen entered, he headed straight for the food section, pondering which items had long shelf lives and decent taste. Self-heating hot pot sausages, canned fruit. With a budget of 3,000, he was fairly well funded. Chinemo. A pleasant voice rang out, cutting through Jiang Chen's train of thought. He lifted his head and saw a pretty girl in a Jake-style uniform glaring at him with a face full of anger. The girl looked 17 or 18 at most, the youthful softness still lingering on her features. Though her brows were tightly knitted, her outstanding beauty made her appear somewhat cute, even in anger. Me? Jiang Chen glanced around, and seeing no one else, pointed at himself and asked, "If not you, then who?" "Chinemo, I've already told you we're not suited for each other. And now look at you. You're even following me around. Just because my mother tries to match us up doesn't mean I'm obligated to be with you. You'd better give up on this idea. We are impossible." The girl did not pause, instead continuing to speak loudly. Jiang Chen was stunned. "Bro, who even are you? Hell, what now? Pretending you don't know me. You've got the guts to follow me, but not the guts to admit it, is that it?" The girl was so angry she almost laughed. She had never imagined someone in this world could be so shameless. She raised her voice and said, "Then I'll spell it out for you. I'm Chu Siue, your classmate in the same homeroom. Do you remember now? You confessed to me before, kept fawning over me in every possible way. I ignored you and turned you down, and that should have been the end of it. But now you actually followed me here. Isn't that way over the line?" Because the girl was speaking so loudly, most of the people in the supermarket had turned their attention to the scene. Many people loved nothing more than a spectacle. The moment they sensed fresh drama, they flocked over. Jiang Chen fell silent. He looked at the crowd of onlookers gathering around him. At last he remembered the question he had just brushed aside. Why had his fingerprint unlocked the phone so easily? The reason was simple. This transmigration had been of the soul. His consciousness had descended into this body. But because this body was not much different from his original one, he had failed to notice it at first. Jiang Chen's scalp tingled. He looked at the girl in front of him, Chu Siue, and asked, "Even if we are classmates, this is the building where I live. On what basis are you saying I'm stalking you?" Hearing his retort, Chu Siue's face grew even more disdainful. She replied impatiently, "Because today is Wednesday, and the only reason I'm not at school is that I took leave to stay home." "And you? What's your excuse for being here?" Jiang Chen said nothing. This was bad. It was one thing to have transmigrated into an apocalypse, but his predecessor turned out to have been an obsequious doormat. Being a sycophant was bad enough, but he had to run into the very goddess he had failed to win over. System raging stallion. Hearing Chu Siue's words and seeing Jiang Chen hang his head without a word, the onlookers began to form their own conclusions. The bystanders had already made up their minds. Tisk tisk, this kid looks decent enough, but who would have thought he's a creep? Exactly. And not just any creep, an ultimate pathetic simp. Getting rejected over and over is one thing, but actually following her. Tisk tsk. The morals of the world are truly in decline. People's hearts are nothing like they used to be. For an ordinary person, getting caught in a scene like this would be a nightmare, an impossible dilemma. If you tried to explain, you could easily fall into the trap of proving your own guilt. The more you said, the more wrong you would sound. If you didn't explain, it would amount to social death. Jiang Chen was different. He did not fear social death. A low, powerful laugh burst forth. Everyone turned toward the sound and saw that it was the boy who was laughing. "What are you laughing at?" Chu Siue frowned, baffled, and asked. Jiang Chen lifted his head. His face was calm, his gaze clear. He fixed his eyes on Chu Siue. Her skin was fair, her eyes large, her features slightly childlike, giving her a look of not being particularly bright. For no reason, Chu Siue felt a flutter of panic. She had never locked gazes with anyone like this before. but she quickly forced herself to act composed and snorted. Say something, Chinemo. What are you laughing at exactly? I'm laughing because you've mistaken me for someone else. Jiang Chen's voice was low and weighted, as if concealing a painful past. He spoke hoarsely. I am not this Chun Mo you speak of. My surname is indeed Chun, but my given name is Pinyin. Because my mother said, may you have peace year after year, may every year be safe and sound. Chu Siyue's brows drew together, doubt flickered in her heart. Half believing, half skeptical, she asked, then, how do you prove it, Chun? Pinyin. Jiang Chen glanced around. A good number of people had gathered in the supermarket, and some had even raised their phones intent on recording the scene. How wretched my life has been. The boy began, his tone solemn and desolate, as if his thoughts were drifting back to a distant past. When I was 5 years old, I became an orphan left all alone in this world. The onlookers all drew in a sharp breath at these words. Was his life really that miserable? Chu Siyue felt a little dazed. What unsettled her most was the fury and sorrow beneath the boy's calm eyes. She could even see a sheen of tears glimmering there. It didn't look like an act at all, too real. I remember that year heavy snow was falling from the sky. My mother was gravely ill, racked by pain, yet she bit back every sound, afraid I would worry. She said to me, go outside and look at the snow, little Pinyin, and when I came back she had already left this world. Jiang Chen's tone was calm, as if he had grown accustomed to this kind of sorrow. Listening to Jiang Chen's words, Chu Siyue felt a twinge of compassion. She was starting to believe that the person before her might truly not be her classmate, but someone who merely resembled Chinemo. Otherwise, who could improvise such detailed misery in such a short time? And that was only the beginning of my bit. Jiang Chen did not look at Chu Siyue or the crowd. Instead, he began to walk forward one step at a time, slow yet unwavering. The onlookers felt a strange ache in their hearts as they watched his resolute back. It was as if they could see the life he spoke of in that silhouette, an unimaginably tragic path, yet one trodden with unshaken resolve. A voice drifted back from that departing figure, echoing in everyone's hearts. I Chen Pinyin. As a child, my supreme bone was dug out. In my youth, I lost all my battle chi and suffered endless humiliation. My life-bound porcelain shattered my chances at fortune, were severed, my clan was exterminated, and I was forced to live in hiding. My childhood sweetheart Bai Yao died, shielding me from calamity. The girl I cherished, Xiao Longnu, was defiled by villains. In the end, after a lifetime, I discovered that the world I lived in was a colossal lie, that everything in the ninth mountain was fake. Yet even if the world is fake, love is real. The crowd, Chu Siyue, why did it feel more and more wrong the longer they listened? What on earth was a supreme bone supposed to be? And what was battle chi? The crowd was utterly bewildered, listening in a daze, even beginning to question reality itself. Was he still speaking the same language? Why did it suddenly become so hard to understand? Wait, hadn't he just said he lost his mother at 5 and became an orphan? How had it suddenly turned into a fake world and real love? Did any of this make sense? By the time the crowd snapped out of it, Jiang Chen had already reached the supermarket entrance. What he left them with was this: his back bathed in sunlight and a laugh that began as a low chuckle and swelled into madness. Have you not heard that heaven never seals off every path? As long as I wish to walk, a road will appear beneath my feet. With that, his figure broke into a sprint and vanished in the blink of an eye. Damn, the kid bolted. No way was he making all that up just now. That exaggerated. So we were complete. I almost cried for nothing. Unreal. And did you see how fast he ran? What a rat. Must have trained for that. Seeing there was no more drama to watch and none of them could possibly catch up to him, the crowd dispersed, grumbling and cursing. Only Chu Siyue remained. She stood there in a daze, her face flushing red, then turning pale. She had never imagined she would be tricked like this. What stung most was that she had almost believed Chun Mo's nonsense and convinced herself he really was some so-called Chen Pinyin and that she had mistaken him for someone else. She was seething. Chu Siyue, and nearly laughed at herself from sheer anger. Was she really this easy to deceive, ready to believe any nonsense? But it had felt so real. She couldn't help replaying Jiang Chen's expression and bearing in her mind. That tear-bright gaze, that resolute stride forward. I think my mom once said he really is an orphan. Could it be? Chu Siyue would never have guessed that those tears were simply from Jiang Chen's yawn. He had just woken from a short nap. Ha, bet you didn't see that coming. That was my escape route all along. Glancing back and seeing no one in pursuit, Jiang Chen silently thought to himself that everything had gone just as expected. He had no other special talent, but he could run like the wind. Pulling up the hood of his sweatshirt, Jiang Chen didn't head farther away. Instead, he turned around and strolled back as if nothing had happened. After all, the most dangerous place was often the safest place of all. Jiang Chen entered the supermarket again, and everything went smoothly, and no one recognized him. In reality, most people rarely pay attention to what others are doing. Moreover, even the onlookers just now would never have guessed that Jiang Chen would come back. Everyone was there to buy groceries and would leave after they finished shopping. Jiang Chen pushed a shopping cart and walked over to the food section. Because of that woman's commotion, there were only 2 hours left until the apocalypse. Time seemed to inexplicably tighten. If he temporarily searched for another supermarket, he might not have enough time. Thinking of Chu Siyu, Jiang Chen couldn't help but feel speechless. Wasn't this just a waste of time? He thought he had encountered a version T0, but didn't expect her to be so easily fooled. Speaking of which, Jiang Chen had actually waited for a moment. In most other novels and anime, when the protagonist encounters a crisis, doesn't the system generally awaken immediately? Why was there no response for him, and he had to find an escape route himself? Was this dog system really so unreliable? He hoped the system wasn't deceiving him and that the apocalypse would truly come. If the apocalypse didn't come and the spectators uploaded the video, Jiang Chen might face online bullying. By then, he would have to go through the motions. I was cyberbullied, I got UU syndrome, don't laugh challenge top 100 content creators. Jiang Chen pondered over the previous life while placing supplies into the shopping cart. The previous life seemed to be named Chen Mo, a high school student who was a classmate of the earlier JK girl. Calculating today was still Wednesday. Due to Jiang Chen's crossing over, he had effectively skipped class. Thinking of this, Jiang Chen couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he had crossed over early. If it had been later, starting at school would have been a hellish difficulty. There weren't many people in the campus, which meant there would be many zombies as well. Canned pork, canned fish, and let's grab some. Jiang Chen contemplated as he tossed supplies into the shopping cart. I need some dry food, 2 compressed biscuits, instant noodles, energy bars, chocolate. Although the system's task required survival for a week, Jiang Chen still hoarded as many supplies as possible. It was an easy task. Chenemo, you're still here. A somewhat familiar voice interrupted Jiang Chen's thoughts. He mechanically turned his head. It was indeed that girl seemingly named Chu something Moon. At this moment, a fleeting surprise appeared on Chu Siyu's face, but she quickly restrained it and feigned calmness as she spoke. Chen Mo, what a coincidence, I didn't expect to run into you again. What a coincidence indeed. Chen Mo fell silent. Was this girl a dog? Why was she lingering here instead of going home? However, Jiang Chen noticed that Chu Siyu's attitude towards him seemed somewhat different from before. At least she wasn't shouting and slowing down his stalking pace. Yo, what a coincidence. Jiang Chen nodded. Are you buying chocolate? After uttering that one word, Jiang Chen didn't say anything more, simply tossing items into the shopping cart. It felt as if he had randomly encountered a stranger. Chu Siyu suddenly felt a bit angry. Clearly it was you who deceived me, and you even suspected of stalking me. Not apologizing was one thing, but now you act like a stranger, all cold and indifferent. She couldn't help but feel increasingly wronged. How could he act like a stranger, avoiding even a glance at her? This, however, was a misunderstanding on Chu Siyu's part. Jiang Chen had been watching her all along. He kept an eye on her from the corner of his eye, contemplating that if she pulled any more tricks, he would give her an elbow strike. Time was running out. If the apocalypse came and he hadn't returned home, he would be the laughingstock. Fortunately, Chu Siyu remained quiet. Jiang Chen silently lowered his arm internally, nodding, I've stocked up on dry food. I should get some self-heating food. After all, once the apocalypse hits, no one knows when the power will go out. Jiang Chen switched to another shelf and continued purchasing food, while Chu Siyu followed him, not speaking, like a little shadow. He didn't mind. Wasn't it a good thing for her not to talk? Soon the food in the shopping cart piled up into a small. Chu Siyu observed Jiang Chen all the way, her expression changing several times, as if she was imagining many things. Finally, she couldn't help but ask, Chen Mo, what are you doing buying so much food? Jiang Chen pondered for a moment and asked, what does this have to do with you? Chen Mo, don't give up on yourself just because I rejected you. You should know that life is very precious. Jiang Chen, big socks, are you speaking human language? Why does it feel so hard to understand? Seeing Jiang Chen's confused expression seemed to validate a certain guess in Chu Siyu's mind. She seemingly regained her confidence and asked, are you planning not to go to school anymore? Are you planning to stay at home all the time? Jiang Chen fell silent for a moment, but still not. Chu Siyu became more certain of her guess. Indeed, Chen Mo's previous indifference had all been an act. Behind his expressionless facade was such a sorrowful choice. She hadn't expected that someone would stop going to school and studying just because she rejected him. Moreover, he was stocking up on so many supplies, wanting to shut himself in at home. It was true. Chen Mo was originally an orphan who hadn't experienced much love since childhood, coupled with being rejected a few days ago. Chu Siyu felt that as a kind and beautiful high school girl, she should correct this mistake in time and rescue this boy on the verge of a shattered heart. At the very least, give this boy some hope. I think there is still a possibility between us, Chu Siyu said. Jiang Chen, what does that even mean? How is there a possibility? Did my memory malfunction? Did I black out? Was she holding back something big all this time? So how about it? Are you surprised or scared by this surprise? Chu Siyu looked at Jiang Chen with anticipation, seemingly wanting to see him overjoyed. Jiang Chen felt numb. He even suspected he had skipped some game plot. From his perspective, after Chu Siyu greeted him, she just followed him without speaking. Then she inexplicably said that there was still a possibility between them. What was that? Was he trying to conquer himself? Jiang Chen was greatly shocked. He quickly waved his hand. Let's forget it. I like mature women. Chu Siyu's expression froze. She hadn't expected that the answer waiting for her would be such a response. Not only was there no ecstatic reaction, but he also avoided her, as if she were some venomous woman. Moreover, he used the excuse of liking mature women. I Chu Siyu am at least recognized as a beauty in class with excellent figure and looks. Countless boys have pursued me. Now he actually despised her. The joke is on me. Chu Siyu's eyes turned red and a layer of mist formed over her eyes carrying a hint of tears. She was about to cry. You. Chen-mo, you are too much. Do you know what you're saying? Chu Siyu's face turned beet red, filled with shame and anger. After saying this, she awaited Jiang Chen's reaction. Jiang Chen had no reaction. After all, he wasn't the lovesick dog from his previous life. He pondered for a moment and took something from the shelf. He then said, are you okay? If you're fine, eat some Lulu plums. Unlike you, I actually have things to do. You're great, but I'm not worthy. Forget about me next. Seeing Jiang Chen hand her a bag of Lulu plums, Chu Siyu finally couldn't hold on anymore. Whoa, Chen-mo, I won't talk to you anymore. Clearly it was you who liked me before. It wasn't me who liked you. How can you treat me like this? She turned and fled, taking the bag of Lulu plums with her. A few crystalline teardrops seemed to linger in the air. Jiang Chen looked at Chu Siyu's departing figure, feeling somewhat bewildered. Not a buddy anymore. You won't talk to me again in the future. Is there even a future? Jiang Chen was dumbfounded. What a chaotic situation. It was the apocalypse, for heaven's sake. Fortunately, there was still some time left. Jiang Chen glanced at the light blue font and continued stocking supplies. In the biochemical apocalypse, it should be due to the zombie virus. Just to be safe after the apocalypse arrives, tap water shouldn't be drunk either. Who knows if there are viruses in it? After purchasing enough food for about a month, Jiang Chen began to carry the bottled water from the supermarket. Soon this scene attracted the attention of many people in the supermarket. After all, who buy stuff in shopping carts one after another. Facing the surprised and curious gazes from the crowd, Jiang Chen gently shook his head. He originally thought he would only fill one shopping cart, but unexpectedly, with the addition of bottled water, he managed to fill 4 or 5 shopping carts. Fortunately, the supermarket staff were quite easy to talk to. Upon learning that his home was just upstairs and considering the amount he bought, they naturally agreed to lend Jiang Chen a shopping cart. They even asked if he needed help to carry it upstairs. Jiang Chen naturally didn't need it. He had always been afraid of trouble. After the apocalypse, supplies would be extremely scarce if people knew his home address, and that he was hoarding a lot of supplies. Jiang Chen finally lay down on the large bed after moving back all his belongings, feeling exhausted. Wow, this bed is really big and soft. Looking at the pale blue text in front of him, he let out a long sigh of relief. Thankfully, this apartment has an elevator, otherwise carrying 10 buckets of water would have killed me. Speaking of which, since the apocalypse has begun, does that mean I don't have to go to school or work? I can sleep as long as I want at home and wake up whenever I want. Jiang Chen felt relaxed and even a bit joyful. The food at home has been stockpiled in advance, so there's no need to venture out. I can eat whatever I want. Simply delightful. He shifted his gaze and continued looking at the pale blue text. Talent awaken loading. Jiang Chen had seen this line of text before, but it was utterly meaningless. Who knew how long this loading would take? This Dogecoin system was filled with traps, and Jiang Chen had long lost count of how many times he had cursed its family. In another 15 minutes, the world is going to be destroyed. Suddenly, Jiang Chen wanted to see what the world would be like when the zombie outbreak occurred. Without hesitation, he found a chair and moved it to the balcony. Jiang Chen was ready to broaden his horizons. This was far more thrilling than any zombie movie after all. The kind where one could easily die. Outside the balcony window was the commercial street Jiang Chen had visited before. It was almost noon, and the sun was shining fiercely, scorching the earth. The street was bustling with traffic, people moving hurriedly. Beep. A driver, seemingly impatient from waiting too long at the red light, honked their horn, adding a sense of urgency to the busy street. Time left until the apocalypse, 0 hours 10 minutes. The distant skyscrapers reflected the sunlight, glaringly bright. Jiang Chen squinted and looked towards the opposite apartment building. He spotted a familiar face. He had crossed over and shouldn't recognize anyone. Except for Chu Siyu. Jiang Chen felt a chill. Is this woman haunting me? Or is the plot of the dog and goddess not over yet? When will this goddess finally exit the dog script? Being a dog is exhausting. On the other side, the goddess Chu Siyu was hugging a pillow, biting her silver teeth, tears welling up as she felt increasingly wronged. Dead Chen Mo, stinky Chun Mo woo. He has changed. He was never like this before. Could it be that after I rejected him yesterday, he was truly hurt and no longer likes me? Well, how can someone say they don't like me and really mean it? Clearly, he was still messaging me last night. Chu Siyu's chest rose and fell continuously. Although she was still a high school student, she had developed quite well. At that moment, Chu Siyu also saw Jiang Chen. However, there was no surprise on her face. With a humph, she turned her head away, not wanting Jiang Chen to see that she had been crying. Seeing Chu Siyu's expression, Jiang Chen felt a bit bewildered. Surprised that I'm here. This means she already knew we were neighbors, and on the 7th floor too. He quickly recalled various encounters with Chu Siyu. No wonder Chu Siyu said upon meeting that even if her mother tried to matchmake, she still wouldn't look at Jiang Chen. Why would she try to matchmake? Because their families happened to be neighbors and attended the same school, same class. Likewise, because they were neighbors, Jiang Chen could run into Chu Siyu at the supermarket downstairs. This supermarket was also right below her building. Otherwise, even if they were classmates, how could they coincidentally walk into the same supermarket? Everything that seemed illogical suddenly became incredibly reasonable. Those coincidences that had once caused frowns and felt abrupt. No longer random fragments of chance, but a very logical development of events. It was meant to be this way, and indeed it was. In that moment, Jiang Chen suddenly felt that where he was not a game, but a truly existing world. Time left until the apocalypse, 0 hours 0 minutes. In the instant, Jiang Chen was lost and thought the apocalypse had already descended. The next second, the sun, radiating endless light in the sky, changed color. It turned deep green, dark, oppressive, dull, and murky. The entire world fell into darkness. Immediately after chaos erupted, someone suddenly transformed into a zombie and lunged at a passerby. It was quiet for just a moment. Then came a cacophony of noises, screams, shouts, and honking cars. The crowd ran for their lives as if their lives depended on it, with monsters that had already turned into zombies chasing behind them. Someone was caught falling to the ground. But soon they got back up, their bodies twisted as they joined the new round of pursuit. Jiang Chen had long been psychologically prepared and was not frightened. But Chu Siyu across the street was different. She had originally planned to ask on WeChat what Jiang Chen meant earlier, but she didn't expect that when she turned around, the apocalypse had already arrived. She widened her beautiful eyes, looking in disbelief at the scene below. She saw a truck barreling through, seemingly trying to extricate itself from the mire, only to find that another car was thinking the same way. With a loud crash, the two cars collided, causing an explosion. Flames soared into the sky, smoke billowing. Chu Siyu instinctively lowered her head, and by the time she reacted, her face was already filled with terror. What is happening to this world? She hurriedly grabbed her phone from the bed and dialed the police, but found that the line was constantly busy. It seemed countless people were anxiously waiting for assistance. She turned on the television and found that many shows had paused, with only a few channels still broadcasting normally. After a while, the official broadcasting station finally stirred. It was reporting an alert. Emergency notification. Worldwide zombies have suddenly appeared. Observations indicate that being bitten or scratched by zombies will result in the transmission of the zombie virus. Please lock your doors and windows and wait for military rescue. How could this be? Zombies. Aren't they just fictional creatures from movies? Chu Siyu murmured in disbelief, quickly recalling a previous incident. Could it be that Chen Mo stockpiled supplies because he knew the apocalypse was coming? On the other side, Jiang Chen no longer looked at the apocalyptic scene outside. Instead, he focused on the pale blue text in front of him. Talon awakened. The 3 words loading seemed to be covered by fog, about to generate new text. What does this mean? Is it finally here? I knew it. How could there be no system when crossing over? Is this reasonable? Jiang Chen began to feel excited and prepared to smile crookedly. The 3-hour deadline had passed. The apocalypse, your king, has returned. Talent awakened a new identity every day. Today's role is passerby. Jiang Chen withdrew a smile. Jiang Chen. Not really. Dude, is this correct? Others have cool and flashy abilities like spatial powers, unlimited resources, and the rise of zombie kings. But when it comes to me, it turns into something like a new identity every day. And today it's passerby. What is Jiang Chen recalled the novels he had read before, where the protagonist typically obtained some treasure or comprehended a certain technique. There would always be a passerby, to set the scene. Could this be the legendary twin martial souls? So monstrous, this child is terrifying. Have you heard? Those emperors usually meet with misfortune in their later years. Jiang Chen, ha. It turns out that when a person is extremely speechless, they really might laugh inexplicably. Suddenly a thought crossed his mind, and a card appeared in his hand. Character passerby, a name Jiang Chen, strength 8, speed 9, constitution 7. Note: the standard for an average adult male is 10. Jiang Chen scratched his head. He had instinctively waved his hand, and this card appeared. What is this? A character card. The card features a small white figure with a big X on its head. Jiang Chen couldn't help but exclaim 666. Oh, as expected of passerby, not even a proper illustration. What on earth is this useful for? Jiang Chen fumbled for a while, and finally discovered that the only function of this character card was to disappear or appear with his thoughts. It seems like it can be used to perform magic tricks. Haha, I really am a genius. Jiang Chen felt a deep sense of sorrow inside. Suddenly, a notification sound rang from his phone. Jiang Chen picked up his phone and found the WeChat group flooded with chaotic messages. Class 4 of Senior Year 3 group. Woo woo. is anyone still alive? So scary what happened to everyone. They all seem to be going crazy biting anyone they see. This seemed to be a surviving female classmate. Jiang Chen, having crossed over naturally, did not recognize her. This is a zombie. Haven't you seen zombie movies? Once bitten, one will be infected with the zombie virus, turning into a zombie that is neither human nor ghost. Physical Education Committee member. Great. You're still alive. Oh, what about the others in the class? Not sure it's the most dangerous time now. Remember, keep your phone on silent. Zombies generally have very sensitive. At Ningjiang No. 4 high school in the gymnasium. A tanned, well-built high school student was sitting on the windowsill in the middle of the gym. There was nothing to climb around the windowsill. It seemed he had jumped from a nearby flagpole. And he was Zhang Li, the Physical Education Committee member of Jiang Chen's class. Zhang Li looked down at the wandering zombies in the gym and felt a bit anxious. There were too many zombies. Even he, the physically strongest in the class, had no confidence to rush out. Zhang Li shook his head and sent a message in the class group. How many people are still alive in the class? Those who are alive, please report in. Silence. The female classmate who had just asked about the situation was also silent. The outcome seemed to be self-evident. Jiang Chen won. Zhang Li suddenly grabbed his phone. Chenemo, are you still alive? Jiang Chen, a dead man barely lives. Jiang Chen's previously deadpan expression suddenly changed. His eyes brightened as he closely stared at the suddenly appearing light blue text. As a passerby, you spoke in the group. System points. 5 system points can be used for card draws. Jiang Chen let out a long breath. Wow. The system is indeed not so simple. I knew it. What use is that broken character card? Could it be that when a zombie charges at him, he performs a card trick? Class 4 of senior year, 3 group, Chu Siyue 2. After Chu Siyue sent her message, no one in the group continued with the number 3. Zhang Li's mouth slightly opened in surprise as he looked at the group chat. He didn't expect that the last 2 survivors in the class would be these 2. Chen Mo was known as Chu Siyue's admirer, who everyone in class knew it. Today Chu Siyue happened to be absent, and Chen Mo also didn't come to school. Zhang Li, you two aren't dating, are you? Seeing the Physical Education Committee ask like this, Chu Siyue instinctively wanted to deny it, but as she was about to type, she hesitated. She looked at the group chat interface on her phone, biting her lip, unsure of what she was thinking. Jiang Chen, no. Seeing Jiang Chen so decisively deny it, Chu Siyue felt a bit lost. Zhang Li, oh, so you're both at home. How's the situation outside? Chu Siyue, very bad. I saw on TV that there are zombies all over the world. Jiang Chen, very bad. Zhang Li, sigh, is the world about to end? The sun has turned green. Chu Siyue, right now the phone lines are all busy. We can only wait for rescue from the military. Luckily both Chen Mo and I are at home. We have security doors so zombies can't get in. Jiang Chen, yes, they can't get in. As a passerby, you spoke in the group. System points. 7. Jiang Chen discovered that as long as he spoke in the group, he would earn points. Moreover, as long as he silently thought the words draw cards, a card drawing interface would appear before him. This interface was very rudimentary, with no decorative images, just 2 stark options. Draw 1 card, draw 10 cards. Drawing 1 card required 100 points. After acting like a bot in the group, for a while he had only accumulated 50 points. He was still quite far from 100 points. Therefore Jiang Chen continued to act as a bot in the group. Suddenly, classmates, great. You're still alive. A person with the ID of Yu Kursin suddenly spoke in the group. Kursin, you're still alive. Chu Siyue was so excited upon seeing Yu Kursin's message that she almost jumped up. Oh, after all, she was her best friend. She had previously sent messages to her best friend, but her best friend had not replied. She thought something had happened to Yu Kursin and felt down for a while. I'm not on Qin Lan. Kursin is fine as she's right next to me. Teacher Qin. Zhang Li and Chu Siyue were both a bit excited and happy. After all, they were still high school students, and in such situations they instinctively wanted to find an adult. Finding an adult felt like finding a source of strength. At Ningjiang No. 4 high school, in the school's broadcasting room, a young female teacher in her early 20s with a tall figure and handsome looks was staring intently at her phone. There was a red streak of blood on her face adding to her allure, but what drew the most attention was her figure. No other reason, it was just too ample. At this moment, there were quite a few students gathered around Qin Lan, both male and female. Some were nervous, some terrified, and some students were even crying, but they dared not make a sound. Students, I'm currently in the school's broadcasting room. It's barely safe here. There are 8 people with me. The broadcasting room door is locked, and we've blocked it with heavy objects. Now it can be confirmed that zombies have average vision, but very sensitive hearing. Therefore, what I need to do next is to use the school broadcast to lure the zombies away, to buy everyone some space to escape. Qin Lan did not waste any words, but immediately thought of the Seeing Qin Lan say this in the group, the Physical Education Committee member, Zhang Li, was genuinely excited. After all, his position felt like being stuck on a tiger. Although zombies couldn't come up, he also couldn't go down. He could only chat in the group. There was still a bot in the group. It would only say things like, yes, yes, makes sense, or sigh. He finally understood why Chu Siyue previously looked down on Chen Mo. Logically speaking, Chen and Mo looked decent, and they lived close to each other. It turned out Chen and Mo had a few screws loose. Chen and Mo, understood teacher, don't worry, he'll definitely seize the opportunity. The internet is down. Within less than an hour of entering the apocalypse, the network system collapsed. Jiang Chen glanced at his phone, which displayed a failed connection, and couldn't help but shake his head. It is foreseeable that in the near future, not only the internet will cease to function, but also water and electricity. The level of technology that humanity has developed over the years will continuously regress. However, this has nothing to do with Jiang Chen. After all, the supplies he hoarded are enough for him to squander. As long as he stays indoors, he will be safe. The security door is truly a great invention. He put down his phone and lay on the bed. Wow, this bed is so big and soft. It's just a pity that I can't earn points through chat groups anymore. Thinking of this broken system, Jiang Chen felt a bit of a headache. At Ningjiang 4th High School, in the broadcasting room of the teaching building, Qin Lan also discovered that the internet could not connect, and a hint of helplessness flashed in her beautiful eyes. After all, this phone was hard-earned for her. You have to know that this is a high school and many students do not bring their phones for the sake of studying. Moreover, the incident happened so suddenly that even if one had a phone, they might not think of it immediately. By the time everyone ran to a safe place, even if they remembered, it would be impossible to go back and get it. Qin Lan looked at the students surrounding her, her eyes revealing a hint of pity, but she quickly composed herself and spoke softly. Classmates, the internet is no longer usable, but our plans remain unchanged. I will use the school broadcast to attract the attention of the zombies. I hope this can help those surviving classmates. Chu Siue put down her phone, her eyes reddening, seemingly having She hugged a pillow lying flat on her bed, staring blankly at the ceiling. She didn't understand what was happening to this. First, Chen Emo seemed to have become a different person. He didn't care about her feelings at all. His indifference made her feel alienated. Then came the zombie outbreak, and the world changed drastically. She tried to call her mother, but the line was always busy, only the internet was functioning. Online, there were countless videos of people being attacked by zombies with cries and the sounds of honking cars and explosions echoing incessantly. Her family's apartment was on the 7th floor, and she couldn't see the zombies clearly below, only their vague outlines. The internet was different. The zombies were filmed up close, their eyes glazed over, bodies twisted, and their appearances horrifying. Chu Siue was extremely frightened. Gurgle, it was nearly 1 o'clock in the afternoon, well past the usual meal time. Chu Siue then realized that she hadn't eaten lunch yet. She silently got up, preparing to find something to eat at home. These supplies probably only last for 2 or 3 days. Chu Siue laid all the food she had at home on the table. The quantity was pitifully small. Her family did not have the habit of storing much food. Since Chu Siue was a boarding student, she usually only returned home on weekends while her mother ate at the company cafeteria. Boom! Suddenly, an incredibly loud noise echoed through the sky of the entire city. Chu Siue and Jiang Chen hurried to the balcony to see what was happening. They saw a passenger plane struggling to crash toward the city from the green sky. Its engine roared like the last gasp of a giant beast with one wing ablaze, emitting a blinding light. In the blink of an eye, while Jiang Chen was dazed, the plane quickly crashed into a distant skyscraper. Boom! The building toppled, and the plane crashed. Even from a distance, the thunderous sound stunned both of them, causing a slight ringing in their ears. More sensitive than their hearing were the zombies. Countless zombies began to sprint toward the crash site the moment they heard the sound. No way, I thought I would be safe at home, and now there's this. Jiang Chen felt numb. The security door might not be breakable by zombies, but a plane was a different matter. However, logically speaking, the chances of a plane being right above the city are very low, so it shouldn't happen again. Since the apocalypse arrived, the world has changed rapidly. Chaos everywhere, the internet has disappeared, and now even planes are falling. It seems the world is racing toward destruction. Given the circumstances, let's eat first. Jiang Chen maintained a positive attitude as he looked at the food he had stocked up. There was plenty of food, and it was diverse. Although I didn't do anything today, I still deserve to treat myself to a good meal. Thus, while Chu Siue watched the plane crash, unable to recover her senses for a long time, Jiang Chen had already begun frying steak and opened a bottle of red wine. While Chu Siue was nibbling on dry bread, calculating how to ration her food for a few days, Jiang Chen had already taken a bite of the steak, savoring the crispy golden crust and the tender juiciness inside. Wow, this is indeed a great thing. No wonder it was only $1 cheaper, even when on sale. After buying long-term stored food, Jiang Chen still had some money left. He bought some luxuries. These foods are not easy to preserve, and if the fridge loses power, they will spoil quickly. With that in mind, Jiang Chen naturally chose to enjoy himself from the start. After all, before he crossed over, he often had to scrape by on meals, never affording to eat something as extravagant as steak. Sipping red wine and humming a tune, Jiang Chen thoroughly enjoyed this lazy moment. By the way, it would be even better if there was something to watch. Jiang Chen turned on the TV, only to find the signal was poor, and every channel was filled with warnings and news or analyses of zombies biting people and the sky turning green. Boring. Jiang Chen raised his glass of red wine and walked to the balcony. He looked downstairs as the tremendous noise from the crashed plane echoed. Fewer zombies were around. At least it was not as crowded as before when the streets were full of them. So at this moment someone felt it might be time. They decisively ran out, wanting to escape this cursed place. Then with a scream, they met a painful end. Hesitation leads to defeat, decisiveness leads to a painful end. Jiang Chen felt that the ancient saying was indeed true. Waking up to a darkened sky. Some say that loneliness is akin to waking from a nap only to find the world enveloped in darkness with the night lights flickering outside, illuminating countless homes that seem disconnected from oneself. That sense of loss envelopes every inch of your skin enough to plunge one into depression. Jiang Chen mused, did I die for a moment there? How the hell did time pass so quickly? He fell into contemplation. After sleeping for so long, Jiang Chen had to confront a pressing question. That is, after finishing lunch, one must immediately think about what to eat for dinner. Jiang Chen walked to the balcony. Unlike the green sun of the day, the night sky seemed unchanged from the time before the apocalypse. A pitch-black landscape. The streetlights outside had come on, yet there were no pedestrians on the street, only walking corpses. The surrounding tall buildings loomed in darkness with no lights turned on. Perhaps it was due to the absence of people. Jiang Chen looked up at the building across from him. That was Chu Siyu's home. It too was dark, and he wondered if she was still alive. In the distance of the city, explosions occasionally echoed, as if some were still striving for survival. Jiang Chen turned on the light. The light was bright and warm. In the midst of the surrounding darkness, Jiang Chen's home, illuminated, resembled a lighthouse in the dark night. Ningjiang 4th High School teaching building. It was a large structure with a vast area, and behind the teaching building lay the school playground. The school's broadcasting room was lit. Qianlong sighed softly as she gazed out the window, seeing many students who had turned into zombies on the school playground. These zombies mostly wore school uniforms, their faces twisted in agony, wandering aimlessly. She had no idea how many teachers and students had survived inside the school. Nor did she know if her earlier attempt to attract zombies using the school broadcast had been effective. Teacher, do you think we can still be rescued? A female student with reddened eyes filled with fear trembled as she asked Qianlong uneasily. Yes, you must believe in your teacher. Qianlong gently reassured the girl. The military will surely come to rescue us. For now, all we need to do is stay put and not take any risks. Beside her, a beautiful girl with a cold demeanor subtly shook her head. Her name was Yu Kersen, close friend of Chu Siyue, who had previously lent her phone to Qianlong. Yu Kersen excelled academically, being the top student in class with a high IQ. Seeing the absence of lights outside the school and in the city, she understood that the situation outside was equally grim. Moreover, the recent loud explosion had further unsettled her mind. Perhaps the world is about to end. Such thoughts occasionally lingered in her mind. This zombie virus was terrifying. Just a bite or scratch could lead to rapid infection. Although the internet had vanished and phones were inoperable, the mobile devices had become nearly useless. Yet Yu Kersen still managed to gather a lot of information from her phone. For instance, earlier in the group chat of Class 4 senior year, many discussions revolved around the situation outside. Unfortunately, only Chu Siyue was actively speaking, while Chen Mo, who also survived outside, kept saying irrelevant things. You're right, who can argue with that? I knew it. Yu Kersen felt a headache coming on, having known that Chen Mo had always liked her friend. But she didn't expect him to be so unreliable, responding to every comment, yet providing no substantial information. Suddenly, it seemed a student seeing the darkness attempted to escape. As a result, the zombies with their acute hearing flocked toward the noise. The roars of the zombies mixed with the hurried footsteps of the students, creating a cacophony that reached the ears of everyone in the broadcasting room. Ultimately, there was a chilling scream, "Ah!" The teaching building fell silent once more. After satisfying his hunger, Jiang Chen sat at his desk. On the desk lay a brand new notebook. Besides that, there was a fountain pen. Without the internet, sources of entertainment had become quite dull. Jiang Chen decided to keep a diary. Although it is said that respectable people do not write diaries, coincidentally, Jiang Chen never considered himself a respectable person. He opened the diary's first page. Jiang Chen wrote, "My name is Chen Mo. By the time you read this, I will have already died." Then he began his first entry. Jiang Chen continued to write. On the first day of the apocalypse, a green sun appeared in the sky. Once he finished the diary entry, he looked at the score in front of him, which stood at a staggering 98 points, and casually greeted the system's family. Thank goodness it was Jiang Chen. If someone else were to encounter such a system, they would likely fall into depression. Jiang Chen felt a stir in his heart and took out his character card. Character bystander, a name Jiang Chen, strength 8, speed 10, constitution 7. Note: the standard for an average adult male is 10. It seemed something was amiss. Jiang Chen scrutinized the character card again and noticed there were indeed changes. After all, when he first received the character card, he had glanced at the panel. At that time, he thought to himself that none of the 3 attributes had reached 10, which meant he was purely a weakling. But now his speed had actually met the standard. When did that happen? Could it be that the time he spent sleeping in the afternoon was not just him being lazy, but rather his body was evolving? Or perhaps the lamb hot pot he ate for dinner underwent some mutation. Eating it could boost his speed by 1. Jiang Chen was baffled. As for whether he should test his speed, he had no such thoughts. After all, speed had merely increased from 9 to 10, not to 90. The space in his house was so small that running around would probably make little difference. Nevertheless, the increase in attributes was indeed tangible. Jiang Chen felt a bit excited, no matter the reason. This was ultimately a good thing. Perhaps when he woke up tomorrow his attribute points would surge again, and wouldn't he be close to crushing zombies and conquering the apocalypse? Jiang Chen fell asleep, sleeping soundly. Perhaps it was because the bed was too comfortable. In his dreams, he wielded twin swords, fighting fiercely, single-handedly battling thousands of zombies. In the end, he stood atop a mountain of corpses shouting, "Who is bystander, eh? I am the chosen one, the one and only." He had little hope for the system after all. Today, he was merely bystander A. It wouldn't be reasonable to wake up and have the system suddenly declare, "Today your identity is immortal emperor of the immortal realm or supreme being of the divine realm." Across from Jiang Chen's home in an apartment building, Chu Siyue suddenly woke up. She looked at Jiang Chen's house and noticed that the lights were off. A flicker of worry crept into her heart. Today, while chatting in the group, she had wanted to ask Jiang Chen several times what he meant earlier, but there had been no opportunity. When teacher Qin Lan sent a message, the network suddenly went down. She lost contact with the school and in her panic thought of Jiang Chen. Perhaps it was because in the face of such an apocalyptic crisis, she instinctively sought someone to rely on. Thus she rummaged through her house for a long time and finally found a telescope. Then she wrote several large characters on a whiteboard. "Can you see me?" After that, she sat on the balcony waiting for Jiang Chen to look over, thinking that if he happened to come out, they could at least reconnect. Throughout that afternoon, she kept her eyes on Jiang Chen's balcony, fearing that if he came out, she might miss him if she wasn't looking. Eventually, Jiang Chen didn't come out, nor did he look her way. Chu Siyue fell asleep due to the overwhelming series of bizarre events she had experienced in such a short time. The sky turned green, zombies erupted, and chaos engulfed the world. She had lost contact with everyone. Moreover, she had only eaten a small piece of bread at noon and had been holding a telescope, which drained her energy. By this time, it was close to midnight. Chu Siyue woke from her slumber, and her first instinct was to look towards Jiang Chen's house. However, there was no sign of Jiang Chen. The lights at his house were off. Disappointed, Chu Siyue withdrew her gaze. She dared not turn on the light, feeling her way to retrieve the leftover bread from lunch, leaning against the bedside and eating slowly. But as she nibbled, tears fell uncontrollably. The salty droplets landed on the bread. She wondered if she had missed him because she had fallen asleep. Or perhaps something had happened to Jiang Chen. It had been over 10 hours since the network went down, and she had not seen him. Maybe zombies had invaded his house suddenly, or he had stepped out and never returned. Chu Siyue could not. That afternoon, how soundly Jiang Chen must have slept. While he woke up to turn on the lights, eat, and write in his diary, Chu Siyue had succumbed to exhaustion. The two had perfectly missed each other. One slept soundly, even slaying foes in dreams. The other was in fear, both tired and hungry, worrying constantly, hardly sleeping through the night. At 9 in the morning, the deep green sun rose on time, casting an unremitting green hue over the world. Jiang Chen yawned and struggled to rise from his bed. He began brushing his teeth and washing up, sipping a cup of warm water. Except for using the toilet, all the water he used was from the bottled water he had stored. There was plenty, even luxurious enough for a shower without issue. Oh right, Jiang Chen suddenly remembered that his talent should have refreshed. These lines of light blue text were indeed not easy to see after getting used to them. Talent awakened a new identity each day. Today's role is bystander. Hee. Jiang Chen felt no waves of emotion, even wanting to laugh. He knew that this ridiculous system was merely changing from a bystander yesterday to a bystander today, which was already quite good. With a thought, a character card appeared in his hand. Character bystander named Jiang Chen, strength 8, speed 10, physique 7. Note, standard for ordinary adult males is 10. Indeed, today's character prefix had turned into bystander. However, to Jiang Chen's disappointment, his three-dimensional attributes had not changed at all. It seemed that yesterday's increase in speed was merely a coincidence. Jiang Chen walked to the balcony and began to stretch his body. Lying down all the time could be tiring too. Maintaining one's health is essential for a good night's sleep. My. Jiang Chen noticed that the scenery before him seemed a bit off. It was too clear. It was as if he were nearsighted, suddenly putting on glasses. The haze of the world was instantly lifted, becoming clearer than tenfold. Whether it was the tiny text on the distant billboard or the building that had collapsed from being struck by an airplane yesterday, he could see it all as if it were within reach. Jiang Chen looked at the zombies walking below. He could see the details on their faces, their milky eyes, the blood at the corners of their mouths, even the style of the clothes they wore and the bracelets on their wrists. He could see everything clearly. Hiss! Jiang Chen inhaled sharply. Damn, seeing this thing so up close is indeed a bit nauseating. Did this zombie eat dragon fruit? It looks quite peculiar. Because they were too far away, the zombies were completely unaware that someone was observing them from above. Moreover, he had even launched a visual attack on them. It seems I've gained supervision. Is there such a good thing? Jiang Chen stopped looking at the ugly zombies and shifted his gaze to the nearby apartment building. He focused his gaze, and indeed there were still humans surviving nearby. He saw a family sealing their windows tightly with tape, leaving only a narrow gap. Even the supermarket downstairs seemed to show signs of survivors living there. After a restless night, Chu Siwa finally woke up. She had been on edge all night, startled awake by any little sound. Upon waking, she instinctively looked towards Jiang Chen's direction. To her delight, Jiang Chen was safe. He was standing by the balcony, seemingly observing something. Chu Siwa quickly took out the whiteboard she had prepared the day before waving it to get Jiang Chen's attention. Tears were almost spilling from her eyes. She had truly felt a sense of despair yesterday. There wasn't much food left in the house, and with all contact with the outside world severed, she hadn't even heard from her closest classmates. What awaited her could very well be a lonely death from hunger. She might even collapse emotionally, leading to a death. While desperately waving the whiteboard, Chu Siwa observed Jiang Chen through the telescope, afraid to call out and attract the zombies. The scene looked somewhat comical. Meanwhile, Jiang Chen, with his greatly enhanced vision, naturally saw Chu Siwa. At that moment, Chu Siwa's hair was disheveled, her eyes filled with bloodshot veins. She gripped the whiteboard tightly, her fingers turning pale from the force. Still wearing her JK uniform from yesterday, she appeared somewhat haggard, yet it did not diminish her beauty. Rather, it added a touch of brokenness to her allure. Jiang Chen waved at Chu Siwa, greeting her good morning. Seeing Jiang Chen respond, tears flowed down Chu Siwa's cheeks unconsciously. She thought about wiping them away, but remembered that the distance between the two buildings was not small. Jiang Chen probably wouldn't see the details on her face. Wiping her tears might expose her. She didn't want Jiang Chen to know that she had cried upon seeing him alive. Chu Siwa wiped the whiteboard clean and wrote 3 large characters. 4 o'clock. She held up the whiteboard again, signaling Jiang Chen to see. Jiang Chen nodded, understanding Chu Siwa's meaning. This was an agreement to contact each other again at 4 in the afternoon. Afterwards, Chu Siwa pulled the curtain to hide her inner excitement. Great, he's still alive. Chu Siwa hugged her pillow, happily rolling on the bed. She had been so afraid earlier, but now seeing Jiang Chen alive, she felt pure joy from the bottom of her heart. Naturally, Jiang Chen saw that Chu Siwa was crying. It was a joke. With his newly acquired supervision, he could see her clearly, as if she were right in front of him. Why is she crying? Is she so moved to see me? Jiang Chen pondered, wondering if he was the long-lost father of Chu Siwa, and she had finally recognized him. Why were her eyes filled with tears? Was it the deep love for her father? No, that doesn't add up. The age difference doesn't match. It makes no sense. What on earth is this woman thinking? Jiang Chen felt a bit dazed, thinking that Chu Siwa was simply crying without reason like a little child. Moreover, she was particularly imaginative, leaving him forever puzzled about what was going on in her little head. After thinking for a while, and realizing that women were too difficult to understand, Jiang Chen chose to give up. He never made things hard for himself. He redirected his attention back to his vision. Jiang Chen couldn't help but marvel. It was simply exaggerated. It was almost like a far-sighted eye, giving a real sense of supervision. Additionally, since today's identity was bystander, he couldn't help but believe that this ability was indeed related to the system. Could it be that cursing the system really worked? Jiang Chen decided to pause his greetings to the system relatives for today. Whether to continue in the future would depend on the performance of the system afterward. After a period of exploration, Jiang Chen discovered that not only had his vision strengthened, but when he focused on observing certain things, prompts would appear. As an observer watching a zombie system. 5. Ordinary zombie. This is a very ordinary zombie, which can transmit the zombie virus through scratching or biting. This zombie was a company owner in life, neglecting exercise, and was very overweight, running much slower than an ordinary zombie. Its weakness is the head. Killing this zombie can yield a zombie crystal core, which can be used to strengthen items. This seems like I've discovered something significant. Jiang Chen was astonished. Who said this talent is useless? This ability is truly amazing. The observer ability is simply a divine skill for investigation. Just by staring at an object for a while, one can obtain detailed information about it. He continued observing. There weren't too many zombies on the street, probably due to the loud crash of a plane crash yesterday, which had drawn most of them away. Jiang Chen discovered that zombie crystal cores were not unique to the fat owner, but were present in all zombies. They were not rare. Suddenly, he spotted a rather special zombie on the distant street. Strong zombie. This is a robust zombie that has consumed a lot of flesh and blood and is about to evolve. This zombie was a gym trainer in life, muscular even before becoming a zombie, and possesses strength far beyond that of ordinary zombies. Its weakness is the head. Killing this zombie can yield a zombie crystal core, which can be used to strengthen items. Wow. Evolving on the second day of the apocalypse. Jiang Chen had watched many films about zombies before crossing over. Typically, zombies only evolve in the mid to late stages, becoming faster and stronger. Even other creatures begin to be infected by the zombie virus, such as the zombie dogs in Resident Evil. But evolving on the second day seems too fast. From the moment the apocalypse began yesterday at noon until now, it hadn't even been 24 hours. A zombie version is too overpowering, isn't it? Can this thing really be played with? Jiang Chen complained about the strength of the zombies and continued to observe to increase his system points. He realized that obtaining points as an observer was much easier than as an ordinary bystander yesterday. Just by observing zombies, he would gain points. As an observer watching a zombie, system points 5. As an observer watching a zombie, system points 7. As an observer watching. After yesterday's chaos, the streets were now filled with overturned and damaged vehicles, and even a truck had crashed into a store's outer wall with half of its body wedged inside. In a security booth of a community, a couple was squatting inside, perfectly visible from Jiang Chen's perspective. Both looked exhausted, having not eaten or drunk for too long, and due to their heightened tension, they were nearing their limits. The husband gestured to his wife, indicating that they should escape together. The wife nodded, trusting her husband immensely. Then the man seized the opportunity, and after the nearby zombies moved away, he dragged his wife and sprinted. However, some lingering zombies heard the noise and began to follow them with guttural screams. The zombies were not slow, at least faster than this couple. They hadn't exercised for too long. As the zombies closed in, the husband looked back and was immediately terrified. He pushed his wife behind him. The woman fell to the ground and was quickly caught and devoured by the zombies. She gazed despairingly at her fleeing husband, tears streaming from her eyes, unsure if it was due to the pain of being bitten or the heartache. Couples are like birds of a feather. When disaster strikes, they each fly their own way. Jiang Chen watched this scene, unable to help but sigh. This is the nature of humanity in the apocalypse. For the sake of survival, even a wife they have lived with can be pushed into the jaws of a zombie without hesitation. The fleeing man showed no signs of sadness, only relief at surviving. Almost there. Soon we'll be at the apartment building. He was so close to the apartment building's entrance with no zombies in sight. However, a fast-moving shadow closed in on him in the blink of an eye. It easily knocked him down and began to feast. The man cried out in agony, struggling, but it was utterly ineffective. That shadow pinned him firmly to the ground. Jiang Chen's gaze sharpened as he focused on this suddenly appearing figure. It was a lean zombie with dark green skin, muscular legs that seemed to harbor explosive strength. Its arms were exceedingly long, hanging down and nearly touching the ground. As an observer watching a zombie, system points 25. Evolved zombie. This is a speed-evolved zombie capable of transmitting the zombie virus through scratching or biting. This zombie was an athlete in life, training rigorously for a long time, and finally, he became a speed-type evolved zombie. What the hell, a sporty black zombie? Jiang Chen was furious. Wait, dude, aren't zombies a bit too strong? Can ordinary players still play this game? What the heck? Where did our human abilities go? Fortunately, these two zombies were still quite far from Jiang Chen's community. In the short term, they shouldn't pose a threat to Jiang Chen's survival. At Ningjiang 4 secondary school, in the broadcasting room. Teacher, how long do we have to wait? A student asked. But before Qinlan could respond, Yu Kurson said, until rescue arrives. Who knows when rescue will come? Can we hold on until then? Silence fell over the room. Yu Kurson scanned the broadcasting room, which contained 9 people, 1 teacher, and 8 students. Everyone's face showed signs of exhaustion. There was no food in the school broadcasting room, and fortunately, there were 2 barrels of bottled water in the broadcasting room. Though not much, if everyone conserved it, they could barely last for a while. If a person doesn't eat and only drinks water, their survival limit is 3 weeks. Yu Kurson spoke. What do you mean? A student asked. It means we're not at the end of our rope, yet we still have time to gather information. What more is there to understand? This is the apocalypse. The zombies from the movies have come out. A male student was emotionally charged, clearly recalling some sad memories. His voice was too loud, causing some agitation among the zombies outside the corridor, and it seemed that some zombies were drawn to the sound, even approaching the door of the broadcasting room. The people in the broadcast room suddenly stopped their discussions, holding their breath and carefully maintaining silence. After a long while, as no new sounds were heard, the zombies outside finally moved away, wandering elsewhere. Although the door to the broadcast room was tightly locked, it was not a security door, and if a large number of zombies charged at it together, it could easily be breached. All right, classmates, please be quiet. What we should do now is conserve our strength and wait for the right moment. Qinlan, feeling a bit of a headache, advised, and Yu Xiaowang, this is reality, not a game. Zombies are far too dangerous. If you go out and get caught, you will become infected. Qinlan stood up, her beautiful eyes scanning the students before her, many of whom had bloodstains on their clothes. We have all witnessed the horror of zombies on our way here. We have lost many classmates, and some even sacrificed themselves so that we could still sit here and discuss. The classmate known as Xiao Wang lowered his head somewhat unwillingly, saying, I was just. Enough, everyone has lost many important people. The deceased are gone, we should cherish our own lives more. Xiao Wang clenched his fists, but in a place where no one could see. Inside his pants pocket, he hid a grayish-white stone. Jiang Chen sat on the balcony's reclining chair, gently swirling a glass of red wine. He had been here for the entire morning. Earning points was easy. Earning points as an observer was too simple. All he had to do was watch. He saw the rise of a high building the guests in the banquet, and then the building collapsed. With the immersive vision, it was like watching a movie, and it was in high-definition 8K without censorship. Both thrilling and safe. Far more enjoyable than being a passerby. Jiang Chen glanced at his points, which had already reached 648. With a bit more effort in the afternoon, he might even have enough for 10 consecutive draws. This was the treatment that a transmigrator should enjoy. The past had been a struggle. Jiang Chen had also discovered some patterns. He noticed that observing evolved zombies granted significantly more points. Moreover, not only zombies, as an observer watching a husband abandon his wife only to be devoured by zombies also granted him 50 points. The prompt at that time was, as an observer, you coldly witnessed a choice about humanity, system points 50. This was an unexpected way for Jiang Chen to earn points. With these patterns mastered, his efficiency in the afternoon would likely be even higher. However, it was time to eat, so Jiang Chen stretched and prepared to go back for a good meal. However, bang, bang, the sounds resembling water balloons bursting caught his attention. Jiang Chen looked in the direction of the sound. He saw a modified small truck speeding towards him from afar, crashing through countless zombies along the way. Jiang Chen thought for a moment. The direction of the truck seemed to be where the plane had crashed. Thinking about it, the survivors in this truck should be quite strong. After all, yesterday the plane crashing into a building had caused a tremendous noise, attracting a horde of zombies. The truck was speeding and the driving skills were impressive. It was clear that an experienced driver was at the wheel. As it passed below Jiang Chen's building, he saw 4 men inside, all muscular. They looked like they had formidable combat abilities. Initially, this was just an interlude. But when Jiang Chen saw that the truck was heading towards the rapidly evolving zombies, curiosity appeared on his face. He wanted to see which was stronger, humans or zombies on the second day of this apocalypse. Inside the truck, big brother, we finally got out of that hellhole. The driver, a man with a scar on his brow, looked at the little brothers he had just gathered. He couldn't help but feel a bit proud. Ha ha ha, coming out from that broken place with such a vast world ahead, can't we go wherever we want? Big brother, you're right. From now on, what women want we have. Thinking of the big stars and female internet celebrities before the apocalypse makes my mouth water. Indeed, Jinling is not a mere pond, it transforms into a dragon when the wind and clouds gather. Ha ha ha, I didn't expect you to have such literary talent. In the apocalypse, all order had vanished. Whoever had the stronger fist had the final say. The scarred man had only been a small gang leader before the apocalypse. Although he was brave and tough, he was ultimately insignificant. After all, no matter how strong he was, could he compare to a gun? But now with the apocalypse upon them and zombies rampant, things were different. Yesterday, he had led his brothers to clear out the zombies in the apartment building. Many residents had seen his actions and had come out to express their gratitude. However, what awaited them was not a good person, but a villain without a moral compass. The scarred man recalled the young woman from last night and felt a wave of satisfaction. However, due to the plane crash, vast numbers of zombies were migrating towards the city center and the zombie hordes were growing. He had no choice but to lead his brothers to escape from that hellhole. As for that young woman, nonsense, what can't be found in the apocalypse. As long as there are resources and strength, women are the least of their worries. He was happily contemplating the future when he suddenly saw a zombie blocking the road in the middle. The scarred man did not avoid it, but with a fierce determination prepared to ram the zombie. He often did this kind of thing after the apocalypse. Vroom! The truck's engine roared as it accelerated straight towards the zombie. However, what the four in the truck did not expect was that this zombie did not get knocked away as they had envisioned. Instead, it clung to the front of the truck, its feet dragging on the ground, even creating sparks from the friction, ultimately bringing the truck to a halt with sheer physical strength. From Jiang Chen's perspective, there were 2 long black streaks on the road caused by the zombie's feet violently scraping against the ground, resembling the burn marks left by a drifting car. The strength of the zombie was terrifying indeed. Am I dreaming, big brother? The little brother sitting in the passenger seat stared in disbelief at the scene before him. How is this possible? The scarred man was also shocked. He had seen many big scenes before. Just yesterday, due to that loud noise, his apartment building was surrounded by zombies blocking all escape. With so many zombies, he and his brothers had fought their way out. To him, zombies were merely a bit faster. As long as they took precautions, they weren't too dangerous. But now he stared wide-eyed at the zombie before him, realizing for the first time just how terrifying zombies could be. What kind of monster is this? However, zombies do not speak. They merely saw the 4 small snacks in the car. Soon after, it reached its arm into the vehicle. The metal shell of the truck was as if made of paper, easily pierced by this zombie. In a swift motion, it grabbed the little brother in the passenger seat. Help! Boss, I don't want to die. The little brother in the passenger seat screamed while the others in the cabin appeared. Their muscles seemed to only function when bullying their own kind. Suddenly, the scarred man seized the moment, opened the car door, and attempted to escape. But he never expected this. Bang! Blood splattered everywhere. With just one punch, the zombie smashed his head. Perhaps due to its immense strength, the speed of its punch was astonishing. The smell of blood mixed with the stench of urine filled the small cabin. The remaining two were terrified to the extreme, as if death had them by the throat, making choking sounds. The zombie remained silent, only focused on eating. As an observer, you witnessed the process of a regular zombie evolving into a power-type zombie, gaining system points 100. You also coldly witnessed the downfall of a villain, gaining system points 32. So zombies evolve by devouring humans. After watching this battle between humans and zombies, Jiang Chen gained some understanding of the evolved zombies. He had thought that this group had some means to charge out from the horde of zombies, or had awakened some special abilities. Who knew they would die so quickly? It was like a zombie casually kicking a stray dog to death on the road. Given the situation, it was best to eat first. Jiang Chen prepared to have a good meal. But there was a problem. He hadn't washed the pot. Yesterday at noon, he had steak with red wine, and in the evening, he had hot pot. He had taken up 2 pots directly. On top of that, Jiang Chen's cooking didn't smell great. After much thought, he decided to have a self-heating hot pot. After all, this kind of self-heating food tasted decent, and the biggest advantage was that he didn't need to wash any pots. After eating, he could just throw the trash outside. Although it was high-altitude trash throwing, there probably wouldn't be anyone downstairs, so Jiang Chen felt justified. After a satisfying meal, Jiang Chen began his afternoon nap. The sunlight had turned green, no longer glaring like it was before the apocalypse. It warmed him without being scorching. Jiang Chen slept soundly. His daily routine was very simple: eat, sleep, sleep, eat. The life of a slacker was often so plain and monotonous. Unaware of his status as a guest in a dream, Jiang Chen woke up at 5 in the afternoon. Suddenly, he remembered that he seemed to have forgotten something. What did he forget? Surely it wasn't crying. Having a lengthy dream only to wake up crying, oh my, like in it. Jiang Chen walked to the balcony and looked outside. Good, there was no gigantic titan head on the horizon. He felt relieved and glanced at the building opposite. He saw Chu Siyue glaring at him angrily, seemingly having a lot to say. Jiang Chen thought it couldn't be anything good. He finally remembered that he had made an agreement with Chu Siyue to contact her at 4 in the afternoon. Chu Siyue had changed her clothes and even washed up. Her long hair was smooth, no longer looking haggard like in the morning, and her complexion had improved significantly. She quickly wrote on the whiteboard, "What were you doing?" Jiang Chen thought for a moment, pulled out his phone, and adjusted his words into large characters. "I overslept." Chu Siyue picked up the binoculars, saw what Jiang Chen had written, and gritted her teeth in anger. She had waited here for a long time, even worrying if something had happened to Jiang Chen. And the result was that he had overslept. She suddenly remembered that ever since the internet had gone down yesterday afternoon, she had been waiting for Jiang Chen. But she had never waited for him. Then what about yesterday afternoon? Sleeping. Jiang Chen replied confidently. Chu Siyue laughed in anger. Was there really someone who could sleep that much? How could you sleep through such circumstances yesterday? Jiang Chen paused for a moment. Oh, wasn't sleeping something that required instruction? He simply had a meal, had nothing else to do, and naturally fell asleep. Jiang Chen looked at Chu Siyue with some sympathy. Are you slower to speak than most people? Chu Siyue was stunned when she saw Jiang Chen's words, but quickly realized he was calling her stupid. She thought of how yesterday, because she couldn't see Jiang Chen, she almost faced despair alone in this world, nearly cosplaying as a sad doll and painfully leaving this world. She wanted to laugh. Chu Siyue angrily pulled the curtains shut, deciding to ignore Jiang Chen from now on. She clutched a pillow and lay down, burying her face in the soft fabric. She began to sulk. Jiang Chen was confused. From his perspective, after Chu Siyue saw what he wrote, she turned and went back into her room. It seemed she had been triggered. Lies do not hurt, only the truth is a sharp knife. Perhaps Chu Siyue truly had some intellectual obstacles. No wonder she insisted yesterday that he was stalking her. It turned out the truth was like this. Jiang Chen felt a pang of sympathy and some reflection. He hadn't expected that beneath Chu Siyue's pure and cute appearance lay such a sorrowful story. After his reflection, he didn't go back inside. Instead, he continued to sit on the balcony observing the apocalypse. After all, today's status as an observer was far better than yesterday, and earning points was effortless. He planned to start drawing cards before going to bed tonight. Chu Siyue poked her head out from the blanket. She suddenly remembered that she hadn't set a time to contact Jiang Chen for tomorrow. But thinking about her previous waiting, she felt a bit angry. Last night, she hadn't even turned on the lights, eating dry bread alone, tears dropping. Yet when she saw Jiang Chen today, she was genuinely delighted and her mood relaxed a lot. After taking a shower, she was so happy that she ate something nice, even overindulging. The remaining food would last at most a day and a half. Thinking of this, Chu Siyue felt somewhat troubled. Suddenly, she remembered that Jiang Chen had hoarded a lot of supplies before the apocalypse. He shouldn't be lacking food, right? Chu Siyue was extremely envious. However, she had just decided to ignore Jiang Chen. After much internal struggle, Chu Siyue finally decided to secretly pull back the curtain for just a peek. Through the gap in the curtain, she saw Jiang Chen sitting on the balcony, seemingly waiting for something. Now you know you were wrong making this girl wait for you. Seeing Jiang Chen's figure, Chu Siyue couldn't help but feel relieved. She decided to forgive Jiang Chen, but would only speak to him tomorrow, until the sun set and the world fell into darkness again. Among the dark buildings, two households had their lights on. Like two lighthouses, they gazed at each other across the sea. System points, 1356 points. Jiang Chen excitedly rubbed his hands. Now is card drawing time. After saving up for so long, he could finally indulge. Yesterday, with the identity of a mere passerby earning points had been especially difficult. Jiang Chen could only play the role of an NPC in the group. After all the fuss, he ended up with only 98 points, not enough for a single draw. Today was different. As an observer, it would be far easier. Points were awarded simply for watching the spectacle. Seeing them accumulate so quickly, Jiang Chen suppressed the urge to pull early and resolved to wait until evening to attempt a 10 draw. Sure enough, after a day of toil, Master Jiang returned to the living room and, seeing 1356 system points before him, could not help but smile with contentment. I could even draw 13 times, ha ha. The system had behaved well today, and Jiang Chen restrained himself from insulting it. To be safe, he decided to try one test draw first. Jiang Chen silently thought the command to draw. An exceedingly crude draw interface appeared before his eyes, looking exactly like a third-rate gacha mobile game that couldn't even afford proper artwork. Single draw, 10 draws. Jiang Chen tapped single draw. The crude interface flashed, and then suddenly, countless cards erupted into view, their hues spanning crimson, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, and violet. The multicolored cards converged and intermingled, dazzling like a river of stars. Well then, so they spent the budget on this, huh? At last the stellar river stilled. A line of text, quiet. You drew a thank you card. Jiang Chen, what the hell? No, seriously, is this for real? You're supposed to be a miraculous system. The kind of system that in other stories levels the world and makes the protagonist invincible. And yet it has things like a thank you card. Jiang Chen needed an insult more vicious than beast. He had known the system was unreliable, but he had not expected it to be this hopeless. He steeled himself. What was done was done. He clicked 10 draws. The card galaxy spun again, and the first card quietly floated up. Thank you card. The second one, thank you card. Thank you card. Up through the fifth card, they were all thank you. Jiang Chen's expression had become almost painfully contorted, as if possessed by some fiery fist. It hurt too much. What on earth was the probability of drawing a thank you card? It couldn't possibly be 100% right. Gacha games are supposed to disclose probabilities, system. The system remained mute, continuing to output cards. Finally, on the sixth card, it was not that damn thank you card, but an attribute point card. Jiang Chen's heart skipped. He opened the attribute point card. Attribute point card, white quality, using it grants 10 attribute points. Description: with all my insights, with a lifetime of martial cultivation, with my transcendent wisdom, with my invincible aptitude, Shenlong grant me points. Nice. Jiang Chen's eyes lit up. He produced his character card. Role observer. Name Jiang Chen. Strength 8, rather weak. Speed 10 standard. Constitution 7, rather weak. 10 attribute points. About the total of a typical adult's 3 core stats. 10 attribute points. Added to my body, I might just fly. Jiang Chen's mood improved. This damned system had finally done something useful. He continued to watch the remaining cards. Thank you card, attribute point card, thank you card. A prompt indicated the cards had been stored in system space and could be retrieved by thought. Jiang Chen's brow twitched in surprise. He had not expected 2 attribute point cards in a 10 draw. After all, each attribute point card granted 10 attribute points. That amounted to the equivalent of 1 adult's worth of stats. Stack them on one person, and they would likely exceed the limits of humanity before the apocalypse. Retrieve. With that thought, a stack of cards appeared in his hand, 11 in total. Their material resembled the character card paper-like, yet not entirely paper. He had assumed the thank you card was merely an empty consolation. He had not expected it to have a physical form. Jiang Chen picked up one card and examined it closely. A grayish card, its surface emblazoned with the 4 characters thank you card. Thank you card, gray quality, used to obtain random basic supplies. Description: merely an ordinary supply card. Use: yes or no. He chose yes. System detected. Current world is a biohazard world. Supplies generated. Before Jiang Chen's astonished eyes, the thank you card vanished. What appeared on the living room floor was a box of instant noodles, old pickled mustard flavor. Is this for? Seeing that even a gray quality thank you card could be so useful, Jiang Chen's anticipation for the attribute point cards only deepened. He scrutinized the 2 attribute point cards in his hand. Their chief distinction from the thank you card was a white reverse, plain and unadorned, without any blemish. Likewise, at Jiang Chen's thought, the attribute point card presented: use: yes or no. After a moment's thought, Jiang Chen decided to allocate the points to strength. He selected use, the attribute point card vanished. A wave of warmth surged through Jiang Chen. The heat intensified until he had to strip down to his underwear. He could feel his muscles and bones tearing and regrowing, reorganizing into a more perfect form. 15 minutes passed. Jiang Chen looked at himself. His once scrawny frame had transformed into something sculpted, muscle lines smooth and defined, yet not exaggerated, presenting a pleasing aesthetic. He pulled out his character card, the strength field now read 18. Jiang Chen crossed the living room. The marble coffee table looked heavy merely by sight. He settled his breath in his dantian and exerted a little force. One corner of the table rose with little effort. Undoubtedly, his strength had increased dramatically, likely approaching the limits of pre-apocalypse humanity. So he did not hesitate and applied the other attribute point card to strength as well. In the next instant, his previously sculpted body swelled again, and muscles bulged exaggeratedly, nearly doubling in size. His stature leapt toward 2 meters. But a moment later, that tower-like form began to shrink. It seemed the system was remodeling his body, turning him into something beyond human. After a long moment, Jiang Chen opened his eyes. A faint pressure flickered and passed as he surveyed himself. He found he had returned to his earlier appearance, muscles perfect and streamlined, so that even when clothed no one would know. Role observer. Name Jiang Chen. Strength 28, extremely strong. Speed 12, rather strong. Constitution 13, rather strong. Jiang Chen studied the values on the card and nodded quietly. As expected, a high strength also brought increases to other attributes, most cost-effective. He tried the coffee table again and could now lift it effortlessly. Beneath his lean frame lay explosive power. Come to think of it, I can still draw twice more. Jiang Chen considered it and decided to draw. The card galaxy reappeared, innumerable cards surfacing. The river stilled. You drew a thank you card. Isn't this thank you card a bit too frequent? Although he drew it again, Jiang Chen felt little emotion. Judging by probability, the thank you card was likely over 80%. Easy to hit and equivalent to a supply card, so not entirely worthless. System points 156. 1 draw remained. Jiang Chen did not hesitate. Having come this far, he could not sleep without using it. You drew a revival card. Revival card. Jiang Chen even doubted if he had heard it wrong, until he truly extracted this card from the system space. Revival card, purple quality. When the bearer dies, they can revive with full health and choose the revival location in advance. Description: this time I must clear the game in 1 life. Do you wish to equip it? Yes, no. Jiang Chen fell silent. System, I misjudged you. Brother is here to apologize. You are truly my dear friend and brother. The revival card, as the name suggests, can revive 1. Moreover, the card description even allows for the selection of the revival location in advance. No need to worry about enemies guarding the corpse. What is this? It's simply a synonym for invincibility. Jiang Chen looked at the purple-tinged card in his hand, and with a thought. Do you wish to choose the current location for revival? Yes. Safety, a strong sense of security, surged within him. What could be safer than coming back to life? Jiang Chen felt exhilarated. After the thrill, it turned dull as the phone couldn't connect to the internet, and there was little entertainment at home. When he stocked up earlier, he had also forgotten to download some movies, resulting in some boredom now without the internet. Jiang Chen began to write in his diary. On the second day of the apocalypse, the streets became much quieter, unlike yesterday, when there were frequent flashes of fire and explosions. Today I saw a couple. He turned off the lights at home. Jiang Chen fell asleep contentedly. For the first time, he was so eager to know what his identity would be tomorrow. Meanwhile, Chu Siue also turned off the lights at home. She had been keeping an eye on Jiang Chen. On the third day of the apocalypse, the green sun rose as usual. Perhaps he had been sleeping a bit too much lately. Jiang Chen woke up around 7. He rubbed his sleepy eyes, yawned, and headed to the bathroom to relieve himself. System points 5, system points 7. What is going on here? Jiang Chen looked at the jumping prompts in front of him and quickly glanced at today's identity. World type: biochemical apocalypse. Mission requirement: survive for a week. Awaken talent: a new identity every day. Today's role is normal person. Huh, what does normal person mean? Oh no, I hope I'm not getting the same useless identity as a random passerby. After a moment of thought, there was no conclusion. Jiang Chen decided to have breakfast first. Regardless of the system, meals cannot be skipped. As a normal person, you eat breakfast on time. System points 10. Jiang Chen. What a surprise such a benefit exists. He suddenly felt that the system's main aim might just be to gain without effort. Coincidentally, Jiang Chen was quite fond of this. Gaining without effort, enjoying the fruits of others' labor, and achieving success in one step. Just thinking about it made him happy. At 8 in the morning. As a normal person, brushing your teeth. System points 9. As a normal person, washing your face. System points 7. As a normal person, having a warm glass of water in the morning to replenish your body. System points 10. After finishing his morning routine, Jiang Chen opened the window to let some air in. On the third day of the apocalypse, the streets grew even quieter. Only zombies wandered below, letting out hoarse growls. Jiang Chen noticed that his vision had weakened slightly compared to yesterday, but still far exceeded that of an ordinary person. At the same time, when observing the zombies, he did not get bombarded with numerous prompts like yesterday. Instead, it type ordinary zombie. Strength 8 weak. Speed 11 strong. Constitution 10 standard. Is it because of the change in identity? Jiang Chen's eyes flickered. It seemed that when he gained an identity, he would acquire many abilities that came with it. However, when he switched identities, the abilities would weaken. But fortunately, they wouldn't disappear. At 8:30 in the morning, Jiang Chen suddenly noticed that the points had stopped fluctuating. Even drinking a glass of water or brushing his teeth no longer earned him points. Why is this happening? Jiang Chen had had this talent for 3 days now. He understood this talent to some extent. For example, every time he gained an identity, he needed to perform actions that matched the identity to earn points. Passerby, a bystander, normal person. What does today's normal person refer to? Jiang Chen fell into contemplation, and soon he thought of a possibility. If what the system means by normal person refers to ordinary people before the apocalypse, then ordinary people wouldn't brush their teeth twice in the morning or have 2 breakfasts in a short time. What should I normally do before the apocalypse? Jiang Chen began to recall. He had traveled here, went downstairs to stock up, and encountered Chu Siyue. Chu Siyue misunderstood him as a stalker. He asked why, and Chu Siyue said it was Wednesday. Other students were in school while she was absent. And today is the 3rd day of the apocalypse, while it was the 1st day of the apocalypse back then. By calculation, today is Friday. As a student, shouldn't he normally be in school on Friday? Thinking of this, Jiang Chen was furious. If I had to go to school before the apocalypse and now during the apocalypse I still have to go to school, isn't this apocalypse pointless? Damn, can't the apocalypse get a little respect? I am fed up. Do you really think I care about those 2 lousy points? 8:50 in the morning. On the street. As a normal person going to school, system points 20. Jiang Chen wore a school uniform, wrapped his arms tightly with books, even wearing a helmet, and held a kitchen knife from home. He took out the character card. Character normal person. Name Jiang Chen. Strength 28, very strong. Speed 12 strong. Constitution 13 strong. Trump card, revival card equipped. Only upon seeing that trump card did Jiang Chen feel a strong sense of security. He moved step by step towards the school, trying to make no noise. The school was relatively remote. In fact, many campuses were built in secluded areas far from the city center. Because land is cheaper in secluded places, schools can also be built larger. Suddenly, a plastic bottle was blown by the wind, rolling towards Jiang Chen. Hearing the noise, the zombies all walked over. Who the hell is so inconsiderate, throwing trash everywhere? Jiang Chen was exasperated. He had been particularly careful on this journey, afraid of stepping on something and making a sound that would attract the zombies. Who knew he would encounter such a situation? When someone is unlucky, even drinking water can get stuck in their teeth. Jiang Chen slightly crouched down, gripping the kitchen knife in his hand, ready to test. How strong is he with a strength value of 28, paired with a kitchen knife now? However, the zombies walked within 3 meters of Jiang Chen, yet seemed to not see him at all, continuing to howl and changing direction to walk away. What is going on here? Jiang Chen was a bit confused. Could it be that the zombies have taken up Buddhism? Not eating meat, preparing to go vegetarian. As a normal person, avoiding pedestrians, system point 7. His goodness. What are pedestrians? Aren't they just corpses? Jiang Chen was astonished. He possibly, maybe kind of understood. The meaning of normal person is. Not only is he normal, but the surrounding zombies are also normal. I am normal, so. This world is also normal. This world has finally gone mad. Jiang Chen strolled down the streets filled with zombies, moving leisurely, as if wandering in his own backyard. No zombies blocked his path. In fact, when they encountered him, they would automatically avoid him like they would a pedestrian. How polite. Jiang Chen felt a bit unaccustomed. After all, he was somewhat eager to test his current abilities. With a strength of 28 points, he was nearly 3 times that of an average person, and his attack power was likely even more terrifying. However, the zombies hadn't attacked him. If he inexplicably struck at them, wouldn't that be a bit impolite? Jiang Chen always considered himself quite polite, albeit a bit socially awkward and not very talkative. Forget it. He would try it later. At that moment, a thought suddenly flashed through Jiang Chen's mind. When he was still in the identity of a bystander yesterday, it seemed he had seen a piece of information. Killing zombies can yield zombie cores, which can be used to enhance objects. Killing zombies, huh? Those who often kill zombies know that their weakness lies in the head. Only by severing a zombie's head can one ensure its complete death. The zombie core might just be in its head. However, he had just decided to be a polite, normal person and coexist peacefully with the zombies. To immediately strike the head of a passing pedestrian would be somewhat presumptuous. Fortunately, when that truck passed by yesterday, it had knocked quite a few zombies away. Those zombies were already dead. Jiang Chen used a kitchen knife to cleave open the heads of those deceased zombies. Perhaps because his strength was too great, it was as easy as slicing through fruit. Zombie core can be shattered and used to enhance items. Is this the zombie core? Jiang Chen looked at the grayish-white stone in his hand and thought it seemed quite ordinary. It resembled the round pebbles found everywhere by the roadside. Shatter it, huh? He glanced at the kitchen knife in his hand, which had slightly warped from chopping through the zombie's skull. Bang! Jiang Chen struck the zombie core forcefully. The core vanished instantly. At the same time, the kitchen knife in Jiang Chen's hand not only returned to its original state, but seemed to become even sharper. Sharp kitchen knife. This is a knife that has been enhanced once. Hiss, is this really so magical? Jiang Chen continued to enhance the kitchen knife several more times. Sharp kitchen knife. This is a knife that has been enhanced 9 times and is extremely sharp. If this continues, want the kitchen knife become a divine artifact. Chopping away, it felt exhilarating just to think about it. Jiang Chen glanced at his phone. It was already past 9 in the morning and time was running short. In any case, he was only having this idea, not feeling particularly intense about it. His primary task now was to head to school. As for what to do at school, of course to attend classes. Below Jiang Chen's home was the supermarket where he had once hoarded supplies. At that moment, the supermarket's glass door was blocked by many wooden boards, leaving only a narrow slit. Behind that slit, a pair of beady eyes flickered incessantly. Boss, I think I just saw someone walk by. A man with a small mustache spoke up. What are you talking about? Really, damn, he doesn't have a drop of blood on him, and he walks just like a normal person. Is that true? The chubby man frowned, suspecting his little brother had gone mad. Yes, seriously, he looks completely... The chubby man quickly moved to the wooden board's gap. He was even wary that his little brother might be trying to prank him while he was watching. After all, in the post-apocalyptic world, people's hearts were hard to read. However, he soon witnessed a scene that left him utterly shocked. A student in a school uniform, clean and tidy, walked through the zombie-infested apocalypse looking so out of place. Hiss, why don't those zombies bite him? Before long, the chubby man and the small mustached man called over the other survivors in the supermarket. There were a total of 5 men. Soon everyone was astonished. Damn, is this exaggerated? Could this person be an asymptomatic? One man analyzed. It's the kind of person who has been infected by the virus but hasn't turned into a zombie. Naturally, the zombies won't attack him. I think it's a more advanced zombie. Didn't you see how those zombies automatically avoided him? Have you ever seen another? Everyone fell silent. This world was becoming increasingly incomprehensible. Could it be that zombies have mutated again and no longer eat people? The small mustached man spoke a bit excitedly. Who knows? I certainly am not going out. There's food and drink here, and you know how dangerous zombies can be. Moreover, there are certainly other survivors nearby. Didn't you see the lights on the 7th floor across from us yesterday? At that time, a few people in the supermarket had directly mutated into zombies and frantically lunged at the others. Soon the majority of the people in the supermarket were infected with the zombie virus. Only a few managed to hide in the employee lounge of the supermarket. However, the next day, due to a prolonged lack of food and water, their bodies had become somewhat weak. Realizing they could not continue like this, after some discussion, they decided to use the door of the employee lounge to create a trap, to slowly kill the zombies. Thus, after a day's battle, they finally cleared all the zombies in the supermarket. The cost was that a few of the survivors were bitten and turned into zombies. Fortunately, the 5 of them survived, and they had a wealth of supplies. At least for a long time, they wouldn't have to worry about survival. Jiang Chen rode a mountain bike. He traversed a street filled with zombies. At the time the apocalypse broke out suddenly, the bike was left unlocked, and its owner was bitten by someone else. Only this brand new mountain bike remained standing alone. Seeing it pitiful, Jiang Chen decided to take it with him. The above is all fabricated by Jiang Chen. In reality, he saw it was unlocked and simply rode off. Such behavior would be akin to theft in the pre-apocalypse world. A normal person wouldn't do such a thing, so Jiang Chen could only concoct a story hoping to earn system points. Unfortunately, the system wasn't fooled. Jiang Chen felt a bit regretful. While he treated the system as a close friend, the system didn't even believe his words. The bond had faded. Feelings had dulled. Yo! Jiang Chen encountered a familiar face. Before him stood a zombie over 2 meters tall with iron-gray skin and explosive muscles resembling a towering figure. Good morning. Jiang Chen greeted this zombie. However, the zombie ignored him, turning to leave. Jiang Chen felt a bit angry. The despicable zombie, you already have your death warrant. He cast an observation skill on it. Type strength, type evolved zombie. Strength 30, extremely strong. Speed 11, strong. Constitution 15, strong. Slightly strong, it'll let you go this time. Jiang Chen thought, after all, it's a zombie which wouldn't speak. It couldn't be considered an offense. Wait, what is that smell? He suddenly caught a foul odor like that of meat that had gone bad. Jiang Chen turned around and discovered another familiar face. Behind him was a very slender zombie with explosive leg muscles and a tall, elongated physique. Hey, black-skinned athlete, could you pay attention to your oral hygiene? It's a bit impolite. The black-skinned athlete said nothing and made no movement. Damn zombie. Jiang Chen cast another observation skill on it. Type speed, type evolved zombie. Strength 12, strong. Speed 30, extremely strong. Constitution 15 strong. Hiss, this one's also a bit strong, I'll let you go this time. Jiang Chen rode away on his bike. Not long after, he encountered zombies blocking his path again. Several of them were blocking a narrow alley. His bicycle couldn't get through at all. Jiang Chen was furious. He cast another observation skill on them. This time there were finally no evolved zombies. These zombies had average strength and speed, with the strongest one only having a strength of 15. These ones are manageable. The fire of anger burned in Jiang Chen's eyes as he quietly said, "Sorry, actually, I'm not just passing by." These zombies died quite readily. Basically, it was just a matter of hand rising and falling, hand rising and falling. Jiang Chen felt that his thoughts were clear. Her name is Xue Qingxiu, a popular internet celebrity who has gained some fame on short video platforms. She primarily shares ancient-style cosplay and occasionally does live streams. Fans often say she resembles a celestial fairy, albeit a more aloof version. However, her personality is quite different from her appearance. Xue Qingxiu is actually gentle, a bit naive, and her hobby is cooking. Ningjiang City is her hometown. Sometimes when the pressure of work becomes overwhelming and she wants to avoid social interaction, she returns home to cook and do some cosplay. She takes a break for herself. However, this time upon returning home, she unexpectedly encounters the outbreak of an apocalypse. Fortunately, her family has plenty of ingredients. She happens to be at home. This is why she has not transformed into an ugly zombie. Xue Qingxiu has stayed indoors, continuously observing the situation outside through the window. Her home is on the second floor. The curtains are drawn, leaving only a small gap. Over the past couple of days, she has seen numerous people passing by her window. There are small groups as well as individuals. One group is riding a bus consisting of both men and women. Xue Qingxiu initially wanted to join them, but before she could move, she saw the leader of the group openly putting his hand inside a woman's clothing. The others seem oblivious. Those who should be driving are driving, and those who smoke are smoking. It is at this moment that she notices the women on the bus appear somewhat numb, their eyes vacant. Xue Qingxiu finally understands that in this apocalypse, it is not only zombies that roam freely, but also the collapse of order where primal instincts outweigh humanity. With her level of attractiveness, it's likely that before the apocalypse, she would have encountered some goodwill, but after the apocalypse, she is bound to feel a great deal of malice. As for the lone survivor, just moments ago, one accidentally made a noise attracting several zombies. The result was a grim demise at the hands of the undead. Even the zombies linger in the alley, causing Xue Qingxiu considerable anxiety until a boy arrives. She sees that he looks youthful, still wearing a school uniform and riding a bicycle. Initially, she thought it would be another tragedy. However, to her surprise, he effortlessly dispatches the zombies as if chopping vegetables. Xue Qingxiu wants to call out to this boy, as following him would surely be safe. Yet she hesitates. After all, this is the apocalypse, and everyone's moral compass has sunk to a terrifying low. She fears that this student might be a wolf in sheep's clothing. Ningjiang 4th High School, at the school gate. 10 o'clock in the morning. As a normal person, being late for class rewards you 20 system points. Jiang Chen glanced at the prompt. Alright, so this is how we play it, huh? Indeed, who hasn't overslept at times in this endless cycle? Upon entering the school, he realized what it meant to have a hellish start. There are too many people. At Ningjiang 4th High School, the total number of students across 3 grades is likely around 3,000 to 4,000. He knew there would be many, but he didn't expect there would be this many. Just as he stepped into the teaching building, the sound of his footsteps drew a horde of zombies rushing towards him, as if they were howling to tear Jiang Chen apart with their mouths filled with the taste of overripe dragon fruit. However, as they approached Jiang Chen, they suddenly lost their target. They even instinctively stepped aside. So students also avoid each other, huh? Quite reasonable. Jiang Chen walked forward casually, and without realizing it, the zombie students cleared a path for him. Due to the narrow corridor, the zombies had to squeeze against the walls to avoid Jiang Chen. It was reminiscent of before the apocalypse, when a student made a mistake and was called out by the homeroom teacher, forced to stand in the corridor. Seeing this scene, Jiang Chen paused. Turning around, he smiled at the zombies and said, "Good morning, classmates." His voice echoed in the corridor, and soon another batch of zombies heard the sound and came running. Then they all stood at attention along the sides of the corridor. The sight was too beautiful to behold. As a normal person entering the school and politely greeting classmates grants you 30 system points. Teaching building broadcasting room. Did you hear that? It sounds like someone is speaking. A female student sat slumped on the ground, her expression lethargic with bloodshot eyes. You must have misheard. How is that possible? You have no idea how many zombies are outside. True enough. At her words, the faint glimmer in the female student's eyes faded away. Qinlan, seeing this, couldn't find any comforting words to say. Because in the broadcasting room, there were only 4 people left: Qinlan, Yu Kurson, and 2 female students. 5 people were missing. The reason being, yesterday that student named Wang along with 2 other male students entered the inner room of the broadcasting room. Suddenly his eyes turned blood red, veins bulged on his face, and his body made cracking sounds as his joints twisted abnormally. Subsequently, he howled and bit the other 2 students. because it was unexpected that everyone stayed behind and would still be infected by the zombie virus. Therefore, after all the commotion, the original 9 survivors dwindled to just 4. Although Yukerson also looked pale, her eyes were still very rational. She was still pondering what could have infected that Wong student, and after a long while she couldn't help but shake her head. There's too little information. What do you mean? Yukerson looked at the 3 survivors and said softly, we understand too little about zombies. After all, we've been trapped in such a small space, completely unaware of the outside situation. So what do? We can't go out, and we haven't eaten for 3 days, so we're already out of strength. Yukerson frowned. Even though she was the top student in her grade, her intelligence was high. In such a situation, she has no solution. Moreover, she clearly knows that if a person loses hope, they might fall into a mental breakdown, leading to self-destruction. This is also why she didn't tell the female student about the hallucination she experienced. In this zombie-ridden apocalypse, how could anyone speak loudly? Even if someone went insane, it would quickly attract zombies, leading to their biting and devouring. Jiang Chen walked through the corridor of the teaching building. Bloodstains were everywhere. Looking at these traces, he could already imagine what kind of scene it had been. A zombie apocalypse. Perhaps while walking, a classmate beside him suddenly mutated into a zombie and bit him. The smell of blood entered his nostrils, followed by a sharp pain as his neck was torn open. His vision was drenched in blood red, and rationality gradually faded away. Subsequently, he too transformed into a monster that craved flesh. The world was painted deep green by sunlight, with classmates gone mad, biting anyone they saw. They fled, and the zombies pursued. It was impossible to escape. In the end, a few survivors hid in some classrooms. There was no food, no water source. In this apocalypse, he struggled to survive. Speaking of which, he had seen in the class group that a class committee member named Zhang Li and teacher Qin Lan seemed to still be alive. However, with the network gone, Jiang Chen had lost contact with them. He had no idea how they were doing now. Jiang Chen noticed that the higher he went in the building, the fewer zombies there were. Perhaps it was because many students had run downstairs during the escape. In critical moments, people tend to trust. In high schools, there are generally fire drills, and during drills, everyone usually runs downstairs. However, if a zombie outbreak occurs, running downstairs might lead to infection. Because once panic sets in and people crowd together, they won't be able to go down or up, turning into a buffet for the zombies. Jiang Chen finally found class 4 of the senior 3. It was on the 4th floor, right next to the school broadcast creek. He pushed open the classroom door, immediately attracting over 10 zombies, but as they approached Jiang Chen, they slowed their pace. Excuse me, classmate, please step aside, a class time has arrived. Jiang Chen spoke to the zombies as if they could perhaps at any moment, he could trigger a system notification and earn some points. System points 256. Jiang Chen glanced at his points balance. The efficiency was decent, although it couldn't compare to the bystander. It was much better than passerby. He found a clean seat, sat down, and placed the kitchen knife beside him. Being in senior 3, the desk was filled with numerous books. Physics, biology, chemistry. All kinds were present. Jiang Chen couldn't understand any of them. What a joke! He should return this knowledge to the teachers when he graduated. After fumbling for a while, Jiang Chen picked up a Chinese literature book and started reading. As a normal person in the classroom, reading a Chinese literature book, system points 20. However, perhaps due to not being in school for a long time, Jiang Chen felt somewhat out of place. Maybe it was because of the environment. It was too noisy. Surrounding him were zombies in school uniforms, wandering and roaring, occasionally bumping into desks and making noise. Clearly, this was very different from before the apocalypse. How could classmates disturb other studies like this? What a lack of morals. Classmate, you are being a bit excessive. You may not study, but others still need to learn. The zombies did not respond, only howling relentlessly. Jiang Chen could no longer hold back. He raised the kitchen knife, bringing it down repeatedly. And thus these classmates quieted down. As a normal person, you bravely said no to those who maliciously disrupted others' study progress and convinced them. System points 30. What the hell? Is this even possible? Jiang Chen was shocked. This normal person was somewhat insane. He suddenly thought, if he threw these zombie bodies out, would that count as cleaning the class? Saying and doing, Jiang Chen found a pair of rubber gloves at the back of the classroom. With great strength, he easily tossed the bodies out of the window. Throwing corpses? No, throwing zombies out. As a normal person, you took the initiative to bear the responsibility of cleaning the class, making the classroom very clean. System points 50, so many points. Jiang Chen raised an eyebrow, feeling somewhat delighted. Finally, he could read properly. This was the atmosphere of a... He paused. Did you all hear that? It sounds like there's some noise. In the broadcasting room, just a wall away from Jiang Chen, a girl suddenly asked. Yukerson frowned. It seemed that this girl was already close to despair, hence, she kept hearing things. This was not good news. After all, emotions can be contagious. And once everyone is in despair, rationality will leave them. And when people lose their reason, it is equivalent to losing their last chance in a desperate situation. I think I heard it too. Qin Lan did not entirely dismiss it, but pressed her ear against the broadcasting room door and listened carefully. It sounds like something heavy fell not just once. Yukerson skeptically leaned against the wall. Bang! Bang bang. Could it really be? Yukerson was shocked. What on earth was that sound? Soon after she was even more astonished. She even doubted whether she was hearing things. Do you not see the waters of the Yellow River come from the sky, rushing to the sea, never to return? Do you not see? She heard the sound of recitation, the voice reciting a Chinese literature text. For heaven's sake, it's the apocalypse. How could anyone be reading a text? The voice grew louder, seemingly more passionate. Soon all four in the broadcast, they all looked incredulous, even dumbfounded. Are we already dead, so we are hearing such a sound? Does that mean I am finally free? Mom and Dad, I miss you so much. Qianlong felt a bit sorry for these students, but listening to this bold and unrestrained voice, she was also confused, completely unable to understand. The zombies, however, understood. Countless zombies ran towards the source of the sound, roaring and rushing. The number of zombies increased. Their running sound was like heavy rain pounding on corrugated iron, producing a rapid, yet muffled sound. In the broadcasting room, the surface of the water in the bucket was violently shaking. In this narrow corridor, the terrifying number of zombies was comparable to a tide of corpses. When Qianlong and the others heard this sound, they finally understood that it was not just their imagination. There was indeed someone reciting a text in this zombie-infested apocalyptic environment. Is this person crazy? Because they've reached a dead end, are they going to go all out one last time? No one answered them, only the increasingly loud, passionate recitation. Life's joys must be fully enjoyed, together with you to dispel ancient sorrows. Jiang Chen read aloud with gusto. He never expected that a text he studied in high school would sound so fluent and unrestrained now. As a normal person, you recite the text in class with great emotion and grandeur, attracting countless classmates who come to admire you, gaining 50 system points. How could it increase by so much? Jiang Chen found himself increasingly perplexed by the system's mechanisms. Normal person, oh normal person. Is it because he was no longer so normal? Although he had been staying at home, he had witnessed many post-apocalyptic scenes. Some would push their wives into the mouths of zombies to survive, others would willingly sacrifice themselves for the sake of others. As order dissipated, humanity was laid bare. Having seen too many such scenes, he had been altered to some extent. It was like many people graduating with fervent aspirations, believing they would achieve something great, only to be ground down by the societal machine, becoming docile beasts of burden. Thank you for your applause, everyone. Now you may leave, Jiang Chen said softly. The zombies naturally could not understand him. They only heard noise and continued to draw closer. However, due to the capabilities of a normal person, they could not approach. All right, since you are all so kind, I shall escort you a bit further. Jiang Chen pulled out a sharp kitchen knife. He had long since discovered that in the normal person state, zombies would only resist when harmed by him. The logic was simple: a normal person before the apocalypse would find it reasonable to defend against an armed assailant. However, other zombies would not come to the aid of a fellow zombie under attack. This meant that Jiang Chen only needed to face one zombie at a time. Coupled with his exceptional physical prowess, dealing with zombies was as easy as slicing through vegetables. One cut for one zombie. Even though Jiang Chen had no knife techniques, the absolute difference in strength and speed made it as effortless as chopping melons. In fact, after some familiarity, each strike managed to cleave through the zombie's skull and hit the crystal core. With each zombie killed, the sharp kitchen knife would strengthen by one. As the knife grew stronger, Jiang Chen's movements became increasingly agile and swift. Blood sprayed, the blade danced. By the end, the blood pouring from the zombies was comparable to a small stream. At this point, there were no standing zombies in Jiang Chen's line of sight. Moreover, his school uniform was not even stained with blood, remaining pristine and white. A crushing victory. Undoubtedly a crushing victory. With such significant disparity in strength and the normal person buff, Jiang Chen's actions against the zombies were as easy as mowing grass. The world finally fell silent. After a long while, Jiang Chen shook the blood off the knife and focused his mind on it. Ultimate Sharp Kitchen Knife. This is a kitchen knife that has been enhanced 99 times, reaching the limit of enhancement, able to slice through hair and cut iron like mud. Has it already reached its limit? It seems that the enhancement of zombie crystal cores has its limits, at least for the kitchen knife. Jiang Chen muttered to himself. He had definitely killed more than 90 zombies. It was nearing noon. As a normal person, he should head to the cafeteria for a meal. However, he still had one more thing behind the broadcast room door. Has it stopped? This person is indeed crazy. With so many zombies rushing at him, he probably wouldn't even have a chance to turn into a zombie. He would be torn apart instead. Hey, don't speak ill of others. At least this person has the courage to face the zombies. If I lost hope, I might jump out of the window. At least it wouldn't be so painful. It's been 3 days. Is there still hope? Can we wait for rescue? Yukerson, seeing two girls discussing, couldn't help but chime in. Rescue operations have priorities. Haven't you seen those helicopters in the past 2 days? Not a single one has flown towards us. They all went to the city center. Are the lives of big shots worth more than ours? Does this mean that even in the apocalypse people still have to be ranked? Hey, do you think that maybe we're the only ones left who haven't turned into zombies? Seeing the conversation grow increasingly heavy, Qianlan straightened up. Despite not having eaten for several days, her chest had not shrunk at all and remained quite prominent. She couldn't help but speak up. Classmates, as long as we are alive, there is still hope, and being alive needs no... Everyone fell silent again. Suddenly, knock, knock, knock. There was a sound of knocking at the door. Everyone tensed up. This was too eerie. Just when they were discussing whether there were only a few of them left uninfected, the knocking came. Even the usually rational Yu Kursin felt tense. Knock, knock, knock. Is anyone there? Hearing a human voice, everyone finally breathed a sigh of relief. Ooh, at least it wasn't some monster mimicking human form. Qianlan walked to the door and cautiously opened it halfway. When she finally recognized who the visitor was, she fully opened the door and pulled the student into the classroom. Qianmo, Qianlan, and Yu Kursin were both shocked. How did you end up here? As Jiang Chen entered the broadcast room, he instantly saw Qianlan's impressive figure. Oh no, he forgot to turn off the auto-aim. He coughed twice to slightly mask his embarrassment. Who is this? The other two girls were clearly not classmates of Qianmo, but acquaintances he made while escaping. Qianmo, a student from our class. Qianlan briefly introduced the two girls and informed Jiang Chen of their names, one called Guorui and the other He Yuan. As a normal person being appreciated by the language teacher and having them introduce classmates, you gain 10 system points. Is this really a thing? Jiang Chen raised an eyebrow and said to Qianlan, Teacher, I changed my name, am now called Jiang Chen. Changed your name? Qianlan thought for a moment and roughly understood that it must be due to the drastic change. She kindly refrained from asking why and instead explained to everyone on Jiang Chen's behalf. What has happened before is like yesterday's death. What happens now is like today's rebirth. Hello, Jiang Chen. As a normal person expressing heartfelt feelings to the teacher who understood your hardships, you gained 15 system points. Jiang Chen was taken aback. Is it really this easy to farm points? Chen. Jiang Chen, how did you end up here? Were you at school the whole time? Yu Kursin was puzzled. No, I was at home before. I just came to school today. Everyone. Guorui, it didn't notice the absurdity of the situation and asked, classmate, does your home happen to be very close to the school? Not far. It takes half an hour by bike to get here. Everyone was even more confused. Are you still speaking Chinese? Why does it sound a bit incomprehensible? Is it you who is crazy, or is it me who is crazy? So, how did you get here? Has the army cleared the zombies outside? Not really, there are still zombies everywhere outside. The situation is not much better than here. Jiang Chen said with a face of indifference. Then you. All right, no more questions. I'm sure Jiang Chen has been through a lot on his way here, so let's let him rest for a bit and speak when he's ready. Qianlan stopped the others who wanted to ask further questions, taking Jiang Chen's hand and sitting down on the ground. The floor here was surprisingly clean, as if it had been swept, and a half bucket of pure water was placed nearby. Jiang Chen didn't expect that this teacher would be so considerate, noticing that he was reluctant to speak. After all, it was quite strange for a normal person to exist in this apocalypse, and explaining it would be quite troublesome. He had always hated trouble. The others sat down on the ground, forming a circle. It looked very much like camping outdoors, except there was no bonfire. However, this was not the outdoors, but indoors. The expressions on everyone's faces were not those of joy from playing outside, but of fear and unease, with dry lips and haggard faces. Sitting on the ground, Jiang Chen caught a whiff of a pungent odor. What is that smell, eh? He turned his head, looking curiously at the four girls. He saw the four of them stammering, their faces gradually turning red, exchanging glances, but quickly avoiding each other's direct gaze. What's going on? Jiang Chen asked, somewhat puzzled. Why are you all blushing like a teapot? At his words, everyone lowered their heads, their faces turning even redder. It was still Qianlan who had to speak up. After all, she was the teacher and had to take the lead. A hint of unnatural redness appeared on her face as she bit her lip, her voice laced with embarrassment and tension. Jiang Chen. Classmate, because this room is too small, we have no place to relieve ourselves, so we can only go to that corner over there. Jiang Chen looked towards the corner Qianlan pointed out, and indeed saw a spot in the room that seemed to have water stains. However, we only urinated, so the smell shouldn't be too strong. Yu Kursin also pursed her lips, adding a sentence. Hearing the teacher mention such an embarrassing matter, she also overcame her psychological barrier. After all, even if she didn't say it, Jiang Chen would find out later. Earlier, there were 2 rooms in the broadcast room, and we made 2 makeshift toilets in one of them. But then a classmate turned into a zombie and took over that room, so we had to relieve our biological needs here. Upon hearing Yu Kursin's words, Jiang Chen finally noticed that the broadcast room was a suite. Similar to many recording studios, it had a large glass window separating the inside from the outside. And now this large glass window was blocked by various newspapers and junk, which was why Jiang Chen hadn't seen it. It seemed that there were both males and females among the survivors at that time, so to prevent peeping they had blocked it thoroughly. I see, but why did you let the person bitten by a zombie come in? The redness on everyone's faces gradually faded. They began to recount what had happened before. At first there were 9 of us here, and none were injured or bitten because if one was infected they would mutate in a very short time. Yukerson added, the closer the bite is to the brain the faster the mutation occurs, but it won't exceed a minute. How do you know this? Jiang Chen, who had the observer talent yesterday, still hadn't noticed this information. When I first escaped here there were still many people fleeing in the school, and I observed that. How calm. Hearing Yukerson say this, the other few people couldn't help but share that thought. They were all in a panic, their hearts racing, and some even cried. Jiang Chen questioned himself if he encountered such a situation without a system, would he be able to remain so calm? It should be fine. He wouldn't panic as he rarely panicked. Even before, when Chu Siua misunderstood him for stalking her, he had quickly found a solution. But he rarely took things seriously. Throughout his life, he often had a laid-back attitude. It wasn't that he couldn't do it, he just couldn't be bothered. Jiang Chen nodded, signaling Yukerson to continue. The first day passed peacefully, and Teacher Qin used the broadcast to play a piece of music. I don't know if it helped the surviving classmates at school. Yukerson recalled the events of the past 2 days. By the way, we also heard a loud noise, but we didn't know what happened. Jiang Chen thought for a moment and said with certainty, that loud noise must have been the sound of a passenger plane crashing into a building. I see no wonder. Everyone nodded involuntarily. Continuing on the next morning, everyone hadn't eaten anything for a day and was very hungry. Classmate Wang suggested going out to find something to eat. At that time, I suppressed everyone's thoughts of going out on an adventure. After all, it was so dangerous outside. Although it was very hungry staying in the broadcast room, it wasn't likely to get infected. But who would have thought? Qinlan paused for a moment, speaking with some sadness. Classmate Wang and the others still became infected, and even now we don't know why. I observed carefully at that time. Those classmates were all infected by classmate Wang, but classmate Wang had no wounds or blood on him. Yukerson continued after a moment of silence. It's as if he mutated spontaneously. A silence fell. This information was somewhat chilling upon reflection. Qinlan and the other 2 girls felt their spines chill and unconsciously leaned closer to Jiang Chen. It seemed that among this small group, the only boy brought some sense of security. Yukerson was less emotional. She continued to analyze. Let's boldly hypothesize and cautiously reason. If the zombies are transmitted by a virus, then the important factors of the virus include transmission pathway, speed, infection rate, mortality rate, and incubation period. Jiang Chen was taken aback. Is this really a high school student? How does she know so much? Truly the peak of human intelligence. What he didn't know was that this girl was the top student in her school for many years, a prodigy from Ningjiang 4th High School. Normally, the easier a virus spreads, the lower its mortality rate, and vice versa. Seeing the confused expressions on the 4 people present, Yukerson helplessly shook her head and explained, the possibility of the zombie virus spreading through the air is very low, which means classmate Wang should have been infected through another means. As a normal person, you unexpectedly encountered the class top student in the broadcast room, and the top student helped you catch up on knowledge system points 20. Jiang Chen was greatly shocked. He didn't expect that knowledge could enter his mind in such a way. Damn, no martial ethics sneaking up on this 18-year-old comrade. I seem to have seen. Classmate Wang was always holding a round stone. Guo Ruiz thought for a moment before uncertainly saying, is this the stone you're talking about? Jiang Chen took out a grayish-white stone from his school uniform pocket. It was indeed a zombie crystal core. Yes, that's it. Jiang Chen fell silent, even inexplicably smiling for a moment. I am truly, he explained to everyone. This is a zombie crystal core taken from a zombie's head. If I'm not mistaken, this classmate Wang must have watched too many comic movies, thinking that by eating this he could gain superpowers. A collective gasp escaped from the crowd. How could he swallow such a large stone? No wonder he has no wounds on his body. It turns out he was infected from within. Jiang Chen glanced at the zombie crystal core in his hand. It was clearly not something edible. Moreover, despite its clean appearance, it was after all produced by a zombie. It might even be the reason behind humans transforming into zombies. He can be considered quite ruthless, but he's not very bright. Reality and virtual works are different, and one can't awaken abilities like this. Complaints aside, after Jiang Chen's explanation, everyone eventually understood the inexplicable reason behind his zombification and couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Suddenly, the broadcast room felt considerably safer. Although it was cramped, at least they wouldn't be infected and transformed into mindless monsters. A sudden, untimely sound broke the tranquility of the broadcast room. Jiang Chen turned to look in the direction of the sound, only to see Qinlan patting her stomach with an apologetic smile. Suddenly, as if remembering something, she sat up and grabbed a paper cup from the nearby table. Qinlan placed the paper cup on the ground, took a half bucket of water, poured half a cup, and handed it to Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen, you've been out there for so long, you must be thirsty, right? Have a drink. Although there's no food here, at least there's some water. Jiang Chen accepted the paper cup and looked. Everyone had no objections. After all, they were all survivors. However, they were all watching the half cup of water, and some even unconsciously licked their dry lips. Clearly, during these 3 days of the apocalypse, even though there was still half a bucket of water, everyone was trying to conserve it. Even when thirsty, they endured. Jiang Chen wasn't particularly thirsty, but since it was given by the teacher, he didn't want to refuse. After all, today, he was playing the role of a normal person. Sure enough, after he finished the half cup of water, a message popped up. As a normal person, you engaged in pleasant conversation with your teacher and classmates who appreciated you and even poured you a glass of water. System points 35. After seeing Jiang Chen drink the water, everyone stopped looking at him and instead sighed, leaning against the walls of the room, closing their eyes to rest. They were too hungry. Since Wednesday noon until now Friday noon, they hadn't eaten a single bite. Everyone was barely hanging on to life by drinking water. They were almost out of strength. After drinking the water, Jiang Chen leaned against the wall by the window, quietly observing the others. 1 female teacher and 3 female students. Among these 4 girls, 2 had outstanding looks and charisma. One was Lan, who indeed had a great figure. Sitting on the ground, her long legs were straight and slender, and her chest was quite prominent. The other was Yukerson. Although her name was gentle, her aura was quite cold. Even though the apocalypse made her look a bit disheveled, it couldn't hide her extraordinary beauty. The other 2 girls couldn't compare to Lan and Yukerson, but were definitely not ugly. Everyone was too hungry, even to the point of feeling drowsy. In fact, no one even noticed Jiang Chen's gaze. He suddenly spoke up, pulling everyone back from their half-asleep state. I have a piece of compressed biscuit here. Would you like to have a bite? After Jiang Chen said this, everyone's eyes lit up. Food. There's actually food. Jiang Chen. Lan swallowed hard, looking at the compressed biscuit in Jiang Chen's hand in disbelief. Are you willing to share this piece of compressed biscuit with everyone? Jiang Chen nodded and began to unwrap the packaging of the compressed biscuit, revealing a rough light yellow block inside. Everyone couldn't help but swallow hard. They were just too hungry. Even before eating, they could imagine the scene of biting into the compressed biscuit, causing saliva to involuntarily seep out. Jiang Chen looked at the compressed biscuit in his hand. It was sold for 4 yuan at the supermarket, very cheap. It had a peanut flavor, was square in shape and divided into 2 even pieces. He broke the compressed biscuit apart and distributed it to everyone from left to right. Guo Rui and He Yuan could hardly believe it was real. They quickly shoved the piece of compressed biscuit into their mouths, their faces filled with happiness. However, Lan and Yukerson noticed that after distributing the biscuit to everyone, there was nothing left in the packaging. This meant that Jiang Chen hadn't saved any for himself. Jiang Chen, why didn't you save any for yourself? Yet Jiang Chen share a bit with the teacher. After saying this, Lan tried to break the biscuit she held and share it with Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen felt helpless, but accepted the teacher's kindness when he saw the concerned look in Lan's eyes. Finally, all 5 people present had a chance to eat the compressed biscuit. However, the taste was different. Jiang Chen's palate had become discerning over the past 2 days. He found the compressed biscuit hard and rough. It wasn't unpleasant, but it certainly didn't compare to what he had eaten before. The other 4 girls, however, felt differently. The compressed biscuit had a nutty aroma upon entering their mouths. Despite its hard appearance, it was easy to chew once mixed with saliva. The taste of that biscuit breaking apart in their mouths was simply exquisite. It even felt a bit crispy, rich in grain flavor, and became more flavorful the more they chewed. This biscuit was undoubtedly a refreshing rain after a long drought, greatly alleviating everyone's hunger. Even so, the 4 girls couldn't help but lick their lips, feeling a lingering desire for more. As a normal person, you brought some snacks to school and shared them with your teacher and classmates, gaining 50 system points. Thank you so much, Jiang Chen. Thank you, the biscuit is delicious. Thank goodness for Jiang Chen, otherwise I felt like I was going to starve to death. Really, I was almost at the point of gnawing on the table. After eating that piece of compressed biscuit, everyone felt a surge of happiness from deep within, feeling that the apocalypse wasn't so hopeless after all. They even started chatting and joking. Lan smiled as she got up and sat next to Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen, it's really thanks to you, otherwise the teacher wouldn't know what to do. Jiang Chen thought for a moment. Teacher, actually I came here for something else. Oh, what's the matter? Lan was momentarily confused, wondering what it meant to have something to deal with. Could it be that Jiang Chen was going out again? Not staying in this safe place with everyone? Jiang Chen maintained a calm expression and said lightly, Teacher, I came here today to attend school. Lan was stunned. Yukerson, who had been paying attention to this side, also looked surprised as the room was small enough to distinguish his voice with minimal effort. She had previously suspected that Jiang Chen was affected by the apocalypse, leading to some mental instability. After all, she could not fathom how Jiang Chen had arrived here. This was the 4th floor of the teaching building. It was obvious that the school was infested with a large number of zombies, and even a sprinter wouldn't be able to rush up here. The most likely scenario was that he had been at school when the apocalypse struck. It couldn't possibly be some kind of superpower, could it? The previous student Wang had fancifully imagined such things after reading too many novels and comics, ultimately Jiang Chen, what do you mean by attending school? It means you teach the class up there, and we listen to the lesson down here. Qin was also bewildered. But soon she reacted, looking at Jiang Chen with a hint of compassion, believing her student must have suffered greatly, which had affected his mental state. Yet even in such a state, he was willing to share food with others. What a kind-hearted child. She hugged Jiang Chen, hoping to provide him with some warmth. Qin was already quite tall, and she pressed Jiang Chen's head down gently, just right for him to lean against her chest. Jiang Chen felt he was on the verge of becoming a zombie as he sensed part of his body beginning to stiffen. He hurriedly pushed away Qin's facial cleanser assault, bending slightly at the waist. He opened his mouth to explain, "About this matter, to put it simply, you all just need to understand. In short, this is the current situation. There's not much to say, but the meaning is clear. I just want to say those who understand will understand, and I won't explain further to those who don't." Jiang Chen employed the vague language he learned before crossing over. He Yan and Guo Rui also noticed Jiang Chen's speech. Finally, everyone was left in a daze. After such a barrage of nonsense, Jiang Chen finally straightened his back. He stood up, picked up the extremely sharp kitchen knife from the table, and walked towards the broadcasting room. "If I say too much, you won't understand. Let me demonstrate briefly." Everyone gasped in shock. "Do you think he's gone mad and intends to open the door?" "It shouldn't be, he was fine." Yukerson stared closely at Jiang Chen, fearing he would release the zombies from the inner room. However, Jiang Chen walked halfway, and then turned back. He suddenly realized that hacking the zombies inside wasn't a very good choice. After all, Yukerson and her group had treated the inner room as a makeshift restroom. Who knew if those zombies had come into contact with something disgusting? Jiang Chen, wielding the sharp kitchen knife, slowly approached everyone. Yan and Guo Rui were a bit startled and took a step back. Qin and Yukerson were closely watching Jiang Chen, afraid he might do something extreme. "I've noticed that after the apocalypse my strength has increased significantly, making it very easy to kill zombies." Jiang Chen looked earnestly at everyone, his gaze sincere. "However, excessive power has also amplified the desires within my heart. Therefore, to maintain my original intentions in this apocalypse, I choose to live according to the lifestyle I had before the apocalypse." Everyone found it hard to comprehend, but they were greatly shaken. "Are you saying you've awakened a superpower? That to maintain your original intentions you came to school to attend classes?" "Yes." Yukerson felt that Jiang Chen might need to see a psychiatrist. However, now that it was the apocalypse, the hospital was likely closed. Sigh. Jiang Chen sighed, looking at everyone, all of whom appeared shocked, none believing him. "Since no one believes me then." "No, I believe you." Qin looked at Jiang Chen with concern. "Jiang Chen, it's certainly correct to maintain your original intentions. What makes us human is our morality, but..." Qin paused and continued, "The situation is special now. We can completely hold classes here. I am your language teacher, and even without textbooks I can fully teach you." Jiang Chen was taken aback, not expecting Qin to find a way to make this work. He certainly felt that what he said was absurd, but the system was too abstract to explain fully. He couldn't just tell others that he had a system right. Even if he did, no one would believe such a peculiar system existed. So Jiang Chen took a deep breath, walked to the door of the broadcasting room, and yanked it open. "You all take a look." Shoo. Seeing Jiang Chen actually open the broadcasting room door, everyone's heart skipped a beat as they hurriedly gestured for silence, hoping Jiang Chen wouldn't make any noise. "Come over, there won't be any zombies coming here for a short time." Jiang Chen was still speaking. Guo Rui and Yan felt a bit frustrated with him, as it was easy to attract zombies and put everyone in. Qin saw Jiang Chen say several sentences without any reaction in the corridor. She couldn't help but walk over in doubt. "Oh!" Qin exclaimed in shock, but quickly instinctively covered her mouth. "What's wrong? Is there something outside?" Qin said nothing, only covering her mouth with one hand and pointing outside with the other, her eyes filled with disbelief. Seeing Qin's reaction, everyone couldn't help but walk over to look outside the broadcasting room door. "Hiss! Am I dreaming? How is that possible?" Everyone looked in shock at the corridor. Outside the corridor, it was like a scene from a hellish battlefield. In the blood-red corridor were countless zombie corpses stacked along both sides. Only the middle part had a narrow path, barely passable. Upon closer inspection, these zombies had all been dispatched with a single stroke, without any hesitation. This scene spread from class 4 of the 3rd year until the end of the corridor. "Are you serious?" Yukerson looked at Jiang Chen with disbelief. "You really awakened a superpower." "Yes," Jiang Chen scratched his head. "I said it a long time ago." Hiss. "So it's true that you came to school to maintain your original intentions?" Jiang Chen paused for a moment and nodded. "Yes." Yukerson felt her worldview being reshaped once again. Last time it was the apocalypse. The fictional beings known as zombies really existed. And this time it was Jiang Chen's superpower. "The broadcasting room has a bit of an odor. How about we go to the adjacent classroom? I just cleaned it up." Everyone's minds were now in a daze. They instinctively followed Jiang Chen's words and walked to class 4 of the 3rd year. The air quality was indeed much better. At least the smell of urine was gone. So it was you who recited classical Chinese before. Yu Kursin quickly connected the dots to that previous voice. Yes, I was studying language at that time. No wonder I thought who would still recite poetry while committing suicide. Jiang Chen paused for a moment and said, do you understand the elegance of a literati? Did you all study language properly? Yu Kursin cast a surprised glance at Jiang Chen, not understanding how this normally underperforming student could say such things to her, the top student in the grade and the language teacher. Jiang Chen, you came to school to maintain your original intentions. We've accepted that, but what do you plan to do now? You're not planning to go to the cafeteria to eat, are you? You guessed all that. You have a keen eye. Only Yu Kursin, being unusually rational, could still speak to Jiang Chen normally. The others remained stunned by the recent scene, unable to pull themselves together for a long time. It was terrifying, completely beyond what a human could accomplish. Even a reincarnated ancient general facing so many zombies heedless of pain and death would not have walked away unscathed. And Jiang Chen, even his school uniform was pristine white. Facing hundreds on his own was no surprise. Now even Qin Lan had given up trying to persuade him. Jiang Chen, please be careful on the way. Don't let any zombies grab or bite you. Jiang Chen nodded, glanced at the time, and then turned and left. Do you think someone this powerful won't worry about food and drink? Guo Rui finally recovered, watching Jiang Chen's retreating figure as she whispered. Surely not, but although he awakened an ability, his mind seems a little off. What kind of awakened person goes to school during the apocalypse? Qin Lan looked at her students and gently shook her head, thoughtful shadows in her eyes. Perhaps the problem is not him, but this world. In any case, Jiang Chen helped us. He not only gave us food, but moved us to a safer, more sanitary classroom. Yu Kursin cast a glance around the room. It was largely the same as before the collapse, only some desks had been overturned. The zombie outbreak had happened just after the noon dismissal. Many classmates had gone outside. That was the main reason Yu Kursin and Qin Lan survived. If the entire class had been present and randomly mutated into zombies, it would have been pure hell. Elsewhere, Jiang Chen did not head to the canteen, but entered a clean classroom. With a flicker of thought, a stack of cards appeared in his hand. There were 9 cards, and all their backs a dull gray. Each a thanks for your patronage resource card. The reason he carried no food except a single compressed biscuit was precisely because of these cards. According to the system's cruel probabilities, thanks for your patronage, cards were easy to obtain, so Jiang Chen used them without a second thought. Thanks for your patronage, gray quality, used to obtain random basic supplies. Description: an ordinary supply card. Use yes or no. He thought for a moment and chose yes. The system detected that the current world was a biohazard world and generated supplies. Although he had seen this before, Jiang Chen still found it mildly wondrous. A moment later, a 10-liter jug of water materialized out of thin air. This won't feed me, Jiang Chen muttered, shook his head, and used another supply card. A box of compressed biscuits suddenly appeared. He frowned slightly. Again, he had just taken a bite of a biscuit that Qin Lan had insisted on sharing with him. They were not unpleasant, but far inferior to what he had eaten before. He used another thanks for your patronage card, and a box self-heating hot pot manifested before him. He inspected it. This would do. He poured the jug of water into the self-heating hot pot, and soon the contents began a heat-generating reaction. Jiang Chen took a taste. It was quite palatable. At that moment, a line of text appeared before his eyes. System message: because you as a normal person ate your own food in the classroom at noon, system points 20. Indeed, before the apocalypse, it was normal for students to eat in class at midday. Some even broke school rules to order takeout. This is undoubtedly good news. It means Jiang Chen doesn't have to go to the cafeteria for meals. Now it is the 3rd day of the apocalypse, and when the disaster broke out, it was precisely lunchtime. 3 days have passed, and the food in the cafeteria must have spoiled. Moreover, with many wandering zombies around, the dining experience would certainly be subpar. Jiang Chen glanced at the self-heating hot pot he had just taken a bite from, and then at the supplies in front of him, which had been converted from 3 thank you for your patronage notes. He thought for a moment and decided to take these upstairs. After all, helping his classmates with their meals could be considered an act of a normal person. Without the use of his ability, moving these items would have likely taken Jiang Chen several trips. However, now with a strength of 28 points, far exceeding that of an ordinary person, carrying these supplies was a piece of cake. Knock knock. Upon hearing the knocking sound, the 4 girls in the classroom instinctively sat up, their expressions tense. After all, this is the apocalypse. Even a slight disturbance could make one's heart race. It's me. Upon hearing Jiang Chen's voice, everyone let out a sigh of relief, but couldn't help feeling puzzled. Had Jiang Chen eaten that quickly? Had only a few minutes passed. Qin Lan, with her long legs, opened the door for Jiang Chen. What greeted their eyes was Jiang Chen carrying 2 boxes of supplies and a bucket of clean water. Seeing this scene, the girls were all delighted. Wow, where did the water come from? Thank you, Jiang Chen. You're so kind, bringing us food. Yu Kursin saw the self-heating hot pot and felt her eyes heat up, with a hint of saliva starting to form. The last time she had a quarter of a compressed biscuit was simply delicious, but she had eaten it too quickly and now craved another piece. However, Yukursin also knew that this was probably just her indulgent wish. Moreover, when teacher Qin Lan had to share her already limited quarter with Jiang Chen, she felt a twinge of guilt. She usually prided herself on being a rational person, but in such a state of hunger, she completely forgot her restraint. Yukursin glanced at Qin Lan's chest, and based on her knowledge from biology class figured that Qin Lan was probably hungrier. Jiang Chen coming quickly. Qin Lan was also very pleased, but she first pulled Jiang Chen inside, glanced around, and quickly closed the classroom door. Although she knew Jiang Chen wasn't afraid of zombies, one must always be cautious. Teacher Qin, here is the lunch I brought for you. Let's eat together. Great. Thank you so much, Jiang Chen. Qin Lan's face lit up with joy as she hurriedly pulled Jiang Chen to an empty spot in the classroom. It seemed that this was the resting area they had just planned, which had been cleaned up and covered with a layer of mat. Then Qin Lan began directing her classmates to push a few tables together to form a makeshift dining table, and they opened several self-heating hot pots and a few bags of compressed biscuits. As a normal person helping the teacher and classmates bring lunch, system points 50 dinner is ready. Jiang Chen come over. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen sat down at the makeshift dining table. Everyone surrounded the table watching the steaming self-heating hot pot, inhaling its rich aroma and even feeling a bit teary-eyed. After all, they never expected to have a hot meal in such apocalyptic circumstances. Without a doubt, at this moment, they felt happy. They truly felt that they were still alive. Jiang Chen, however, did not have many thoughts. The self-heating hot pot tasted average, as he had eaten 2 meals in the past 2 days. If it weren't for his laziness in washing pots, he would surely have been able to enjoy better food. Thank you, Jiang Chen. Qin Lan expressed her gratitude. If you hadn't come, we would probably have to endure hunger for a while longer. Yes, thank you, Jiang Chen. Yukursin sincerely thanked him. If it weren't for Jiang Chen's abilities to bring so much food, she would have felt guilty for a long time. Thank you, thank you. He Yuan and Guo Rui nodded in gratitude, their throats swallowing hard. As a normal person helping the teacher and classmates bring food, they want the teacher and classmates sincerely thank you. System points 100. What the heck? How come so many points? Jiang Chen was increasingly confused by the system's logic, but fortunately, he never made things difficult for himself. If he couldn't understand it, he wouldn't think about it. Gaining points was a good thing. Alright, now everyone stop talking so much and eat. As Jiang Chen's words fell, everyone immediately picked up their chopsticks, momentarily speechless. They all seemed to be starving. The self-heating hot pots in that box had quite a few flavors, including spicy bone broth and chicken soup. As for the ingredients, there were vegetables, meats, tofu products, and seafood. It was about the same as what Jiang Chen had stocked at home. Everyone was eating happily. When they felt thirsty, they would take a sip of water from the paper cups. In this apocalypse, this kind of lunch was already very lavish. After all, many hiding places had nothing to eat and could only endure hunger, barely surviving while waiting for uncertain rescue. Ningjiang No. 4 High School Gym. Toilet. A student was weakly leaning against the wall, and next to him lay 3 zombie corpses. It appeared he had gone through an extremely tough battle. His name is Zhang Li, the Physical Education Committee member of Class 4 in the 3rd year. Zhang Li had exceptional physical fitness and enjoyed sports. Before the apocalypse, he often skipped lunch to play basketball, only returning to his dormitory to eat a piece of bread. However, this time no one expected the apocalypse to strike. At that moment, he was trapped in the gym, surrounded. Fortunately, due to his good physical condition, he climbed up the flagpole in the gym and sat on the windowsill, gaining a brief moment of respite. Later, during a break in Teacher Qin's broadcast, he hurriedly ran to the restroom in the gym. Zhang Li had tried to escape multiple times, but each attempt ended in failure, and he even had to fight off zombies. Fortunately, even after transforming into zombies, his classmates' strength and speed were not too different from before, allowing Zhang Li to narrowly win. However, exhausted, his hopes of escaping were slim. Moreover, the lack of food made survival even more challenging. Thankfully, there was no shortage of water in the restroom. He managed to hold on. Zhang Li sometimes thought that if he were a bit heavier, at least he could endure hunger. Meanwhile, Jiang Chen and the girls finished their meal. This meal was a true delight. The girls were already starving, and with the self-heating hot pot filled with a variety of ingredients, including a spicy broth, the flavors were incredibly delicious. Especially Yukursin, who despite her icy demeanor surprisingly loved spicy food, even sticking out her tongue and fanning herself with her little hands. This was rather adorable. Qin Lan and the classmates disposed of the hot pot boxes and packaging down. The sound of garbage falling attracted quite a few zombies, but upon realizing there were no living beings, they quickly dispersed. Although Qin Lan, as a language teacher, often lectured her students about environmental protection, she was not rigid during this special period. What needed to be thrown away was thrown away. After eating and drinking sufficiently, she started to feel a bit drowsy. Perhaps it was the narrow environment of the broadcast room that had provided a sense of security. Even though the classroom was now much more spacious, everyone still gathered together, as if this could bring some sense of safety. A layer of fabric was spread on the ground, seemingly the school's flag, thick in texture, making sitting on the floor not feel cold. I never expected that we could still eat hot pot in the apocalypse. Yes, if it weren't for Jiang Chen, we would probably still be starving with no hope for the future. It feels just listening to everyone praise themselves and unable to help but glance at Jiang Chen. He really wanted to say he wasn't that great. He only did this because the system rewarded points. However, seeing the excited expressions of the girls, Jiang Chen opened his mouth but said nothing, merely nodding. Upon witnessing Jiang Chen's reaction, everyone seemed even more excited. Previously, we were in this classroom preparing for the college entrance examination, feeling extremely stressed every day. Yes, I used to worry about what would happen if I didn't do well, but now that the apocalypse has come, I don't need to consider those things anymore. He Yuan stuck out her tongue, feeling embarrassed about her poor grades, and looked at Yu Kursen, asking, "What about you, Kursen? Even if you don't say it, we all know you have excellent grades and have always been ranked first in your grade. Don't you feel a bit regretful or lost?" Yu Kursen was taken aback. She hadn't expected to be so well known, even though He Yuan had never been in the same class as her. She had heard her name. After spending a few days together, their bond had improved. Reflecting on this, Yu Kursen shook her head and said, "Not at all. On the contrary, like everyone else, I feel a sense of relief." Looking at the puzzled expressions of the others, she continued to explain, "Since I was young, my family required me to learn this and that. When I wanted to relax, I was told not to play this and that, which had always been very stifling. Now that the apocalypse has come, I actually feel more relaxed. At least no one dictates how I should proceed on my path." Hearing Yu Kursen's words, everyone understood her quite well. Although their grades might have been average in childhood, they didn't have so many restrictions and still had a lot of joy. After opening up, everyone's relationship became closer, and they began to freely discuss what they would want to do once the apocalypse ended. They also reminisced about the difficult yet unforgettable moments during their school days. Jiang Chen did not interrupt, merely observing silently, as if reflecting on his past. The essence of youth is truly wonderful. Qin Lan smiled, quietly watching everyone until in the end they had chatted to their heart's content and began to feel drowsy. She gently spoke, "Classmates, in the future, if the apocalypse ends and we have the opportunity, we must once again gather here together." In unison except for Jiang Chen. He looked at the light in everyone's eyes and also responded with a faint "All right, then, it's settled. We must keep our word and live well until the end of the apocalypse." Upon hearing Qin Lan's final words, Jiang Chen couldn't help but smirk. Good grief, wasn't that setting a flag? He'll return home to get married after the battle. After completing this mission, he would wash his hands of it all. Once the apocalypse ends, they would gather again. Hiss. Fortunately, Jiang Chen had the ability to resurrect. Even death was just a restart. He glanced at the clock hanging at the back of the classroom. It was already 1 o'clock in the afternoon. It was the perfect time for a nap. Jiang Chen simply closed his eyes. As a normal person during the 3rd year of high school, you wouldn't return to the dormitory at noon, but would sleep in class, determined to outdo your classmates. System points 20. Seeing Jiang Chen close his eyes, everyone couldn't help but feel a wave of drowsiness. One by one, they leaned against their desks and closed their eyes. For a moment, there was silence. It was incredibly quiet. Jiang Chen felt restless. He was no longer the person he used to be. You see, before his transmigration, he could endure hardships. He had to use expansion coupons just to get a decent meal. But now times had changed. Jiang Chen missed his large and soft double bed immensely. He opened his eyes and began to admire the beauties around him. This was a common hobby for men. He was no exception, but Jiang Chen's gaze was clear. He was merely appreciating. Setting aside her figure, in terms of looks, Yu Kursen was particularly beautiful. If he had to use one word to describe her, it would be first love face. Her skin was fair and delicate, her features pure, and her dark hair partially concealed her face, adding an extra touch of beauty. She resembled the goddess one secretly glances at during class. When she turned her head, she became the youth of many. Moreover, this goddess was also an academic achiever with an icy temperament and a stark contrast. Unlike Chu Siyue, who while not unattractive wasn't very bright. In her old age, she could sell health products. Yu Kursen also wasn't asleep. It wasn't that she was being dramatic. When she was younger, she endured quite a bit due to her family's demands. She wasn't afraid of hardship. Today, she couldn't sleep simply because Jiang Chen's impact was too great. Aside from Jiang Chen, there were 4 girls present. One was Teacher Qin, who, although she was the Chinese teacher for Class 4 of the 3rd year, also taught the Chinese subject for Class 3. The number of students she taught was countless. To remember each student's name was already a testament to Teacher Qin's attentiveness. Chen Mo, or rather Jiang Chen, had average grades. Naturally, Teacher Qin wouldn't be particularly familiar with him. The other 2 girls, He Yuan and Guo Rui, were from different classes and also unfamiliar with Jiang Chen. But she was different. Her only friend, her confidant, was Chu Siyue. Moreover, as they were classmates, Yu Kursen naturally knew what Jiang Chen was like before. He was timid, clumsy, and had a crush on Chu Siyue, making him the quintessential sycophant. Now, however, it was evident that Jiang Chen had changed. The most prominent change was that he no longer exhibited any fear. In this zombie-infested apocalypse, he remained so calm, as if strolling through his own backyard. Could it be that people truly change after awakening their abilities? As she pondered, Yu Kursin opened her eyes. Their gazes met. Jiang Chen was completely unaware of being caught. His gaze was calm without the slightest ripple. On the contrary, Yu Kursin was defeated in their standoff. She turned her head to the side, leaving Jiang Chen with a stunning profile. Really, how can he be so unashamed, stealing glances at others so boldly? Jiang Chen wasn't stealing glances, he was looking openly. During school days, if a girl was beautiful to a certain extent and had a cold personality, many boys, even if they liked her, would first feel inferior and would never dare to meet her gaze. Jiang Chen felt no inferiority whatsoever. A madman on the left, a genius on the right. He was in the middle. He was the emperor. The world belonged to him, or what was wrong with him admiring beauties? Suddenly, bang, bang, several low muffled sounds came from afar. Gunshots. Jiang Chen listened intently and realized it was indeed gunfire. This world was akin to a parallel universe with many similarities to Jiang Chen's past life. For instance, gun control. Ordinary civilians did not possess firearms. Typically, only police or military personnel had guns. This also explained why, despite hearing explosions often, Jiang Chen had never heard gunfire before. Jiang Chen looked at Yu Kursin and noticed that she obviously hadn't heard the sound, still turning her head, revealing only her half-concealed profile. Could it be due to physical constitution? The previous night, Jiang Chen had just upgraded his stats, primarily enhancing strength, while speed and physique were also improved. No wonder he could hear the sounds, his hearing had also improved. However, the gunfire was still far away, and Jiang Chen naturally had no curiosity to go investigate. That would be ridiculous. Jiang Chen's personality was to lie flat and avoid trouble. If it weren't for the points, he could easily stay at home for a week. On the other side, at a military base in Ningjiang City, many soldiers were transporting the bodies of their fallen comrades. The incident occurred suddenly. The sky turned green, followed by completely random mutations resembling the biochemical apocalypse from a video game. Moreover, the military lived collectively, resulting in a high population density. Like in school, it was a hellish start. However, the soldiers were well trained with a survival rate of about 1 in 10. Now these remaining soldiers were dealing with the aftermath of the previous battle. Damn it. Old Xing didn't die on the battlefield, but met such a bizarre end instead. It was all my fault. I was lost in thought at that moment, which caused the squad leader to be bitten for me. This apocalypse is truly a mess. I hope the researchers have made some progress. It's as if a novel has descended into reality with zombies appearing. Do you think it could be a virus released by an enemy nation? Releasing a virus does seem plausible, but they definitely wouldn't have the ability to turn the sun green. This military base was situated on the outskirts of the city. Aside from the zombies mutated from the military personnel, there were occasionally scattered zombies from the urban area. This was also the reason Jiang Chen heard the gunfire. Inside the military base's research lab, an elderly man in a white lab coat and with a head full of white hair was intently staring at the zombie crystal in his hand. This is simply alien technology. X-rays can't penetrate it at all. On the surface, it's just a grayish-white stone, yet it can be found in the brains of the infected. A military officer walked over and gently said to the elderly man, "Do you think this could be the zombie crystal core? I've heard many comrades mention it." Zombie crystal core. That's quite fitting. The officer continued, "I've heard them say that in novels these zombie crystal cores are often the keys to unlocking superpowers. Typically consuming them is sufficient." The elderly man in the lab coat looked speechless. How is that possible? Didn't we experiment with white mice before? All of them turned into zombies without exception. Do you think it would be different for humans? You should advise your subordinates not to harbor such fantasies, otherwise they won't even know how they died. The officer scratched his head, somewhat apologetic, as he said, "All right, I'm just a rough guy. I don't really understand this. Have you made any progress in your research?" The elderly man in the lab coat shook his head. Facing the disappointed gaze of the officer, he pondered for a moment and said, "Actually, there has been a bit of progress." "What?" The officer asked urgently, for in this apocalyptic world, he had already lost too many subordinates and comrades. "Don't rush, let me explain slowly." The old man in the white coat set down the grayish-white zombie crystal core and turned to the nearby control panel. This was a Tang Hung knife, already sharpened, its blade gleaming with a sharp metallic luster. If Jiang Chen were present, he could likely tell at a glance that this was a reinforced knife. Sharp Tang Hung knife. This is a knife that has undergone 5 rounds of reinforcement, incredibly sharp. This is the result of our research. The officer in camouflage furrowed his brow, asking with confusion, "Professor, we have dealt with quite a few zombies over the past few days, and the general consensus is that a zombie's weakness is only its brain. Even with a gun, we must aim for the head to kill it completely. What use does this knife have?" The old man, known as Professor glanced at the officer, his eyes filled with helplessness. He didn't waste any more words and reached for the Tang Hung knife. With a powerful chop, buzz, the blade flashed. By the time the officer regained his senses, the Tang Hung knife had already embedded itself in the control panel, leaving only the handle sticking out. It should be noted that the control panel was made of alloy with a hardness comparable to steel plates, and was a full 5 centimeters thick. This? What is this? Hearing the officer's exclamation, Professor Bay's eyes sparkled with excitement as he slowly explained, "We discovered that as long as this zombie crystal core is slightly cut open, it will vanish, and at the same time the object that cuts the core will also be reinforced with increased sharpness, toughness, and hardness. The function of the zombie crystal core is reinforcement. No matter the material, as long as it merges with the crystal core, it will gain comprehensive enhancements." In an instant, the officer felt a chill run down his spine. Although the old man had always said not to treat reality as a novel, this seemed too fantastical, right? As a soldier with 20 years of service, he quickly thought of various weapons and equipment like exoskeleton armor, which would surely be enhanced to a whole new level with the zombie crystal core. If that were the case, there might be hope to end the apocalypse. His fallen comrades might finally rest in peace. The officer felt a surge of excitement in his heart, almost bursting into laughter, but then, beep, beep, beeped. Suddenly, an alarm sounded, red lights flashing in the base. The officer hurriedly pressed the intercom. Alarm. Special zombies detected moving at high speed towards us. Snipers are having difficulty locking onto their heads. Alarm. Special zombies detected moving at high speed towards us. Snipers are having difficulty locking onto their heads. Jiang Chen spent a leisurely afternoon. As a normal person, he naturally had classes to attend. There were teachers, classmates, and even top students. Attending classes in the apocalypse seemed reasonable, right? Previously, everyone, especially Guo Rui and He Yuan, didn't quite understand Jiang Chen. They thought he was mentally disturbed and frightening. However, later, after Jiang Chen demonstrated his superpower and brought back food and drinks, their attitudes towards him changed dramatically. Regardless of whether he had mental issues, he indeed saved everyone and treated them to a long-awaited hot pot, making him a savior in their eyes. Thus, Qin Lan taught you curse and tutored while Guo Rui and He Yuan chimed in. Jiang Chen daydreamed. The afternoon passed just like that. Jiang Chen's points skyrocketed, reaching nearly 800 points. He figured that after returning home, washing up, and doing his daily tasks, he could afford 10 consecutive draws. As the sun set, it was soon time to part ways. Everyone felt a bit reluctant. Yu Kursin asked, "Hey Jiang Chen, will you come to school tomorrow?" Jiang Chen replied, puzzled, "Isn't tomorrow Saturday? We shouldn't have class, right?" Everyone suddenly realized that indeed, to maintain the pre-apocalyptic schedule, there was no class on Saturdays. How absurd. Is his logic this clear? Does he really have mental issues? Could it be that he is sane while we are the ones who are not? Everyone waved goodbye to Jiang Chen. Yu Kursin said, "Then let's say our goodbyes properly." Jiang Chen replied, "The river of time flows into the sea, and finally we part ways. No harbor is a permanent stay." Everyone, what are you singing? Is this some strange segment now? Why did he suddenly start singing? Thus, amidst the bewildered expressions of everyone, Jiang Chen stepped onto the road home. As soon as he left the school gate, he spotted his mountain bike. It looked quite new. Jiang Chen rode the bike into the sunset's glow. He was in no hurry, wearing an expression of calm, for this was the way home from school. Although it was a bit strange to be leaving school in the apocalypse, it was still the end of school. Naturally, it was lighthearted and cheerful. Jiang Chen leisurely rode, and the zombies he passed seemed not to see him at all, even moving aside as he approached. On the third day of the apocalypse, the streets were surprisingly quiet. Perhaps it was because few people were driving. There were no sounds of car engines or honking. Earlier in the classroom, someone suggested whether they should go out with Jiang Chen. Before Jiang Chen could refuse, Yu Kursin denied the proposal. Because even though Jiang Chen's strength and speed had greatly increased, it would still be difficult to protect everyone. The streets were not like the classroom corridors. One man standing against 1,000. Zombies on the streets came from all directions, and going out together would undoubtedly be like delivering food to the zombies. Everyone was naturally persuaded. Jiang Chen was somewhat unwilling as well. He was already afraid of trouble, and with his normal person ability, he was unsure if it would still work after joining others. Although the normal person ability was extraordinary, allowing zombies to ignore him, it was clear that this ability had its limits. Previously, he encountered 2 evolved zombies, one with strength and the other with speed, neither of which instinctively avoided him like ordinary zombies. Instead, they remained still. This also proved the point. Since he did not have to rush to school, Jiang Chen had the leisure to carefully observe this apocalypse. Along the way, Jiang Chen saw many sights he had not noticed before. Previously, in a rush, he had missed a lot. A window of a large chain supermarket with shattered glass scattered everywhere, reflecting the green sunlight. Inside, the shelves were in disarray and products had fallen all over the ground. It seemed that someone had tried a $0 shopping spree here. Likely it had failed, leading to an increase in the number of zombies in the supermarket. On the streets, there were overturned vehicles, corpses in tragic states, and dried dark red bloodstains everywhere. Jiang Chen rode past the scrapped vehicles, humming a tune, leisurely pedaling. On the second floor of a certain alley, the cool-looking Shui Qingxiu noticed Jiang Chen. There was no helping it, he was just too conspicuous. Who rides a bicycle to shop in the apocalypse? It was too exaggerated. There were certainly zombies around him, but they all seemed to ignore him. When Shui Qingxiu saw Jiang Chen's appearance, she almost gasped. Isn't this the boy in school uniform from this morning? With a swift motion, he had killed several zombies. Simply inhuman. Earlier, Shui Qingxiu had even wondered whether to call out to him and walk with this boy. However, upon seeing Jiang Chen again, she still hesitated. In the apocalypse, the evil of humanity was magnified to the extreme, and she ultimately felt fear. Moreover, there was food at home. There was no need to take that risk. Jiang Chen vanished from Shui Qingxiu's sight, leaving her with a sense of loss. The sky was darkening. Across from Jiang Chen's house, Chu Siyue anxiously held a telescope, hoping to catch a glimpse of Jiang Chen. However, after a whole day, she had seen no sign of him. Just yesterday, Jiang Chen would often sit on the balcony, observing the happenings below. Why was he not coming out at all? Could something have happened? Chu Siyue began to let her imagination run wild. Unbeknownst to her, Jiang Chen had occupied a significant place in her heart. As dusk fell, Jiang Chen rode his bicycle through a world gradually enveloped in darkness. He felt no fear and did not perceive loneliness. He was accustomed to it. As a child, he loved observing the sky. The darkness did not come all at once. It was a gradual deepening process from light blue to dark blue and then from dark blue to navy blue. Eventually, it would turn black. Fortunately, as the sky turned navy blue, he finally arrived at the base of his apartment building. Jiang Chen looked up at the 7th floor where his home was. It was pitch black. Not just his home, but the entire building was shrouded in darkness. I wonder if there are any survivors, Jiang Chen mused as he shook his head and parked his bicycle, preparing to take the elevator home. Suddenly, someone called out, "Hey, you over there, come here." Jiang Chen turned to look in the direction of the voice and was surprised to find someone waving at him from the supermarket below. Curious, Jiang Chen walked to the entrance of the supermarket. The door had been struck by a truck, only half of it was intact, and wooden boards had been nailed over the other half from the inside. Through the glass, he could see 2 people inside. One was short and chubby, wearing a floral shirt and a large gold chain around his neck, while the other had a shifty appearance with 2 tufts of whiskers on his face. They did not look like good people. Jiang Chen asked, "What's going on? Why are those zombies not attacking you?" The chubby man and his lackey had been squatting there for a day, not expecting to encounter this anomaly in school uniform. "Don't pry into matters of society." The 2 were taken aback. "Wait, are we the ones mixing in society, or are you? Are you trying to turn the tables on us? We've been civil in our conversation, yet you respond with such an attitude." The chubby man, who was clearly in charge, had a shrewd expression on his dark face as he chuckled. "Haha, little brother, you're quite humorous. Though the apocalypse is merciless, humanity still has its compassion. We're stuck here and are quite curious about what's happening outside. So little brother, you don't need to say much. Just tell us if you are human, a zombie, or perhaps a bit of both, like an asymptomatic carrier." Jiang Chen looked at the 2 and found their imagination quite amusing, as they had come up with the idea of asymptomatic carriers. "Since you've asked earnestly, I'll generously tell you." He pondered for a moment before speaking. "I am a god." The chubby man, the skinny man, this threw them for a loop. Such a leap in logic. What kind of reasoning was this? "Are you saying you are a god?" The skinny man, initially confused, quickly thought of something and asked with anticipation. Jiang Chen did not expect that his joke would be taken seriously. "Haha, this world really is bizarre." He merely nodded in acknowledgement and asked, "What are you 2 doing?" "God, please save this world." The skinny man did not answer Jiang Chen, but knelt down reverently and began, "Great deity, we have recognized the depth of our sins, unforgivable as they are. We repent for our wrongdoings and beseech you to retract your punishment." Jiang Chen was taken aback. He had initially thought that Chu Siyue was easy to fool. He never imagined there would be someone more skilled. As the skinny man became overly excited, his voice rose, attracting many zombies who began to move toward the source of the sound. The chubby man tried to cover his lackey's mouth, but the skinny man, despite his small stature, unleashed a surprising amount of strength. He could not cover it in time. Soon the zombies were roaring and charging toward the sound, like piranhas. In the aftermath of the apocalypse, while the zombies' vision deteriorated, their hearing became heightened. More and more zombies were rushing toward them. The chubby man showed a look of distress. Although he was involved in the underworld, he was a man with principles. Wang Tianba did not disdain harming others. But soon his expression shifted from pity to shock, his eyes widening as his pupils constricted. He stared incredulously at the scene before him. Countless zombies were racing toward them, but as they approached within 3 meters of Jiang Chen, they stopped in their tracks. Instead, they instinctively backed away, even colliding with the zombies behind them, all to avoid Jiang Chen. A circle devoid of zombies formed around him, completely empty. What the hell, is he really a god? Wang Tianba was astonished. This sight was nothing short of a miracle, and he could not help but believe that this boy in a school uniform was indeed a deity. He too knelt down. Without any defense and no preamble, he simply knelt down. The 2 of them bowed in reverence to Jiang Chen in the supermarket. "Please end the apocalypse." Jiang Chen remained silent. How did these extraordinary talents come together in this small supermarket? He had previously thought they were just looking for trouble, and his ultimate sharp kitchen knife was not without its merits. But who would have thought things would develop this way? I don't have time right now, I'll save the world when I have the chance. With that, Jiang Chen turned to leave. This world was simply too absurd. As Jiang Chen moved, the zombie encirclement also shifted. Wang Tianba and his lackey bowed even more fervently, lingering until Jiang Chen's figure disappeared from sight. The two were moved to tears. Big brother. Virtuous brother. Finally, there is hope. When the deity has time, this world will return to normal. Inside the elevator, there were indeed no zombies. In fact, the reason so few survivors remained in this apartment building was that it was a commercial type of apartment. Moreover, the apocalypse struck at noon, and many people were not home. Naturally, there were not many people in the building. He unlocked the door and entered his home. Turning on the lights, Jiang Chen headed straight for his bedroom. While this bed is really big and soft, he lay comfortably on the bed, savoring the rare comfort. The conditions at school were simply too poor. He was not used to it. The bed was too hard and uncomfortable. I feel like I did a lot today, or I'm so exhausted. Jiang Chen glanced at the time on his phone. It was already 7 in the evening. Given the circumstances, I might as well eat. Oh, Jiang Chen let out a contented belch. It's far more comfortable staying at home. Eat whatever you please. Out there, you're at the mercy of random drops labeled, "Thank you for your patronage." You, an ordinary person, enjoyed a delicious dinner at home. System points 20. Jiang Chen glanced at his tally, 950 points. A quick journal entry followed by washing up should be enough to reach 10 pulls. One full temple session per day remains deeply satisfying. Jiang Chen no longer cursed the system. After all, the system was his closest confidant, his dearest friend and kin. He stepped onto the balcony to dispose of the trash. This was the apocalypse after all. Even Lan had instructed her students to dump waste outdoors. Jiang Chen could descend the stairs to discard it properly, but he simply couldn't be bothered. And just then, Jiang Chen suddenly noticed a faint glimmer of light from the building across the street. What on earth is this guy up to? He looked up, and there she was, Chu Siuel, leaning over her balcony railing. Her delicate face was etched with sorrow. Her large luminous eyes shimmered with unshed tears. Crying again. This girl truly weeps at the drop of a hat. And why hasn't she turned on her lights? Doesn't she fear the dark? Jiang Chen frowned slightly, continuing to watch. Chu Siuel held up a tablet. Four bold characters filled its screen. Can you see this? Jiang Chen paused thoughtfully, then pulled out his phone and displayed a single large character in return. Yes. When Chu Siuel saw that faint glow flicker to life in Jiang Chen's window, her heart leapt with joy. She'd been sulking at him yesterday, but later she'd secretly glimpsed him lingering on his balcony, as if waiting for her to appear. Her resentment had long since dissolved. Yet habitual pride kept her from offering forgiveness face-to-face that day. Now, having seen nothing of him all morning, Chu Siuel grew increasingly anxious. She even feared he might have ventured out searching for her and met with some terrible misfortune. At the very thought, guilt and sorrow coiled tightly within her chest, blaming herself for failing to speak plainly yesterday. As though her silence had doomed him, night fell swiftly. The world sank into utter darkness. When Jiang Chen's apartment remained unlit, despair crept into Chu Siuel's heart. He may truly be gone. That chilling thought haunted her, until at last that soft light rekindled in his. She rushed to the balcony, but realizing a whiteboard would be invisible in the night, she retrieved her tablet instead. She hadn't expected Jiang Chen's vision to be so sharp. He could read the words on her tablet at a glance. Chu Siuel gently bit her lower lip, gathering courage to apologize for her childishness yesterday. She typed 3 large characters onto the tablet. I'm sorry. Jiang Chen pondered briefly, then replied with equal clarity. Only human. Chu Siuel blinked, stunned. What did that mean? Shouldn't I'm sorry be met with it's all right? Even cold indifference would make sense, but only human. What kind of answer was that? She nearly doubted her own comprehension. Chu Siuel, what do you mean? Jiang Chen, it's fine. She pressed further. Where were you today? Jiang Chen hesitated, then answered truthfully. I went to school. Chu Siuel slowly typed a single question mark. Was that plausible? Her thoughts spun wildly. Wasn't this the apocalypse? How could anyone still attend school? Had she waited so long for Jiang Chen that she drifted into sleep and now stood within a dream? She pinched her own soft cheek and instantly drew in a sharp, pained breath. Too sharp, too real. This was no dream. Jiang Chen watched the gesture, and memories of Chu Siuel's past inexplicable behaviors surfaced in his mind. A quiet, gentle pity softened his gaze. After all, she might well have cognitive difficulties. He needed to exercise patience. Anything else? Chu Siuel saw his message and hastily typed back. Tomorrow 9 a.m. Jiang Chen replied with a simple mm, acknowledging receipt. Then both retreated indoors. Chu Siuel touched her stomach. Hunger gnawed at her relentlessly. Her pantry had never held much, and yesterday, upon spotting Jiang Chen, the sole other survivor she knew in this desolate world, she'd eaten far more than usual. By today, her food stores were utterly depleted. Nothing remained, not even a proper meal. For dinner she'd managed only a single slice of toast, pathetically insufficient against the hollow ache inside her. All that remained was a small bag of dried plum candies. She resolved to ration them, saving them for tomorrow and the day after. Though nutritionally negligible, they offered at least a fragile buffer against starvation. Jiang Chen surely faced no such hardship. She mused, recalling how she'd stood beside him during his shopping trip. Ham sausages, self-heating hot pot, instant noodles. Her mind drifted back to that enormous shopping cart brimming with provisions. Each item shimmered in memory, evoking the sweet, instinctive salivation of longing. Chu Siu swallowed hard. Suddenly, she imagined her best friend Yu Kursin standing beside her, saying matter-of-factly, "That's your salivary amylase breaking down starch, hence the sweetness you taste. I wonder how Kursin is faring. And mother, does she still live?" A wave of sorrow washed over Chu Siu. Jiang Chen sat writing in his journal. Day 3 of the apocalypse. The streets grow quieter still. Today I attended school and encountered kind teachers, understanding classmates. At last the system notification appeared. His point total had reached precisely 1,000, neither a fraction more nor less. Whoever claimed serious people don't keep journals. Clearly it's earned me points. Jiang Chen rubbed his palms together, excitement humming beneath his calm exterior, and silently commanded, "Pull cards." Instantly, the familiar rudimentary gacha interface materialized before him. Pull once, pull 10 times. 10 pulls. Without hesitation, he tapped the ladder. A celestial river of cards unfurled, shimmering ethereal like reflections dancing across still water. "Thank you for your patronage. Thank you for your patronage. Thank you for your patronage." Ah, so it began with a triple dose of gratitude. Fortunately, Jiang Chen understood the system's odds well enough. His composure remained unruffled. "Thank you for your patronage. Stat boost card white. Standard longsword white. Something new has come out." Jiang Chen's mind stirred as he clicked to view the card details. Ordinary longsword. White quality, equipped to pretend to be a hero. Description: a good sword for the village. Jiang Chen was at a loss for words. What does it mean that the equipment can pretend to be a hero? May I ask? Pretend. I could also pretend to be a supreme being from the divine realm or an emperor from the celestial realm. Is that useful? Ridiculous. Fortunately, I still have a point card, otherwise Jiang Chen would have been heartbroken. Continuing. "Thank you for your patronage. Thank you for your patronage. Thank you for your patronage." Hiss. Another 3 consecutive "thank you for your patronage." If Jiang Chen remembered correctly, this was already the 9th card. There's one last card. He took a deep breath, feeling inexplicably a bit nervous. An excited heart and trembling hands. Click. Rebirth card, green quality, green quality. Sounds like a good item. It's worth noting that the ones released before were all white quality like the point card. The "thank you for your patronage" card, based on the color on the back, should be gray. Clearly white is much more useful than, not to mention the purple of the resurrection card, which is even more precious. Jiang Chen speculated that the color of the cards should represent rarity, with purple being greater than white, which is greater than gray. Green quality, the rarity, should be above white. Jiang Chen hurriedly clicked to open it. Rebirth card, green quality. Using it can quickly recover from injuries. Note: the lower the essence of life, the better the effect. Description: do not die. Jiang Chen stroked his chin. It feels somewhat familiar. Do not die. Am I supposed to have a lion hidden in my eyes? By the way, this thing shouldn't cost me a quarter of my life, right? The rebirth card should be a purely healing type of card. Judging by the system's description, it should be very useful. Do not die? It sounds both familiar and strange. I hope it's really that amazing, then I can save Hui Li. Jiang Chen felt a stir in his heart, and a stack of cards suddenly appeared in his hand. A total of 10 cards with white, gray, and green all included. The gray ones were the most. All "thank you for your patronage," and together with the remaining ones from before, there were more than 10. I want to be able to use them all. There's just too many. Jiang Chen took out the point card with a white back. Would you like to use it? Yes. Suddenly, a familiar warm current enveloped Jiang Chen's entire body, feeling very comfortable, as if soaking in a hot spring. Jiang Chen guessed he had never soaked in a hot spring. Every cell in his body was cheering and reveling in this moment of becoming stronger. 10 minutes later. Is that it? So fast. Jiang Chen shook his head, feeling no different than before. He did not grow larger, nor did he feel inflated, just an illusion that he could punch a cow to death. He looked at his character card. Character: normal person. Name: Jiang Chen. Strength 38, extremely strong. Speed 15, above average. Physique 17, above average. This time physique has indeed been significantly enhanced. Oh, I also have an ordinary longsword. Jiang Chen held the white quality card. The card image depicted a cartoon-style longsword looking quite ordinary and extremely plain. Would you like to equip it? Yes. With a thought from Jiang Chen, a standard longsword appeared in his hand, just as ordinary as the card image. Is this the best sword in the village? Jiang Chen scratched his nose, suddenly remembering that he still had a weapon. Ultra-sharp kitchen knife. This is a kitchen knife that has been enhanced 99 times, reaching the limit of enhancement, able to cut hair and slice through iron like mud. If Jiang Chen had encountered the evolved zombies earlier, this kitchen knife would have been so strong that those two evolved zombies would not have been his opponents. However, even so, Jiang Chen would not confront them head-on. He preferred to strike from a lower dimension. Once his strength surpassed 100 and his speed also exceeded 100, wouldn't he be able to take out the evolved zombies with a single slice? Why take the risk now? If I accidentally get injured and infected, wouldn't my resurrection card also be used up? Jiang Chen held the kitchen knife in one hand and the long sword in the other. He was somewhat eager to find out which of the two weapons was harder. Clang, crack. First there was a sound of the clash between knife and sword, swift and metallic, followed by a crisp and loud sound of breaking. Jiang Chen opened his eyes, looking at the result in his hand. The kitchen knife had broken. This blade that could slice through iron like mud had already retired at the speed of light. Broken ultra-sharp kitchen knife. This is a kitchen knife with a glorious past, once slaughtering in the apocalypse. Its blade strength has reached the limit of an ordinary kitchen knife, and it failed in what could be deemed a peak duel. Is it really that exaggerated? This long sword is still ordinary. How is this still ordinary? Jiang Chen looked at the long sword in his hand with some surprise. He didn't expect it to look plain, yet be much stronger than the kitchen knife. You must know, when Jiang Chen was chopping zombies at school today, the kitchen knife sliced into the zombie's skull without any feeling of resistance, almost as if chopping through a tomato. By the way, Jiang Chen took out a zombie crystal core, one he had saved earlier, because the kitchen knife had reached its enhancement limit. Clang! With a flash of the sword light, the zombie crystal core vanished without a trace. Ordinary long sword 1. This is the best sword in the village, rumored to have the potential to become a hero. It has been enhanced once and can be reclaimed. It really works. I thought the items given by the system might be special. I didn't expect they could also be enhanced. Unfortunately, Jiang Chen only had one crystal core left. If he got more, he could easily enhance again. Can it be reclaimed? Jiang Chen's heart stirred. In the next second, his hand felt empty, and the long sword that had some weight transformed into a card with a white back. Ordinary long sword, white quality, enhanced once equipped to pretend to be a hero. Description: a good sword. This is much more convenient than the kitchen knife. Oh, I can take it directly from the card space whenever I want. Imagine when the enemy thinks you have no weapon and wants to confront you. Suddenly a large sword appears. Who can withstand that? After saving up for a day, I only got 110 consecutive draw. After drawing, it feels a bit dull. He went to bed and slept. A night without dreams. The next day, the green sun rose normally, just as it had since ancient times. At 9 in the morning, Jiang Chen woke up naturally. He felt that his body was increasingly less in need of sleep. Even if he didn't sleep all night, he would probably still be lively and spirited. However, Jiang Chen could not possibly forego sleep. Even if one day he became an immortal ancestor, he still needed to eat, drink, sleep, and have fun. Otherwise, what would be the meaning of becoming stronger? If he abandoned his desires and lived a life of simplicity, would he still be himself? He is the type to lay flat and enjoy life. One must ask, on a rainy day when the mist is thick and the world is quiet with only the sound of fine raindrops entering the ear, who could refuse to sleep comfortably in such an environment? Or on a snowy day when it is freezing outside with heavy snow falling, the wooden house is warm with only the sound of firewood cracking in the hearth. Jiang Chen loved this feeling of comfort. He rubbed his eyes and walked to the balcony, waving at Chu Siyue, who had been waiting for a while across the way. Good morning. Chu Siyue was a bit surprised. After all, the person opposite had never been punctual before. Today she was only made to wait for 15 minutes. It was indeed a rare occurrence. She held up a whiteboard. Jiang Chen looked at the whiteboard. Chu Siyue wrote a simple good morning. Then she erased the words and continued to write. What are you doing? Jiang Chen also took out his phone to type. Just got up. While Chu Siyue watched through binoculars, she wrote what she wanted to say on the board, and the two began to chat this way. The reason for this was that shouting would attract zombies, so even though they were not far apart, the two could only communicate through writing. If one had to describe it, it could be considered an alternative form of online chatting. However, it wasn't online, and they could actually see each other. Chu Siyue cautiously wrote, you just got up. Have you eaten? Jiang Chen replied, no, I will eat later. Chu Siyue responded, oh, I haven't eaten either. There's nothing at home. Jiang Chen said, Chu Siyue complained, I'm so hungry. I haven't eaten properly all day. Jiang Chen asked, aren't you hungry if you haven't eaten? Chu Siyue replied, I am. Jiang Chen said, don't be hungry. Chu Siyue added, I'm so tired. Jiang Chen replied, don't be tired. Chu Siyue wondered, wasn't he a carbon-based life form? Are we really on the same wavelength while chatting? Do you miss home on Earth? Can you please go home? Chu Siyue was confused. She didn't know if Jiang Chen failed to notice how hungry she was, or if his thought process was truly this peculiar. It was utterly absurd. Jiang Chen ignored the disheveled Chu Siyue and instead focused on the card in his hand. It was indeed a character card. While chatting with Chu Siyue, he noticed the system continuously indicating an increase in points. Without a doubt, it was due to his identity today. Character Fun Seeker named Jiang Chen, strength 38, very strong speed, 15 strong physique, 17 strong trump, card revival card, equipped Fun Seeker. Alright. Yesterday, I was still a normal person, now today, I'm a Fun Seeker. Is this reasonable? This ridiculous system really knows how to stir things up. Jiang Chen was speechless. When it came to Fun Seekers, he could only think of one phrase: I am just joy. Born as a human, I apologize. Meanwhile, Chu Siue finally regained her composure and continued writing on the whiteboard, but her tone was somewhat melancholic. I want to ask, why do you always reply with so few words? Jiang Chen said, I'm socially anxious. What the hell is social anxiety? Is your social ability terrifyingly poor? Chu Siue had a complex expression as she recalled how Jiang Chen previously introduced himself as Chun Pingon in front of so many people at the supermarket, leaving everyone stunned. Can that be called social anxiety? He was a complete social terror. Chu Siue said, you are so different from before, it's like you've become a different person. I already said I'm not the same as before, now we should get to know each other again. Chu Siue looked surprised. He actually wrote so much. She felt a bit happy, thinking she might finally be on the same wavelength as Jiang Chen. She happily wrote, hello, I am Chu Siue, and nice to meet you. Jiang Chen replied, you are too happy too soon. Chu Siue wondered, what is wrong with the person on the other side? Is he really eating deep-fried dough sticks? If he's sick, should he go to the hospital? I'm done. Jiang Chen felt a bit happy. He discovered that as long as he talked to Chu Siue, the system would grant him points. As a Fun Seeker, you sensed Chu Siue's negative emotion system points 25. As a Fun Seeker, you sensed Chu Siue's negative emotion system points 18. Chu Siue realized, if she didn't express herself more openly and clearly, she might end up starving to death. She bit her lip, her cheeks. She wrote on the whiteboard, can you give me something to eat? Jiang Chen replied, you should have said so earlier. Why didn't you say? Jiang Chen felt that he should care for Chu Siue. After all, she was his experience package. Without her, where would Jiang Chen go to earn points? He couldn't just go out today, right? He had already gone out yesterday, so it would be fine to skip today. He was the kind of person who was too lazy to even take out the trash unless absolutely necessary. He definitely preferred lying at home. But how should he send food to Chu Siue? Today he was a Fun Seeker and he was still unclear about his specific abilities, but the abilities of a normal person from yesterday had definitely been weakened. He couldn't guarantee that he wouldn't be attacked by zombies while walking on the street. Of course, the main reason was still laziness. There were zombies in the apartment building. If Jiang Chen wanted to test it, he could just go to the corridor. While Jiang Chen was pondering, he suddenly noticed that Chu Siue opposite seemed to be busy with something. Today she had changed into a sporty outfit that accentuated her figure. He saw her stretching a bit while holding a ball-shaped object with a string. With a burst of energy, she prepared to... With a whoosh, the ball-shaped object landed on the ground between the two buildings. The zombies, hearing the sound, swarmed towards the object. Seeing this scene, Chu Siue hurriedly dropped the string in fear. She smiled apologetically at Jiang Chen, looking a bit embarrassed. What the hell is she really trying to throw that thing over? Jiang Chen understood Chu Siue's intention, which was to throw the string over, then tighten it, hanging something like a bamboo basket. It was a makeshift zip line. However, Chu Siue clearly overestimated her strength. The distance between the two buildings was at least 20 to 30 meters. Even if an Olympic champion came, it would be quite challenging. This reminded Jiang Chen. He rummaged around at home and found a long enough rope. The front end of the rope was tied to a round plastic ball. He wrote on his phone, move aside a bit. Chu Siue was somewhat perplexed. Did he also want to try the method she just used? But this thing looked easy, yet the difficulty was very high. On one hand, it required enough strength. On the other, it required precision. For example, it was necessary to throw it slightly upward and then calculate the landing point. Unfortunately, Chu Siue was not her friend Yukerson and was terrible at physics, so she gave up directly. Moreover, she didn't believe Jiang Chen could do it. After all, Chen Mo was worse than her in studies, and his performance during physical tests was also average, with such thin arms and legs. Nonetheless, she still moved aside. After all, it was a matter of pride for a boy. Jiang Chen took a deep breath. It felt as if a gentle breeze had arisen out of nowhere, tousling his hair. He gently grasped the plastic ball, and in an instant all his strength was mobilized. Jiang Chen closed one eye, starting to aim at the balcony of Chu Siue's house. Without much hesitation, he swung his hand, and the small ball shot out like a bullet. The air seemed to be torn apart, and the wind howled as well. Bang! The plastic ball landed precisely on the wall of Chu Siue's balcony, and due to the force, half of the plastic ball had shattered, sticking to the wall. Chu Siue stared in awe at the small ball, then suddenly turned her head to look at Jiang Chen, murmuring in disbelief, did this guy just cheat? Chu Siue usually doesn't read novels and has never heard of any apocalyptic powers, so naturally, she would think Jiang Chen is cheating. After all, it's impossible for a normal person to have such great strength. She even saw that the plastic ball was getting a bit hot and melting from the friction with the air, just in time to solidify against the wall of her house. Chu Siyu's mouth slightly opened, staring at this scene, a bit dazed. After a while, she finally reacted, cutting the rope and tying it to the balcony railing. This way, if she found something similar to a basket to hang up, a simple zipline device would be ready. Whoosh! Before she could even look for it, a bucket slid over towards her. Chu Siyu hurriedly caught it. Inside the bucket was a steaming bowl of instant noodles, emitting an enticing aroma. When did he make this? Chu Siyu swallowed, looking up at the opposite side. Jiang Chen nodded at her. Excitement showed in her eyes as she gratefully clasped her hands together in a gesture of thanks. There were a pair of chopsticks in the bucket, evidently placed there by Jiang Chen. He's quite thoughtful. Chu Siyu looked at the instant noodles in the bowl. The instant noodles were steaming and aromatic, making one's appetite surge. Especially since Chu Siyu hadn't eaten properly for a day, she was so hungry that her stomach was starting to hurt. She quickly picked up a bite and sent it to her mouth. Ouch! So spicy. The spiciness hit her taste buds directly, causing her to frown, but she soon relaxed again. It was a painful yet joyful experience. Although the instant noodles were spicy, they were satisfying. Thus, Chu Siyu ate with flushed cheeks, even unconsciously sticking out her tongue to cool off. While fanning herself with her hand, she wrote on the whiteboard, "Thank you, thank you." Opposite her, Jiang Chen was also enjoying his breakfast, a meat floss bun and freshly heated milk. He sat on the balcony chair eating while observing Chu Siyu. He calmly replied, "A great favor deserves a bow to me." Chu Siyu, all right. She felt she was beginning to get used to Jiang Chen's way of thinking, or it was a bit odd, but she could still barely accept it. She asked, "What flavor is this instant noodle? Why is it so spicy?" Jiang Chen replied, "It's chili." What kind of bizarre logic constructed this unique way of thinking? Chu Siyu was at a loss for words. This left her silent for a long time, unable to write anything. Jiang Chen, on the other hand, was quite happy. As a person who brings joy. 20 points. As a person who. 15 points. 11. A series of notifications appeared before his eyes. Yo, this experience pack is really useful. However, Jiang Chen soon discovered that the system notifications had stopped popping up. Looking over, he noticed Chu Siyu had been silent on the whiteboard for a while. What's going on? Jiang Chen rubbed his chin and wrote, "I thought we would always have something to talk about." Chu Siyu. After a long time, she asked, "Have you never been beaten in your many years of life?" Jiang Chen, "I run fast." Chu Siyu was utterly convinced. This kind of banter was so quick that who could defend against it? She wrote on the board, "Forget I asked, let's talk again at 4 in the afternoon. Oh, I need to take a breather." Then she returned to her room. Seeing that Chu Siyu had gone back, Jiang Chen, unable to gain points, could only return to his own room. Jiang Chen's family supermarket. "Really, my boss and I saw a god yesterday." A small skinny man with a mustache spoke excitedly, saliva flying everywhere. In front of him were 3 men and his boss Wang Tianba. "God, don't be ridiculous," one of the men retorted. "Indeed, how could it be? I can barely believe in superpowers, but the chances are slim. Otherwise, superpowered individuals would have come to rob the supermarket long ago. In these past 2 days, only a truck passed by, indicating that most people had long since perished, with only a handful of survivors left, and even those were too busy to care for themselves. Are you a bit out of your mind? Scared silly by zombies?" The skinny man with a mustache saw that the 3 didn't believe him and became anxious, quickly signaling Wang Tianba to explain. Otherwise, if they angered the god, what would they do if it got angry? Wang Tianba, dressed in a floral shirt and wearing a big gold chain, coughed and said in a serious tone, "It's true. Ah Huang saw it yesterday, and I saw it too." "How could that be?" "No way." Although the skinny man, Ah Huang, was often a bit off, his boss Wang Tianba was definitely sane. Moreover, if one person could be mistaken, could 2 people both be mistaken? Based on my and Ah Huang's deduction, the god should live on the 7th floor of the opposite building. Wang Tianba took a deep breath. Because yesterday after the god went home, the lights on the 7th floor of the opposite building turned on. If Jiang Chen were here, he would surely be amazed. These 2 guys were indeed a pair of geniuses. How did they manage to get everything right in the process, but get the conclusion entirely wrong? The 7th floor opposite isn't that Chu Siyu's home. After Wang Tianba's explanation, the other 3 were finally somewhat convinced. However, Wang Tianba and Ah Huang didn't care about that. They were already prepared to pay their respects. Fortunately, this supermarket had all the daily necessities. They had incense for worship and cushions as well. The 2 began to bow towards Chu Siyu's home. The other 3, while not entirely convinced by these 2's actions, felt a bit of belief growing, even feeling an impulse to join in and bow. Chu Siyu could never imagine that one day she, who had trouble even eating, would be bowed to and worshipped like a god by those with ample supplies. Feeling a bit bored, due to the lack of internet and not having downloaded any movies or TV shows on her phone, Jiang Chen felt a bit bored. "If I had known, I would have gone out yesterday to get some entertainment. Even just a novel would be good." Jiang Chen began to blame himself for yesterday. This is human nature, not even able to empathize with their past selves. Just like yesterday, Jiang Chen carefully went out, intending to leave quietly, only to have a water bottle roll over. He directly questioned who lacked moral integrity. Yet he had never considered that just a while ago he himself was throwing garbage downstairs. Jiang Chen lay on the bed feeling the softness beneath him, reminiscing about the harsh days before his crossing when the bedboard was as hard as could be. Glancing at his phone, feeling quite bored. So boring, how about drawing some cards? Before I crossed over, I never hoarded tickets like this. I would draw as soon as I had them. Jiang Chen glanced at the system points, which had reached 328 points, enough for 3 draws. The speed of gaining points was even faster than yesterday. Lottery draw. As Jiang Chen silently uttered the words lottery draw, the card drawing interface suddenly appeared before his eyes. Draw once. Thank you for your patronage. Hiss. Continue. Point card. Can this really work? Is it truly a miracle to pull off a single draw? Continue. Thank you for your patronage. Standard ending. Jiang Chen was not surprised at all. Not bad, it's already good that it's not 3. Thank you for your patronage. Jiang Chen clicked to use the point card. As a warm current flowed through him, his strength had already reached 48 points. It seemed that ever since Jiang Chen's height surged to 2 meters and then returned back after the point allocation, his physique had surpassed a certain limit. As a result, even now adding 10 points of strength didn't provoke much of a reaction. After toiling for half a day, it was almost noon. Is it time for a meal again? Jiang Chen looked at his stockpile of supplies and fell into deep thought about what to. Sometimes having too many choices can also be a headache. Suddenly, woo! A low, gradually sharp and clear alarm sound suddenly rang out. With strong penetrative power, it was even somewhat piercing. Air raid alarm. Indeed, it was a sound specifically designed to convey information. Perhaps at this moment, the entire Ningjiang city could hear it. If humans were like this, let alone the zombies with sharper hearing. Countless zombies began to rush towards the source of the sound. Many zombies had missing limbs, some even had no legs, but they still crawled in that direction. Jiang Chen approached the window and looked at the scene outside, reminiscent of a zombie stampede, feeling somewhat shocked. It was the first time he clearly realized that there were so many people in this world. Similarly, the number of zombies was also terrifyingly high. Thick and dense like locusts invading a dark map. Jiang Chen even saw a large truck being pushed forward little by little due to the continuous impact of the zombies. Da-da-da-da. The footsteps of the zombie tide were like a storm shaking the ground slightly. Moreover, Jiang Chen discovered that among this wave of zombies there were quite a few evolved zombies, some with incredible speed, while others were large, towering over 2 meters. They were all rushing towards the source of the sound, Ningjiang City Center, running with all their might. I wonder who triggered this air raid alarm. Their outcome is likely grim. However, it has indirectly saved many people who were surrounded by zombies. Unlike the previous airplane crash that collided with a skyscraper. Although that explosion was loud, it was just a singular sound, while the air raid alarm was different. It was persistent. This also meant that it could divert enough zombies. Across the building, Chu Siyue also heard the air raid alarm. She walked to the balcony to look outside. The zombie tide rushed in and the streets were filled with zombies, making it impossible to pass. She was so shocked that she couldn't speak. Ningjiang No. 4 High School Class 3-4 Classroom. Qin Lan and the others also heard the piercing air raid alarm. The girls wore expressions of surprise and doubt. What happened? Could it be that the authorities are luring the zombies away? Countless zombies in school uniforms were also attracted by the alarm, twisting their bodies and howling as they ran towards the outside of the school. Bang! Bang! Because there were too many zombie students, they crashed against the school's iron gate with a loud noise. Not far from the school, in a residential building. Xue Qingxiu also heard the air raid alarm. She approached her window, in fear hiding behind the curtains to peek outside. A horde of zombies was rushing. Bang! A zombie kicked a stone which suddenly splashed against the window. Xue Qingxiu was startled and stumbled, falling to the ground, exposing a large view of the beautiful spring scenery. The piercing and sharp alarm sound like the footsteps of zombies falling like giant raindrops, coupled with hoarse and terrifying howls mingled with occasional screams. Each sound entered the ears, weaving a strange symphony of chaos in the end times. After a long while, the music ended. The world became quiet once more. Chu Siyue finally let out a long breath. She had barely dared to breathe moments ago, feeling extremely tense and frightened, her heart pounding. Should be safe for now, right? She looked uncertainly outside, and indeed there wasn't a single zombie on the street. At that moment, Jiang Chen was grilling meat. He opened a bottle of beer, pairing it with grilled meat, which was simply a delicacy. Coupled with an ultra-high-definition 4K zombie movie, it felt immersive. He was quite pleased. Chu Siyue finally noticed Jiang Chen, who was grilling meat on the balcony. Wow, has he always been this bold? How come I never noticed before? However, since Chu Siyue had just eaten the instant noodles Jiang Chen gave her, she wasn't very hungry. She glanced at her watch. It was exactly 12 o'clock. They had roughly eaten breakfast around 9. It had only been a little over 2 hours. Below in the supermarket, Wang Tianba Huang and a few survivors were also nervously watching outside. Just now the zombies surged like a tide. It was terrifying. One must know that every single zombie could lead to death. Moreover, with so many outside, as soon as they were slightly discovered, it would be certain death. It seems these zombies have become faster. Wang Tianba said, gravely sharing the information he had just. Indeed, the zombies we dealt with in the compartment were mostly of similar strength and speed to their living selves. Since most of those coming to the supermarket for groceries were women, we were able to gradually clear them out. The expressions of the others were also serious. If we faced the zombies now, we'd probably have to hide in the staff lounge, or we could be completely wiped out. A Huang stroked his little mustache somewhat uncertainly, speculating, could it be that the zombies have evolved? The 5 of them were not particularly old, not out of touch with the times, and naturally, they had seen some zombie novels and movies. They understood what evolution meant. However, could the evolution of zombies be too fast? It's only the 4th day of the apocalypse. It's hard to imagine what the zombies will become later. Perhaps soon this seemingly safe supermarket will also become very dangerous. Damn it. In novels, when there are evolved zombies, there are usually superhumans on the human side. A man said, angrily kicking a nearby shelf in frustration. Why haven't we seen any? Could it be that we are just unlucky and none of us has awakened any abilities? I don't know about superhumans, but there might really be deities. I saw one with the boss yesterday. Ah Huang said seriously. Who the hell knows if that's just your imagination? Even if there are deities, can they communicate? Exactly, if there really is a deity, why didn't they show up during that extremely terrifying scene just now? Didn't you say they are on the 7th floor across from us? Seeing that the argument among the crowd was getting more intense, Wang Tianba quickly stepped in to mediate. We are all brothers who survived together, so let's not doubt each other. He paused and glanced around the supermarket, then continued to persuade. Moreover, we are already much stronger than most survivors. At least we don't have to worry about food and drink. We can eat whatever we want. As for believing in deities, let's just say that Huang and I have a bit of religious faith. Old Wang is right. Everyone calm down. With the 2 stepping forward to mediate, everyone finally began to. They all started preparing for today's lunch. However, the once quiet street suddenly echoed with a new sound. It was very muffled and heavy. Once then again, the rhythm was very slow. Accompanying this slow sound, the drinks in the supermarket began to tremble slightly. What was that sound? And everyone in the supermarket turned and edged toward the entrance. And the glass doors were mostly blocked by a truck with the remaining gaps boarded up with wooden planks. Normally, only a narrow slit remained open, and the interior was dim. Barely any light filtered, yet one plank could be removed at will, allowing the group to observe the outside world. Na Huang, a wiry man with a thin mustache, stepped forward and lifted it aside. But instead of the imagined emerald sunlight, a vast shadow fell upon him, and he swallowed hard and raised his gaze, only to find a wall looming before him. It was grayish-green and grotesquely coarse and crossed with thick horizontal ridges, like the wrinkled hide, dense, immovable. And what is this? A jolt of terror shot through everyone's chest. They recoiled slowly, breathless. And clack! And the plank slipped from Ah Huang's trembling hands and struck the floor. His eyes widened, pupils contracting into pinpricks, and fear had seized him utterly. And then, the wall moved. An arm thick as an ancient oak trunk shot forth and seized the overturned truck, blocking the entrance. The truck's steel shell crumpled like paper beneath its grasp, and then a palm vast as a boulder clenched tight. A grating, teeth-rattling screech tore through the air, and then, an impossible sight unfolded, and truck's unyielding frame twisted and deformed like soft clay beneath that monstrous grip. Dear heavens, could this also be a zombie? And someone whispered, disbelief raw in his voice. And the faces around him paled, tight with dread. This supermarket had but a single exit. At this moment they were trapped, like fish in a barrel with nowhere to flee. And even if they escaped, who could guarantee survival amid hordes of the undead? Damn it, what is this thing? We never saw anything like it in the earlier horde. Man growled, frustration boiling beneath his fear. God damn it. We're that unlucky to meet this monster now? And another cried out in despair, death suddenly pressing close as a suffocating weight. Yet the group's panic only served as fuel for the colossal creature. It let out a deep, guttural roar, every sinew coiling taut with primal power. Then, slowly, the multi-ton truck began to shift. Its tires and chassis ground against the pavement, until with one thunderous heave the beast hurled it backward. The truck soared over a dozen meters, and at last the survivors beheld the full horror of the creature. It stood 4 meters tall, nearly 2 meters broad at the shoulders. It loomed before the supermarket like a leviathan summoned from prehistoric myth. Its sheer oppressive might pressed down like a physical force, suffocating, inescapable. Is this even a zombie anymore? It's a monster. 7th floor. Chu Siwa, still at home, witnessed the nightmare unfold below. And from her vantage point, she clearly saw figures inside the supermarket. Not just one, several. Faced with such overwhelming disparity, resistance seemed unthinkable, and her heart tightened with rising tension. For this was humanity's latest reckoning with the undead. Jiang Chen, sipping beer and savoring grilled meat, had also noticed the creature. Species tank class, evolved zombie in strength 41, exceptional in speed 12, above average in constitution 25, exceptional into Jiang Chen. The creature's stats blazed forth, unobscured absolute. Aside from speed, both strength and constitution dwarfed any zombie he'd encountered that day. In a tank, fitting name. High damage. Impenetrable defense. Just painfully slow. Jiang Chen's gaze flickered as he took another sip. Then again. This thing stands nearly 5 meters tall, yet its strength still falls short of mine. Have I truly become this powerful? And while Jiang Chen mused on the solitude of invincibility, the 5 people inside the supermarket were moments from losing control entirely. Their hearts hammered, wild, frantic, on the verge of bursting from their chests. In death, it felt inevitable, inescapable, and no curse, no plea, no lament could alter it. All that remained was surrender. In the tank, zombie advanced, one deliberate step after another, like the tolling of a funeral bell heralding doom. And then, Huang dropped to his knees and bowed his forehead to the ground before the creature. Others assumed he'd lost his mind, to kneel to prostrate himself before a mindless abomination. Only Wang Tianba stirred with sudden insight, his eyes narrowing in quiet contemplation. And, oh God, almighty transcendent deity beyond mortal comprehension, in mercy, grant salvation to those astray. O God, your faithful servant bows, prostrates, before you, and deign to cast but a single glance upon this earth, this living hell. As Huang's fervent prayers echoed, each word weighted with devotion, others felt a pang of sorrow. In belief or disbelief, did it matter now? They had never believed in gods. And now, facing annihilation, even the smallest sliver of hope eluded them. In Wang Tianba too sank to his knees, facing the opposite building's 7th floor. O God, save us. And when you have time, please, save this world. In Chu Siwa watched through her. A strange unease prickled her skin. In too far to hear their words yet, somehow, it felt as though they were bowing to her. Impossible, she murmured, shaking her head. Then refocused, hoping, against all reason, for a miracle. Crack, and the glass door offered no resistance. Na single prod shattered it into glittering shards. Na Huang stood right at the threshold, closest to the behemoth. Yet his kneeling, his forward-to-floor prostration, never faltered. Whether illusion or truth, they thought, just for an instant. Enthi saw something terrible twist across the creature's face, a cruel, knowing smile. Its boulder-sized hand rose, slow, deliberate, reaching toward the frail, mustached man. In the next heartbeat, it would crush him like an insect. The scent of death clung to Huang, thick, metallic, final. Others shut their eyes, refusing to witness the slaughter. Yet, the monstrous hand did not descend, and instead, its head fell. Thud. It sounded like a stone ball hitting the ground, producing a muffled noise. Everyone turned towards the sound and discovered that the terrifying monster, the zombie, had lost its head. The cause of all this was an unremarkable long sword. It seemed to have come from nowhere, like a sword flying from the heavens, severing the head in a single stroke. With the ease of chopping vegetables, it effortlessly killed the giant zombie. In fact, half of the sword's blade was embedded in the ground, clearly having enough power left after slaying the zombie. Am I dreaming? Could it be that I am already dead, and this is just a fantasy before my demise? The crowd was dumbfounded, momentarily shocked into silence. A silence fell, thoroughly frightened. It was Huang who first spoke up. Thank you, Divine One. I am grateful that you heard the prayers of your humble servant amidst your busy schedule and saved our lives. Wang Tianba also bowed his head in gratitude. Thank you, all-powerful God. Your virtue is as pure as a snow lotus on a high mountain. In this dark and despairing age, you are our only light. As Wang Tianba's voice fell, the sword that had struck the ground suddenly vanished without a trace, as if it had never. However, before the crowd, the zombie, as wide as a city wall, was undeniable. A miracle. Thank you, Divine One. Thank you, Divine One. The other 3 were completely convinced there truly was a god in this world. A deity was watching over them. They began to bow towards the building across from them. For a moment, all 5 knelt and bowed, creating a somewhat grand scene. With binoculars, Chu Siwa witnessed all of this, stunned. What has happened to this world? How did that monster die? Why are they bowing towards me? As a bystander feeling, Wang Tianba positive emotion system points 22. As a bystander feeling, Huang's positive emotion system points 35. As a bystander feeling. As a bystander feeling, Chu Siu's perplexed emotion system points 20. This is great. Jiang Chen took a hearty sip of chilled beer. He had gained quite a few points from this wave, and with further prompts, it was clear that the points he would ultimately receive would be substantial. The sword that severed the zombie's head and shattered its crystal core was undoubtedly Jiang Chen's doing. He looked at the ordinary long sword card in his hand and noticed that the back of the card was slightly tinged with green. It seemed to be on the verge of leveling up. Ordinary longsword 64, white quality. This equipment can pretend to be a hero description, the best sword in the village, refined and enhanced by heroes, becoming increasingly powerful and astonishingly sharp. It seems that even among zombies there is a difference. This tank-type evolved zombie has enhanced this long sword a full 63 times, whereas a regular zombie's crystal core is only enhanced once. Jiang Chen shook his head pondering. It appears that today's skill for the bystander is related to mental attributes. Previously, when that tank-type zombie broke in, the situation below was already perilous. Jiang Chen was not in a rush, after all he was not familiar with them. Did he really need to save strangers? Moreover, there was no time left. By the time he went down the elevator, the zombies would have likely finished their meal and prepared to leave. However, he suddenly felt a spark of inspiration. Earlier, when he helped Chu Siua throw down a rope, he had practiced with a plastic ball. It was very accurate, and the feel was oddly good. Plus, with the ordinary long sword he had just drawn yesterday, he had a bold idea to throw the sword directly from the upper floor. Isn't that a form of an alternative flying sword? Saying it and doing it, the effect was outstanding. The ordinary long sword was so sharp that it easily severed the zombie's head. The mutated zombie, whose physical strength was peak, died so simply. Simple as if he had casually kicked a wild dog to death by the roadside. Moreover, I can retrieve the sword from such a distance. This is just too convenient. This ability was undoubtedly something Jiang Chen had acquired today. Yesterday, when he drew the ordinary long sword, he did not have such a moment of inspiration as if he had always been capable of it. On the other side, Chu Siua stopped observing downstairs and turned her attention to Jiang Chen across the way. She noticed that he had just finished eating barbecue and seemed completely oblivious to what had just happened below. Furthermore, he had already turned to return to his room. She anxiously gestured, only to find that no one was paying attention to her, but she couldn't call out loud. Suddenly, Chu Siua thought of using a zip line to convey a message. Although it was not timely, she could write more info. She adjusted the height of the rope, hung a small insulated box on it, and wrote down the information she had just seen, as well as the time for chatting tomorrow. After doing all this, she let out a long breath. She hoped Jiang Chen would see her message. Jiang Chen was about to take a nap. Although there were still many aspects of his abilities yet to be explored, he had already exercised a bit. Feeling that his body had been trained, he thought to leave the mental training for later. No rush. There was still plenty of time. The clock tower in the city center. This was the location for the air raid siren installation. Generally speaking, air raid sirens are placed in high locations to reduce sound attenuation and cover larger areas. Coincidentally, the clock tower in Ningjiang City was quite tall. In one of the rooms inside the clock tower, a pale man with glasses was desperately bracing against the door. Outside the room were countless zombies, many of which were oddly shaped and clearly mutated. The world has ended. I can't get out anyway. Ultimately, I will still starve to death, so I hope I can make a little contribution within my ability. I hope this alarm can help others who I can't go on. I hope they can survive. Roar! A powerful evolved zombie crashed through the door, and the horde of zombies surged in. They devoured the man. The dream was bright, yet made one feel inexplicably sad. Jiang Chen awoke. A dream of a dream that cannot wake. He didn't know why that lyric suddenly came to mind. This song is only good at the beginning, Jiang Chen thought, but I can't listen to the rest without a subscription. Now it was already the 4th day since he arrived in this world, and also the 4th day of the apocalypse. Generally speaking, a normal person should still be quite homesick. In such a dangerously perilous apocalypse, it was natural that the real world was peaceful and safe. Jiang Chen, however, did not feel this way. Perhaps it was because his days had been somewhat comfortable. On the 1st and 2nd days, he stayed home drinking red wine, eating gourmet food, completely safe. On the 3rd day, his identity was that of a normal person. As long as he was normal, the entire world was normal. Naturally, there was no danger as zombies would avoid him. On the 4th day, which is today, his strength was already quite remarkable, and he did not feel the need to go out. For any issues, he didn't even have to leave the person not present. The sword had already come. Life was simply delightful. It's just a pity that his cooking skills were average, and he could only make simple dishes. It's already been 4 days, yet I've gradually gained some understanding of my talent for a new identity each day. In front of Jiang Chen's eyes was a faint blue text stating, World-type post-apocalyptic biochemical disaster. Task requirement: survive for 7 days, awaken talent, a new identity each day, of system points 612. He could see it whenever he wished. It could display some basic information. This should be the system. And the new identity each day was his talent. Previously, he had been somewhat confused. He had already assumed 4 different identities over the past 4 days: bystander, normal person, fun seeker. As long as he played these roles, he would earn system points which could be used for a lottery. More importantly, each of these 4 identities might possess a unique ability or skill. Bystander had improved vision and could see certain information akin to an identification art. Normal person meant that as long as he was normal, this world would remain normal. When zombies approached within 3 meters, they would automatically avoid him and not attack. As for fun seeker, it should provide a mental boost. Previously, Jiang Chen had used a regular long sword his mind could also connect with the long sword, as if within a certain range he could freely retract the sword back. This was similar to the divine sense in a Xinxiao world. Even without using his eyes, he could perceive everything clearly. However, this ability wasn't so outrageous, it only allowed him to sense his cards within a certain range. This range was approximately 100 meters. As for the first day's identity bystander, it was laughable. He had no idea what it was for, and felt it was quite a trap. He saw no abilities, and it was difficult to earn points. However, there was no reason for the other identities to have skills, while this one did not. Based on the literal meaning of bystander, it should be an edge character. Perhaps its ability was to reduce presence. Since nothing happened on the first day, Jiang Chen naturally had no way of knowing. He hated riddlers. Why couldn't they speak simply? If he couldn't understand, he wouldn't stress himself. Jiang Chen was never pessimistic, never engaged in inner conflict. If he was hungry, he would eat. If he was thirsty, he would drink. If he was tired, he would sleep. What would he eat tonight? There weren't many fresh ingredients left in the fridge: cucumbers, bell peppers, tomatoes. They'll make a cold dish with tomatoes. I kind of missed the last bit of juice from the sugar-mixed tomatoes. As the sunset extinguished, it collected the desolate remnants of the light. Nightfall arrived as expected. Did that guy even see my message? Chu Siua rubbed her stomach, feeling a wave of hunger. If I had known when he was there eating barbecue, I should have asked him instead of being so reserved, fearing he would think I was a glutton. Pouting, she occasionally peeked at the balcony, afraid of missing any news from Jiang Chen. However, after checking several times, there was still no reply. Jiang Chen finally finished his meal. This meal was the most vegetarian he had had in days, with hardly any meat. However, eating meat often was not good. It could easily become greasy and unhealthy. A balanced diet was more scientific. If other survivors in the apocalypse could hear Jiang Chen's thoughts, they might curse him out. You're picky. I don't even have a bite to eat, and am about to starve to death. Help me. After eating his fill, Jiang Chen began to experiment with his abilities for the day. With a wave of his hand, the cards in the system space were summoned, floating in the air and slowly descending. A gray thank you for your patronage, a white regular long sword, and a green rebirth card. Jiang Chen, it looks somewhat impressive. If I return to the real world, I might be able to be a magician. He could already imagine what it would feel like when he had more cards in the future. With a raise of his hand, the sky was filled with cards of all colors, vibrant and dazzling. It was indeed quite cool and breathtaking. At that time, when Jiang Chen encountered others, he could tell them, I am the god of cards from ancient Greece. It felt somewhat subtle. However, for now, among these cards, only the regular long sword had some usefulness. Because Jiang Chen neither lacked supplies, nor was he easily injured. The long sword could indeed be used as a flying sword. In this way, he didn't have to worry about getting his hands dirty. He took out the character card. Character Fun Seeker, name Jiang Chen, strength 48, extremely strong, speed 16, quite strong, physique 18, quite strong, hidden card, revival card equipped. The card's surface featured a cartoonish clown with an abstract expression. This is indeed a bit joyful. It feels like I can hear this clown saying, I want to see rivers of blood. Is the style of this system a bit strange? Jiang Chen fell silent. They say the system follows the master, but I am a sunny and cheerful boy. What does this clown have to do with me? Did I make some mistake somewhere? After this complaint, Jiang Chen began to write today's diary. Day 4 of the apocalypse. Today, there was an air raid alert. The Fun Seeker is somewhat similar to the bystander, but is related to emotions. Points can only be converted from emotions generated because of him. Moreover, a person's emotions can be quite persistent. For example, during that afternoon, when he effortlessly defeated a tank-like evolved zombie, the survivors below would often express positive emotions. He could almost hear them exclaiming how impressive it was. With a gradual increase, his system points had reached 688. If Jiang Chen hadn't impulsively drawn 3 times earlier, he would have been able to do a 10 consecutive draw today. He'll do the 10 consecutive draws tomorrow. Hopefully I get something good. Jiang Chen closed his diary and suddenly felt inspired to check if the television had any signal. The television displayed a snowy screen. Clearly it was beyond repair. Since there was nothing else to do, Jiang Chen prepared to turn off the lights and go to bed. If he was diligent tomorrow, he might explore outside, otherwise it would be a bit boring. Suddenly, boom, bang, an explosion was heard from a distance. Jiang Chen walked to the window, looking at the distant city. A massive fireball shot up into the sky, momentarily dyeing the entire night sky red, followed by several explosions happening simultaneously. What exploded? Before Jiang Chen could finish his confusion, he quickly found out. The streetlights in the distance began to extinguish one by one, rapidly approaching. In just a second or two, they reached Jiang Chen's side. Then the lights in his house went out as well. On the 4th day of the apocalypse, the power outage had finally arrived. Fortunately, the moonlight remained. The cool, watery moonlight illuminated the floor of Jiang Chen's living room, making the environment seem less dim. He walked to the balcony, looking up at the moonlight, and casually greeted Chu Siua. Good evening. Chu Siua pouted, her large eyes resembling an angry frog. She gestured to Jiang Chen, indicating the zip line between the 2 buildings. Jiang Chen then realized that Chu Siua had left him something. So it was about what happened downstairs earlier. This girl is indeed a bit slow, not even noticing it was me making a move. He thought for a moment at that time Chu Siyue was using binoculars to look below, so she indeed couldn't see his actions. However, Jiang Chen didn't really intend to hide the fact that he was quite strong. Previously at school he hadn't deliberately concealed it, but instead spoke openly. If it weren't for the system's requirements or some special reason, he wouldn't play the kind of game of pretending to be weak. Because he believed he was exceptionally impressive. Just ask, I am invincible, you are free to do as you wish. In my life, Jiang Beichen, why should I explain myself to others? I'm starving. Chu Siyue clutched her stomach, looking pitiful as she raised the tablet in her hand. Jiang Chen pondered for a moment and then raised his phone. What? You're getting remarried. Chu Siyue, you must be joking. This is written text, not speech. How could you misunderstand it? Are you playing me? But the situation was stronger than the person. As she began to endure humiliation and swallow her anger. Grandmaster, I beg you, please give me something to eat. As a source of entertainment, you sense Chu Siyue's negative emotion system. Points 15. As a source of entertainment, you sense Chu Siyue's negative emotion system. Points 20. Watching Chu Siyue look speechless yet forced to smile while begging for food was quite amusing. Jiang Chen wanted to laugh. This girl was just too entertaining. However, he couldn't let his electronic pet. He placed a few bags of instant noodles and some compressed biscuits into the thermal box, and considering that the water supply might be cut off soon, added 2 bottles of mineral water. Upon receiving the food, Chu Siyue hurriedly opened the packaging of the biscuits and took a big bite. She felt a rush of flavors delicious beyond words. However, as she ate, she still cast an angry glance at Jiang Chen. Drawing a circle to curse you, Jiang Chen chuckled to himself. He hadn't expected Chu Siyue to be so lively. Her negative emotions, though minimal each time, were amusing as she ate while looking at him. Every bite generated points. It was like an automatic points farming device. Of course, he knew that although Chu Siyue looked so angry, she didn't truly hate him. At most, she might secretly curse him to choke on water. She wouldn't really do anything bad. In fact, if one day Jiang Chen ran out of food, she would probably give him some. She was just a bit brainless, silly, but not truly bad. Ningjiang no. 4 High School Class 3-4. The power is out. What's going on? Suddenly losing power caused some panic among the crowd. Fortunately, there weren't many zombies on the 4th floor of the teaching building, so they weren't attracted. Moreover, the classroom near the corridor had its door tightly blocked by heavy objects. Don't panic, children, we have candles. Saying this, Qin Lan lit a candle, bringing light back to everyone. Phew, that scared me. I thought something happened. Power outages are quite normal, Yu Kurson explained. Because of the zombies, the world has stopped turning, so there will definitely be power and water outages. Under normal circumstances, if the power grid doesn't have issues, electricity can last from 3 to 10 days, depending on the situation of the power station. Similar to the internet, small base stations and alt base stations differ a lot. Alright then. After listening to Yu Kurson's explanation, He Yuan nodded in understanding. Did you understand? Guorue asked, somewhat surprised. No. Then why did you nod? You scared me. I thought I was the only one who didn't understand. Qin Lan looked at the flickering candlelight and couldn't help but recall when Yu Kurson had asked her to help find candles and a lighter. Yu Kurson had already anticipated the power outage, naturally making preparations. Candles were generally stocked in classrooms to prevent students from being unable to study during power outages. However, as for lighters, even though Qin Lan was an adult, she didn't smoke and indeed didn't have one on her. However, she had caught a student from her class secretly breaking the rules, and sure enough, she found a lighter in that student. Times have changed. Clearly that student was no longer there, and in this class only a few survived. If Jiang Chen hadn't come to help them once and left behind food and water, they probably wouldn't have made it. They might not have survived. A night without dreams. The next day, the 5th day of the apocalypse, with 2 days left to complete the system's survival task. At 9 in the morning, Jiang Chen woke up precisely when the sun was shining on his backside. He threw a punch at the ceiling facing the air. It wasn't meant to convey anything, it was just for this absurd world. Phew, a gust of wind swept through the entire bedroom. This was Jiang Chen's punch. Even though he didn't know any martial arts, his sheer strength was formidable. With 48 points of power, it was terrifying. He washed his face, brushed his teeth, and heated some milk. Jiang Chen had gradually gotten used to this kind of life, doing nothing every day, eating and drinking. However, today was clearly a bit different. The power was out, so he couldn't heat the milk. He froze for a moment, silently munching on bread. Suddenly losing power was indeed a bit disorienting. Fortunately, he hadn't bought too many perishable items beforehand. He had already eaten most of the beef and lamb. What remained were mostly long-lasting food items, such as self-heating hot pot and compressed biscuits. After finishing breakfast, Jiang Chen thought for a moment and summoned today's character card. He wanted to see what talents were on sale today. Character Liar, named Jiang Chen, strength 48, extremely strong speed. Liar. What kind of bizarre identity is this? Jiang Chen pressed his hands together under his chin, a glint of light flashing in his eyes. I am Jiang Chen, and I am about to start lying. He was utterly speechless. Why did it feel like his identity was becoming more and more bizarre? It felt even worse than yesterday's source of entertainment. If he were to lie, who would he lie to? Surely he couldn't go and torment Chu Siyue again. It seemed like Chu Siyue was on the verge of developing a psychological shadow, though he thought this Jiang Chen still walked to the balcony. Oh, Chu Siyue hadn't come out. However, she left him a message. Jiang Chen opened the message delivery box. Inside was Chu Siyue's note and a hand-drawn illustration. She has this skill, eh? Jiang Chen was somewhat surprised. He thought Chu Siyue was utterly useless. The note mentioned that they would chat online again at 4 in the afternoon. As for the illustration, it depicted a cartoon cat with a raised fist drawn in a lively and cute manner, clearly showing some artistic skill. The cat, looking angry and ready to punch, resembled Chu Siyue from yesterday, pouting under the moonlight. Chu Siyue's drawing is quite adorable. Wait, what is this? Cardization. As Jiang Chen silently recited the words cardization in his mind, the system displayed a new prompt. Cardization in progress, current progress 1, cardization in progress, current progress 14. Cardization in progress 100, cardization complete. After about a minute, the A4 size drawing transformed into a small card. Chu Siyue's painting, gray quality. The painting contains Chu Siyue's feelings for you. It's clear she really wants to punch you. Description: it's just an ordinary painting. Jiang Chen observed the card's illustration, which was identical to the drawing made by Chu Siyue, just proportionally smaller. It seems today's ability is to cardize items. This ability is quite useful. For example, the brand new mountain bike parked downstairs. It could be cardized into a card. This way he wouldn't have to worry about someone saying it's impossible to work while stealing. I just wonder what the limitations of this ability are. Jiang Chen looked at his feet and noticed no system prompts. Well, it seems Earth can't become my card for now. Just imagine during a spar Jiang Chen suddenly throws out a planet. How would anyone handle that? Unfortunately, that idea couldn't be realized for the time being. After putting away the Chu Siyue's painting card, Jiang Chen attempted to cardize some supplies like compressed biscuits. He discovered that this cardization ability could cardize either a single object like a biscuit or an entire box. Compared to thank you for your patronage, this cardization ability was clearly much more flexible and convenient. Dressed in his coat, Jiang Chen prepared to head downstairs. After staying indoors for over a day, the air outside felt quite refreshing. Jiang Chen walked to the bike shed. After yesterday's zombie-tide rampage through the streets had become even messier. Trash was everywhere, dark red blood, and even some severed limbs. Some bicycles and electric bikes parked in the shed had been knocked far away, with some even in pieces. Fortunately, Jiang Chen's mountain bike was placed relatively inside, so it wasn't affected. Cardization in progress, current progress 1, cardization in progress. Current cardization progress 100, cardization complete. It went quite smoothly thanks to yesterday's alarm. There were significantly fewer zombies around. Jiang Chen also noticed that his ability as a normal person had been weakened to roughly a 1-meter radius. Ordinary zombies within 1 meter still consciously stepped aside for him. Mountain bike, gray quality. It seems these ordinary items are all gray. Jiang Chen rubbed his nose. I wonder what quality that broken kitchen knife is, and whether it has reached white quality. Oh God, is that you? He turned around to find someone in the supermarket quietly calling him. Jiang Chen glanced and saw the pair of talented individuals. They had actually blocked the entrance with the body of a tank zombie taking the place of the previously parked truck. Jiang Chen waved, signaling good morning. However, he didn't want to talk to them as he feared that foolishness might be contagious. He certainly didn't want to turn into a fool. He turned and released the mountain bike from the card space, walking away. Ah, the deity is truly amazing. To effortlessly create a mountain bike. A Huang exclaimed. Indeed, it was the deity who saved us yesterday. Praise the deity. Wang Tianbai echoed. They had been guarding the entrance since 6 in the morning, hoping for another glimpse of the deity. Now, having their wish fulfilled, they felt utterly satisfied with life. Although the deity hadn't said a word, Jiang Chen rode through the streets of the apocalypse. He prepared to look for survivors. Because today his identity was that of a liar. Without even seeing a single person, how could he lie? I have not lied, so why should I lie? Humming a tune off-key, Jiang Chen strolled leisurely down the street. He found himself wandering even more casually than before the apocalypse, blatantly disregarding traffic rules, walking right in the center of the road. After all, at this time, there was no way a traffic cop would come to catch him, making him take photos to post on social media claiming he had realized his mistakes. He discovered that his path was blocked. The one blocking his way was a familiar face. Oh, isn't this the black-skinned athlete? It's been a few days, but you've gotten so ragged. Before him stood a speed-type, evolved zombie sprawled across the road, its clothes in tatters, and its dark skin riddled with bullet holes. It had only one eye left, and looked injured. Jiang Chen took a look at it. Type speed-type, evolved zombie, strength 13, somewhat strong, speed 35, extremely strong, constitution 16, somewhat strong. Though this black-skinned athlete was injured, its stats were stronger than before. Jiang Chen was stunned. Was this zombie too competitive? Had it secretly improved? By the way, how could an ordinary person without any powers survive against this thing? Had the planner's brain been eaten by a dog? Shouldn't they weaken it a bit? After a moment of silence, he asked, "Did you undergo some training before?" The zombie couldn't speak. It merely let out a low growl, as if intimidating Jiang Chen to leave its territory. "Hey, black-skinned athlete, speak up. And why does your head look so pointy?" The zombie could no longer hold back. It charged straight at Jiang Chen, intending to tear him apart. What greeted it was a flash of sword light. Clang! The ordinary long sword thrown by Jiang Chen struck the evolved zombie directly. It was so sharp and fast that the zombie was actually cleaved in two. With a thought, Jiang Chen recalled the ordinary long sword back into the card space, untouched by a drop of blood, using the long-range flying sword to slay the enemy. It highlighted a sense of invincible loneliness. Jiang Chen shook his head. "It seems that I can retract cards from a distance of about 30 meters. Beyond that, I have to go pick them up myself." The abilities of each identity weakened significantly after switching identities. The same goes for the ability of a normal person and a fun seeker. Jiang Chen continued to ride forward. Survivors were indeed very few. Unlike the zombies he had seen in films, the zombies in this world were far too strong and were continuously evolving. It was incredibly difficult for ordinary people to survive. Suddenly, he saw in the distance many trucks parked at the base of a building, completely blocking the entrance. That should be a survivor team. Jiang Chen felt somewhat happy. He prepared to start lying. On the second floor, "Boss, we're running out of food. Shouldn't we go out again and gather some supplies?" A burly man with a dragon tattooed on his entire arm sat on the sofa lighting a cigar. He listened to his subordinate speaking. "Almost everyone easy to deceive in this building has died. Who will go?" The tattooed man furrowed his brow. "You." The subordinate hurriedly shook his head. "You mean I should go?" The subordinate was so scared he waved his hands, nearly kneeling down. Not far from their room, two men were watching outside with binoculars, clearly acting as lookouts. One had blonde hair, the other red. While keeping watch, they chatted. "What a pity, that woman from yesterday almost had me breathless when I played with her. She died after just a few moments. What terrible luck." The blonde sighed. "Alas, who can blame us for our low status? The more cannon fodder we deceive, the better our treatment naturally is. Neither of us managed to deceive anyone. Our acting skills are too poor. What kind of extraordinary person is our boss? Just a few days into the apocalypse, and he already formulated such a management plan." The red-haired man lowered his voice, speaking mysteriously. "I heard he's from prison sentenced to death, but happened to coincide with the apocalypse." The blonde gasped. "No wonder he's so ruthless. He was a tough guy even before the apocalypse." The red-haired man was about to agree when his eyes suddenly widened, staring incredulously outside. "What the hell? Am I seeing things? Is there someone riding a bicycle over there? This is insane. Did yesterday's alarm really attract all the zombies in the vicinity?" Jiang Chen rode down to the ground floor, looking up at the second floor, where one blonde and one red-haired man were present. They didn't seem like good people. Yet Jiang Chen still greeted them. "Hello there." One shouldn't judge by appearances. Previously he had encountered two talented individuals who seemed like delinquents, but surprisingly had their own principles and weren't bad people. "Kid, how did you get here?" "I rode my bike here," Jiang Chen replied honestly. "Damn it, can't you speak normally? I'm asking you, just answer honestly, don't talk nonsense." Jiang Chen frowned, feeling that these two were quite lacking in quality. "I flew here." "As a liar, you told a poor lie. System points 10. You dare to play tricks on me. Are you tired of living?" The blonde took out his phone from his pocket, asking smugly, "Kid, do you know what this is, eh?" Jiang Chen, "I don't know." The blonde was momentarily stunned before he said ominously, "You really don't know, but you'll find out soon enough." After saying that, he opened the phone, tapped the music player, and turned the volume up to maximum. Then with a whoosh, he threw the phone to Jiang Chen's feet. "Die? Huh." The two of them couldn't wait to see Jiang Chen's embarrassing reaction. The malice of the apocalypse came rushing in. For the first time, Jiang Chen deeply felt the hostility directed at him from others. There was no grudge, they just wanted to see him struggle so they could derive pleasure from it. The music started playing and distant zombies seemed to hear it, turning towards this direction. Jiang Chen crushed the phone under his foot. The music stopped abruptly. He was somewhat angry, looking at the two above and asking, "Have you done this often before?" The red-haired man frowned at Jiang Chen for smashing the phone, displeased. People who react this quickly are quite rare. Usually the first reaction is panic, followed by being chased by zombies and then dying in the struggle. "What's the matter? Do you have an opinion? If you have an opinion, come and hit me." The blonde also stood high and mighty, commenting, "Kid, you look pretty decent. Maybe my brother's actually like this type. Now kneel and call me grandpa, and I might consider letting you in." It's a pity that the woman from last night died before she could enjoy herself tossed to the zombies, and they seemed to enjoy it. Jiang Chen's gaze was calm, but beneath the surface a storm was brewing. He asked, "Isn't your behavior a bit excessive?" "Oh, excessive. The law of the apocalypse is survival of the fittest. I am strong, thus I can do as I please." The blonde pointed not far away, where a zombie began to move towards them, initially walking slowly, but soon breaking into a run. He gleefully said, "It's precisely because you're weak that you will die at the hands of the zombies, your blood and flesh slowly devoured." The red-haired man laughed triumphantly. Huh, kid, it's a pity that it's already too late. You'll have to remember this lesson with your life. The zombies began to charge. Their joints twisted grotesquely, yet their speed was surprisingly fast. Type: ordinary zombie. Strength: 11 above average. Speed: 12 above average. Physique: 12 above average. Jiang Chen sighed. The athletic black-skinned guy has already settled down. You ordinary zombies are not even trying to improve. Jiang Chen's strength was now a full 48 points, a staggering difference from ordinary zombies. He chose not to summon his village sword, but wanted to test his own strength. Taking a deep breath, he focused just as the zombie was about to pounce. Jiang Chen suddenly kicked out. The air seemed to vibrate for a moment, then the zombie was kicked more than 10 meters away. It lay still. Jiang Chen's current strength was indeed frightening. With one kick, the zombie's meridians were shattered. Even though its vital point was the brain, this kick targeted its body. Yet it still died utterly and completely. Normal human abilities diminish to about 1 meter. Often one has no choice but to take action. Otherwise, when it lunges, there's no stopping it. Meanwhile, the two upstairs were engulfed in disbelief. They had expected to see this kid struggle for survival, to see him weeping. They never anticipated that this would be the scene before them. Stunned. This was surreal. How could someone kick a zombie away over 10 meters with a single kick? Is this still a human? And why isn't the zombie moving? Isn't its vital point the head? Survival of the fittest. Now it seems that I am the stronger one. Jiang Chen looked at the two, his gaze calm and unruffled. But only those truly facing him could comprehend how terrifying this pressure was. The blonde was nearly scared to the point of wetting himself, sitting helplessly on the ground. Only the red-haired man stubbornly retorted. So what, kid? No matter how strong you are, can you withstand the tide of corpses, eh? Moreover, we're blocked here. How could you come up? Jiang Chen walked in front of the trucks, thoughtfully gazing. This should be the reliance of this survivor group. A bus was parked in the middle, surrounded by quite a few trucks, leaving no gaps in between. Zombies couldn't get in at all. Jiang Chen approached the bus, reached out to see if he could lift it. The bus shifted slightly, and the red-haired man's heart nearly leaped to his throat. But soon there was no more movement. He finally breathed a sigh of relief. On the other side, Jiang Chen looked at the destruction he had caused earlier and couldn't help but shake his head. Unlike tank-type evolved zombies, Jiang Chen's hands were not very large. Even though he was much stronger, the area of force application was too small, and the bus metal skin had directly caved in. It felt as thin as paper. It seems I have no choice but to use the village sword. Jiang Chen extended his arm, and a long sword appeared in his hand. This left the red-haired and blonde men upstairs dumbfounded. They swallowed hard, feeling that this youth was increasingly beyond their understanding of humanity. What kind of existence had they provoked? Under the sunlight, the ordinary long sword glimmered with reflected light, somewhat dazzling. Jiang Chen looked down and discovered that the blade was as smooth as a mirror reflecting a handsome face. Why does this sword feel so extraordinary? Ordinary long sword 99. White quality. The equipment can pretend to be a hero. Description: the best sword in the village, polished and enhanced by a hero, has reached its limit, cutting through iron like mud, sharp and unmatched, generating a sword light of an inch when swung. When did it strengthen to 99? Jiang Chen stroked his chin, recalling that previously the sword's enhancement count was only 64, far from 99. Could it be the guy from the sports team? Although he is very weak, his zombie crystal core is quite strong. Jiang Chen nodded in satisfaction. He initially intended to use the sword to push the bus aside, but now with the sword light, he slightly changed his mind. Clang! A shocking event occurred that left the two on the upper floor in awe. Jiang Chen used the sword like a cutting machine, swiftly carving a hole in the bus. Then he kicked it and casually walked inside. Seeing this, the red-haired and yellow-haired men panicked and rushed back inside to inform their boss. Damn! It seemed they were in deep trouble. Jiang Chen examined the marks left by the cut on the bus. The edge was smooth with faint signs of scorching. This is indeed quite useful. If I return to the real world, I would definitely be a master at chopping, would able to deliver a dimensional blow to Bald Chong. As for why Jiang Chen hadn't thought of cutting open the bus earlier, it was because he feared the noise. Cutting metal against metal would likely cause friction, resulting in a deafening sound. But the sword light was different. He leisurely entered the building, not taking the gang seriously at all. After all, he had just activated his cheat. On the other side, boss, something's wrong, something's wrong. The yellow-haired and red-haired men rushed into the room, panic written all over their faces. The little brother, who had just been bowing and scraping in front of the tattooed man, stood up straight upon seeing the two enter, his voice losing its flattery as he reprimanded them. What are you two panicking for, making the boss look like a joke? The red-haired man glanced at the little brother, though he felt displeased. There were more important matters at hand. Boss, we just saw a fierce person who kicked a zombie dozens of meters away and could summon a sword. Before he could finish, the yellow-haired man quickly added, Boss, it seems like he has a grudge against us. And without a word, he went in with a fierce demeanor. The tattooed man frowned. What nonsense. Kicking a zombie dozens of meters away. Bullshit. You two must be crazy. No one does that in their dreams. Before the tattooed man could speak, his little brother chimed in. It's true. We're not lying to you. The red-haired and yellow-haired men were getting anxious, and seeing this, the little brother wanted to reprimand them again. However, he was stopped by the tattooed man raising his hand. This claim was simply absurd, but one person could be mistaken, even delusional. Two people shouldn't be. He picked up the intercom on the table, somewhat skeptical. Everyone pay attention. It seems someone has entered the building. Come out and gather here with me now. Upon hearing the tattooed man's words, the people inside rushed toward the second floor, fearing they would be punished by the boss for being slow. This was the lair of a gang, and their numbers were indeed considerable. When Jiang Chen stepped onto the second floor with his sword, a large group had already gathered in the hallway, nearly a dozen people. Oh, still a gang operation. As he spoke, everyone looked up. They saw a young man with a handsome appearance and somewhat lazy eyes, seemingly not fully awake. He was holding a long sword that resembled a toy, leisurely standing at the end of the hallway. Upon seeing Jiang Chen, the crowd was momentarily enraged and began questioning the yellow-haired and red-haired men. Is this the fierce person you spoke of? A mere child. You two were scared by such a half-grown boy. Indeed, trash is just trash. Unable to attract cannon fodder is one thing, but to have such a small heart is another. Jiang Chen saw the chaos before him and coughed lightly, but found that no one paid him any attention. He helplessly shook his head. Indeed, the criminal gang was disorganized and undisciplined. Jiang Chen raised the long sword in his hand without aiming. Swish! It sounded like fabric being cut. One person became two. The once loud and chattering group instantly fell silent. Now can you all listen to me properly? Jiang Chen's voice was calm, light as a feather, yet at this moment it bore the weight of 1,000 pounds, pressing down on the hearts of the crowd, making it hard to breathe. Everyone's eyes widened in disbelief as they looked at their deceased comrade and the unmatched sharp sword. Too exaggerated. Is this person a monster? Or is it? Someone glanced at the ordinary long sword. The blade was even embedded in the concrete floor, glimmering with a sharp, cold light. Is this sword a treasure? Someone's heart trembled. He wondered if this sword was the reason why this young man was so formidable. If he had it, wouldn't he also be formidable? In that case, in this apocalyptic world, wouldn't he be able to do whatever he wanted and sleep with whatever woman he wanted? The scene was quiet. Quiet enough that only greedy, hurried breaths could be heard. Suddenly, at a certain moment, two people lunged toward the long sword simultaneously. Of course they missed. The long sword magically returned to Jiang Chen's hand. It seems there are still some who don't learn their lesson. Whooshed! Whooshed! With the flying sword technique, he skillfully killed two more people, and only then did the crowd finally recognize the reality. This truly was a fierce person. The red-haired and yellow-haired men hadn't deceived them. Haha, little brother, it's better to resolve grievances than to hold grudges. The burly tattooed man took a step forward, a fierce expression on his face, yet managed to squeeze out a smile. I wonder, what do we call you, little brother? Jiang Chen nodded. Finally, there was someone who could talk. Hello, I am Tang, sent a level 68 control system battle soul emperor. Please advise me. The tattooed man. Although confused, he continued the conversation. So it's little brother Tang, Sandaha, I wonder if we have ever offended you before. Jiang Chen thought for a moment and replied directly. Just now I greeted two people with enthusiasm, and they actually wanted to kill me by throwing a music-playing phone under my feet. So that's how it is. The tattooed man turned his head, his face dark enough to drip ink. You two come here. The yellow-haired and red-haired men trembled, nervously inching forward. I was wrong, big brother. I didn't recognize the mountain. It was not intentional. I was truly wrong, big brother. Please forgive me this once. I'll repay you by working like an ox or horse in the future. Cold sweat dripped from their foreheads, clearly indicating their extreme tension. Jiang Chen's eyes were as calm as a tranquil lake. These two had just been so arrogant, calling him old man, and had even plotted to kill him. Now they realized their mistake. Too late. You don't realize your error. You know you are about to die. Jiang Chen's calm voice resonated. The two were instantly paralyzed with fear, but soon got back up, bowing to Jiang Chen, crying and begging for mercy. Jiang Chen glanced at the second floor where a few zombies were wandering over. Weren't you two the ones who enjoyed watching others struggle in the apocalypse, racing against zombies? Now jump down from here and let me see how fast you can run. Upon hearing Jiang Chen's words, despair washed over them. They crawled over to the tattooed man, hoping their boss would plead for them. The tattooed man saw this as an opportunity to show off. He quickly ordered the other subordinates to bind the yellow-haired and red-haired men and throw them out. The zombies were already fast, and with their hands bound, the two were soon caught and devoured. Their screams were heart-wrenching. Each bite from the zombies was soul-crushing. They even wished the zombies would bite them to death quickly, at least to end their torment. They finally understood how desperate the people they had killed before must have felt, forced to endure such fear and pain with their eyes wide open. The tattooed man invited Jiang Chen back to his office, bowing and scraping, making it impossible to tell that he was once a fierce crime lord. He poured a cup of tea and placed it on the table in front of Jiang Chen. It's not poisoned, is it? Ha! The tattooed man wiped the sweat from his forehead and smiled. How could it be? By the way, you must not have eaten since you came over, right? He quickly gestured for his subordinates to prepare food. Jiang Chen did not drink the tea, but walked over to the window to look outside. The weather was somewhat gloomy, as if rain was coming. The world had become increasingly desolate, not only in material terms. The tattooed man hesitated for a moment, but couldn't suppress his curiosity and mustered the courage to ask, "May I ask if your current strength is due to awakening the legendary superpower?" Jiang Chen nodded. Yes, my superpower includes immense strength, incredible speed, extraordinary physique, the ability to identify anything. Zombies perceive me as one of their own. I can control flying swords at will, and I also possess spatial abilities. The tattooed man was astonished. He had never believed in superpowers before. They had scavenged so many places and encountered numerous cannon fodder, but had not seen anyone with superpowers. Today he believed there were indeed superpowers in this world. But could there be so many types of powers all in one? By the way, Jiang Chen suddenly asked, why are there only men here? Not a single woman in sight. Oh, you, the tattooed man smiled obsequiously. You came at an unfortunate time. The women we brought out were all either played to death by the brothers or thrown to the zombies afterward. However, don't worry, we did see a particularly beautiful woman before, just in the alley next to Ningjiang for high school. If you need her urgently, I can go help you bring her back today. Although he had long anticipated that after the apocalypse morals and laws would cease to exist, he did not expect these people to be so depraved. A fire of anger seemed to rise within Jiang Chen. He shook his head and asked, what do you mean by cannon fodder? Oh, you mean that? Once the topic was brought up, the tattooed man became animated. Cannon fodder refers to the people we use as bait to attract zombies while searching for supplies, usually the elderly, weak, sick, or rebellious young men. This way we can search for supplies more safely. He continued with pride. When we find survivors, we throw the men out as cannon fodder and keep the women for ourselves. At the same time, we implement a point system in the team. The more people each person tricks, the higher their status will be. However, now that the zombies are becoming stronger, the risks of searching for supplies are too great, so we are considering stockpiling some cannon fodder just in case. Jiang Chen's expression remained calm, but a faint murderous intent flickered in his eyes. These people were hardly human anymore, more like wolves in sheep's clothing. You certainly have a good team mentality, the tattooed man eagerly said upon hearing Jiang Chen's words. If you join us, I'll gladly hand over this leader position to you. No, I prefer to work alone, but we can play a game. What games? Just a beta. Later we'll see if there's cilantro in the food your men prepare. If there is, then you all must die. Oh, if not, you can live. Jiang Chen's nonchalant words sounded as if he was making the most mundane statement. The tattooed man's face changed. His expression grew extremely serious and beads of sweat the size of soybeans dripped from his forehead. In their seemingly normal conversation just moments ago, he had forgotten that the youth before him was a non-human existence. So strong it was inconceivable. Killing them would be like crushing ants. May I ask why? The tattooed man's face darkened, but he wanted to know how he had offended Jiang Chen. He had already shown enough respect to Jiang Chen, even thinking that after capturing that beautiful woman, he would let Jiang Chen play with her first. Could it be? Such a powerful being still harbored a ridiculous sense of justice, unable to tolerate their actions. But this was the apocalypse. A world where humans eat humans. What wrong did they commit? Why, Jiang Chen smiled. I destroy you. What does it have to do with you? He would not argue with anyone about who was right or wrong, or about moral boundaries. He simply found it intolerable and acted on his impulses. The tattooed man felt as if struck by lightning. Upon hearing Jiang Chen's words, the hope in his eyes was extinguished. He had thought that with his eloquence, even if this youth truly had a sense of justice, he might still be confused enough to find a way to survive. If he survived, he could subtly probe for information about the superpowers, and perhaps one day he could turn the table. But Jiang Chen did not give him that opportunity. As the tattooed man was lost in thought, finally his subordinates brought in the food. It seemed that within this gang there was indeed a chef or someone skilled in cooking. For dishes and a soup looked quite sumptuous. The tattooed man quickly checked the 5 dishes, eager to see if there was cilantro in the food. The first dish, none. The second, also none. The third, fourth, all no cilantro. Only the last one remained. It felt like scratching a lottery ticket. The previous numbers had matched, leaving only the last one. The tattooed man's heart raced. 5th dish. No cilantro either. Phew. He suddenly breathed a sigh of relief. At least today his life should be spared. Such a strong individual should not go back on their word, right? He looked at Jiang Chen and found him smiling at him. Sorry, I don't eat beef. The tattooed man could never have imagined that the reason for his predicament was simply because he did not eat beef. The problem is there was no beef in the 4 dishes and a soup. Dark clouds continued to gather, shrouding the world in gloom. Due to the power outage, the lights in this building could not be turned on. In such a dim environment, silvery light flickered at an astonishing speed, almost a new position every second. It was chilling and blinding. Accompanying it were sounds of desperate screams. After a long while the sounds gradually faded. The smooth mirror-like sword blade reflected Jiang Chen's expressionless profile, adding an air of menace. The dim corridor was stained with blood. A thunderous roar echoed and torrential rain poured down from the sky. Is it raining? Jiang Chen looked out the window. The rain fell heavily, as if to wash away all the filth in the world. In this building, he was the only one left. He prepared to find an umbrella. Although Jiang Chen now possessed many abilities with exaggerated strength, speed, and physique, he had little way to deal with the downpour. With his physique, catching a cold was unlikely. However, who would want to be caught in the rain for no reason? Other than the corridor, the other rooms were clean. Jiang Chen quickly found a place resembling a storage room. Found it. He pulled out a pink umbrella. Although a bit effeminate, it was better than getting soaked. Moreover, Jiang Chen did not care how others viewed him. Thud. Something fell to the ground. He looked in the direction of the sound and discovered a small pink backpack reminiscent of something a primary school student would carry. But now its owner was nowhere to be found. Jiang Chen clearly thought of something. These beasts sure killed them too quickly. Sighing, he decided not to linger. It was time to return to his original path. Such things might be happening at every moment in this apocalyptic world. Jiang Chen couldn't care less about trivial matters, but if they crossed his path, he wouldn't mind delivering a few strikes. It was a matter of convenience. The rain fell heavily. It evoked a desire to drive a Maybach onto an elevated highway. Jiang Chen walked through the torrential rain, the umbrella like a ship sailing through the sky. The thunder rolled. The ones most affected were the zombies. Zombies had much sharper hearing than ordinary humans, which also meant that the thunder would greatly disrupt them. Moreover, with the rain pouring down from the sky, the zombies, already having poor vision, could see even less of the road ahead. Additionally, for many who could not access water, the rain undoubtedly alleviated their urgent need. At the very least, at this moment, collecting water in bottles and jars could ensure a supply for quite a while. The rain was like a glimmer of hope left by the heavens for humanity. Jiang Chen walked silently. He thought that today's identity was a bit too difficult. For a liar to make such a sincere person lie was undoubtedly asking too much. Moreover, with such heavy rain, where would he find someone to deceive? He wandered aimlessly, looking east and west, hoping to see any survivors. At that moment, as he lifted his head for an instant, he spotted a middle-aged man carrying a wooden stick on his shoulder with luggage on both sides, walking off into the distance. What's going on? Jiang Chen was taken aback. There were no zombies nearby, plus the cover of thunder and rain made it hard for them to detect him. But what if? If an ordinary person were to be discovered by zombies, the outcome was all too predictable. Jiang Chen rarely encountered anyone with courage to match his own. He curiously approached. Brother, where are you headed? The middle-aged man was startled to be spoken to, but upon seeing another person, not a zombie, he relaxed. A kind smile appeared on his dark face. Me? Oh, I'm just going back home for a visit. Jiang Chen was astonished. Even in the apocalypse, one still wanted to go home. Where is your home, brother? Why are you carrying so much? The man pointed ahead and replied, just ahead. Oh, walk past this street and over that hill and you'll arrive. Why go back? The road is so dangerous. I just want to go back and check on things. The man paused for a moment, seemingly recalling something, and continued, I want to go back to harvest the rice and sell it. And then, the dark-skinned man could not finish. Jiang Chen sighed and asked, how old are you? What about your family? The man smiled calmly, the wrinkles on his face gathering together. I'm 47 this year. My mother turned into a zombie while picking up the kids along with the kids. Jiang Chen paused, and your partner? My partner also died right in front of me because she was grabbed by zombies. Not wanting to become one of those monsters, she jumped off a building before my eyes. After listening to the man's words, Jiang Chen fell silent for a long time. It was evident that this man had suffered unimaginable pain due to the apocalypse. Yet even with his heart filled with grief, he still wore a kind smile. A family of 4, once harmonious and beautiful, was now reduced to just him. Walking alone in despair in this apocalyptic world, suddenly the man slipped on the ground and stumbled. Jiang Chen quickly supported him. Thank you, young man. I haven't spoken to anyone in a long time. Thank you for walking this part of the road with me. But you must have your own things to do, right? The man continued, I can manage the rest of the journey myself. Hearing the man's words, Jiang Chen stopped and did not continue forward. He couldn't help but say, take care, brother. Watch your step. The middle-aged man turned back and smiled. Thank you, young man, for your concern. Take care of your... The middle-aged man disappeared into the rain. He had his own path to follow. Jiang Chen turned around, holding the umbrella. There are many paths in this world, and everyone has their own. Bad people have their own way of living, good people have theirs. Jiang Chen naturally had his own way of living. As a liar, you did not lie, but understood some truths about lying. System points 100. System points 1030. What exactly is a liar? Jiang Chen did not know the system always spoke in riddles, which was quite annoying. He turned back, holding the pink umbrella. In the vast rain curtain, Jiang Chen saw a silhouette that was exaggeratedly large. The silhouette was spherical, towering 2 to 3 stories high. It rolled slowly down the street. What is that thing? Jiang Chen continued to walk forward, moving towards the circular outline. He finally saw clearly what this eerie object was. It was an enormous mass of flesh formed by countless zombies. Tattered pieces of clothing and the limbs of the zombies seemed to have fused together, twisted in connection. Even more astonishing was that these zombies were not dead. They had formed a symbiotic system, all howling and emitting unpleasant sounds. Type zombie, ball type, evolved zombie. Strength 38, extremely strong. Speed 16, fairly strong. Physique 50, extraordinary. The physique is actually at an extraordinary level. Jiang Chen looked at the zombie ball in astonishment. It was the first time he had seen a value rated as extraordinary by a innate assessment. Even the previously terrifying tank-type zombies had no single stat reach 50, with the highest strength only. However, the zombie ball was not fast. It couldn't even outrun Jiang Chen. He summoned a regular longsword. Clang! With a flash of sword light, the longsword flew to the meatball 20 meters away. Swish! The longsword pierced directly into the meatball, severing a zombie. Jiang Chen recalled the longsword and glanced at the blade, finding no trace of blood. It wasn't as hard as I imagined. However, just as Jiang Chen finished his thought, the zombie ball began to squirm. In just a few seconds, the spot where the zombie was severed had another zombie emerge as if it had never been injured. Regeneration ability. Isn't this a bit sci-fi? Jiang Chen tried a few more strikes and found that each time the meatball returned to its original state in no time. Unlike the tank-type zombies, which could be defeated by simply decapitating them, the zombie ball clearly had no weaknesses. His attacks had clearly caught the attention of the zombie ball, but it rolled around and seemed not to notice Jiang Chen. The rain was too heavy. It splashed on the ground, rising mist that obscured the zombie's line of sight. Thanks to his observer ability, Jiang Chen could see several dozen meters away. He felt a bit like retreating. After all, even if he killed this zombie ball-type evolved zombie, it wouldn't bring him any benefit. His system wasn't about leveling up by killing monsters or gaining points from killing zombies. He needed point cards to level up. Moreover, Jiang Chen often didn't shy away from escaping. He didn't think that fleeing meant he had failed. Knowing there are tigers on the mountain, one should avoid it. If there's no return after going, then don't go. Everyone has their own path to follow. Who says that a retreat isn't also a path? He turned around, preparing to leave. Suddenly, wah! The cry of a baby abruptly pierced through the rain curtain, reaching Jiang Chen's ears. Though it was quickly muffled, the zombie ball still heard it. Jiang Chen looked towards the source of the sound and found a mother holding a baby standing by a window of a building. Oh no! Sure enough, the zombie ball started to change direction, slowly rolling towards the source of the sound. What would it feel like for a ball 2 to 3 stories tall to roll? One word: crushing. Everything in its path, small cars, trash bins, was flattened by this zombie ball forcibly entering a two-dimensional form. Moreover, some zombies that were crushed by the zombie ball also merged into it. It was even strengthening. It's easy to imagine how great a threat such a zombie ball posed to ordinary people. Even hiding in a residential building wouldn't likely be safe. Just like that baby and his mother, they would probably perish. Sigh. Jiang Chen sighed. I really don't want to kill you. Why do you have to seek death? Having encountered that evil gang who tormented many innocents, Jiang Chen was already somewhat displeased, not to mention the encounter with that middle-aged man later. Even after such a tragic situation, with only one of the 4 family members left alive, he still had to greet Jiang Chen, saying he was worried about him. Jiang Chen's mood was even more depressed. Now he came across such a disgusting zombie. Encounters with people and events were coming one after another, making Jiang Chen somewhat angry. System lottery. The card galaxy sparkled as before. Jiang Chen didn't admire it. He quickly clicked to skip. He didn't bother to see what cards he drew, he just wanted a point card. This time his luck was pretty good, with a total of 3 cards. Give me points. He didn't choose other attributes. Jiang Chen still only added strength. His original strength was 48 points. The system rated it as extremely strong. At this moment, with the investment of 1 point card by Jiang Chen, his strength instantaneously surged to 58 points. A glow flashed within his body, followed by an overwhelming heat. His blood seemed to boil. The torrential rain was even evaporated into mist enveloping him. Every muscle, bone, and even at the cellular and genetic level within Jiang Chen was undergoing a leap. This was life evolving. However, this was not enough. Jiang Chen reached out and grabbed 2 more point cards. All add to strength. These 2 enhancements were even more terrifying, pushing Jiang Chen's strength to an extremely horrifying level. A faint white light emanated from his eyes, making him quite noticeable in this dim world. The zombie ball-type zombie came to a stop because there was a figure in front of it. This figure emanated white light from its eyes, holding a pink umbrella, standing in the rain curtain, quietly watching it. Crack! A flash of lightning illuminated this figure and the residential building behind it. By the window of the building stood a woman in her 20s holding a child, watching this scene with fear. Character card. Character liar. Name Jiang Chen. Strength 78, extraordinary. Speed 27, extremely strong. Physique 28, extremely strong. Hidden card, revival card equipped. This time he added 30 points to strength, and even speed and physique surged, truly feeling extraordinary. Roar. Like thousands of zombies roaring in unison, the zombie ball rolled towards Jiang Chen. Unlike its previous slow crushing, the zombie ball seemed to sense danger and charged at full speed. In terms of speed, it had already surpassed many ordinary zombies. Coupled with its massive weight, one could imagine how terrifying its impact would be. If it were not blocked, it could probably crush a building. Jiang Chen took a deep breath, visibly inhaling white air into his mouth. He tossed the pink umbrella into the sky. Then, with his fingers clenched tightly at the moment the zombie ball charged over, he unleashed his full power. Bang! The zombie ball's attack came to an abrupt halt. At the center of Jiang Chen's fist, the flesh on the zombie ball rippled like water waves. Following that, the previously astonishing healing zombie ball exploded instantly, turning into a rain of blood. Jiang Chen caught the umbrella he had just thrown up, blocking all the blood rain. Not to mention his handsomeness. Everyone has their own path to walk. If you walk this way, then I can only say you are on a path to death. Pot up. A piece of green stone fell from the sky. What is this? Zombie crystal core. Jiang Chen picked it up. Zombie crystal core green quality can be shattered for strengthening objects. Indeed, but this one is green. Why does it feel strangely familiar? Are you a product from the same company as the cards? Before Jiang Chen could finish his complaint, he heard a young woman's voice. Are you a deity? Jiang Chen looked up. He gazed at the second floor where a young mother stood. He had not noticed before that this woman possessed a certain charm of a mature lady. Her figure was pleasing and her appearance was quite decent. The strands of hair on her head appeared slightly damp, with sweat sticking to her forehead due to nervousness. She was holding a child, and although her eyes were filled with astonishment, she still cautiously asked in a low voice, "Are you a celestial being? Are you here to save this world?" "No." "Oh." The woman paused, biting her dry lips. "Thank you for saving my life and my child's. Why don't you come up for a while? I can cook a meal to repay your kindness." Jiang Chen had exceptionally sharp eyesight and could see at a glance. The woman's face had lost all color. Even if there was food in the house, it certainly wasn't much. Moreover, the reason she had come out was to fetch water, to collect the rainwater from the sky. She had held the child tightly, not expecting to encounter such a terrifying corpse ball zombie. "No need, you probably don't have much to eat." Jiang Chen shook his head and spoke softly, "Please step aside." Although she didn't understand what this young man meant, she still trusted him quite a bit. After all, with the terrifying strength of this youth, if he truly wished to harm her, she would have no ability to resist. She obediently stepped aside. Jiang Chen extended his hand, and 5 or 6 cards appeared in his palm. With a gentle wave, these cards flew up to the second floor. "What is this?" "Playing cards." Before the woman could voice her doubts, the few gray cards hovered slightly in the air. Swish, swish, swish. They conjured up bottled water, compressed biscuits, canned fruits, and other supplies that were extremely rare in the apocalypse, astonishingly produced by Jiang Chen with ease. The woman was utterly shocked. This was simply miraculous. How could he say he wasn't a celestial being? Just as she intended to kneel and bow to Jiang Chen, she discovered that the young man had already walked far away, holding that blood-red umbrella, traversing through the endless rain. Gradually, he became invisible. The woman stared blankly into the distance. Wow! The baby's cries snapped her back to reality. Clearly, the infant was hungry and would cry out. She hurriedly lifted her garment, but there was very little milk. This was because over the past 2 days she had been rationing her food to survive longer. She only ate a little bit each meal, wanting to keep the child alive. However, things were much better now. Looking at the supplies beside her, tears unconsciously flowed down her cheeks. "Baby, stop crying. We have hope now. We can survive." "As a liar, you did not lie." System points 20. Jiang Chen continued to walk through the rain. This rain is really heavy. It seemed to pour out all emotions. Previously, he had punched through the zombie's flesh ball and used the umbrella to shield himself from the blood rain. Thus, the current umbrella had a more pronounced red hue, an eye-catching blood color that lingered. Heavy rain, a blood-red umbrella, and a slowly walking youth. In a sense, it resembled a scene from a horror film shoot. Why do I feel like I'm cosplaying as the Yellow Springs? Is this reasonable? Jiang Chen felt a bit hungry. It should be about mealtime. He suddenly recalled the 4 dishes and 1 soup prepared by the flower-tattooed man's underlings, which indeed looked quite appetizing. However, he didn't feel like eating. After all, one can't eat someone else's food and take their life right. That would be rather impolite. Jiang Chen was a polite and moral person. He felt a slight movement in his heart. Dozens of cards appeared before his eyes. These cards included those won from the previous lottery, such as Ordinary Longsword Rebirth card and Thank You for Your Patronage. There were also those he had cardified today, such as Chu Siyu's Painting Mountain Bike, Compressed Biscuit, and Bottled Water. Since Thank You for Your Patronage was sometimes inconvenient due to randomness, Jiang Chen initially materialized some of the cards into specific supplies and categorized them. This way, when he needed something, he could just materialize it directly. There wasn't much going on now. It was time to check which cards he had drawn earlier. Earlier during the battle with the corpse ball, he had forcibly summoned a wave of battle power and conducted a 10-time draw. Besides 3 attribute points cards, there were 7 other cards. Among them 6 were common gray cards labeled "Thank you for your patronage." Only one was a card Jiang Chen had never seen before. However, he had been in such a rush earlier that he hadn't looked closely. Upgrade card white quality. Using it can upgrade other cards to white quality. Description: can be upgraded without defeating monsters. Is this reasonable? There's such a card. Jiang Chen stroked his chin and took out a card. Character card. Upgrade for me. To Jiang Chen's disappointment, the card bug failed. It was unclear whether it was because the character card was originally higher than white quality, or if the system had anticipated that the host was quite peculiar and would not allow him to exploit this loophole. Just like the liar cardification ability could not cardify an entire Earth. He pursed his lips, gazing at the multitude of cards hovering in front of him. It seems I can only choose one gray quality card to enhance. Jiang Chen pondered. The "Thank you for your patronage" card is definitely out of the question. The apocalypse is my home. How could I lack supplies? Similarly, those instant noodles are unnecessary. I can't expect to upgrade them and still gain attributes. As for finding a weapon to upgrade to white quality, that's not impossible, but he already has a good sword, which is also... Jiang Chen thought for a moment. He couldn't afford to learn to dual wield like Kirito, right? He didn't have that skill, and he certainly didn't want to hurt himself and make things awkward. After much contemplation, only the mountain bike remained as an option. Judging from the abilities of white quality cards, such as attribute point cards and ordinary longswords, the disparity between white and gray was immense. It was similar to the difference between stockpiling food and stockpiling guns. While others hoard food, he hoards guns, while others are merely his granary. Upgrade. As Jiang Chen conceived this thought, the white upgrade card immediately covered the mountain bike. The 2 cards adhered together, and gradually the gray backing of the mountain bike card began to transform into white. Card upgrade successful. The mountain bike card has evolved into ordinary mount. An ordinary mount. Is that right? Where has my large bicycle gone? The imagined scene of a bicycle turning into a motorcycle did not occur. Jiang Chen was baffled. Where did this come from? Wasn't this the apocalypse? Why do mounts exist now? Ordinary mount. White quality. Using it can summon a mount. Description: an old horse knows the way. A thought stirred within Jiang Chen. The ordinary mount card began to disappear, revealing its true form. It appeared. What would this mount card be? Oh, it turned out to be a brand new mountain bicycle. Jiang Chen, is this the upgrade completed? Why does it feel like nothing has changed? Soul Egg, are you tricking me with this card? If I had known, I might as well have upgraded an umbrella. It might have been more impressive. Riding a bicycle in the rain was not very convenient. It easily splattered mud on him. This was also the reason Jiang Chen had been walking around lately instead of riding. He touched the bicycle and prepared to store it away. It was time to go home for dinner. Suddenly, it seemed that the bicycle recognized Jiang Chen's thoughts. The originally unremarkable mountain bicycle transformed instantaneously into a race car. This race car had a sleek body full of dynamism, with an obsidian-like sheen shimmering on its streamlined frame. It was obviously an expensive item. Goo, what is going on here? To be honest, Jiang Chen had been poor before. He had never seen such high-end stuff. Opening the door, the interior revealed a sense of luxury and sophistication, seemingly all made of genuine leather and carbon fiber, with even a small refrigerator inside. It could hold some ice-cold cola or something. Is this the starry sky roof that was so popular online before? The roof sparkled like stars with each breath, and raindrops fell on it, creating a faint sound. It sounded so pleasurable. So now the question arises. Jiang Chen stroked his chin. I have never learned. It seemed to have heard Jiang Chen's voice. Soon the layout of the car changed again. The main driver's seat disappeared, replaced by a more spacious interior. A mechanical voice sounded. The intelligent driving system is at your service. Would you like to choose a destination? It appeared. A transformer car. Optimus Prime, is that you? Jiang Chen was shocked. He had previously thought the zombie evolution in a spherical form was sci-fi, but this mount was even more sci-fi. It felt like driving a fully customized, futuristic, intelligent technology sports car. By the way, can this mount still be called ordinary? Jiang Chen exclaimed in awe. The system was truly hidden and unassuming. It was worthy of being my brother, my dear friend. He touched the sports car, and instantly the starry sky roof disappeared, replaced by a large glass sunroof. Indeed, this sports car could change as he wished. Could it even turn into a bicycle or a motorcycle? He held this question as he conversed with the car's intelligence system. He discovered that it was indeed the case. However, the car had some obvious shortcomings, although it had intelligent driving and shape-shifting capabilities. Its impact resistance was average, and it was difficult to expose it to extreme environments. For instance, if the car was fully submerged in water, it would stop working in extreme temperatures, whether extremely cold or hot. Jiang Chen stored the umbrella in the newly generated storage compartment of the car. Home. With a command, the car began to drive slowly. Due to the numerous obstacles on the street combined with the heavy rain, even with advanced intelligent driving, the sports car's speed was not fast. Jiang Chen lay down in the car, gazing through the sunroof at the torrential rain above, muttering, "I've really driven a Maybach." Along the way, everything went smoothly. It was a rainy day, and the zombies' hearing and vision were limited. Encountering a spherical zombie was merely a rare event. Jiang Chen opened his front door. He lay down on the bed, feeling utterly exhausted. Nothing beats my big bed. Soft and comfortable. Intelligent driving is indeed great. I don't even need to take a driving test anymore. I wonder when I can get a machine that cooks automatically. Why can't the food just run to my mouth? Jiang Chen was pure laziness. Even if I take 1,000 steps back, why do I still have to get up to cook? He was hungry, but he didn't want to move at all. If I don't want to cook, can I order takeout? System, do you have that capability? The system remained silent. Not intelligent at all. Sighing, Jiang Chen got up to prepare for dinner. He glanced. It was still raining outside. The rainwater had formed small streams flowing along the streets. There was even wind. Fortunately, Jiang Chen had closed all the doors and windows tightly. Outside, the storm raged with faint thunder rumbling. Yet the house was very quiet. I feel like eating yellow braised chicken rice. Although there were self-heating yellow braised chicken rice at home, it was just like the difference between takeout and dine-in. The taste was quite different. If only there were a roommate who could cook. Jiang Chen muttered as he made do with the meal. Lying in the warm and comfortable quilt, he gradually fell asleep. When Jiang Chen woke up, it was already close to 5 in the afternoon. He suddenly remembered that Chu Siua said she would contact him again at 4 in the afternoon. He walked to the balcony. The rain was still falling, but had lessened somewhat. Jiang Chen noticed that Chu Siua was not waiting on the opposite balcony. After all, in such an open balcony during rainy days, there was a high risk of rainwater being blown in. He saw Chu Siua on the balcony, placing a whiteboard and many bottles and jars, seemingly preparing to collect water. That whiteboard was the one she often used to write on. "The rain is too heavy today. Let's contact each other again at this time tomorrow. I have food, so don't worry. Though you have plenty of supplies, collect some water. We don't know how long it will last." The last few words seemed to imply that Chu Siua wanted to say that it was uncertain how long this apocalypse would last. The size of the board was limited, and by the end it was barely enough to write on. "So that's how it is." Jiang Chen nodded and prepared to go to the bathroom. But he realized that the water had been cut off. No wonder Chu Siua started collecting water. It must have stopped when Jiang Chen went out during the day. Indeed, the electricity was cut off last night, and soon after the water was also cut off. Power outages, water cuts. Several major inventions of human civilization had disappeared. Fortunately, when Jiang Chen looked at the map just on the day he went to school, he found that Ningjiang City had no nuclear power plants or anything. So it wouldn't suddenly explode one day. He wouldn't even know how he died. Jiang Chen had dinner and began to write his diary for the day. Day 5 of the apocalypse, there was a heavy rain. I encountered a group of bad people and also met a few good people. He finished writing the diary. He let out a long breath, preparing to cardiaze the diary. Because according to the talent's requirement of surviving for 7 days, Jiang Chen was about to complete this task. Afterward, he should return to the real world. By that time, Jiang Chen would have to say goodbye to this world. The only memory he leaves behind might just be this diary, which roughly records the events he encountered. What is its purpose? Jiang Chen looked at the card in his hand in astonishment, realizing, oh no, the Riddler phenomenon seems to be spreading. He flipped the card over, finding that the back displayed no color, resembling a slowly rotating vortex. What use is this? Clearly no one responded to Jiang Chen. Perhaps it was due to the insufficient level of the observer. He couldn't comprehend the function of this item. However, a diary originally meant for leisure had unexpectedly undergone such a transformation. Jiang Chen felt a little intrigued. With 2 days remaining, perhaps by then, upon completing the task, he would discover the purpose of this card. In a certain underground military base in Ningjiang City, a group of scholars in white lab coats and an officer in military uniform were intently staring at the screen before them. The screen displayed scenes of the army battling several speed-type, evolved zombies. The expressions on everyone's faces were grave. There is no doubt that these monsters are evolving, starting from the exceedingly fast zombie from the day before yesterday to the subsequent appearance of muscular zombies. Special-type zombies are slowly increasing in number. The officer stepped forward and switched to another image using a remote control. The image showed a giant zombie over 4 meters tall and nearly 2 meters wide. Its skin was dark blue and its muscles were bulging, resembling the Hulk from the movies. It effortlessly grabbed a truck and hurled it several meters away, crushing several soldiers in the army. If Jiang Chen were present, he would immediately recognize this zombie as the tank-type evolved zombie he had slain with a single sword strike. After watching the video, the officer spoke solemnly. We shall temporarily name this zombie Titan. It possesses immense strength, and its tough skin renders conventional firearms only capable of inflicting minor injuries. Only after deploying heavy weaponry were we able to severely injure and ultimately kill it. The crowd fell silent. The zombies were evolving far more rapidly than depicted in novels and films. This is only the 5th day of the apocalypse. I understand your grief over your fallen comrades, but didn't we discuss this zombie just yesterday? A young scholar questioned. We should have used heavy firepower to suppress it immediately. Why is this being brought up again today? The officer remained silent and lightly pressed the remote control. Because, today, we observed an entity stronger than the Titan zombie using a drone. On the screen, a zombie the size of a small mountain was slowly rolling like a giant meatball, crushing everything around. This was discovered in the city today. It seems to have evolved due to the excessive gathering of zombies. Can't we use explosives? It doesn't seem to move quickly, an elderly scholar suggested. The officer shook his head and displayed the following footage. The drone dropped a bomb, hitting the meatball squarely. Boom. The explosion produced a tremendous noise, generating high-temperature flames and billowing smoke. As the smoke dissipated, the crowd saw that the bomb had only created a small crater, and as the zombie meatball writhed, the tiny hole quickly healed. Hiss. Witnessing this scene, the people present could not help but gasp. A heavy silence and oppressive atmosphere immediately enveloped the room. Do we have any data on this fusion zombie? Finally, someone broke the deathly silence. No, the rain was too heavy today, and the drone had to return. We don't even know the current location of this zombie. A scholar spoke in despair. If the army is somewhat helpless against it, then what about the survivors? Wouldn't encountering it be a death sentence? Without any means of counteraction, strength and intelligence are of no use when faced with such a despairing gap. We can only hope for the elusive stroke of luck. Do we as humanity truly still have hope? A hint of sorrow appeared in the officer's eyes, but it quickly turned resolute. He was a soldier and could not show weakness at this moment. Perhaps it was time to execute that plan. The night was moonless. The wind blew and it rained. Jiang Chen comfortably nestled into his bed. Listening to the wind and the rain, he felt a certain sense of contentment. At this moment, the weather matched his mood. He was carefree. A night of sweet dreams. The green sunlight fell upon Jiang Chen's back as usual. He got up, opened the window, and fresh air rushed in. It was moist and refreshing. The night's wind and rain had washed away the stench of the zombies. Brushing his teeth, washing up, and having breakfast. At this moment, Jiang Chen finally reached out to summon his character trader named Jiang Chen. Strength 78, extraordinary speed 27, very strong constitution 28, very strong, hidden card, revival card equipped. Trader. Today's identity was quite plain and simple. Jiang Chen raised an eyebrow. Trading in its literal sense meant exchanging with others. One hand holds money, the other holds goods. The transaction is complete once the money and goods are exchanged. However, here comes the question who to trade with. He suddenly thought of his electronic pet, Chu Siyue. However, she had mentioned contacting him again at 4 in the afternoon. Jiang Chen walked to the balcony hoping for a bit of luck. If that didn't work, he would just go over and knock on Chu Siyue's door. She would probably be startled. Fortunately, Jiang Chen had good luck. Chu Siyue was on the balcony moving around jars and bottles. Due to the water cut yesterday compounded by the rain, she was collecting water with these containers. She also spotted Jiang Chen and greeted him with a cheerful good morning. Jiang Chen pulled out his phone and noticed the battery was running low. However, he had prepared a power bank on the first day. He had initially thought he could still go online after the apocalypse. Yet the network had gone down so quickly. Today it proved useful. Do you need anything? Jiang Chen typed on his phone. Seeing Jiang Chen attempting to communicate with her, Chu Siyue quickly set down the basin in her hands and picked up a pair of binoculars. No, but didn't you see my reminder from yesterday? You didn't collect water. Jiang Chen replied, I still have plenty of water. Indeed, he had more than enough, as long as he wished he could have access to a world of water resources. Chu Siyue shook her head, feeling that Jiang Chen was not very good at surviving. No matter how much water you have, it will eventually run out. What will you do when that day comes? Jiang Chen responded, we'll cross that bridge when we come to it. Don't you really need anything? Like canned fish, canned fruit, or a steaming hot self-heating hot pot? You know there will be no electricity in the future. Don't you want to eat something warm? Chu Siyue gulped as if she had already envisioned the taste of food in her mouth. These past 2 days, she had been rationing her food, maintaining only the bare minimum energy needs. Because even if Jiang Chen had food, it would eventually run out. Moreover, she felt a bit embarrassed to keep asking him for food. After all, food was extremely precious in the apocalypse, and one needed to eat to survive. Chu Siyue said that wouldn't be right. What about you? Jiang Chen replied, it's fine, I still have plenty. Chu Siyue was touched. In such an apocalypse, he was still willing to share the hope of survival. How kind and gentle was that? Chu Siyue's stirred emotions abruptly halted. Wah. What? Jiang Chen, money. Money. What money? Jiang Chen, money you can spend. Chu Siyue was dumbfounded. It's the end of the world, brother. What use is money now? Surely you are not still hoping that one day the apocalypse will just end. I no longer cling to that hope. Are you serious? Jiang Chen nodded. Chu Siyue felt helpless. His mind worked in such strange, inscrutable ways that she could never predict him. If only Jiang Chen could read minds, he would surely retort, I do not even know what I will do in the next second, and you expect to predict me. She could only follow his logic. But now everyone paid by phone at cash was seldom used. With no network, obviously no QR codes could be scanned. Chu Siue rummaged around the house for a long time before finally finding 200 yuan in her mother's room. On the whiteboard, she wrote how much for a self-heating hot pot. Jiang Chen $2. Chu Siue, what? Did you write it wrong? I asked how much the self-heating hot pot costs. Jiang Chen $2. Chu Siue, are you out of your mind? Which step did I miss? It felt like being in math class. When looking down she could barely follow, but when she looked up she was completely lost. $2. Chu Siue muttered the phrase a few times. Could it be US dollars? She calculated roughly one box would be about 15 yuan. Pretty cheap, probably vegetarian. To confirm she asked, how much for compressed biscuits? $1. Indeed it was English. Although Chu Siu's grades were only average, she could still grasp such simple words. Truly it had to be foreign currency. I want 4 compressed biscuits and 1 self-heating hot pot. After writing it down, she sent 100 yuan across to the building opposite by pulley. Jiang Chen received the money and cheerfully placed food into the insulated box. Chu Siue opened the box with high hopes and found only 1 self-heating hot pot and a single compressed biscuit inside. She asked, what about the rest? Jiang Chen, what rest? Chu Siue, the other compressed biscuits. Jiang Chen, extra charge. Chu Siue, 1 biscuit, $1, 4 boxes, $4 plus $2 for the hot. Even by generous rounding, that only comes to about 50 yuan. I handed you 100 yuan, and it's still not enough. Are you running a black market? Chu Siue asked helplessly, can you have any conscience in your business? Jiang Chen, money can be earned again, once conscience is gone. You can earn far more. Chu Siue, all right, wait a moment, I'll fetch US dollars from the kitchen. With that she went back into the room and did not come out for a long while. System message, as a trader you completed a fledgling transaction system points 10. Jiang Chen clicked his tongue. No US dollars. Renminbi will do. He felt that earning points today in the trader role was tricky. It seemed the values needed to be similar, otherwise the points awarded were meager. Before the crossing, in peaceful society, money was naturally useful. Without money one could not get far. But now, this was the end of the world. The monetary system had collapsed, gold, jewels, and vast fortunes were worth nothing in this apocalypse. They were not even as valuable as a loaf of bread or a bag of instant noodles. Chu Siu's 100 yuan was essentially worthless. Still, Jiang Chen would hardly let his electronic pet starve to death, would he? Chu Siu had been growing thinner these past days, as if she had not been eating properly at each meal. He did not know what she was economizing on. If she died, Jiang Chen would no longer be able to farm points. Sigh. Jiang Chen exhaled, feeling that earning points today was proving difficult. Though this world's task would end soon, and they should return to the real world afterward. However, world-type biochemical apocalypse. The very label sounded absurd. There would probably be another world after this. This biochemical apocalypse no longer felt dangerous to Jiang Chen. It was almost effortless. Eating hot pot and singing this world could be considered cleared. But what about the next world? If its difficulty were high and he had not developed now, would he be helpless? Trader, who will you trade with? He was exasperated. Among people he knew, the Wulong Fengshu downstairs who held the supermarket probably lacked nothing in supplies. At school, Qinlan and Yu Kursin and the others might be possibilities. After all, there weren't that many rations left for 4 people. But Jiang Chen had just left the building yesterday. They had trained their bodies yesterday. Today, he had no desire to move. All roads lead to Rome. Return to school and toil like a beast. He felt cornered. No. If you are trapped, why walk at all? Ride. He had such a convenient, ordinary mount and did not need to walk himself. Action followed thought. Jiang Chen walked to the balcony window and looked down. 7 stories was not extremely high, though with his current physique, he could likely jump down without harm. But it had rained yesterday. The ground was full of puddles. Jumping down would have left him splattered with mud. He decided to take the stairs. 1 step spanned over 10 treads. In a dozen strides, he was downstairs. Jiang Chen's speed and physicality far exceeded ordinary imagination. His strength was exaggerated to the extreme. A single punch with 78 points of power would be unbearable for anyone. And that did not even account for the battle prowess he gained from wielding the Tsuanhao sword. Peak strength paired with a weapon that swallowed and expelled blade light. In short, in this apocalypse, he was already an invincible presence. Jiang Chen summoned his ordinary mount, a sports car materialized, and he climbed in. Go to the school. Destination set, commencing travel. Unlike yesterday, there was no rain or thunder today, so the zombies' hearing and sight were unimpaired. The car launched with a hum. The engine's roar filled the street. Countless zombies came sniffing at the sound, but could only watch the car recede. Jiang Chen lay back in the vehicle and did nothing but relax. The autonomous driving technology was impressive, smooth as a high-speed train. Aside from the seat not being as soft as his bed at home, it felt much the same as staying inside. He wondered what powered the car. An old proverb: you cannot expect the steed to run without also letting it graze. But since there was no warning, Jiang Chen was not in a hurry. Tomorrow's matters could wait until tomorrow. As for today, it was the opening day of his own unscrupulous little Ningjiang No. 4 high school class 3-4. Did I hear that wrong? Did anyone else hear that there seems to be the sound of a car engine outside? How is that possible? Can't you see the wrecked vehicles on the street outside? And with those wandering zombies driving would be suicidal, wouldn't it? Guo sighed and continued, we've already consumed half a box of compressed biscuits in the past 2 days. If we don't save some, we probably won't last much longer. I wonder if that classmate named Jiang Chen will come back to school today. He Yuan thought for a moment and replied, by the time calculation today is Monday, he should come to school, right? However, you person who was dressed in a school uniform and had a pure appearance shook her head. That depends on whether he follows normal logic, because if the apocalypse hadn't come today, it would have been the mid-autumn festival holiday. Off. He Yuan and Guo Rui exclaimed in unison, that's it then. Qin Lan, who was listening nearby, smiled helplessly. Classmates, we can't keep putting all our hopes on others. Otherwise, if you find yourself in trouble and no one comes to save you, wouldn't you end up resenting them? Clearly someone helped you, but you resent them because their help came too late, which is certainly not right. We live for ourselves, not for others. The girls looked at the tall and fiery Qin Lan and nodded. Her words were quite persuasive. Because teacher Qin had always done this before the apocalypse, relying on herself, diligently teaching her students while earning a modest salary. Otherwise, with Qin Lan's figure and looks, many wealthy individuals would wish to support her, and she wouldn't have remained single for so long. On the other side, at the school gate, Jiang Chen looked at the school's gate and noticed that one of the iron doors had been smashed and lay on the ground. Hiss! Could it be that something happened to Qin Lan and the others? My Black Heart shop just opened, and now the customers are gone. Jiang Chen felt a bit anxious. Hope please don't let my entrepreneurial efforts end in disaster. After all, he had finally overcome his laziness to step outside, and if he returned empty-handed, he would be on the brink of despair, ready to shout for old Ma. The zombies at the school were as numerous as ever. Dressed in school uniforms, Jiang Chen did not try to suppress the sound of his footsteps, and soon many zombies came rushing over. However, hindered by the weakened skills of the normal people, they all stopped about a meter in front of him. Jiang Chen glanced at the zombies before saying, you are blocking my way a bit. The zombies could not understand Jiang Chen's words, and simply blocked the way like a wall. Jiang Chen sighed. He had never been a bloodthirsty person. On the contrary, he was quite polite. Although they were zombies, they hadn't bitten him. They were merely obstructing his path. Jiang Chen decided to let the zombies make their own choice. If they wanted to die, they would let out 2 roars. If they wanted to live, they would recite the complete version of the Tungwang Pavilion poem. Roar! Roar! Clearly the zombies had made their choice. Jiang Chen raised his hand, and a card materialized into a long sword, revealing an apologetic expression in his eyes. With a wave of his hand, the sword instantly left its original position and flew toward the horde of zombies, moving so quickly that it left an afterimage. Even tank-type evolved zombies could not withstand this sword, let alone these ordinary zombies. Jiang Chen merely threw a few swords, and the zombies fell in large numbers like straw. It was like mowing grass. In no time, all the zombies were dead. Jiang Chen looked around him. Not a single zombie remained standing. They had all turned into corpses. Blood, severed limbs, and broken arms piled up almost everywhere. He frowned. This was still some distance from the teaching building. He couldn't just wade through blood, could he? Phew. Jiang Chen exhaled. His body crouched slightly, and he exerted a bit of strength in his legs. Then with a bang, he jumped. Jiang Chen jumped directly in front of the teaching building. With his current strength, jumping 100 meters was no longer a challenge. However, he couldn't do this too often. It wears out shoes. He certainly couldn't have a situation where, after nearly defeating a BOSS, the creature in its dying moments asked, what technique defeated me? I was too naive. Jiang Chen would reply, what defeated you was not naivety, but lack of shoes. That would be too awkward. He slowly walked into the teaching building. For some reason, there were surprisingly few zombies inside. This actually worked in Jiang Chen's favor. He had said before that he was not a bloodthirsty person. On the 4th floor, in front of class 3-4. Knock, knock, knock. The sudden knocking at the door made the girl's heart skip a beat. Who is it? It's me. Finally, after 2 days, everyone saw Jiang Chen again. This time Jiang Chen was not wearing a school uniform, but casual clothes, looking somewhat lazy, as if he had just woken up. The girls were gathered on the classroom floor, still under the same school flag. However, in the past 2 days, they had stuffed many soft items under the school flag, making it less uncomfortable than before. Jiang Chen, are you here to attend school today? He Yuan eagerly took out her textbook as if she had been prepared. Yes, Jiang Chen, are you going to attend classes today? Qin Lan's beautiful eyes were also fixed on Jiang Chen, concerned about what her student might have experienced in the past few days. Furthermore, she was not opposed to teaching Jiang Chen. The experience of attending classes during the apocalypse was quite unique. Jiang Chen looked at the girls, who seemed to have some expectations. Especially Yu Kursin, although her face was expressionless and somewhat aloof, her eyes clearly showed concern. "No, my identity today is that of a mysterious merchant." Jiang Chen paused before continuing. "Welcome to my Blackheart shop." The girls, "What is this? Is it cosplay? Has he switched to a new game today?" Yu Kursin helplessly rolled her eyes. Okay, so you're not even pretending anymore. Are you just going to say you are a Blackheart shopkeeper?" Jiang Chen responded, "Just say whether you want it or not. If the goods are good, I definitely want them, but the question is, where are your goods?" During the back and forth, the girls finally regained their composure. "See, you're so anxious again," Jiang Chen said nonchalantly, and then with a wave of his hand, many cards floated in the air. "Wow, is this magic? So cool," He Yuan exclaimed, covering her mouth in surprise. In the next moment, many supplies suddenly appeared around them. There were canned fruits, bottled water, and instant noodles with sausages, all in boxes. They were piled up on the ground. The girls were utterly dumbfounded, speechless in astonishment. "What is this? A spatial ring or storage bag from a novel?" "No, but he isn't wearing any accessories. He looks very ordinary. Or does he really have some system store where he can sell things?" Previously, the scene where Jiang Chen recited while killing zombies in the corridor was not witnessed by the girls. Moreover, this was even more difficult to comprehend than killing zombies. Killing zombies could be done with great strength or speed, but conjuring items out of thin air was too fantastical, wasn't it? Yu Kursin was so stunned that she swallowed hard. "How do you sell these supplies?" "Anything you personally deem precious will suffice." "Precious items." Hearing this, the women exchanged glances, each silently searching the other's eyes. For people shared a single smartphone, completely drained of power. Scanning a QR code was out of the question. As for jewelry, Yu Kursin and her two classmates were students. They rarely wore any. Perhaps only inexpensive woven bracelets costing mere yuan. Qinlan never wore jewelry either. First, her school imposed strict dress codes for faculty. Second, and more fundamentally, she simply had little money. Her salary was modest at best. After rent and daily expenses, meals, transportation essentials, little remained. Luxuries were entirely beyond reach. "I have a sachet I made myself, worn close to my heart for years. Whenever pressure mounts, it is this small companion that steadies me." Qinlan withdrew the sachet from her blouse. She asked gently, "Would this be acceptable?" Jiang Chen took it carefully in hand. Its outer fabric was a soft, muted beige, delicately embroidered with slender bamboo leaves and exuding a faint, soothing fragrance. It bore the unmistakable warmth of long, intimate wear. "Yes, it is acceptable." Without hesitation, Jiang Chen moved over 2 crates of supplies, one of canned sausages, one of instant noodles. The others felt a surge of renewed hope. Yet as students, they possessed no such deeply personal, ever-present memento. Their days were consumed by study. There was no time or inclination for sentimentality. Surely they couldn't offer him their undergarments. "I too have a piece of jewelry, something truly precious," Yu Kursin said, drawing every gaze toward her. A rare flush colored her usually icy features. With quiet grace, she reached behind her neck and untied a slender crimson cord. Only then did the others notice the pendant she had worn all along, a translucent jade piece. Jiang Chen accepted it. Its surface still held the gentle warmth of her skin. Warm, almost alive. The jade was strikingly luminous, its hue a delicate lavender, its form perfectly smooth and rounded, radiating a soft inner luster. Subtle natural veining traced across its surface, elevating its beauty into something rare and arresting. "This pendant has been with me since childhood, the last gift from my late mother. It is my talisman, my silent witness through countless trials and sorrows." "Wow, it's absolutely exquisite. Is this what they call ice-type jade? I think I've seen something like it scrolling," He Yuan exclaimed in awe. Qinlan and Guo Rui likewise admired its elegance, and especially its uncommon color. Green, after all, held no favor among them. "Yes, but mine is glass-type jade, far rarer and more valuable. This shade is known as lavender jade." "Ah, then this must be extraordinarily expensive." "Roughly several 100,000 yuan." A sharp collective intake of breath followed, not only from the 3 women, but from Jiang Chen himself. A tycoon had been standing among them all along. "No way. Kursin, you're already breathtakingly beautiful." "Ooh, fine, that's forgiven. You excel academically. All right, we'll allow it. But now you're also obscenely wealthy. How are ordinary people supposed to live alongside you?" Guo Rui cried in disbelief. Yu Kursin shook her head helplessly. What good was wealth in the apocalypse? Money meant nothing. Not even a single meal could be bought without Jiang Chen's mercy. "So, does this pendant qualify?" Jiang Chen nodded, uncharacteristically flustered. "Yes, it qualifies." A system prompt flickered silently in his mind. "As trader, you have completed an extraordinary exchange, trading effortlessly obtainable goods for an object of profound emotional and material value. System points 150. So many points." Jiang Chen paused thoughtfully, then declared with theatrical gravity, "Kursin, I've decided. I no longer wish to strive. Will you support me?" "Huh. Was this a new roleplay scenario? Had the pivot been too abrupt, too dizzying to follow? I consulted a physician recently. Jiang Chen continued deadpan. He diagnosed chronic gastric weakness, ideal constitution for a life of soft rice. Yu Kursen blinked, bewildered. Soft rice, eaten hard. Yet she quickly regained composure and replied with calm pragmatism. Jiang Chen, how many supply crates would this pendant secure? If insufficient, you may search my bedroom, top drawer of the nightstand. I have more. Where do you live? Jiangnan District, Suhu Yuen. Have you heard of it? A distant memory surged, vivid, insistent. The name resonated with eerie familiarity. Had he heard it before? His enhanced physiology, it seemed, had sharpened even his recall. Suddenly, a long-forgotten jingle blared inside his skull. Embrace nature. Cherish distinction. Suhu Yuen Jiangnan District, an elite villa enclave, where luxury meets serenity. Starting at just 998 yuan per square meter. Hurry, limited units remain. Wasn't that the very ad plastered inside the elevator on day one? He'd scoffed then, calculating it would take a millennium of labor to afford even 1 square meter. Jiang Chen stood frozen, voice hollow. So, that's your residence? Precisely. My father purchased 2 units here, one for himself, one for me. Ningjiang City, Jiangnan District, Suhu Yuen. One of Ningjiang's most exclusive residential enclaves. Home exclusively to the affluent, the powerful, the city's true elite industrial magnates, corporate titans. Before the apocalypse, even minor celebrities occasionally spent nights here, escorted by tycoons seeking discretion. Now a middle-aged man in a tailored suit stood motionless, brow deeply furrowed. His gaze was locked on a photograph, its subject a girl of 12 or 13, already poised and radiant, a vision of nascent beauty. Yet her expression betrayed no childish innocence, only an unnerving maturity, a chilling detachment, a wall erected long before her time. It was young Yu Kursen. Perhaps I was wrong. Was my insistence on elite education truly justified? He murmured. I pushed her relentlessly, through grueling disciplines, endless lessons, only for the world to collapse, rendering every sacrifice meaningless. Even my daughter never knew ease in life. Perhaps only in death did she finally find release. What kind of father am I? He bowed his head, despair etched deep into his features. Then, bang, it seemed that someone was pounding on the door. The middle-aged man stood up, his expression slightly irritated. Didn't I say that unless it's urgent, don't disturb me? Boss, opened the door quickly. Something terrible has happened. A panicked voice came from outside. The middle-aged man opened the door to find his butler along with more than 10 survivors who had just been let in these past few days. There were both men and women, all residents of this community who were wealthy before the apocalypse. What happened? After letting everyone in, the middle-aged man frowned, displeased with his butler's reckless behavior. Boss, there's a giant zombie about 2 meters tall outside with immense strength. It smashed through the iron door in just one blow. What? How is that possible? He walked to the window on the 2nd floor of the villa and looked outside. Indeed, the villa's door lay on the ground with scattered zombies staggering inside. Among them, the most striking was the giant zombie towering over 2 meters, its muscles bulging with thighs and arms so thick that they were terrifying to behold. What does 2 meters even mean? Those basketball stars before the apocalypse were just a bit over 2 meters tall, and drinking bottled water was like sipping a liquid. Moreover, this zombie's strength far exceeded that of an ordinary human. How can this be? Are zombies evolving? The middle-aged man's face darkened. What should we do, Lao Yu? You're the brightest among us, but all depends on you to find a solution. The middle-aged man, referred to as Lao Yu, turned around. The speaker was a fat man with a large belly and a face full of flesh. He was holding onto a flirtatious secretary and continued, I can offer you a lot of money, even a share of the company. Hearing the fat man's words, the others also voiced their opinions. As long as Lao Yu could save them, they promised him gold, silver, jewels, and immense wealth. How should I know what to do? Right now, we can only hope this zombie doesn't notice us. Yu Kursen's father frowned, feeling somewhat flustered. These fools. What good is money in the apocalypse? Moreover, he wasn't lacking money before the apocalypse, being part of the elite class himself. Sigh. Upon hearing that Lao Yu was at a loss, the fat man slumped down to the ground, clutching the secretary, his hands becoming somewhat inappropriate. The others followed suit, sitting on the ground and discussing what to do next. Now they couldn't even leave the yard and had to stay in the villa. Woe is me, I haven't bathed in days. I'm filthy. I really want to eat black truffles, foie gras, and caviar. Oh, what are we eating every day now? Yeah, without a personal chef, how do we know if our nutrition is balanced? Yu Kursen's father looked at these wealthy individuals with disgust. His home was closest to the community exit, which was why he had initially taken in many residents. Had he known, he should have been ruthless back then and not let these people in. He had been so strict with his daughter, demanding so much from her since childhood. His daughter had learned silently and practiced diligently. Yet at this moment, he softened his heart to outsiders. Moreover, these people are utterly useless. They panic at the slightest issue. I really don't know how they earn their wealth. He silently thought, regretting that he had always wanted Yu Kursin to enter these so-called high society circles only for the apocalypse to reveal their true selves. As for the wealth and status he had desperately pursued before the apocalypse, it was all nonsense. Yu Kursin's father picked up a photo of his daughter. He didn't have a larger one of her, because he had been so harsh on Yu Kursin, demanding so much and not providing her with the companionship she deserved. Eventually, his daughter had developed a certain resentment against him, leading to a father-daughter conflict. It was only then that he gradually let go of some of his controlling tendencies. He transferred Yu Kursin to a new school in this city. He also bought 2 apartments to give his daughter enough personal space. Later, he heard that his daughter had made a friend, a close female companion named Chu Siyue. He finally felt relieved. However, he still investigated this girl. Her background was remarkably simple, coming from a single-parent family. She lost her father at an early age, and her mother was a low-level employee at some company, raising her alone. Furthermore, Chu Siyue was not cunning. She was quite innocent and had a cheerful and lively personality. Only then did he finally feel at ease. Originally, with the Mid-Autumn Festival approaching and his daughter in her senior year of high school, he wanted to meet her once and sincerely apologize. Who would have thought the apocalypse would come? It was wrong of me. I shouldn't have let you suffer and be so exhausted. Even if you have a boyfriend, I would be very happy. The middle-aged man murmured, his face filled with despair. Bang! A loud noise echoed, and the crowd fearfully huddled by the window to discover that the giant zombie was pounding on the door. With its enormous fists, it hammered the door repeatedly. Each blow resonated in the hearts of the onlookers. It seemed unlike ordinary zombies, lacking any intelligence, merely following the sound. It seemed to know there were people inside. Bang! Crack! The thick wooden door made of solid wood was shattered after just a few blows from the zombie. It seemed that only one outcome remained for everyone. Death. It's over. It's all over. Help, is there anyone who can save me? The secretary, who had been groped by the fat boss, kicked him away. Get lost, you fat pig. I haven't enjoyed being with you, and now I'm going to die. Damn it. The previous society was like a magnificent building. The higher you went, the wealthier and more prestigious you became. The tall building stood there, making people yearn for it. However, with the coming of the apocalypse, it was as if the building had collapsed. Whether they were wealthy elites or ordinary people facing the collapse of the building, they were equally powerless. Yu Kursin's father clutched the photo of his daughter. In this way, I should be able to see you one last time. On the other side, Jiang Chen was listening to his classmates sing. He had hesitated about whether to visit Yu Kursin's house, as it was quite far. Although he was familiar with the route, he preferred to avoid unnecessary troubles. Jiang Chen recalled a phrase he had seen before crossing over. When faced with indecision, you may ask the spring breeze. If the spring breeze is silent, listen to the songs. Why not let everyone try singing? Maybe it can be recognized as a transaction by the system. As a trader, you completed an ordinary transaction, exchanging easily obtainable items for a pleasant auditory experience. System points 10. Sure enough, Jiang Chen's idea was correct. This way, he wouldn't have to run far to fetch something. The dark circles from the morning, the slight drowsiness in class day after day. I just want to seize the fleeting moments to say goodbye. Regrets and gratitude cannot return to yesterday. I just want to remember this moment. At first, it was just He Yuan singing. Gradually, Guorue, Yu Kursin, and even Qinlan joined in, their voices blending together in a harmonious melody. Perhaps it was the nature of girls, each possessing a hint of musical talent, for the choir became even more melodious. Copying homework while pressing down on the textbook, glancing at the exam. Now thinking back, doesn't it feel nostalgic? Let's make a wish together. Let the present become eternal. As they sang, the girls felt a lump in their throats, tears threatening to spill from their eyes. These fragments of student life, seemingly just 5 days ago, now felt like distant memories from a past life. The world has turned green. The zombie outbreak has ensnared everyone here, and they must encourage each other daily. Forcing himself to smile in the face of this desolate apocalypse and determined to live well. In such a grim environment, recalling the playful antics with classmates before the end times inevitably stirred up sorrow, bringing tears to his eyes. Choral singing, especially with girls who possessed a youthful spirit, indeed had a unique charm. In this apocalypse, within the school, 4 girls sat together, singing songs exclusive to their student days. Jiang Chen found the experience incredibly immersive. Moreover, system notifications kept popping up. As a trader, you completed a decent transaction, exchanging readily available items for a remarkable audiovisual experience. System points 20. As a trader, you completed an exceptional transaction, exchanging readily available items for an excellent audiovisual experience. System points 50. It seems that the better the items I exchange as a trader, the more system points I receive. Jiang Chen pondered silently. Previously, the 100 yuan from Chu Siyue was inconsequential to me. After all, money in this world is not like in reality. It can't be spent, it's just worthless paper, which is why it only gave me 10 points. The sachet made by Qinlan herself, although its economic value might be average, its worth is undeniable, as it is kept close by a beautiful teacher. And the violet jade pendant that Yu Kursin has carried since childhood, whether in economic value or sentimental value, is off the charts, thus it granted 150 points. Jiang Chen felt he had nearly grasped the patterns of this trader identity. I just wonder what today's ability will. Jiang Chen, how did we sing? Can we exchange for supplies with you? He Yuan asked with red eyes. Jiang Chen nodded and moved most of the remaining supplies over. Originally, Yu Kursin's pendant had already exchanged for quite a bit, leaving only a few boxes of supplies. Thank you, Jiang Chen. He Yuan exclaimed excitedly, wanting to hug him. Jiang Chen quickly evaded. That was close, as she almost took advantage of him. Although He Yuan was quite attractive and had a decent figure. But Jiang Chen was not that easygoing. He Yuan ended up empty-handed, feeling somewhat awkward, as if she had been rejected. She glanced back at Yu Kursin, who was simply too beautiful to compete with, then at Qin Lan, whose figure was unbeatable, also beyond comparison. Finally, she looked towards Guo Rui. Her gaze froze. Oh, you little He Yuan, is this how you play? Guo Rui obviously caught on and began to chase He Yuan running around in the classroom. Qin Lan and Yu Kursin exchanged helpless smiles. After 5 days together, it was evident that everyone had formed a good bond, especially since He Yuan and Guo Rui were classmates from different classes. Suddenly, Jiang Chen's ears perked up. He seemed to hear a sound. He walked to the window. The girls clearly, however, everyone had been paying attention to Jiang Chen. Even the playful He Yuan and Guo Rui halted their antics. What's wrong? At the moment Qin Lan spoke, they all heard it. Survivors, the military will soon use drones to gather zombies and will bomb these areas with missiles. Jiangnan District, Ningjiang City, Construction Road, Cross Street, Ningjiang City. Survivors hiding in these areas, please go to the basement or low-lying areas. If conditions do not permit, hide and lie down in the houses. The bombing will commence in half an hour. Repeating. The broadcast echoed repeatedly. Jiang Chen looked up at the sky, where helicopters flew overhead. Clearly, he had already heard the sound of helicopter rotors earlier. The military is about to take action. Are we finally getting rescued? He Yuan expressed her surprise upon hearing the broadcast. Modern weapons are numerous cruise missiles, fighter jets, aircraft carriers, etc. Yu Kursin explained, especially some heavy artillery, which can fire tens of thousands of rounds per minute, but our Ningjiang city is not a frontline city, so we probably don't have such weapons. Then why didn't the military act earlier? Guo Rui's head was spinning, but these weapons sounded so powerful. Why are they only moving now? It should be because the zombie virus erupted globally at the same time randomly. Even the military has suffered heavy losses. Buzz. Like bees flapping their wings, the frequency was high and the sound piercing. In a place unseen by everyone, countless military drones soared into the sky. Activate the sonic wave generator. The drones began emitting high-frequency sound waves with strong penetrating power. Action begins. At the command of the officer at the military base, the military drones began to fly low, drawing a massive horde of zombies out from the streets, residential buildings, and alleys. At the school, Yu Kursin slightly turned her beautiful eyes and continued. This time the military is taking action. It should deal a significant blow to the zombies. Perhaps it can end the apocalypse. That would be wonderful. I truly hope so. When that time comes, I can finally get a good night's sleep without worrying about the slightest noise at night. Guo Rui said excitedly. Qin Lan looked at her enthusiastic students and smiled. Clearly, everyone hoped for the end of the apocalypse, and she felt the same. However, Jiang Chen shook his head. This apocalypse is far from as simple as they imagine. They had only encountered zombies on the first day of fleeing. At that time, the school was filled with ordinary zombies whose speed and strength were not very formidable even on the first day of the apocalypse. They were not much different from ordinary people. Those with good athletic abilities could still survive quite easily. But now it was different. Beyond ordinary zombies, there were strength-type evolved zombies whose power far exceeded that of humans capable of stopping small trucks. There were also speed-type evolved zombies extremely fast, making it difficult for firearms to lock onto them. Above them were the terrifying tank-type evolved zombies with both strength and physique, as well as the sci-fi-like recovery ability of the corpse ball-type evolved zombies. Buzz. The drones also flew to Ningjiang 4th High School. However, there were not that many zombies there. The few that existed had only emerged from the gym. Jiang Chen's gaze passed through the window. Over there, it seems like someone is there. Although Jiang Chen did not witness it firsthand, it was a reasonable inference. At the onset of the apocalypse, the number of zombies in the school was significant, and later on Jiang Chen killed some on the 3rd day. After that, on the 4th day, the air raid sirens blared loudly, surely attracting a majority of the zombies away. Finally, today arrived. The remaining zombies heard Jiang Chen's footsteps and rushed toward him. He then wielded his flying sword, cutting them down as they fell silent forever. It was hard to believe there would be any left. Unless the zombies were preoccupied with other survivors, they wouldn't have time to come over to Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen turned back and said a quick word to the others. Then he opened the window on the 4th floor and leaped down. The women were stunned, eyes wide with disbelief. Did he really just jump down without any hesitation? They rushed to the window to look down. Fortunately, what they feared did not happen. Jiang Chen landed safely on the ground and leisurely walked toward the gym. Wow, he just jumped down without taking the elevator or the stairs, Yuan exclaimed. By the way, can abilities in novels really reach this level? His physical fitness is exaggerated to this extent, and he also possesses spatial abilities, Gorue asked numbly. Could he really have been secretly cultivating without us knowing? Yu Kursen's beautiful eyes sparkled with disbelief. Jiang Chen truly continues to challenge our understanding time and again. Thanks to the military drones, all the remaining zombies in the school had been drawn away, and now the school had become much quieter. Jiang Chen entered the gymnasium. The gym was quite spacious, evidently newly built. Since when do high schools have gyms now? Why didn't I have one back in my day? Even the PE teacher was always sick, he muttered while surveying the interior of the gym. The sports area was surprisingly empty. Only a zombie with a mutilated lower body was howling as it crawled toward Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen did not hesitate and gave it a quick end. Guess I was wrong. After looking around and finding no survivors, Jiang Chen shook his head in confusion and prepared to turn back. However, as he turned, he noticed there was a bathroom in the gym. Jiang Chen walked over and discovered a corpse in a school uniform lying at the bathroom entrance. The death was horrific. The corpse had been gnawed upon, its head unrecognizable, making it impossible to determine who the person had been. Jiang Chen leaned closer and took out his ordinary long sword. It seemed there was a student ID card in the pocket of the uniform. He used the sword to pick it up and focused his gaze. Class 4 of senior year. Zhang Li. Jiang Chen felt the name was oddly familiar. Huh, isn't this the student council president? He returned to the classroom building to inform everyone about Zhang Li's death. So according to your deduction, Zhang Li likely ventured out around 7 or 8 this morning, and because he only drank water without eating, he was overwhelmed by zombies and devoured. Yu Kursen quickly deduced after hearing Jiang Chen's description. However, she furrowed her brow in confusion and asked, the limit for a person to survive on just water is 3 weeks. Why did he go out at this time? Logically speaking, someone who has survived for so long wouldn't suddenly change their survival strategy, Jiang Chen pondered. Perhaps it was because of the water supply being cut off. You wouldn't know unless you went out. The water was just cut off yesterday, he sighed. Lack of food is bad enough, but losing water too means he had no choice but to take a final gamble. Everyone fell silent. After all, even though they knew many classmates had died and turned into zombies, the emergence of such a living case inevitably evoked feelings of sorrow. If only Zhang Li had waited half a day, the military drones would have arrived and the zombies would have been drawn away. He would have been saved, Qin Luan lamented. Jiang Chen also felt that the student council president had been quite unfortunate. He had managed to survive until the 6th day. Just a few more hours would have sufficed without needing the drones. He was also present. Coincidentally, Zhang Li wasn't the only one who had such bad luck. In the Tsuhu Yiyuan community of Jiangnan district, a middle-aged zombie in a suit was wandering around with a photo of his daughter in his pocket. Clearly, he would have been able to wait for the military's action shortly. Buzz. Countless drones were attracting the crack. Bang. Some zombies broke through the glass and fell from the upper floors. But they quickly got up limping as they continued to chase the drones in the sky. Military drones had been specially modified and were much faster than consumer drones. Ordinary zombies had no chance of catching up. Of course, not all zombies were ordinary. Once again, a tide of zombies formed, and this time it was even larger than the previous alarm-triggering incident. The zombies, like a tide, slowly submerged the streets. Ningjiang City was an average prefecture-level city with a population of millions. With 99% of the population infected, one could imagine the staggering number. The drones flew toward a pre-planned open area, which was also the target point for the impending missile strike. Crackle! A drone was caught in the hands of a speed variant zombie. It immediately emitted a sound signaling its destruction. Fortunately, most drones successfully completed their missions. In the underground base, the officer stared at numerous screens showing images transmitted by the drones. Countless zombies were clustered together, raising their hands in an attempt to reach the drones in the sky. Among the horde, there were also mutated zombies. For instance, the zombie they had named Titan a few days ago was not limited to just one. It stood 4 to 5 meters tall, towering over the others. It was easily recognizable. Where did that terrifying meatball fusion zombie go? The officer frowned, murmuring, why haven't I seen its figure today? It shouldn't have been possible. That thing is at least 2 to 3 stories high. Oh, it should be much more conspicuous than the Titan zombies. Report the missile target at the intersection of Jianxi Road and Jiangnan District is ready. Report the playground of Ningjiang University is ready. Report. Ready. The officer's subordinates had already deployed the missiles and had attracted the zombies to the designated location. In that case, we won't wait any longer. The officer's gaze hardened, a hint of anger and killing intent surfacing. Fire. Several missiles roared from the military base heading towards Ningjiang City. Whooshed. Whoosh whoosh. This was nearly the pinnacle of modern weaponry, or rather conventional military power. Beyond that, there are nuclear weapons. However, in the face of global random mutations and the infection of zombies' nuclear arms are equally difficult to deploy. Because zombies are everywhere, making it impossible to kill them all, and it is easy to mistakenly harm innocent people. Most importantly, there is also the secondary disaster of nuclear radiation. The missiles trailed thick smoke as they screamed from the distant sky. They approached their target. The air began to tremble, and the ground seemed to shake as well. Boom! In a split second, the missiles accurately struck the horde of zombies. The explosion was deafening, and a massive fireball soared into the sky with smoke and flames momentarily overwhelming the desolate green of the sky. It painted a streak of red across the horizon. The shockwaves surged, expanding outward in all directions, mingling with the high-temperature flames that instantly obliterated everything they touched. At the center of the missile's impact, countless zombies were instantaneously vaporized by the temperatures reaching thousands of degrees. Not only ordinary zombies, but even evolved variants such as strength-type and speed-type zombies could not withstand it, directly turning into charred remains. However, tank-type evolved zombies with slightly stronger physiques managed to endure for a few more seconds. Yet although they survived the initial onslaught of the missile's damage, they were left with at most a breath of life. Soon they were consumed and perished by the secondary damage brought by the missile, fire. As the thick smoke gradually cleared, where the horde of zombies once stood, there was no longer a single zombie left standing. Awesome. Did it work? Mission accomplished. All the zombies are dead. In the military base, many soldiers stared at the screens of the drones. Everyone felt a surge of excitement. Because of the zombies, they had lost too many comrades and brothers. They couldn't even contact their families, not knowing if their loved ones were still alive. Only a few drones remained, saved to observe the aftermath, while those that attracted zombies had long since vaporized along with them. It seems there are no surviving zombies. The officer, after checking several screens, couldn't help but let out a long sigh, collapsing onto the military folding chair behind him. He hadn't had a proper sleep in a long time, having been working at high intensity continuously. As soon as he closed his eyes, a deep fatigue from within overwhelmed him, signaling his body to rest. But he couldn't sleep. He was a soldier, so he gritted his teeth and persevered. Now it was over. After this bombing, they could send out the remaining troops to gradually clear the zombies and rescue the civilians. As he was thinking this, suddenly, "Sir, it seems there's still a situation. That meatball zombie has appeared." The officer quickly stood up, but due to standing up too fast, he felt a bit dizzy. "No, we haven't seen that fused zombie at all." The soldier reporting the situation said nervously, at the center of the missile explosion. "There is a zombie. It seems to still be alive. Zoom in." "Yes." As the soldier zoomed in, a zombie lying in the fiery pit appeared before everyone. It stood about 4 meters tall, close to the Titan zombie, but it was somewhat slimmer. The main difference was its skin color. The Titan zombie had a grayish-blue skin, while this one seemed to lack skin entirely. Its body was covered in shocking red muscles. Moreover, perhaps due to the flames, its shoulders were also red, marked with lines that resembled the flesh of a root. And this red was actually glowing. It flickered. It seemed as if it were breathing. "It's not dead," in the eyes of the onlookers. The wounds inflicted by the missile on this zombie began to slowly heal, though not as exaggerated as those of the corpse ball-type evolved zombies. But the speed was still visibly remarkable. How is this possible? What kind of zombie is this? Everyone was momentarily bewildered. In this apocalypse, zombie types had been emerging endlessly, continually evolving. And now a being capable of withstanding missiles had appeared. Suddenly, creak. The footage provided by the drone went black, and the soldiers anxiously tried to reconnect, only to find it remained offline. It was only when they played back the previous footage in slow motion that they realized the zombie had jumped dozens of meters high, shattering the drone. Silence, a deathly silence. This zombie not only had terrifying defensive power, but its speed and strength were equally horrifying. At the school, Jiang Chen and the girls also heard the sound of the missile explosion. In the distance, flames shot up into the sky, and even from afar at school, they could feel a gust of wind passing by. Did it succeed? Are we going to be saved? The girls were somewhat hopeful. If nothing goes wrong, there should be an unexpected outcome. Jiang Chen pondered for a moment before responding. With his eyesight, he could clearly see a red figure jumping up and directly exploding the drone. Since there were still zombies, so sprightly active, the action plan had definitely failed. How could this be? Can't conventional weapons kill these zombies? Jiang Chen shook his head. Zombies are evolving. There might even be ones capable of withstanding missiles. The zombie versions are too powerful, making it impossible for ordinary players to cope. Well then, the others were somewhat disappointed, as they genuinely wanted the apocalypse to end. They were not like Jiang Chen, who had a large and soft bed at home. Sleeping in the classroom felt uncomfortable, and they had even felt a bit cold during the last 2 nights. Isn't the outside world a bit too dangerous? Jiang Chen shook his head. For him, it was actually all the same, or generally, it was just a matter of a sword. If one sword doesn't work, then use 2. In fact, the vast majority of zombies were quite ordinary, even on the 6th day of the apocalypse. Zombies had more or less gained some evolution. Ordinary zombies and evolved ones still had a significant gap. For example, strength type and speed type evolved zombies could easily defeat more than 10 ordinary zombies. However, the sheer number of zombies was overwhelming. Even if evolved zombies only made up 1,000th, there would still be thousands in the entire city. There might be dozens of tank zombies. As for the corpse ball level types, there might even be a few. Well, it's not too bad. After all, a lot of zombies have been cleared this time, so the danger level of the apocalypse isn't as high anymore. As long as we don't run into those that can withstand missiles, the outside is actually less dangerous than before. I see. Upon hearing Jiang Chen's words, no one among the group questioned it. Though they had only known each other for a short time, the girls still trusted Jiang Chen quite a bit. Although his thought process could be odd at times, he had saved their lives and was exceptionally powerful. At this point, let's eat first. Everyone began to eat. Jiang Chen was surprised to find that they hadn't had any self-heating hot pot in the past few days. They had almost been living on biscuits. It seemed they were saving the good food for later, hoping for something better. After finishing their meal, everyone gathered together to chat. They started from the childhood of the wealthy girl Yu Kursen, then talked about Jiang Chen's role-playing, and even discussed why Qin Lan wanted to become a teacher. Gradually, everyone became tired from chatting. Meanwhile, the army was making its final efforts. After the missile bombardment, the number of zombies had significantly decreased. Only a few speed-type evolved zombies, realizing the danger, managed to escape death. The remaining ordinary zombies were actually no match for the organized military. But now what everyone was worried about was not those zombies they had seen before. Instead, it was the one standing before them, over 4 meters tall, completely blood-red with muscles covered in thick veins resembling small snakes. It stood right in front of the army. Although it did not attack, it still exuded a suffocating sense of oppression. This zombie shall be temporarily named Tyrant. Its strength, speed, and resilience are extraordinarily formidable. The officer's voice echoed in the soldier's communication channel. What is even more terrifying is that the Tyrant zombie seems to possess cognitive abilities. Next, we will launch a saturated fire attack, as per the plan. Seal off all its escape routes. Hearing the superior's orders, the soldiers in helmets standing at the front could not help but show signs of tension on their faces. However, no one stepped back. They all held their breath, staring intently at the blood-red giant zombie, the terrifying creature known as Tyrant. The Tyrant zombie seemed to sense something, but it paid no heed to the feeble beings before it. It stretched out a hand, making a provocative gesture. Fire. Seeing this scene, the officer felt it was the right moment and decisively issued the command to open. Countless bullets poured out. Heavy artillery released a deafening roar. Faced with the rain of bullets falling upon it, the Tyrant showed no concern. Such light weapons could not breach its defenses, nor could they force it to retreat a single step. It marched forward undeterred by the hail of gunfire, exuding an air of calm determination. Boom! The tank's main cannon suddenly fired, striking the Tyrant zombie. Yet as the smoke cleared, everyone realized that the zombie had only stepped back, once leaving behind only minor wounds. The red organ on its shoulder emitted a faint glow. Soon the Tyrant zombie restored itself to its former state and continued to advance step by step. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Armed helicopters hovered in the sky, dropping heavy bombs. Bang! The explosions lit up the night, stirring up dust and smoke. Meanwhile, a main cannon whizzed through the air, accurately striking the Tyrant's head. Thud! Under such a saturation of attacks, the Tyrant finally fell to the ground. Did it have any effect? Seeing the gruesome wounds on the Tyrant's body, the soldiers perked up. However, before they could celebrate, the Tyrant stood up once again. A blood-red light flickered on its shoulder, and the wounds slowly healed. One more time, the previous attack was effective. The officer's voice echoed in the soldiers' ears. Yes, another round of saturated fire struck. To everyone's dismay, this round was clearly less effective than the last, and the zombie did not even fall. This guy, could it be that he grows stronger in battle? After several attempts to attack, even the soldiers began to sense something was off. This zombie did not flinch in the face of artillery fire, seeming almost completely immune. What on earth is this? Mutated zombie truly lived up to the name given by researchers. It was a tyrant. Like a king among corpses, its strength and defense far exceeded human imagination. It even looked down upon the need to evade despite its remarkable speed. It was an overwhelmingly dominant existence, immune to the helplessness of others. Humanity seemed to have fallen from the top of the food chain, reduced to a weak creature crawling under its throne. The tyrant advanced step by step, very slowly, but for everyone it felt like death was drawing near. Anyone facing this situation would likely tremble in fear. The soldiers were no exception. They too were afraid, yet there was no sign of retreat. In this moment, discipline triumphed over instinct. Jiang Chen stretched lazily. He found that the girls were sleeping soundly, completely unguarded against him. Especially Qin Lan, who seemed to be basking in the warm afternoon sun. In her sleep, she had undone a button on her chest, revealing a glimpse of snow-white skin. A glance is respectful, but a prolonged gaze is a display of admiration. And it seemed someone was about to wake up. Jiang Chen withdrew his gaze, contemplating what to do in the afternoon. It had already been 6 days since he arrived in this world. He felt no sense of urgency about the apocalypse. Perhaps his approach was flawed. It was possible, after all, he often ate and slept without a care. Life was quite comfortable. It was far more enjoyable than in the real world. But joyful times are always fleeting. I realized this truth when I was a child, back when I was still a little rascal. System points, 310 points. Shall I go out this afternoon to look for survivors? Jiang Chen felt it was feasible, as he had simply changed locations to sleep in the morning. And he had enjoyed hot pot, while singing, reminiscing about the good old student days. An afternoon workout would be perfect. He stood up, preparing to leave. Where are you going? Yu Kersen also woke up, leaning closer to Jiang Chen and softly asking in his ear. Jiang Chen felt a tickling sensation as her hair brushed against his neck. I just opened a shop today and am going out to look for customers. Jiang Chen truthfully replied. Oh. Yu Kersen exhaled softly like a little rabbit and gently asked, then can we still perform our talents? I can sing some songs too. You will not come back, right? I'll return in the evening. You all wait for me. Well, okay. Yu Kersen obediently nodded and stepped back. At the school gate. Why does Yu Kersen smell so nice even though she hasn't showered for days? Could it be that body fragrance is real? Jiang Chen seemed to still catch the lingering scent of Yu Kersen. It was faint like orchids in a secluded valley and incredibly pleasant. He hadn't expected that the usually cold and studious Yu Kersen had such a side. Perhaps it was because she had just woken up, as she seemed particularly obedient. Jiang Chen held a regular mount card between his fingers, contemplating whether to manifest a sports car. This sports car was indeed flashy, but the noise it made was too loud. Even if there were survivors, they would be scared away by the sound. Those who had survived until now knew that zombies had keen hearing. A loud noise represented great danger. Forget it, I'll ride a bicycle instead. A brand new mountain bike appeared before Jiang Chen. It was entirely black with a carbon fiber frame. Quite lightweight, but with Jiang Chen's current strength, he could easily lift not just a bicycle, but even a sports car. Jiang Chen leisurely rode the bike along the street. There were far fewer zombies on the street, suggesting that the military's drone tactics were indeed effective. Jiang Chen turned around, looking at the surroundings of the school. There are hardly any places that can be called alleys, and there is one he had walked through before. However, this morning, due to the intelligent driving of the sports car, he couldn't enter the alley, so he did not pass by here. On the 4th day, known as the Day of Liars, he walked in the rain with an umbrella, unable to find anyone to lie to. He had also considered whether to go to the alley mentioned by the tattooed man, but he was holding a pink umbrella and walking slowly in the heavy rain. This image was somewhat perverse. Moreover, since it was quite a distance from the school, he wandered aimlessly. He encountered a middle-aged man carrying luggage and a young mother holding a child. Not far away on the 2nd floor of the alley, Xue Qingqiu was standing behind the curtain, intently staring at Jiang Chen. That young man, he actually came again. What is he here for this time? Previously, Jiang Chen had not looked up so naturally, he hadn't noticed anyone. Now, under his deliberate search, he could see someone on the 2nd floor of the opposite alley with just a glance. It was a woman. She is really quite beautiful. Jiang Chen was somewhat taken aback. Unlike Yu Kersen, whose icy goddess appearance kept others at bay, this one had a cold beauty stemming from her strict upbringing. Her face could be described as that of a first love standing in her school uniform amidst memories. In contrast, this girl's appearance exuded a coolness from her bone structure. Her eyes seemed like melting snow, feeling cool and refreshing to the heart. Jiang Chen waved his hand in a friendly gesture. Did she see me? Xue Qingqiu was startled and quickly pulled the curtain shut. Her heart raced. What should I do? Will he come up and forcibly take me away? She had seen this young man effortlessly kill zombies, 1/ per zombie, clean and swift. She worried that even her home's security door might not hold. However, after waiting for a while, there was no movement. Only then did Xue Qingqiu dare to pull back the curtain again, only to find that the young man had already ridden his bike far away. Who exactly is he? Xue Qingqiu had seen that young man 3 times in total. Twice during the 3rd day of the apocalypse. Once he was in his school uniform hacking zombies, and another time he was wandering the streets on a bicycle. And once was just now. This young man was too mysterious. Sigh. She sighed, reminiscing about the bits and pieces of the past few days. In the beginning, she had really wanted to find a survivor group. At that time, she didn't even draw the curtains. She waved at any survivors she saw. Then she saw a bus full of villains where women were reduced to playthings, their faces devoid of any expression. Since then, she had been on high alert. Xue Qingqiu knew very well how much temptation her beauty posed to men. However, after the 4th day, few survivors passed by her house. It seemed they had all perished. Even that terrifying young man had not come back. Gradually, her thoughts began. She even sometimes wondered if she had stopped that young man back then, where would she be now, and what kind of life would she be leading? However, today that young man appeared again. Yet she did not take the gamble. It was because on this very day the military announced bombing plans via helicopter. The results were significant. Nearly all the zombies near her house had been lured away by drones. Moreover, she had heard a huge explosion from a distance. Surely the military must have successfully completed their operation. Perhaps soon she would be rescued. Naturally, there was no need to gamble on whether that young man was a good person. However, suddenly a broadcast sounded. Survivors, I have a heavy message to share. Our operation has failed. All survivors must remain vigilant, prepare supplies, and wait for military rescue. I will repeat, survivors, I have a heavy message to share. Shueqingxiu was stunned. Just when she decided not to gamble whether that young man was good or bad, the military actually failed. Logically speaking, those zombies were flesh and blood. Could there really be ones that could withstand artillery shells? She felt a bit numb. What on earth happened to the world outside? Meanwhile, Jiang Chen was riding his bike down the street. He also heard the helicopter's broadcast and thought to himself, as expected. He had seen a zombie still alive jumping high, which made him realize that the military's operation was probably doomed. Now indeed the news had come. However, this was of little concern to him. He would leave the day after tomorrow. He did not possess the conviction to save the world. If he encountered injustice, he would resolve it casually. If not, then so be it. Jiang Chen wanted to enjoy the last 2 days of life. He entered a furniture store planning to grab a few beds for free. He decided to spend the night at school, and the primary issue was the bed. This was actually the first time he didn't go home to sleep, and it felt strangely novel. On the military helicopter, a soldier with tears in his eyes was broadcasting a message to the survivors. There were hardly any troops left in Ningjiang City. The tyrant was too terrifying in terms of defense. Shells left no marks on its body. In terms of strength, it could easily lift a tank and even tear open the driver's cabin. In the end, it was the superior officer, that military officer, who kept ordering everyone to retreat. Only a few soldiers survived, and that officer, however, died at the hands of a zombie. He could finally rest properly. Only by directly facing the tyrant could one feel that astonishing sense of oppression. Incredibly domineering, incredibly powerful. In the face of it, it seemed that only surrender was possible. This soldier found it hard to imagine how to deal with the tyrant and save this world. Or rather, what exactly was the tyrant's weakness? Suddenly, bang. The helicopter exploded instantly. Flames and thick smoke erupted, plummeting towards the city. A massive, blood-red figure fell from the sky, landing on the rooftop of a skyscraper. Clearly, because the helicopter was flying too low, it was destroyed in midair by the tyrant using the skyscraper as a springboard. Standing over 4 meters tall, its body was muscular and blood-red with 2 red organs on its shoulders. It was smiling. This zombie seemed to have developed its own emotions. It was laughing at having just taken out the helicopter. Suddenly, it seemed to notice something, lowering its head and looking down at the ground. Jiang Chen was buying things. Considering that either a single item or a box counted as one card, he directly stocked up on a box of toiletries. He also got some towels and basins. Living outside naturally required attention to hygiene. With this, I've accumulated quite a few beds, collected enough blankets, and gathered all the toiletries. Jiang Chen stroked his chin. Should I buy some playing cards too? It feels like there will be plenty to do at night. Thud. Just as he was about to exit the store, he encountered a zombie that fell from the sky. The zombie fell from the sky, landing on the ground in a crouched position, stirring up dust. Then it slowly stood up and looked at the boy in casual clothes in front of it. What surprised it was that this frail life did not flee and showed no signs of panic on his face. Unlike the survivors it had previously killed without hesitation. Jiang Chen looked at the giant zombie before him, which had no skin and red muscles, casually commenting, well, even cosplaying as a titan. But its height is a bit off. The tyrant did not quite understand what the boy was saying, but it still felt somewhat offended. It straightened its body, its broad back blocking the sunlight, and the organs on its shoulders, resembling red grapefruit flesh, were slowly flickering. The temperature of the surrounding environment seemed to be rising. Jiang Chen threw a glance at it. Type: evolving zombie. Growth type: strength 48, very strong. Speed 35, very strong. Physique 48, very strong. Evolved 9 times. Reached current stage limit. Oh, a new variety. Jiang Chen looked at the zombie with great interest. He had originally thought this zombie might be a variant of a tank-type evolving zombie, but it turned out to be a brand new version. Compared to the corpse ball zombies, this zombie had more balanced attributes. However, even the extraordinary rated corpse ball was killed by Jiang Chen with a single punch, so naturally, he would not take this new zombie seriously. The tyrant lowered its head, somewhat confused. This frail life still did not flee and did not tremble under its terrifying pressure. In fact, the boy's eyes even revealed a look of interest. The tyrant felt a bit disrespected by the presence before it. It took a step forward, preparing not to kill the boy just yet, but rather to torment him first. It wanted him to feel what pain truly was, what fear truly was. Are you going to make a move? Then you can't blame me for acting in self-defense. Jiang Chen yawned, extending his hand as a long sword appeared in it. The tyrant was momentarily stunned. It completely missed where Jiang Chen had conjured the sword from. But it did not take this weapon seriously. These frail lives could not even break through its defenses with their strongest firearms. How could this sword possibly injure it? Roar! The tyrant let out an excited roar and began to charge forward. The ground even trembled beneath it. It could not wait to torment this disrespectful person. Sizzle, the longsword sliced through the air, producing an almost imperceptible sound. Immediately after, the tyrant, once so mighty, found its upper and lower halves separated. Due to inertia, the upper body even moved a distance before stopping right in front of Jiang Chen. Isn't this... You evolved zombies have such high levels, yet I really don't like looking up to speak. The tyrant, with its physique rating of 48, still had a final breath left. Of course, this was also because Jiang Chen had swung the sword horizontally. The tyrant was numb. Its face displayed expressions reminiscent of a human. Confusion, doubt, and helplessness. What was happening? Who am I? Where am I? Is this right? Wasn't defeating those human armies supposed to be an easy task? It had pushed through effortlessly, invincible. What was happening now? Being taken down by a single sword. Sigh, I wonder what kind of zombie caused the army's defeat. It probably has some kind of insurmountable trait like that corpse. Jiang Chen looked at the evolving zombie he had just killed with one sword, unable to help but sigh. Gore. The tyrant growled lowly, seemingly wanting to say something. Stop growling. Your vitality is surprisingly resilient, but I'm a bit pressed for time. Save your words. With that, a flash of sword light appeared. The head of the evolving zombie was split in two, clearly dead beyond any doubt. The tyrant had withstood missiles at the start, growing stronger in battle, even considered a lord among corpses. Unexpectedly, it died so hastily. Jiang Chen could not have imagined that this zombie, which he easily killed, was actually the root cause of the army's defeat. He retracted the ordinary longsword and prepared to leave. Something seems off. Jiang Chen looked at the ordinary longsword card in his hand. Ordinary longsword 1, green quality, equipped to pretend to be a hero. Description: a village sword. Equip. Yes, no. I remember this longsword was white quality, wasn't it? Why did it suddenly turn green? Jiang Chen silently recalled. Moreover, this longsword had already been strengthened 99 times, and now it has reverted to 1 time. Could it be that after reaching the limit of 99 times it can continue to strengthen? It just requires something to break. Jiang Chen turned back and looked at the dead, evolving zombie, feeling that one should not judge a corpse by its appearance. Although its strength was mediocre, its zombie crystal core was quite useful. Unlike the army, they used various weapons and still struggled to break through the tyrant's defenses. Facing the tyrant, they felt utterly helpless. They would even express desperate questions about what the tyrant's weaknesses truly were. For Jiang Chen, the tyrant's weakness might just be that its strength wasn't very obvious. Growing stronger in battle. Sorry, the fight ended in a second. How could it get stronger? They are all dead. How could they evolve? Jiang Chen pedaled his bicycle at ease. He still had no idea what the trader's ability truly entailed. But Jiang Chen never made life harder for himself. After today, the power would only weaken, not vanish. He would learn in time. No need to rush. Hey! Jiang Chen suddenly heard someone calling and looked back. It was the girl who had survived on the alley's 2nd floor. She drew the curtain, opened the window, and waved. Jiang Chen brightened. Could it be a customer? Contrary to her cool appearance, Xue Qingqiu spoke in a gentle, tender voice that made it hard to feel hostility. Hello. Jiang Chen did not lower his voice. He answered at a normal volume. Startled by how loud he was, Xue Qingqiu scanned left and right, and only when she saw no zombies did she pat her chest and relax. My name is Xue Qingqiu. May I ask, what are you doing? I'm Jiang Chen. Just call me Jiang Chen. I'm looking. Xue Qingqiu was dumbfounded. There were so many odd points she did not know where to begin. Customers. What difference did Jiang Chen and Jiang Chen have? And in the apocalypse, looking for customers. What customers? Jiang Chen said, I just opened today. Have you heard of Kisangdi's mysterious shop? She shook her head. No, she had not heard of it. In short, the things I sell were acquired for 0 cost. Food, drink, entertainments. I have all manner of things. Jiang Chen's eyes were clear and his face sincere. You only need to trade something you consider valuable. Xue Qingqiu was completely bewildered. She felt she scarcely understood his words. Still, she had mustered the courage to call him down for a reason. Jiang Chen, may I come with you? Jiang Chen scratched his head, hesitated, then said, that is possible, but it's a different price. He went on, I'm not that casual a person. If you insist on wanting my body, that costs extra. Xue Qingqiu was thrown into a fluster. She hurriedly waved her hands, cheeks flushed, stammering, no, I didn't mean that. I just want to follow you, not— Oh, why not say so sooner? Jiang Chen pondered for a moment. He had not been in this world long. He could take Xue Qingqiu to Qinlan's place. You can't really come with me. I'm leaving soon. But my school still has teachers and classmates. You can live with them. Oh, okay. Xue Qingqiu answered softly. I will need you to pay me a fee, something you deem precious. That will do. Now step aside. Though unsure what the boy meant, Xue Qingqiu obediently moved aside. Jiang Chen measured his strength, took a light leap, and landed inside Xue Qingqiu's room. Oh! She jumped in fright, but was secretly relieved she had called him. This youth ought not to be wicked. With such strength, he could have forced her if he wished. If that had happened, she feared, she would have chosen death. Jiang Chen surveyed Xue Qingqiu's room. It was his first time entering a girl's boudoir. The overall palette was pink and a little messy yet oddly warm. Buckets of water were stacked inside along with a guzheng and many ancient-style cosplay outfits. Is there anything you want to take? Shui Qingqiu nodded and grabbed a backpack from the bed. It held necessities, some food and bottled water. She had prepared long before thinking the army might come to rescue them, so she had packed. She glanced at the scattered cosplay outfits, her hobby before the end, and felt a pang of reluctance. But these were special times, even beloved things had to be left behind. Jiang Chen noticed her look and asked calmly, "Do you want to take this bed?" "Huh." Shui Qingqiu blinked, thinking she must have misheard. Who brings a bed while rescuing someone? She forced a smile. No, it's hard to move anyway. She suspected she had boarded some strange vessel. This boy's mind seemed odd. It's easy, just a quick thing. Jiang Chen began to cartography the bed. In a few seconds, the soft pink bed vanished along with the clothes, everything condensed into a single card. Shui Qingqiu watched, dumbfounded, questioning reality. Anything else to take? Jiang Chen's voice brought her back to herself. Oh, right, I can cook. Should I bring some cooking utensils? She asked cautiously. Huh. Jiang Chen's eyes lit up. Although instant food was acceptable, nothing compared to a home-cooked meal. He began craving Xilongbao mixed noodles, steamed dumplings, braised chicken, and pork knuckle rice. You cook one meal for me. That will be your payment for me taking you away. Oh, okay. There were many items: seasonings, oyster sauce light and dark soy, various pots and pans, and finally, a portable butane stove, an indispensable tool for cooking. Fortunately, Jiang Chen's cartification made things easy. He packed those items into a box, and it became a single card labeled a box of kitchen supplies. Then he led Shui Qingqiu out. Shui Qingqiu felt some fear as she looked at the street outside. Don't be afraid. I'm here. Jiang Chen's calm words steadied her. She followed close behind, watching their surroundings carefully. When zombies charged occasionally, she stayed silent and clamped her mouth shut. After 6 days of this world, anyone not foolish knew that calling for help was useless and could even draw death. To her amazement, when those zombies came within 20 meters, they split cleanly in two and toppled to the ground. She knew Jiang Chen was strong, but she had not expected such power. Beyond the miraculous cartification, his combat prowess was astonishing. She hadn't even seen how he struck. In a daze, she followed Jiang Chen all the way into the school and up to the 4th floor of the teaching building. Senior year class, 3-4. Knock, knock, knock. It's me. At Jiang Chen's voice, the girls hurried to sit up and open the door. Yu Kurson nearest the door went to open it. Though she kept a composed expression, joy clearly shone in her eyes. But when she opened the door, she froze. Where had Jiang Chen found such a beauty? She was so pretty. Yu Kurson inexplicably felt flustered. Let me introduce everyone. This is the survivor I met just outside Shui Qingqiu. Hello, everyone. Shui Qingqiu initially felt a bit anxious, but upon seeing that the classroom was filled entirely with girls, she felt much more at ease. After all, if it were truly a gang of evildoers, the gender ratio would not be like this. Welcome to the school. Qin Lan believed in Jiang Chen's judgment. Although he often acted strangely, he certainly wouldn't bring any bad people. After chatting a bit with the girls, Shui Qingqiu felt an immediate sense of camaraderie. After all, they were all girls, and in such a perilous apocalypse. During the conversation, everyone learned that Shui Qingqiu had previously been a traditional-style blogger managing to support her daily expenses by cosplaying and accepting video advertisements. It was a form of freelance work. When they heard Shui Qingqiu talk about how women were treated as playthings outside and how people would vent their frustrations, they all felt scared. Fortunately, they had encountered Jiang Chen. Although sometimes his role-playing was a bit odd, it was far better than the bad people outside. The girls looked gratefully at Jiang Chen only to find him standing in the classroom surveying something. What are you doing? Yu Kurson stood up and walked over to Jiang Chen. I was wondering how best to place the bed. Bed? Yu Kurson momentarily failed to grasp Jiang Chen's words. What bed? Jiang Chen tossed out a card, and it manifested midair. Suddenly a bed that looked quite out of place appeared. This bed. Except for Shui Qingqiu, the other girls stood up in shock. How was it that while they were chatting over here, a bed appeared over there? Isn't that a bit exaggerated? You Blackheart merchant, you even sell beds. Yu Kurson felt her worldview being shattered once again by Jiang Chen. Sleeping without a bed is impossible. As he spoke, Jiang Chen began to push aside the classroom's desks and chairs. In the middle of the classroom, he neatly placed 6 beds. The 6 beds were arranged in 3 columns facing each other along the wall of the classroom. The girls became quite agitated. They had been filling a mat made from the school banner during this time. However, there weren't many soft things in the classroom. Sitting on top was fine, but once they laid down at night, they would feel. Moreover, waking up after a sleep, they would even feel sore all over. It was too hard. What's the price of this bed, eh? Yu Kurson swallowed hard. Jiang Chen glanced at the girls who were also looking at him. Even He Yuan, who often looked at the bed, did not lie down. Everyone respected his roleplay, respecting his identity today as a trader, the owner of a Blackheart shop. They respected his rules of the game. No matter how unreasonable or strange these rules were, After all the beds belonged to Jiang Chen, he had to consent for them to use them rather than relying on moral coercion. For example, voices like "I'm so tired you don't lack anything, can't I just lie down for a bit?" did not emerge. Everyone was very conscious and waited for Jiang Chen to state his rules. Though Jiang Chen didn't care. "I love to sleep and hate it when others don't let me lie on a bed, so today the beds in the shop are free." Hooray! Long live Jiang Chen. Thank you. Thank you, classmate Jiang Chen. After saying this, Jiang Chen found the bed in the lower left corner, leaned against the window, and lay down. At the back by the window, the homeland of the kings. Seeing Jiang Chen lie down, the girls eagerly pounced onto the bed, feeling the softness of the blankets and pillows. Some even let out comfortable murmurs. It was so nice. After all, Qin and the others had previously spent nights in class filled with anxiety, and with such thin mats they couldn't sleep well. As a trader, you completed a transaction with yourself, exchanging something you could easily acquire for your own happiness system points 50. What is this? It's hard to buy happiness with gold. Jiang Chen was surprised. Was there such a gameplay? True, a transaction didn't necessarily have to be selling something, one could also buy for oneself, willingly pay, and it was still a transaction. He turned to look at the girls, discovering Yu Kursin in front of him, with Qin beside her. As for Xue Qingqiu, she was diagonally opposite. He Yuan and Guo Rui chose positions against the wall. Qin stretched her limbs, showcasing her graceful figure. Yu Kursin, on the other hand, was burrowed under the blanket, seemingly fiddling with something. This feeling was rather special. An apocalypse, a school campus, several girls, and a bed. It was as if they had moved into a doomsday-themed school hotel. Everyone turned their heads to find Xue Qingqiu speaking. "Should we make dinner?" This was the reward she promised Jiang Chen. She wasn't actually that tired. Although she often peeked outside from behind the curtains, she still had a bed to sleep on at home. And surprisingly, it was this pink, big bed underneath her. Hearing Xue Qingqiu's words, Jiang Chen waved his hand, and several cards flew out. Those were Xue Qingqiu's kitchen supplies, along with some ingredients Jiang Chen had procured earlier. Seeing Xue Qingqiu start to cook, Qin quickly stood up to help her. Though she often ordered takeout, she could cook. It was just that after classes, she usually felt too exhausted. Cooking alone was a bit troublesome, so she often ordered takeout. While Xue Qingqiu and Qin were cooking, Yu Kursin, Guo Rui, and He Yuan exchanged glances. Clearly none of them knew how to cook. "Jiang Chen, you said someone didn't let you lie on the bed before." Yu Kursin sat on the bed looking at Jiang Chen, who was lying down, curiously asking. "Yeah, back then I was so tired. I had to work overtime during the day and sleep at night, leaving no time for entertainment. To enjoy a bit of fun, I had to reduce my sleeping hours." Yu Kursin was a bit astonished, as she hadn't expected Jiang Chen to have such experiences. "What happened later?" "Later, I just stayed up every night watching videos and went to work during the day while fighting off sleepiness." Yu Kursin looked at Jiang Chen with a touch of sympathy. She had never thought that someone who seemed so powerful and always calmly said outrageous things had such a background. "I feel like I really have depression. I smile every day, but inside I'm in great pain." So Jiang Chen continued, "Can I see your legs?" Yu Kursin, all right, I worried about you before. Is this how you play it? Kids, dinner's ready." With Qin's voice echoing, Jiang Chen dashed to the other side of the classroom. Yu Kursin shook her head and walked over slowly. The meal was sumptuous: pan-seared steak, roasted chicken wings, scrambled eggs with tomatoes, spicy and sour shredded potatoes, and even a dish of beef stew with potatoes. 2 boxes of self-heating hot pot were also open nearby. The food was steaming hot and looked mouthful. Even Jiang Chen felt a bit tempted. His cooking skills were average, and he was too lazy to cook, having not eaten such delicious food for a long time. As for Qin and Yu Kursin, it goes without saying, they had previously endured real hunger. In a moment, everyone was focused on eating, with not a single word spoken. As the sun descended, the night arrived on schedule. After everyone had eaten and drunk enough, they sat on the ground. Unlike the previous makeshift mat, Jiang Chen directly threw out a large carpet. Dark clouds obscured the moon, and with the power outage, the entire world was shrouded in darkness. Fortunately, Qin lit many candles. The candle flames danced, illuminating the classroom a bit. Perhaps it was because of Jiang Chen and Xue Qingqiu's presence, bringing a glimmer of hope for the future. Everyone chatted about various topics, from amusing stories before the apocalypse to lost loved ones, sharing their sorrows and comforting each other. The classroom had a feel reminiscent of candlelit conversations. Jiang Chen didn't say much, but kept watching the girls. Yu Kursin seemed to sense Jiang Chen's gaze, and their eyes met. Jiang Chen looked at Yu Kursin. The candlelight reflected in her eyes, resembling a dim, warm sea of stars. "What's wrong?" The flickering candlelight cast a warm glow on Yu Kursin's stunning face. "It's nothing." Jiang Chen shook his head. "By the way, do you know how Chu Siyue is doing now?" Yu Kursin suddenly recalled that Jiang Chen's family seemed to be quite close to Chu Siyue's. With his strong abilities, he might know about her best friend's current situation. "Chu Siyue? She's probably doing quite well. After all, she is my client." Before Yukursin could finish her sentence, dark clouds slowly parted and moonlight began to illuminate the classroom instantly brightened. Extinguishing the candle, the girls gathered by the window, gazing at the moon outside. For a moment, Jiang Chen found himself squeezed among the girls, surrounded by their lively chatter. Being surrounded by girls all soft-bodied and leaning against him felt quite pleasant. The last time he was this close to so many girls was when he played house as a child. It had been many years since then. What a bright moon. Yeah, I didn't notice it before the apocalypse came. Perhaps it was too polluted in the city back then. The smog prevented us from seeing the moon. Jiang Chen also looked out the window. A full moon hung high, illuminating the rivers and mountains. He turned to the girls, all bathed in moonlight, especially Shui Qingqiu. Her beauty was already cold and ethereal, and with her autumn watercut eyes reflecting the moonlight, she looked like a celestial being. However, without wearing a traditional costume, she lost some of that otherworldly aura. The moonlight is so bright. Seemingly noticing Jiang Chen gazing at Shui Qingqiu, Yukursin suddenly spoke up. Jiang Chen came back to his senses and replied, "It is quite bright. Have you ever seen a rural night? Many years ago I walked in the countryside during such a night. You had such an experience." "Yeah." Jiang Chen's eyes flickered with a hint of nostalgia as he continued, "Back then I was grave robbing, and it was hard to bear because it never got dark." Everyone was momentarily speechless, unsure of what to say. It was still Yukursin who replied, "How long have you been like this? Have you seen a doctor?" "What did the doctor say?" "He's a knife master." "It feels like this joke has been told to me when I was a child," Yukursin said somewhat helplessly, then asked seriously, "Have you all noticed that during the day the sun is green while the moon remains white like before the apocalypse?" What do you mean? The moon has always been like this, hasn't it?" "Right, it's just that the sun turned green. Isn't that a good thing?" Shui Qingqiu also looked puzzled. "Isn't it normal for the moon to shine like this?" Yukursin rubbed her forehead and continued to explain, "A little-known fact, the moon exhausted all its energy around 2 billion years ago, leaving only a hollow shell to rotate. This means the moon does not emit light on its own." Upon hearing Yukursin's explanation, the girls seemed to realize something was amiss. Jiang Chen pondered for a moment and said, "No wonder it is so white. It turns out it has been dead for a while." The girls responded, "What kind of strange thought process is this? Is this still a normal person?" The group fell into silence again. "Kursin, do you mean that the light from the moon is reflected from the sun, right?" Qinlan thought for a moment. Although she was a language teacher, her cultural background was not lacking, and she knew basic geographical knowledge. "Exactly." Yukursin confirmed with a nod. "This indicates that the sunlight reaching the moon is at least normal." "Then why is the sun green during the day? Is it because the sun elder has to work? So his face looks a bit green during the day, but normal at night?" He Yuan asked. Yukursin felt that Jiang Chen seemed to be catching on to something. "What you're saying is not impossible, but the likelihood is very small. Based on my guess, the sun might not have changed color. The reason the sun appears green during the day while the moonlight is normal at night could be because the light the moon receives is different from the light the Earth receives. The cause of this might be some special dust similar to the moon orbiting around the Earth. During the day, it filters the sunlight, turning it green, which is why things seem abnormal during the day, while at night it resembles the world before the apocalypse." The girls nodded thoughtfully. Although they were not clear about the principles, they all recalled the fear driven by knowledge. Jiang Chen remained silent for a moment before speaking. "I don't understand. Let's end this discussion." Yukursin shook her head. Although she merely had this speculation, she had no way to prove it. Unless someone could stand in space and look down at the Earth. Speaking of which, the people on the space station might be the ones truly suffering. After all, they wake up one day to find the Earth has vanished. They couldn't go back either. After passing over this profound topic, the girls felt quite happy. In this apocalypse, there were too few survivors, especially women, who found it even harder to survive. Meeting others of their kind naturally made them feel much more relaxed, and with Jiang Chen by their side, they felt even safer. The group chatted until midnight. Everyone was a bit excited, and their relationships became much closer. Even Guo dared to ask teacher Qinlan why she had always been single and about her sexual orientation. Jiang Chen listened with great pleasure. Since arriving in this apocalypse, he had little entertainment at night, which led him to sleep early and wake late. Before crossing over, he used to stay up late watching short videos every day. Getting him to sleep early felt like a loss. He could only squeeze his sleep time. Thus, he was always very tired. "Oh right, I haven't written in my diary today." Jiang Chen suddenly remembered his habit and quickly took out his diary. Fortunately, he had carded his diary previously, otherwise he would have been too lazy to go home and get it. "Today is the 6th day of the apocalypse. I went to school and saw. I still don't know what the zombies that caused the military to fail look like. Ningjiang City is so big." As the girls chatted, they asked Shui Qingqiu to sing a song and showcase her talent. Shui Qingqiu, having been a vlogger, hummed an ancient-style song. Like a lament, like a longing, like weeping, like storytelling. Jiang Chen felt as if he had moved into a girls' dormitory. He had long wanted to try this. Gradually, everyone began to feel fatigued. They fell into a deep sleep. On the seventh day, which is also the final day of Jiang Chen's survival task, at 9 in the morning sunlight streamed through the curtain's crevice, landing on Jiang Chen's face. He opened his eyes groggily. Dazed, he prepared to get up, brush his teeth, and wash his face. However, he realized this was not his usual home. "Oh right, I came to school to sleep." Jiang Chen is awake. He heard someone speaking. Soon Qinlan approached, bringing a cup of hot milk and a piece of bread. "Jiang Chen, you can really sleep. Everyone else has finished breakfast, and you are the only one left." Jiang Chen accepted the breakfast, feeling pleasantly cared for. "Thank you. No problem. What do you want to eat for lunch?" "Shuiqingxiu, and I can help you make it." After Jiang Chen mentioned what he wanted, Qinlan went off to attend to her own matters. She seemed to be organizing supplies with Guo and He Yuan, sorting them according to their perishability. And with 6 new beds in the classroom, many items' positions also needed rearranging. After washing up, Jiang Chen sat on the bed looking at today's identity card. Roll lucky 1, name Jiang Chen, strength 78, extraordinary speed 27, extremely strong physique 28, extremely strong trump card, revival card equipped. Lucky 1. This was quite understandable, but how could one earn points? Or rather, what qualifies as lucky? Jiang Chen fell into deep thought. Before the apocalypse, lucky people might win a lottery, but wait, it seems even a lottery can't guarantee luck, unless it's scratch-off tickets. But after the apocalypse, even winning a scratch-off ticket means no one can claim the prize. Moreover, money is useless in the apocalypse. It feels like there's no way to earn points. Jiang Chen felt a bit lost, unless he encountered danger and turned it around that could count as a kind of luck. However, it wasn't something Jiang Chen would boast about. In this apocalypse, all the zombies here were mere juniors. How could he possibly fall into danger? No, if I'm a lucky one, then today's ability should be luck. Can I use it to draw cards? He glanced at his points balance, 520 points. Because last night he didn't have enough points for a 10-time draw, so Jiang Chen didn't draw cards. However, if he drew now, there was the worry of attracting attention from Qinlan and the others. People need some secrets. Another issue was the same as yesterday. Only 520 points, not enough for a 10-time draw. I can't borrow points from the system, can I? He chuckled self-deprecatingly. You have borrowed 500 points, current points 10, 20. Jiang Chen was astonished. There's such an operation. No, I had this thought before, but this prompt has never appeared. He rubbed his chin. Could it be due to yesterday's identity as the trader? Is the ability of this identity to borrow things? Hiss. This identity seems more and more dubious. But if I can borrow points, then I won't say anything. What are you doing? Yu Kurson walked up to Jiang Chen's bed and asked. Nothing, just thinking about how to run a black heart shop in the future. In the future? What do you plan to sell? I don't know, let's talk about that later. Jiang Chen spoke candidly. Seeing the boy like this, Yu Kurson hesitated. Are you hiding something from us? Jiang Chen was puzzled. Why do you ask? Because when I watched you last night, I felt you seemed a bit sad. Did I? I don't think so. Yu Kurson sighed and sat down next to Jiang Chen. She spoke softly. It feels like sometimes you are very far from me, as if separated by a whole world. Have you read The Little Prince? The fox tells the little prince to tame him. Jiang Chen pondered for a moment before speaking. Does Chu Xiu and know you feel this way? Yu Kurson did not smile. Her expression was calm, but her voice trembled slightly. Taming means creating a bond. If you tame me, we will need each other, although it might come with the risk of shedding tears. Jiang Chen was somewhat surprised. He didn't expect Yu Kurson to be so perceptive. Indeed, he had already spent 7 days in this world. 7 days, not long, just a week. Not short either. Unknowingly, he had met many people. Whether it was the not-so-smart Chu Siyue, the well-endowed Chinese teacher Qinlan, or the academically outstanding Yu Kurson, as well as the 2 girls he had just met yesterday, Shuiqingxiu Guorei and He Yuan. And that kind-hearted middle-aged man from the rainy night, along with the mother and son. Oh right, there were also the 2 from downstairs, the dragon and phoenix twins. He initially just wanted to stockpile supplies and survive for a week. Perhaps had returned to his original world. Thus Jiang Chen always held back. He might just be a passerby, not wanting to leave too much behind, making it harder for himself to recall those moments that made him sad. As long as he didn't get too emotionally involved, remembering wouldn't be so painful. Seeing Jiang Chen like this, Yu Kurson knew her guess was likely true. The fox said to the little prince, if you want a friend. She had a hint of moisture in her eyes. We are friends, aren't we? Jiang Chen silently nodded. Yu Kurson smiled and said, if we are destined to part ways, I hope you remember my smiling face. Okay. After saying that, Yu Kurson went off to attend to her own matters. System, can I return here after completing the survival task? Jiang Chen asked hopefully. This system had never answered his questions, seeming more like a precise machine. However, whether it was because today was the 7th day, or due to the luck bestowed by the lucky one identity, the system unexpectedly popped up a prompt. After completing the survival task, you can choose to remain in the current world. Jiang Chen. So all my previous sadness was for nothing. System, Jiang Chen cursed loudly. After a long time of venting his frustrations at the system, his mood finally lightened. However, Jiang Chen decided not to tell Yu Kursin about his temporary decision to stay. He would surprise her when he came. At that time, it would be quite amusing. Jiang Chen was in a good mood, feeling that the ability of the Lucky One identity truly lived up to its name, allowing him to let go of the heavy burden he had been carrying for days. Thus, after finishing lunch, he told the girls that he needed to go home for a bit. When he saw Yu Kursin looking sad but still smiling and saying be safe, he felt a bit secretly pleased. At the school gate, a pure, ordinary mount, a stylish sports car suddenly appeared in front of Jiang Chen. He didn't drive the Maybach today, opting for a new sports car style. Virum, with a powerful launch, Jiang Chen sat in the driver's seat, feeling the thrill of the speeding car. But in reality, he wasn't driving at all. It was the intelligent system on autopilot. He just wanted to try out what it felt like to race on the streets of the apocalypse. Jiang Chen was lying in the car. Driving the sports car was initially thrilling, but after a while it felt just average. Jiang Chen ultimately chose his favorite mode of transportation. You have arrived at your destination, the intelligent driving system announced. Jiang Chen stretched, lazily got up, and transformed the sports car back into a card. Suddenly, divine being. Is it really you? Jiang Chen turned around and found the two familiar figures from the supermarket. One was a short, fat man, and the other was a skinny man with a mustache. This time, not only the two of them, but 3 other survivors from the supermarket also rushed over, all standing at the entrance. Divine being, we have long day and night to see you again. The skinny man, Ah Huang, knelt on the ground, tears brimming in his eyes, and bowed to Jiang Chen. Wang Tianba, seeing Ah Huang kneel so quickly, naturally did not want to fall behind. He also knelt down gently. Divine being, thank you for saving our lives before. We are grateful for your mercy. Upon seeing the two kneeling, the other 3 men seemed to trigger a chain reaction, one after another. They also knelt down, expressing their gratitude to Jiang Chen for his previous assistance. Jiang Chen was a bit bewildered. So many people were paying their respects just after he returned home. Could he really be an emperor? Among these 5, only one man was kneeling and questioning his life. This was because he seemed to recall having seen this divine being before. It was a few days ago when he had gone to the supermarket to buy something and encountered a pure and cute JK girl scolding another boy of the same age. There were quite a few spectators at that time, but in the end they were all tricked by that boy. He had been dumbfounded, not expecting the boy to be so good at spinning stories. However, later on he had suddenly gotten a stomach ache and ran to the supermarket restroom. It was precisely for this reason that he remained in the supermarket when the apocalypse broke out. Chen, Pingon, he tentatively called out. Jiang Chen naturally had no reaction, as that was not his name. This alias had long been discarded. His previous alias was Tang San. The next alias might be Li Feiyu. You all can get up now. It was just a casual act before. There is no need for such bowing. Ah Huang, hearing Jiang Chen's words, obediently stood up. He scratched his head and revealed a silly smile. Divine being, may I inquire about your esteemed age? Wang Tianba slapped Ah Huang on the head, and then with a beaming smile said, what he means is, how old are you? He lacks education and is a bit illiterate. Jiang Chen fell silent. The remarks from these two had a certain beauty stemming from a lack of brain cells. Do you have any business? Jiang Chen felt a bit anxious to return and draw cards. No, Wang Tianba quickly smiled. We are just looking forward to you taking action to end this apocalypse. Jiang Chen rolled his eyes and walked towards home. I'm not available right now. Divine being, when will you be free? We will always humbly worship you. Let's wait until tomorrow. Jiang Chen's voice drifted from afar. Praise the divine. Praise the mercy of the divine. The crowd burst into tears, kneeling down once more and bowing towards the direction of Chu Siyu's home. Jiang Chen finally returned home, collapsing onto the soft bed. For some reason, he felt that this day had been incredibly long. It seemed like he had done a lot of things. Draw cards, draw cards. He sat up and slapped his face. Having borrowed 500 points, and with the blessing of today's lucky one, Jiang Chen was truly eager to see what cards he would draw today. The card galaxy appeared before his eyes. Without any hesitation, he declared, draw 10 cards. Point card, hiss. This is something good. The first card had already yielded results. Jiang Chen continued to click. Thank you for your patronage, thank you for your patronage, thank you for your patronage. Revival card, purple quality. He was surprised to see another revival card. From his first 10 draws until now, there had only been one purple quality card. The ability of this lucky one indeed is luck. Although Jiang Chen already had one revival card, who would complain about having more lives? With this, along with the one Jiang Chen already had, he had a total of 3 lives. Continuing. Thank you for your patronage. Point card, plague dagger, blue quality. Thank you for your patronage. Thank you for your patronage. Are there still experts? Jiang Chen thought, and a stack of cards appeared in his hand. There were a total of 10 cards. Among them, thank you for your patronage appeared 6 times, and point card appeared twice. The remaining 2 cards included one purple quality revival card, and the other was the plague dagger he had seen for the first time. Jiang Chen looked at the plague dagger card. He found that the artwork of this card was much more exquisite than those of gray and white quality. It even had a background image. The overall tone was cool, exuding a sense of mystery. In the center of the card, a dagger floated, its blade a deep green with a faint glow circulating on the card. Plague Dagger Blue quality equipping provides 2 fixed effects: infection, poison resistance. Infection. The Plague Dagger carries poison resistance, immune to the dagger's own poison. Description: my blade is coated with deadly poison. A slight scratch will send you to the underworld. Equip. Yes, no. Why does it feel like it's not as useful as my village's good sword? Jiang Chen felt a stir in his heart and summoned the Plague Dagger to his hand. It looked like a weapon that had fallen from a primitive era. Its style was quite ancient. The green blade was deep and eerie, and it did not resemble any kind of metal. It looked more like it was made of stone. There were rather neat curved patterns on it. The hilt was made from the horn of some beast. The dagger's overall length was about that of a forearm, much shorter than the village's good sword. Equip. Jiang Chen equipped both the dagger and the revival card. Character card. Character Lucky 1. Name Jiang Chen. Strength 78, Extraordinary Speed 27, Very Strong Constitution 29, Very Strong Trump card. Revival card 2 equipped. Now I have 3 lives, but why does it feel like the values are a bit off? Jiang Chen pondered quietly. It seems that my constitution has increased by 1 point. Why is that? Is it the effect of the weapon? He still had 2-point cards. His current strength was already rated as extraordinary, exaggeratingly strong. However, his speed and constitution still lagged behind. Especially his constitution. Jiang Chen feared that a full force strike would injure him. In that case, apply all points to constitution. Name Jiang Chen. Strength 78, Extraordinary Speed 27, Very Strong Constitution 50, Extraordinary. Indeed, the poison resistance of this Plague Dagger can also be stacked onto my physique, and it is a percentage increase. Jiang Chen looked at the number behind his physique, already confirming his hypothesis. I never expected that my physique is now double extraordinary in strength, just a speed away from perfection. If it were someone else with such an increase in physique, they might try cutting their hand with a small knife to test their healing ability. Jiang Chen wouldn't do that. He was certain he wasn't dreaming. He wasn't slapping his own face. How could he possibly harm himself for no reason? With a thought, Jiang Chen recalled all the floating cards. Lying flat on the bed, he felt quite comfortable. This bed is still the one I am used to sleeping on. Today, Jiang Chen decided to relax thoroughly. Originally, gaining points as a lucky one was quite unclear. Moreover, the system informed him that he could remain in the current world. Suddenly, the sense of urgency dissipated. Jiang Chen's thoughts drifted aimlessly. In this world, it seemed that humanity truly lacked supernatural abilities. There were no legendary powers, only the use of firearms to combat zombies. As for Jiang Chen, 7 days, 7 identities, 7 abilities. If he changed identities, his abilities would weaken but not disappear. On the first day, he was passerby, with an unknown ability and very slow point acquisition. This was the most useless identity. On the second day, he was observer with enhanced vision and the ability to appraise items. Acquiring points only required him to watch coldly. On the third day, he was normal person with the ability to enforce normalcy, generally affecting zombies. Acquiring points required him to do things that a normal person would do. On the fourth day, he was fun seeker with increased mental strength, making the realization of flying swords possible. Within a certain range, he could make cards float and retrieve them. Acquiring points required him to find some fun, and Chu Siue was a great tool for scoring points. On the fifth day, he was liar with the ability to transform objects into cards, seemingly with limitations, as he couldn't cartography a planet. Acquiring points required him to lie. It seemed that lying to himself counted as well. On the sixth day, he was trader with the ability to borrow items, even system points, though he didn't know if they needed to be returned. Acquiring points required trading with others. Buying or selling was fine. The limitation was that it had to be reasonable and satisfying to himself. On the seventh day, he was lucky one with the ability to be lucky. Drawing cards was quite fortunate. If he had known he had this ability earlier, he would have saved up some points. Acquiring points was quite unclear. Unconsciously, he already had so many abilities. 2 hours later, Jiang Chen woke up from his nap. Feeling full of energy, he walked to the balcony. He released a recliner. This was what he had bought at the furniture store yesterday, thinking he could half lie on the balcony, feeling the breeze and enjoying the scenery. He poured himself another glass of red wine. Across the way at Chu Siyu's house, she had set up a whiteboard. On it, she wrote the 6 big characters: this afternoon at 4 o'clock. Jiang Chen glanced at his phone. It was precisely 3:50. Since it was a coincidence, he didn't mind waiting for his electronic pet. However, he didn't wait long. Chu Siyu appeared on the balcony as well a few minutes early. Seeing Jiang Chen, who seemed to have been waiting on the balcony, Chu Siyu couldn't help but feel a bit surprised. She quickly wrote on the board, "Did you know that the army used drones to lure zombies yesterday?" Jiang Chen, Chu Siyu, unfortunately they did not succeed. They probably encountered the monster we saw downstairs that day. I wonder whose sword that was. If only he could have intervened. Jiang Chen. But he would have to find the zombie that caused the army's failure. Chu Siyu, you're right. She quickly erased the words on the board and wrote, "I'm sorry." Jiang Chen. In the apocalypse, one should be a bit restrained. It's not good for your health. Chu Siu, I don't know what you're talking about. I've been reflecting on my actions when I was in the supermarket. I must have misunderstood. I'm sorry. And even if I doubted you, I shouldn't have raised my voice to attract so many people. Jiang Chen pondered. To recognize one's mistakes and correct them is a great virtue. How about this? Will you bow to me? Chu Siu ignored what Jiang Chen said and continued writing. Have you noticed any changes in me today? After saying that, she moved the board away to show Jiang Chen her outfit for the day. Today she wasn't wearing any similar JK uniforms, but a purple outfit that seemed to have been slightly dressed up. Jiang Chen, have you gained weight? No, I've hardly eaten these past 2 days. Oh, don't you think I've matured a bit? What do you mean? Didn't you say you like mature women? Isn't my outfit mature enough? You just... Jiang Chen pondered for a moment. Look older. Chu Siu, I'm only 18 this year. How can I look older? Chu Siu, that's so upset. Jiang Chen, don't be upset. Chu Siu, but I am upset. Jiang Chen, many things will slowly get better with time. Chu Siu, you can still comfort people. Jiang Chen, just like you were just chubby, but over time you'll become less so. Chu Siu, I'm done. I'm not chubby. What the hell, are you crazy? Did the mental hospital walls collapse? How did you get out? Get back in there. Chu Siu broke down. Jiang Chen, why are you silent now? Chu Siu, among all weapons in the world, only Jiang Chen hurt her the deepest. Jiang Chen, look at you, you're nothing compared to your friend you cursing. She's much calmer. Chu Siu asked in confusion, have you two ever spoken? Jiang Chen, yeah, we have many common topics since we are both high IQ individuals. Really? What do you usually talk about? We talk about some classics like Journey to the West, Romance of the Three Kingdoms, Water Margin, etc. Who's your favorite in Journey to the West? The White-Bone Spirit. What about the Three Kingdoms? Jiao Chan. What about Water Margin? Pan Jinlian. Chu Siu finally sensed something was off. So you just like women, huh? This day can't be discussed anymore. Chu Siu went back inside. Seeing her leave, Jiang Chen prepared to return to his room, because it was time for dinner. Looking at the self-heating product in his hand, he began to miss Shue Kinkia's cooking. Tonight was still a clear night. The moon became rounder, shining in the pitch-black, cold, and desolate city, seeming to add a touch of warmth under the moonlight. Jiang Chen wrote today's diary under the moonlight. Today is the 7th day of the apocalypse. Nothing special happened, so the day passed quickly. Today was truly a lucky day. After finishing the diary, Jiang Chen prepared to sleep early. It was nothing like being at school where there were so many people chatting and singing, and he hadn't downloaded any entertainment on his phone. With nothing to do, he could only go to bed early. The world has ended. Do you want to restart or move on to the next apocalypse? Jiang Chen stirred awake from a deep slumber. He had not dreamed in a long time. In his dream, the world crumbled. Sun turned sapphire, oceans heaved, and waves rose like mountains, swallowing everything beneath their crushing tide. What an absurd dream. Rubbing his drowsy eyes, Jiang Chen prepared to rise and wash up. Wait, why so many notifications? He gazed at the pale blue text hovering before him. As a fortunate survivor, you narrowly escaped the apocalyptic cataclysm. System points 200. Revival card consumed. Our resurrection completed at designated revival point. Survival objective completed. Claim reward. World has ended. Restart or proceed to next post-apocalyptic realm. HSS. What on earth is happening? The sheer volume of information left Jiang Chen momentarily stunned. Did I die? He pulled out his character card. Today's identity field remained blank, no new persona generated. His strength, speed, and constitution stats were unchanged. Only one thing was missing: his revival card, the final trump card in his arsenal. So I truly died, once. Jiang Chen whistled softly. His strength and constitution had long transcended human limits, yet he had perished without sound, without warning. He stepped onto the balcony and surveyed the world outside. It seemed dimmer than before. Light itself felt thinner, more subdued. Yet the skyscrapers and the shambling zombies on the streets remained unchanged from yesterday. He lifted his gaze toward the sun. It hung just as before, heavy, oppressive, dull, and clouded. How did I die? A riddle with no immediate answer. Then it struck him. He still had one neighbor nearby. Chu Siu. Had she sensed anything? Had she witnessed something last night? Jiang Chen glanced across the street, to her apartment. She wasn't on the balcony, likely still inside her room. Yet her balcony still held that familiar whiteboard. Scrawled upon it, Happy Mid-Autumn Festival. Keep going, we will survive. Mid-Autumn Festival already. Jiang Chen hadn't been keeping track. After all, festivals meant little now, mere relics of a dead world. Then he noticed that the insulated box sat beside his own balcony. Chu Siu must have sent over supplies. Jiang Chen opened the thermal container suspended by the zip line. Inside lay a 100 yuan banknote, 2 small, perfectly round compressed biscuits, and a handwritten note from Chu Siu. You're obsessed with money, but since cash is useless now, consider it a gift. It's Mid-Autumn Festival and conditions are crude, so please enjoy this mooncake. made by your beloved junior high school girl. At the bottom she'd drawn a tiny cat, just as she always did, adorable as ever. This time, however, the feline wasn't scowling, but waving cheerfully. It almost looked like a beckoning fortune cat. This girl still clings to life's small joys. Jiang Chen murmured, quietly impressed, when suddenly he froze. Across the street from Chu Siyue's apartment emerged a zombie. A female zombie, guttural shrieks tearing from her throat, limbs contorted unnaturally as she staggered forward. And draped across her frame, a flash of violet Jiang Chen recognized instantly. No, with his vision and proximity, denial was impossible. It was Chu Siyue. Somewhere, somehow, she had turned. Must have happened after she wrote the note. Jiang Chen reflected silently, mechanically pulling on his clothes as he descended the stairs. His perception of Chu Siyue had shifted, steadily, subtly, over time. At first he'd found her irritating. She delayed his hoarding efforts right at the outbreak's onset, and without cause accused him of stalking her. The system offered no clarification, only his own quick thinking had prevented disaster. Later, when he saw her tears, unbidden, unguarded, as she realized he was still alive, and then her flustered, half-hearted attempt to wipe them away, he'd thought perhaps this girl wasn't so bad after all, just a little clumsy, a little naive, less grating than before. Then came their online chats across the alley, notes passed via zipping, quiet exchanges across balconies. Gradually he grew accustomed to having someone across the way, almost like tending a digital pet. Every time he stepped onto his balcony, his gaze would drift instinctively toward hers. Until yesterday, their conversation had been unexpectedly pleasant. Yet he'd noticed she'd grown noticeably thin. He'd even resolved to feed his digital pet today. No more pretense. No more games. He had surplus supplies. He'd simply tell her, eat well, rest easy. Instead, she was gone. Just like that. Sudden. Silent. Perhaps even in her sleep. Perhaps in her final moments she'd imagined surviving this wasteland, side by side with that quiet boy across the alley. Mid-Autumn Festival. A day for reunion. So she'd taken her meager rations, precious dwindling, and shaped 2 perfect little mooncakes. Perhaps as she worked she nibbled crumbs from the compressed biscuits, smiling faintly, dreaming of tomorrow. Perhaps at the very end she gave her own silly head a gentle pat. Turns out he does love money. Here's the whole 100. Take it all. Oomph. Surely he'll be deeply moved. Ha. Yet no matter how brightly she imagined, her future had already vanished. She died simply, quietly, reduced to a mindless, emotionless zombie. As these thoughts settled, Jiang Chen reached the ground floor. 5 more zombies now lurked inside the convenience store below. 2 grotesque figures, squat and lanky, kneeling in absurd devotion. He didn't even know their names, only that they'd always annoyed him, prostrating themselves, chanting nonsense like, "Oh God, divine being, madman, saving the world." Not his concern. Now even they had become zombies. One stocky, one gone. Now mere standard specimens within his observer skill. Had they in their final seconds prayed to gods? Jiang Chen shook his head. Then he remembered. He still held 1 regeneration card. Regeneration card, green tier. Used to rapidly heal injuries. Effectiveness increases inversely with target's life essence. Description: don't die. Don't die. He strode into the building across the street. Chu Siyue's residence. 7th floor. Bang. With barely a push, the door yielded under his foot. At the crash, the zombie, once Chu Siyue, lurched toward the entrance, shrieking. Jiang Chen sidestepped effortlessly, slipped past her, and retreated to the balcony, then shut the glass door. He watched her, no longer feeling pain, relentlessly hurl herself against the glass. From his pocket, he drew the regeneration card, ready to use it. Target confirmed, deceased beyond restoration, cannot be applied. As expected, no effect. So even don't die couldn't save Hiyori. Jiang Chen sighed, glancing toward his own apartment across the alley, the place where for so long Chu Siyue had chatted with him, as if online. He'd never entered her home before, never imagined his first visit would unfold like this. Thud, thud. She kept slamming into the glass. He could no longer bear to watch. In one fluid motion, he leapt from the balcony, down, landing solidly with a thunderous impact. He summoned his sports car. To the school. Sitting in the car, Jiang Chen gazed out at the world beyond the window. The greenery was shrouded in decay, devoid of any signs of life. It seemed that no one was left alive. So this is what surviving for 7 days means. Jiang Chen cursed. No wonder the 7th day marks the end of the world. Oh, it all makes sense now. You set me up on the first day. The system did not respond to Jiang Chen. He felt a wave of sorrow wash over him. Soon they arrived at the school. The so-called smart driving was anything but had failed to detect its owner's gloomy mood. Jiang Chen sat in the car for a long time, feeling as if knowing the outcome would be bad made it easier not to see it. He often preferred to avoid confrontation. While others might instinctively think, should we fight? Jiang Chen's first impulse was more likely, should we run? Avoidance may be shameful, but it can be effective. However, this time it seemed he could not escape. Jiang Chen approached the door of class for year 3. He gently knocked on the door. Knock, knock, knock. There was no response. It's me. Still no one answered. Jiang Chen let out a sigh. He already knew the outcome. With a gentle push, he opened the classroom door, causing it to crash to the floor with a loud bang. Hearing the noise, the zombies inside the classroom rushed towards him. There were a total of 5. Guo Rui, He Yuan, Qin Lan Yu Kursen, and Shui Qingqiu. Not a single one was missing. They bore no signs of having been bitten. Jiang Chen's body swayed slightly as he dodged the 5 zombies' attacks. The classroom was clean and organized, clearly having been tidied up by them the previous day. Even the 6 beds were neatly arranged. Especially Jiang Chen's bed, which was also made up, the blankets folded and the sheets completely wrinkle-free. However, before Jiang Chen could arrive, all the girls had already turned into zombies. The Doomsday Academy Hotel only lasted 1 day before it ended. Jiang Chen grew increasingly saddened. He jumped out of the window and left the school. Jiang Chen sat in the sports car, staring at the floating cards in front of him. Qin Lan's fragrance pouch, Chu Siu's painting, Yu Kursen's pendant. Without realizing it, he had come to know so many people in this world. Despite having been very restrained before, he was afraid that he was just a passerby, so he didn't want to leave behind sorrowful memories. The more ties he formed, the more sadness it would bring. Is this what taming means, eh? Jiang Chen recalled what Yu Kursen had once told him. There are countless individuals in the world, and perhaps there are countless worlds as well. Before he knew the girls, they were just ordinary people. Although they were all quite beautiful, if Jiang Chen hadn't known, they wouldn't have been any different from other beauties in the world. However, once a connection was established with ties and then to the girls among the countless people in the world, Jiang Chen was the special one. The same was true for Jiang. I was looking forward to surprising you, Kursen, today. Jiang Chen lamented. Yet here I am, having arrived as expected, but you are all gone. Jiang Chen felt utterly devastated. The world had collapsed so suddenly and mercilessly. After a moment of sorrow, he pulled himself together. After all, according to the system's prompt, there should still be a chance for remedy. It seems the cataclysm the system spoke of erupted last night, turning all survivors across the globe into... Jiang Chen pondered. Even I couldn't withstand it. My weapon, the plague dagger, has a poison resistance bonus, and coupled with my extraordinary physique, my defenses were maxed out. The cataclysm struck silently. Jiang Chen didn't even know what had cost him a life. He remained silent for a moment, looking at the prompt before him. Survival task completed. Would you like to claim the task reward? I almost forgot about this. I'll claim it. Task settlement in progress. This exploration of the world achieved 5. Survival task completed. Reward claim in progress. Reward claimed, random identity upgrade. Then the system's text began to scroll, selecting from Jiang Chen's 7 identities. Random identity. Jiang Chen's expression turned contemplative. The randomly assigned identity abilities from his talents were quite good, at least each had some specialty. Random identity has been determined: passerby. Passerby as identity upgraded to unknown passerby. Upon hearing he was selected as passerby, Jiang Chen was momentarily speechless. He mused that being upgraded from passerby might mean he was just a cameo or supporting character. To his surprise, it turned out to be unknown passerby. So the essence of passerby is just a passerby, huh? Is there a passerby named a walking on the road? Jiang Chen felt a strange memory suddenly align. No wonder I inexplicably gained a bit of speed on the first day. So it's because passerby moves quickly, which reflects in the speed. Therefore, the way to earn points should also be by walking. Jiang Chen fell silent. What a riddle-like system. How outrageous. The world has ended. Would you like to restart or proceed to the next apocalypse? Restart, huh? Jiang Chen nodded, seemingly having made a decision. He asked system, is there a limit on the number of restarts? It seemed that upon hearing Jiang Chen's intention to restart the apocalypse, the system began to display specific details regarding the restart. There is no limit on the number of world restarts. However, be aware that after a world restart, points cannot be earned. Meanwhile, identity proficiency restrictions will be unlocked. After restarting the world, current cards and abilities will be saved in the system. Simply think one more time to restore to the previous state without any pain. This dog system doesn't even allow for exploiting bugs. Jiang Chen gasped, feeling it was a pity. If he could continuously farm points, unlimited restarts would mean infinite. Then when Jiang Chen's strength, speed, and physique all reached hundreds of millions, what apocalypse could withstand a punch from him? Who cares about the end of the world? I will end its life. Would you like to restart the apocalypse? Wait a moment. Navigate to the place where I previously punched through the zombies. Upon hearing Jiang Chen's words, the sports car quickly responded. Before long, they arrived at the destination. Jiang Chen lightly leaped up to the 2nd floor. As expected, the young woman and the baby had also turned into zombies. However, the woman's hand was tied to the door of her house with a rope. The baby lay not far away on the sofa. It seems that before the calamity strikes, people have a chance to sense it, at least having time to react. This woman clearly knew she was about to become a zombie, which is why she tied herself up, fearing she would harm the child. Unfortunately, the baby also did not escape. All the people Jiang Chen had come to know in these 7 days had likely turned into zombies. No wonder it's called the apocalypse. He muttered softly, his gaze sharpening. System, let me restart. World type biological apocalypse. Mission requirement survive for 7 days. Awaken talent, a new identity every day. Time left until the apocalypse, 6 hours 0 minutes. On the street, an apartment building. 7th floor. Jiang Chen opened his eyes, glancing at the familiar surroundings, realization dawning in his heart. Back again. He stood up and drew the curtains. The sky was just beginning to lighten, and the outside world was peaceful. Few pedestrians walked on the street, a couple of young people, yawning, seemingly rushing to catch the early bus. There were also a few elderly men, similarly up early for morning exercises. A bun shop on the street exhaled steam, adding a touch of warmth to the morning light. Most importantly, the world was finally not shrouded in that green haze. Indeed, I have returned to my body, feels weak, as if I had overworked my mind in calculus problems. Jiang Chen was taken aback. This reboot was indeed miraculous. It truly traversed time, sending him back to before the apocalypse arrived. I must have just crossed over when there were 6 hours left until the apocalypse. I simply slept a bit longer. Let's do it again, Jiang Chen silently thought. Instantly, his previously weak body returned to its peak condition in a second. Countless cards and abilities returned to him. Character card. Character, normal person. Name, Jiang Chen. Strength 78, extraordinary. Speed 35, very strong. Constitution 50, extraordinary. Weapon, plague dagger, equipped. Trump card, revival card, equipped. The nameless bystander indeed provided a speed boost, increasing my speed from 27 to 35. Moreover, today's identity is actually a normal person. Jiang Chen fell into contemplation. He had initially thought that his identity would be the same as before the reboot, starting as a passerby and then as an observer. Unexpectedly, the sequence was entirely different. It seemed to have been randomly shuffled and then resorted. It looks like I have to go to school today. According to the system's previous hints, after rebooting, playing an identity does not earn points but unlocks identity proficiency. It seemed that the more proficient one became, the stronger the development of identity abilities. After determining what to do today, Jiang Chen hesitated no longer and walked directly to the balcony, preparing to jump down. No, the apocalypse hasn't come yet. I've gotten used to jumping. He obediently took the elevator down. It was still early, so he had plenty of time. Jiang Chen walked to the opposite building, 7th floor. Knock, knock, knock. He knocked on the door. There seemed to be some rustling sounds, as someone inside was likely getting dressed. Who is it? A female voice unfamiliar to Jiang Chen came through. Soon the owner of the voice opened the door. Only then did Jiang Chen see. A woman in her mid-30s opened the door, dressed in pajamas. Although she wasn't wearing makeup, she still had a fair... She must have had many admirers when she was younger. Ah, it's Xiao Jiang. What brings you here? Are you here to see Yaya? The woman, whom he referred to as Aunt Bai, asked naturally upon seeing Jiang Chen. Yes, Annie. You child. Still so formal, can't you just call me Bai? The woman, calling herself Bai, attempted to pat Jiang Chen on the head, but found she was already a bit too short. Come in, Xiao Jiang. Yaya is sleeping. She's almost recovered from her cold and was supposed to go to school this afternoon. Oh, Jiang Chen complied. He stepped into the room. This child, Aunt Bai shook her head, has grown so big. She's already taller than me by so much. After saying that, she prepared to make breakfast. There wasn't much to eat in the house, just some toast and eggs. We're almost out of eggs. I'll let Yaya go buy some later. Oh right, the Mid-Autumn Festival is coming soon. We need to get some mooncakes then. She worked far from home, so she often stayed in the staff dormitory. Moreover, Chu Siyue was a boarding student. There weren't many rations left at home. Jiang Chen didn't pay attention to this. Instead, he headed straight for Chu Siyue's room. He had been here before, so he was quite familiar with the layout. When he entered Chu Siyue's room, she had not yet woken up. Jiang Chen looked around the room, which was predominantly pink with cute patterned wallpaper. Across from the bed was a desk with some paints and brushes on it. There was also a whiteboard that Jiang Chen recognized well. It stood quietly against the wall. Jiang Chen turned back and looked at Chu Siyue on the bed. Is her sleep quality even better than mine? Chu Siyue was dressed in pajamas, sleeping on a large plush toy, her breathing gentle and slow, her hair spread out. A few stray strands mischievously brushed against her cheek. Moved by Chu Siyue's breath, they fluttered slightly. He hadn't noticed before, but she actually resembled a sweet girl. Ahem. Even though it was Jiang Chen's first time seeing his online electronic pet up close, he still cleared his throat. After all, he had business to attend to. Chu Siyue slowly opened her sleepy eyes. Just as she was about to yawn, she discovered that there was actually a man in her room. Aunt. She was about to scream, but Jiang Chen quickly covered her mouth. However, when she realized that the person in front of her was Jiang Chen, she was no longer that frightened. Seeing this, Jiang Chen lowered his hand. Jiang Chen, what brings you here? Chu Siyue asked curiously. Jiang Chen pondered for a moment before responding. I just robbed a bank and came to your house to lay low. Ah, is that for real? Chu Siyue seemed a bit dazed, countering with a question. Fake. Oh, Chu Siyue's eyes turned quickly, asking. Then did you come because you were worried about me? I'm fine, I'm going to school this afternoon. She seemed a bit happy, although she didn't quite understand where this emotion came from. Can we go in the morning? Huh. Why? Because the apocalypse is coming and I don't want to miss seeing you. Chu Siyue found Jiang Chen's words hard to comprehend. However, she still subconsciously chose to trust Jiang Chen. All right, then I'll go to school with you today. Jiang Chen nodded. Okay, then I'll pack my backpack. With that, Chu Siyue hummed a tune and began organizing her textbooks. Watching her busy figure, Jiang Chen's gaze flickered. Indeed, something felt off. It seemed he had never told Chu Siyue that his name was Jiang Chen, let alone the aunt by he had never met before. That charming woman. If he had met her, he wouldn't have likely forgotten. Jiang Chen walked to the balcony of Chu Siyue's house. With a wave of his hand, numerous cards appeared in the air. Ever since he gained card-based abilities, Jiang Chen had hoarded many cards. Sofa, lounge chair, bed. Wait, these aren't right. Jiang Chen's gaze sharpened. Observer's diary. The Observer's diary, unknown quality. Effect unknown. Description, a diary written by Jiang Chen. How did my diary become the Observer's diary? Jiang Chen's heart stirred as the card materialized before him. It was a diary bound in sheepskin parchment. He opened the cover. The front page was boldly inscribed. My name is Chen Mo. By the time you read this, I have already died. Jiang Chen gasped. This was a line he had casually written as a joke. Now could it have come true? Does this imply a replacement? In other words, everything about him, including the recognition of acquaintances, has been replaced by me. So in this world, am I the only one who knows him? Jiang Chen pondered for a moment, but shook his head. No. In Chu Siyue's perception, she should despise Chen Mo, not act so close as she did earlier. It's almost as if the goodwill from 7 days later has been transferred to now. It seems the secrets of the system are growing more numerous. Jiang Chen shook his head. Initially, he thought he had soul transplanted since he could unlock his phone and make purchases, but later he gazed at the face before him, which was identical to his previous life, only younger. He felt a bit. Moreover, earlier when the world was destroyed by the calamity of the apocalypse, the system only presented two choices. One was to restart, and the other was to move to the next world. What about the real world? Why was there no option for that? As Jiang Chen thought about these matters, he felt a headache coming on. Forget it, if I can't figure it out, I won't dwell on it. If it gets too troublesome, I'll ask you Kirsten to analyze it, if she's quite smart. He stopped contemplating those baffling questions. Instead, he turned his gaze to the busy Chu Siyue. This girl was somewhat naive, a bit proud and prone to tears, not particularly clever. Aside from her pure and beautiful looks and large eyes, she didn't seem to have anything extraordinary. Chu Siyue seemed to notice Jiang Chen looking over. She smiled, her eyes twinkling. This silly boy. When he gets older, he'll definitely be targeted by health product salesmen. Jiang Chen smiled back. But it's wonderful that you're still alive. Dinner time. Kids. Aunt Bei's voice called out. Jiang Chen and Chu Siyue sat down at the dining table. Breakfast was simple fried eggs and toast. Chu Siyue and Aunt Bai both had 2 slices while Jiang Chen had 3 in front of him, and 1 cup of hot milk each. Mom, I'm planning to go to school with Jiang Chen shortly. Aunt Bai looked a bit surprised. The sun must be rising from the west. You're being so eager about school for the first time. Isn't there a holiday in a couple of days? I've never been good at studying, and if I keep skipping, I'll fall even further behind Kirsten. Aunt Bai was even more surprised. Wow, you have such ambition. Oh, Mom, I can't be too far behind her, can I? I'm already over 200 points behind. What if it becomes 300 later? That would be terrible. Aunt Bai, could you take a day off today? While eating, Jiang Chen suddenly spoke up. Take a day off. Aunt Bai, who was planning to finish her meal and catch the bus for work, paused. What's wrong, kid? Did something happen? Nothing major, just that the apocalypse is approaching. Oh, so the apocalypse is. Oh. What's wrong, Xiao Jiang? Are you feeling too much pressure lately? Although third-year studies are important, your health is the priority. Looking at Aunt Bei's concerned eyes, Jiang Chen felt a bit of a headache. This was too absurd. Explaining it would be too troublesome. Jiang Chen generally avoided complications. Mom, just take a day off this once. I believe Jiang Chen, he definitely won't harm us. Surprisingly, Chu Siyue inexplicably believed in Jiang Chen and began to persuade her mother. Okay, you 2 kids. But Xiao Jiang, if you want Aunt to take a day off, what are you planning to do? Jiang Chen thought for a moment and replied. Aunt Bai, could you go to school with Siyue? Just wait in the office next to our class. Off. Aunt Bai was momentarily stunned but agreed. After all, this was the first time Jiang Chen and her daughter had such a unified opinion. She was actually pleased with this. However, when had Jiang Chen ever disagreed with her daughter before? She couldn't recall. Maybe it was because she was getting older. Memory was fading. Aunt Bai didn't think much more of it. I'll come to pick you 2 up later. After finishing breakfast, Jiang Chen said to the 2 of them. Chu Siyue and Aunt Bai both looked puzzled. Pick up? With what? However, after a short while they found out the answer. Jiang Chen actually drove out a sports car from the underground garage. This sports car was clearly worth a fortune. The black sports car shone brightly, its lines sleek and low, exuding a sense of power. Aunt Bai and Chu Siyue were stunned, unable to close their mouths. They had never known Jiang Chen even owned a sports car. How extravagant. Get in the car. The window rolled down and Jiang Chen, sitting in the driver's seat, spoke. The two of them sat in the leather seats as if in a dream. The leather seats felt excellent, and the starry sky ceiling sparkled like breathing, beautiful and luxurious. For a moment both felt a bit awkward. Jiang Chen even noticed that Aunt Bai was wearing an old pair of sports shoes. They were very clean, but still somewhat worn. Was Chu Siyue's family not well off? The apartment seemed decent, but could it be that Aunt Bai had to work alone to support Chu Siyue's education and pay the mortgage? That could lead to a rather frugal life. Jiang Chen, where did you get this car? It's so— Chu Siyue looked at the luxurious interior of the car and couldn't help but ask in amazement. It's borrowed. Oh. Chu Siyue abruptly turned her head to look at Jiang Chen in the driver's seat. His eyes were focused straight ahead, seemingly very concentrated on driving. Xiao Jiang must be joking. Yeah, have you packed your homework? I've packed it. V-room. The sports car's autonomous driving technology was impressive, smoothly gliding like riding a high-speed train. Anyone who saw would have to admit Jiang Chen was an experienced driver. Ningjiang No. 4 high school at the school gate. It was now 7 in the morning and many students were trickling into the school. Many were being picked up by their parents. Of course, there were those who walked or rode bicycles to school as well. Sometimes, even in seemingly simple student life, there could be some unpleasant elements. For instance, the psychology of comparison. Although all were students at the same school and wore uniforms, their family backgrounds were drastically different. Some students had parents who drove luxury cars while others might only have an electric tricycle. So many times poorer students would ask their parents to drop them off not too close to the school. This way it seemed they wouldn't lose face as much. Chu Siyue didn't feel this way, although her family didn't have a car. Her mother loved her very much. So even when they sometimes rode shared bicycles over, they had to part reluctantly at the school gate. Until one time when they bumped into a female classmate. Indeed, Yu Kersin also doesn't allow the family driver to drop her off at the school gate. She fears it might scare her classmates. Unexpectedly, it became a point of attack for some female classmates. Both Chu Siyue and Yu Kersin are beautiful, one with a pure and lovely appearance, and the other with an icy first love face. They are unjustly resented by others. Jealousy often drives people to lose their reason. V-room. The sound of a car engine came from afar like a low rumble of thunder. In front of the school gate, many parents and students involuntarily looked towards the source of the sound. A black gleam was rapidly approaching from a distance, elegant yet swift. My heavens, what model of sports car is this? It looks incredibly stylish. Hiss. Son, I've been fond of cars for many years, but I've never seen this model before. It must be some kind of global limited edition, not available for sale. Wow, this car definitely doesn't come cheap. Are there really such wealthy classmates in our school? I can't wait to see who it is. Meanwhile, the roar of the engine grew louder, seemingly shaking the very air, akin to an ancient ferocious beast charging. Everyone was momentarily stunned, unable to divert their gaze. Screech. The sports car came to a halt, and only then did the crowd carefully examine this beast. The car gleamed with an obsidian-like color, its lines smooth, exuding luxury and beauty. Jiang Chen let the two get out first as he prepared to find a place to retract his card before coming back. Chu Siyue and Aunt Bai stood there at the school gate, dazedly receiving the curious gazes of countless classmates and parents. Chu Siyue, is that you? A small group of girls passing by were also drawn in by this extravagant sports car. They suddenly realized that the person getting out of the car was a classmate from their own grade. Chu Siyue nodded. Seeing so many curious eyes, she felt a bit flustered. Aunt Bai was a bit better, although she had never seen such a scene. Her age was a comfort. She smiled and asked, "Yeah, are they your classmates? Why don't you introduce me to your mother?" Oh, Chu Siyue bit her lip. "These are all from my class." Before she could finish, a girl in a school uniform interrupted her speech. "Chu Siyue, isn't your family quite poor? How come you suddenly have so much money, and even a top-tier luxury car picking you up?" Chu Siyue was stunned as she didn't expect her classmate to ask so directly. "This is Jiang Chen's car, my mother, and I just hitched a ride." Jiang Chen. Don't think I don't know. His parents are gone, and he's left with an ordinary apartment. How could he possibly afford such a car? Another girl chimed in with a rebuttal. Exactly. I mean, Chu Siyue, the girl assessed Chu Siyue's appearance and her mother's figure before mocking. Isn't this the car your dad drives, which we've never seen before? You. Chu Siyue's pretty face flushed with anger. They clearly knew she came from a single-parent family. Such words undoubtedly implied that they suspected her mother and her were relying on a wealthy man. Thus they assumed they had a luxury car picking them up. Wow, this feels like the widow story I like. A bit thrilling, haha. Who knew that bringing my brother over could lead to such gossip? This woman indeed has an alluring figure, and her daughter is even more delicate. No wonder they could rely on a rich man. Are you saying that the famous beauty from class 4 actually has such a background? Surrounding parents and students eagerly joined in relishing the unfolding drama. The crowd at the school gate grew larger. You little girls, isn't your speech too harsh? Is this how your families Although Aunt Bai was also infuriated, she still stood in front of her daughter questioning these students. Oh, we parents have no business in how you raise your children, but at least we don't do what you do. You. Just as Aunt Bai was about to strike them, a cold voice suddenly rang out. Do you have any evidence for your baseless assumption? Everyone turned to look. They were surprised to see another beauty in a school uniform approaching with a cold demeanor and calm expression. I thought it was someone else. You curse in life isn't about solving problems, it doesn't always require evidence. Are you feeling envious because you saw your best friend relying on a rich man? You Curson almost laughed in anger. Although her relationship with her father was currently not good, her bank account still held a cold million. How could she possibly need to rely on a rich man? Moreover, she had little desire for material things. From a general rational perspective, your thinking is purely projecting yourself onto others, which makes you habitually think others want to rely on a rich man. You Curson paused. In fact, the one truly wanting to rely on a rich man is you. The person who was retorted by you Curson was momentarily speechless. It seemed she had hit the nail on the head. That doesn't change the fact that you and Chu Siue are both very poor. You Curson was speechless and wanted to take out her phone to call the family driver to bring out their luxury car. However, at that moment, Jiang Chen finally arrived late. He had just gone to find a place to park away from people, but discovered it was too crowded. It was rush hour. The school parking lot was full of people. It was impossible not to be noticed. But then again, why should I be afraid of being noticed by others? Although his identity today was that of a normal person, there was no need to strictly adhere to that identity right. As long as the general actions were reasonable. Jiang Chen realized this. He directly retracted his card, ignoring the bewildered passers-by. In an instant, he vanished from the spot. The nameless bystanders marveled at his speed. His speed had increased by more than double. This was still the result of Jiang Chen not running at full speed. If he did, he might even break the sound barrier. What's all the noise about? Jiang Chen walked into the center of the crowd, puzzled. Oh, the flower protector. The girls in the small group looked at Jiang Chen with disdain, as he was merely a timid and docile sycophant in their memory. Jiang Chen, is it time to show off? Such a classic bystander antagonist had appeared. Upon seeing Jiang Chen, Yu Curson felt a strange sensation, her nose tinged with sweetness, almost bringing tears to her eyes. What's wrong with me? She wondered. Yu Curson had always been very rational, but for some reason upon seeing Jiang Chen, she felt much more emotional, even a bit excited and happy. What? Jiang Chen, do you want to reason with us too? The antagonistic girl asked disdainfully. Jiang Chen shook his head. No need to complicate things, the reasoning is in my hands. What do you mean? The female antagonist asked, puzzled. How dare you strike someone in front of so many people? Jiang Chen gestured for Yu Curson, Chu Siue, and Aunt Bai to step back. He was about to begin his grand performance. Gazing at the three female students, and the crowd of onlookers gathered like spectators at a spectacle, Jiang Chen spoke with quiet, deliberate composure. I suggest you all stand farther away, lest you be caught in the crossfire. This was the first time he had encountered such utterly reckless antagonists. He intended to savor the moment fully. The onlookers studied Jiang Chen, finding the school-uniformed youth faintly absurd. Does he actually think he looks cool, like some ancient chivalrous swordsman righting wrongs and rescuing maidens? Classic adolescent delusion, isn't it? Imagining himself a hero protecting a princess? HSS. Then, does this mean even adolescent delusions fall in love? Jiang Chen turned his gaze upon the crowd, and within his eyes a faint silvery light began to glow. Wait! A robust, slightly tanned male student in uniform hastily interjected. We're all classmates. Surely there's no need for things to escalate this far. How can you speak so harshly about a fellow classmate? Apologize immediately. Then this matter ends here. The young man rebuked the three girls outright. Zhang Li, the PE monitor. Jiang Chen looked toward the boy. This was Zhang Li, the physical education monitor of Class 4, Senior 3, whom he had met once before. His death had been grotesque. Seeing signs that tensions might ease, Zhang Li quickly turned to Jiang Chen, preparing to urge him not to indulge in such adolescent posturing. And you, Jiang Chen, you also? At the instant their gazes locked, Zhang Li fell utterly silent. What kind of eyes were those, radiating a soft silvery luminescence, cold and detached as a celestial deity's? Oppression, suffocating, paralyzing oppression, as if pinned beneath the unblinking stare of a ravenous beast where the slightest movement meant certain death. Zhang Li's eyes widened, his Adam's apple bobbed violently. Sweat broke out across his brow in glistening beads. Why has this student gone mute? Has he frozen up? The onlookers grew restless, like spectators midway through a half-eaten melon. Exactly. Zhang Li, why have you stopped speaking? One of the girls in the clique demanded. Soon they would understand. They too met Jiang Chen's gaze. Danger. Extreme danger. Death. An instinctive primordial warning, etched deep into their very genes. This was an ancient inherited sense, a visceral alarm for mortal peril. their bodies stiffened rigid as though struck dumb by terror. Consider this. Even a tank-class zombie, over 4 meters tall and 2 meters long, paled in comparison to Jiang Chen's raw power. An Acifa-grade regenerative spherical evolution zombie, towering several stories high, possessed physical resilience barely equal to his. Moreover, Jiang Chen now bore the passive ability of nameless bystander, granting him speed that eclipsed every zombie he had ever encountered. Compared to ordinary humans, he was no longer of the same species. This was a chasm of evolutionary hierarchy. Yet Jiang Chen usually concealed his nature so completely that Yukerson and the others had never sensed it. Behind Jiang Chen, what's wrong with them? Why has everyone fallen silent? Chu Siyue asked, bewildered. Aunt Bai stood in stunned disbelief. Today's events had shattered the boundaries of her understanding. Whether it was the neighbor's child owning a sports car, or this youth effortlessly commanding such overwhelming authority over dozens. It's all right. Trust him. Yukerson, however, showed little surprise, as if she naturally expected Jiang Chen to wield such power. What occupied her thoughts instead was this. Why did standing beside this youth fill her with such profound calm? As if reuniting after lifetimes apart. She had never felt anything like it, not once from childhood to now. Across the way, the crowd of onlookers had begun to buckle, some already dropping to their knees. And the 3 girls closest to Jiang Chen fared far worse. Collapsed onto the ground, their faces contorted in abject terror, despair etched into every line, and a faint yellow stain spreading beneath them. Parents and students alike could not comprehend what had transpired. Their bodies refused to obey. Only by bowing low did the crushing weight seem to lessen. Some had already begun kowtowing. Finding the pressure eased slightly, and even speech returning, they pleaded. Forgive my insolence, I beg of you. Once one person bowed, others followed without hesitation, kneeling en masse. I was wrong. Please, forgive me. At that moment, one kneeling parent, who had formerly served as a pastor, bowed his head and intoned, O most exalted deity, I kneel before you in deepest humility, repenting profoundly for my ignorance and transgressions. Grant me your boundless mercy and absolve the sins I have committed. At this, the other kneeling figures exchanged incredulous glances. Even this is being competitive now. They redoubled their kowtows, desperate for Jiang Chen's clemency. Meanwhile, the 3 girls wept uncontrollably, prostrate, flattened against the pavement, unable even to rise. Their throats emitted ragged guttural sounds. Ha ha. Such a posture rendered them utterly humiliated, as if their dignity were being trampled beneath indifferent feet. And all of it before dozens of witnesses. Look directly at me. Jiang Chen addressed the 3 girls, voice serene and uninflected. I know. I was wrong. Please forgive me. To them, Jiang Chen now blazed like the sun itself. Gazing upon him, even briefly, seared their vision, threatening blindness. Their very souls trembled. How could they possibly meet his eyes? How tedious. Jiang Chen sighed. Indeed, the antagonists were too weak. Even the thrill of dramatic retribution had dulled. The gulf between life tiers was simply too vast. To ordinary humans, Jiang Chen was indistinguishable from a god, free to grant life or decree death at will. He flicked his hand lightly. Instantly a gale roared forth, so fierce that the crowd staggered, forced instantly to bow lower still. The 3 girls who had spoken so recklessly, being nearest, were hurled backward by the sheer force of his palm's wind slamming hard into a nearby car. Beep, beep, beep. The car alarm shrieked, but no one dared confront Jiang Chen. Toward this youth they felt only one emotion. Unadulterated fear. Well then, let's go to school. Jiang Chen turned to Yukerson and the others. All right. Yukerson, inherently rational and quick to adapt, accepted reality with remarkable ease, perhaps aided subtly by the influence of the observer's diary. She swiftly composed herself, ready to walk to school beside Jiang Chen. Chu Siyue and Aunt Bai, however, were less prepared, especially Aunt Bai, whose age naturally tempered her capacity to absorb the extraordinary. Chu Siyue stood utterly stunned, her naturally innocent features now magnified into near comical bewilderment. Both women followed Jiang Chen to school in dazed silence. As a normal human arriving at school on time grants 3 identity proficiency. Finally, a notification. I'd begun to wonder if the rules had changed. Jiang Chen curled his lip in mild disdain. True enough, most students didn't barge into someone's home at dawn to demand breakfast nor escort another's mother to campus. Nor did they arrive in sports cars or command mass prostration. Next, seek Teacher Chen's assistance and diligently raise my proficiency level. As for the consequences of Jiang Chen's earlier reckless actions, he wasn't particularly concerned. This wasn't his first experience with the apocalypse. Last time he needed to develop first, so he played it safe at the beginning. This time he was fully equipped. Even his canine companion was ready for action. His strength, speed, and physique were all maximized. Moreover, he possessed 7 abilities. As long as he didn't encounter the final apocalypse catastrophe, he could stride through this world with confidence. The mere thought of the apocalypse brought a moment of silence to Jiang Chen. Having had the character card panel for some time, he was naturally familiar with his attributes. While strength and speed need no elaboration, physique seemed to represent aspects of stamina, endurance, and defense. It could be said that the stronger the physique, the more exaggerated the defense. Jiang Chen's current defense was such that bullets hitting him felt akin to a mere tickle. Even missiles would struggle to breach his defenses. Yet he still fell silently during the apocalypse. This time around, he was certainly at a lower risk of death, especially since he still had a resurrection card. However, he did not wish to experience another farewell. It's time to pick up the pace. On the 4th floor of the teaching building in the teacher's office. Knock, knock, knock. Jiang Chen led by Yi and the others into the office. Inside, there was only Qianlan. She wore a professional outfit with a cream-colored blouse that hugged her waist. Due to her overwhelming strength, the buttons on her blouse were under considerable pressure. It seemed the other teachers had yet to arrive. Jiang Chen, what brings you all here? Qianlan asked, a hint of confusion in her voice, as this combination seemed quite odd. One male student, 2 female students, and even a parent. Compared to the Qianlan of the apocalypse, her present demeanor was more intellectual and dignified. Jiang Chen retracted his gaze and spoke up. Teacher Qin, due to personal reasons, I hope you can allow Chu Siyu's mother to stay in the office for a while. He stated his intentions directly. If he was correct, Qianlan's favorability must be similar to that of the apocalypse. Of course, Jiang Chen, but could you tell me why? Qianlan was slightly surprised, but quickly nodded in agreement. The world is about to end. Jiang Chen rarely lied, nor did he see the need to lie. Is that so? Qianlan nodded silently, her expression contemplative, and her eyes showing a hint of surprise, yet there was little doubt. Teacher, please accommodate by EU. I have something to attend to now. With that, Jiang Chen turned and left the classroom, leaving only Bai Yi and Chu Siyue. Yu Kursen chased after him. Bai Yi, whose real name was Bai Mei, was beginning to question her life choices. After all, her daughter, her daughter's best friend, and even a teacher all placed such trust in Jiang Chen. What on earth was happening in this world? What she did not know was that during the last apocalypse, Chu Siyue often posed similar questions. You must be Siyu's parent, right? Qianlan noticed the absent-minded expression on Bai Mei's face. Please have a seat, and Siyue sit down as well. We'll get you some water. On the other side, Jiang Chen arrived at the restroom at the end of the corridor. With a casual gesture, a set of toiletries appeared in his hand. These were items he had stored from the last cycle, still unused. As a normal person brushing teeth at school proficiency 3, as a normal person washing face at school proficiency 3. Indeed, the system's judgment logic remains the same as before. Jiang Chen felt certain. Just returning to the real world was a bit uncomfortable, as he instinctively wanted to adhere to the order. However, now he had completely figured it out. In just a few hours, the world would end. Laws, even morals, would vanish entirely. Moreover, for Jiang Chen, the weapons of modern society posed little threat. He only needed to do what he wanted to do. And what was that? Stopping the apocalypse. The difficulty was immense. He even didn't understand why this world was heading toward the apocalypse with global zombification. What he truly desired was simply to prevent those he cared about from dying. He didn't want to be powerless when the real Next is the previous class, then he'll see if skipping class increases proficiency. Time until the apocalypse, 5 hours 15 minutes, there was still ample time. With time to spare before class, Jiang Chen decided to head to the school playground to test his weapons. The last time he had been too laid back and didn't focus on improving himself. He felt that merely surviving was a victory. He even shut off his emotions, believing he was just a passerby with no need to leave too many memories. However, later on, when he saw so many acquaintances dying inexplicably, Jiang Chen realized how deeply saddened he was. Only in loss did he discover how much he truly cared. Ordinary longsword, 1 green quality equipment, can pretend to be a brave hero. Description: a fine sword from the village. Equip. Yes, no. Jiang Chen looked at the card in his hand. This longsword was originally of white quality, but later Jiang Chen had upgraded it to green by smashing the crystal cores of evolving zombies. However, it was different from the upgrade cards. Its name remained ordinary longsword. The upgrade card had once transformed a mountain bike into an ordinary mount, which was truly fantastical. It felt as if it had been transported from some futuristic world. The enhancement from the zombie crystal core was relatively simple, merely an upgrade in material type. Whether it was the extremely sharp kitchen knife Jiang Chen initially tried, or the later ordinary longsword, both were alike. Wow. In the distance, it seemed that sirens were blaring. Jiang Chen paid no mind. He had already reached the playground. It was still early, and the playground was empty. Jiang Chen gripped the sword, a faint white light igniting in his eyes, growing ever more intense. Whoosh! Suck! Jiang Chen breathed deeply, his chest resembling a gigantic blower. The wind began to stir. The once calm playground was now filled with gusts. Thud! 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 The heartbeat sounded like a drum. Jiang Chen mobilized all his strength to the limit. Then he slowly raised the sword. The sword's surface, smooth as a mirror, flashed with blue arcs of electricity crackling softly. Jiang Chen held his breath, focusing all his mind into the sword. He gazed at the empty playground ahead and swung the long sword. Boom! It sounded like muffled thunder. The next moment, a silver-white sword, light a meter wide, suddenly appeared in the air, resembling an incredibly violent silver dragon that roared forward. The air before Jiang Chen seemed to part, his hair flying wildly, and the edges of his clothing flapped in the wind. The sword light was unstoppable. It devoured everything in its path. Of course, there was nothing on the playground. Only the artificial turf remained. The artificial turf was cleaved apart by the sword light, revealing the originally yellowish earth beneath. When Jiang Chen came to his senses, a trench several dozen meters long lay before him. Even he, who had experienced the arrival of the apocalypse and countless terrifying zombies, could not help but be astonished by the destruction he had caused. Green quality. So strong. Or is it that the strength lies not only in this sword? It's fortunate that the apocalypse is near, otherwise the principal would definitely have expelled me. Not just Jiang Chen, but many others were equally bewildered. Previously, a crowd had reported an exaggerated reason. Apparently, there was a high school student whose mere glance could compel people to kneel and bow. Rumors spread that a student had awakened superpowers capable of sending people flying with just a wave of his hand. Even those in the public security system who had undergone professional training were left dumbfounded. They began to suspect if the reporters were on medication. However, the number of reports continued to increase. The police department had no choice but to send someone to investigate what was happening. In the bustling school, news traveled fast. Soon someone provided information stating that they had seen this student heading to the playground, and that he had recently washed his face and brushed his teeth in the teaching building. The police officers were becoming increasingly bewildered. They felt that the situation was utterly nonsensical, with strange reports and even stranger behavior from the student. Finally, they arrived at the playground. Upon seeing a long trench that was dozens of meters long and 2 meters deep, they began to question their life choices. "Excuse me, student," a female officer looking at the back of the young man tentatively asked. Jiang Chen, a flash of white light flickered in his eyes, startling everyone momentarily. "Are you looking for me?" "This student, someone reported that you were causing trouble at the entrance of Ningjiang for high school, fighting with others. Is this true?" The female officer paused, swallowed, and continued. "If so, you need to come to the station for an investigation." Jiang Chen shook his head. He naturally anticipated that with so many people he had suppressed with a glance there would be reports, but it wasn't enough to warrant a massacre. He feared no consequences. Jiang Chen sighed and responded evasively, "You don't have much time left. In 5 hours this world will enter a biochemical apocalypse. At that time the sun will turn green, zombies will run rampant, and humanity will have little power to fight back." "What a..." several officers exclaimed in shock. The explosive nature of this information was truly astounding. However, the scene behind the young man seemed to corroborate this claim. Jiang Chen retracted his long sword into a card and prepared to head back. The officers dared not obstruct him and could only step aside, especially since the trench caused by the sword light was still visible behind them. Finally, one male officer couldn't help but ask, "Excuse me, student, where are you going?" "To class." Jiang Chen's voice rang out. The crowd responded with confusion. Although bewildered, some officers began to report quickly to their superiors. Because the news was of utmost importance, it was rapidly escalated. A dedicated team was dispatched to conduct an on-site investigation at Ningjiang for high school. After confirming the authenticity of the trench, the information was quickly relayed to the leadership. With only 5 hours left, time was of the essence. However, once the national machinery was fully activated, it was quite formidable. The military and police began to prepare. They were not only preparing for the apocalypse, but also investigating Jiang Chen's background. They discovered that he had been orphaned since childhood, leaving behind a property and some savings, and had survived by working. Psychological experts began to speculate on his character, studying his preferences. Undercurrents were stirring as a storm was brewing. Jiang Chen sat in his seat, attending math class, boredom overtaking him as he stared out the window. In fact, it was during student days that such times were often the happiest. The class teacher seemed to have learned something and surprisingly moved Chu Siyue and Yu Kersen to sit next to Jiang Chen. In front was Yu Kersen, and to the right was Chu Siyue. With 2 beautiful girls beside him, he could daydream in class without the teacher's interference. Such days were indeed a kind of enjoyment. Especially in math class, Jiang Chen felt drowsy as soon as he heard it. It was too sleep-inducing. He rested his head on the desk and slept soundly until the second period began. He took out his identity card. He found that his proficiency as a normal person had increased to 15, and there was now a percentage sign following it. Roll normal person 15. So it seems that reaching 100% proficiency might lead to some new change. I wonder if it's an upgrade of identity. This proficiency is much harder to gain compared to system points. Jiang Chen compared the two. He discovered that the difficulty was nearly 10 times higher. But speaking of which, I still have some points left, right? Jiang Chen suddenly recalled that before the restart it seemed that the lucky draw had added 200 points. Lottery, he silently thought. Sure enough, the lottery function was still usable, but there hadn't been any new points credited. System points 200 points, wait a minute. Jiang Chen became vigilant. In terms of storing points, he was a bit like a hamster, very aware of his points. I remember that before borrowing points on the 7th day, I had 520 points. After borrowing 500 for a 10 draw, I should have 220 points left, including the lucky draws edition. Why does it seem like I lost 20 points? He pondered for a moment. Could it be that it was a repayment? It really is a loan, it wouldn't lend something for free. However, borrowing 500 and only repaying 20 is still acceptable. Jiang Chen prepared to disturb Yu Kersen. He felt this might increase his proficiency. Yu Kersen seemed quite serious about listening, at least on the surface. She had already thoroughly grasped these knowledge points and only needed to listen a bit. She was deep in thought about the morning's events which had gradually spread. It was said that Jiang Chen had awakened superpowers in their class. By the afternoon, it was expected that the entire school would know. However, Jiang Chen said that the apocalypse would descend at noon today, and if this were true. Suddenly, she felt her hair move slightly. My. Jiang Chen playfully twirled Yu Kersen's long hair, feeling that she had a substantial amount of it. Her ponytail even hung down to the desk. As Jiang Chen's fingers glided through, the scent of shampoo wafted through the air, mingling with something akin to the fragrance of orchids in a secluded valley. Is this really body fragrance? Jiang Chen found the scent quite familiar. As a normal person, not paying attention in class and disturbing the girl in front, proficiency, 5 proficiency, reaching 20 rewards, a random card you have obtained to thank you for your patronage card. Huh, this works too. And this percentage reaching a certain level rewards cards. He felt Jiang Chen stop touching her hair. Yu Kersen glanced back. Seeing nothing was wrong, she continued to focus on the lesson. The ringing of the class bell echoed in the air. The teacher in the classroom, as if on a mission, did not delay for a moment, merely uttering the words "class dismissed" before hastily exiting the classroom. The students whispered among themselves, discussing the various unusual occurrences of the day. It was all too strange. Some even spread rumors that someone had awakened superpowers. The 3 outspoken female students were absent. After all, Jiang Chen's gust of wind had been quite painful. They might have gone home or to the hospital. Meanwhile, Zhang Li, the physical education committee member and the only one who had witnessed the truth, was feeling quite restless. He did not dare to join the discussions of his classmates, as the main character was still sitting over there. He could only sit in his seat, anxiously, not even daring to go to the restroom, holding it in. Jiang Chen, could you stay? At the classroom door, Qin Lan was waving apologetically at Jiang Chen. After pondering for a moment, Jiang Chen remembered he had something to attend to and walked to the door. Once he stepped outside, he noticed that 2 individuals in black suits were following Qin Lan, 1 male and 1 female. The male appeared to be in his early 30s with a square face. The female, on the other hand, looked much younger, probably around 25 or 26, with a high ponytail, a well-rounded chest, and a tall figure. She seemed to be someone who exercised regularly, exuding a certain valiant spirit. "Hello, Mr. Jiang Chen," the man with the square face exclaimed, quickly putting on a smile as soon as he saw Jiang Chen. "I'm Wang Jian from the State Security Bureau. You can call me Xiao Wang. This is Du Qing." "What's the matter?" Jiang Chen observed the obsequious man with the square face. He looked rather honest, yet there was something about him that seemed a bit untrustworthy. "Oh, we were entrusted by our superiors. I heard that you prophesied recently that the apocalypse is approaching." "That was indeed I who said that." "I see. Could you please elaborate on the specifics of this prophecy?" "I apologize, we certainly believe you, but since it was conveyed through a colleague, we are worried there might be some misunderstanding which could delay important matters. Around noon, the sun will turn green, zombies will erupt, and human civilization will nearly collapse. Is that clear enough?" Jiang Chen paused for a moment and calmly replied, "Moreover, that is not my prophecy, rather it is the future." "Umph." The woman named Du Qing let out a cold snort and said, "Regardless of whether there is an apocalypse or not, on what basis can you be so certain that human civilization will collapse? This prophecy is entirely unscientific. I think you are just a fraud." Jiang Chen shook his head in silence. "Well, you're right." He had just woken up and had no intention of getting angry. After all, most people would respond with disbelief upon hearing news of an impending apocalypse. Moreover, his tone was so flat, as if he were discussing something trivial rather than the end of the world. "Excuse me, I have something to do." Seeing Jiang Chen's calm reaction, Du Qing was momentarily stunned and couldn't help but ask, "What is it?" "I'm going to the school store to grab some spicy strips to eat." Wang Jian and Du Qing, they watched as Jiang Chen vanished from their sight. "I apologize. That Jiang Chen's character is just like this. He is rather unique." Qin Lan, seeing Du Qing at a loss, couldn't help but offer an apology. Wang Jian, noticing this quickly, said, it's fine. Please continue with your business." After saying that, he gestured to Du Qing to hurry along. The two walked to a secluded corner of a teaching building. Du Qing finally voiced her dissatisfaction, asking old Wang, "Are you really going to grovel to a high school student like that?" Wang Jian felt a bit of a headache and replied helplessly, "Did you not see that ravine on the playground? Is that something a person can do? Who knows how that ravine came to be? I didn't see anything in the reports from the officers indicating that this student created it. Well, my dear lady, you come from an upper-class family. I won't argue with you on this matter. I've already relayed the information that needed to be conveyed. Oh, I hope the higher-ups act promptly." Du Qing pouted. She despised being reminded of her family background. She had achieved this position at such a young age entirely through her own efforts. His information may not even be true. Will the apocalypse really come? Du Qing glanced out the window. The sky was clear as a mirror with barely any clouds in sight. Anyway, I don't believe it. Currently, there are two factions at the top. One side decides to believe and mobilize while the other remains suspicious. Moreover, if this information were to be made public and the apocalypse does not arrive, wouldn't it cause panic? It would distress the populace and waste resources, especially with such little time. Meanwhile, Jiang Chen was walking through the campus. It was already autumn and the leaves were turning yellow. The sunlight was just right and a gentle breeze blew. It seemed that the class bell was ringing. He paid it no mind and continued walking towards his destination. As a normal person, due to unavoidable circumstances, skipping class, once identity proficiency 3. Hello, we'll take this and that. Jiang Chen purchased a lot of snacks, particularly spicy strips. It had been a while since he had eaten them. As a normal person shopping at the supermarket, identity proficiency 3. Indeed, there are many aspects of this identity waiting to be explored. He nodded in satisfaction and finally walked back into the classroom, ignoring the gaze of the teacher, and sat back in his seat, then used a book to block the teacher's line of sight. He began to secretly munch on the spicy strips. As a normal person sneaking snacks in class, identity proficiency 3. Chu Siyu's nose twitched as if she caught a whiff of something. She quickly fixed her gaze on Jiang Chen, discovering that he was actually sneaking spicy strips. Chu Siyu couldn't help but salivate. It was already the third class of the morning, and after just one more class it would be noon. Jiang Chen naturally noticed the gaze of his electronic pet. He quietly shared half a piece with her. As a normal person, having something delicious and not keeping it to oneself, but rather sharing identity proficiency, for soon it was time for the last class of the morning. It was Chinese class taught by Qin Lan. However, before Qin Lan could even begin to speak the school broadcast, after discussions among the school leadership, it has been decided to start the Mid-Autumn Festival holiday early today, and no homework will be assigned. Now students and teachers can go home. To repeat, after discussions among the school leadership today, we will start the Mid-Autumn Festival holiday early, and no homework will be assigned. Now students and teachers can go home. A resonant hum echoed sharply. Suddenly the classroom erupted into clamor. Chairs scraped, whispers buzzed, and footsteps clattered even from the hallway beyond. Like a placid surface shattered by a stone, chaos surged forth. "Students, did you hear the announcement? Over. You may now return home." Qin Lan seemed to have anticipated this moment. At the teacher's words, students across the class began gathering their belongings. "So, the school has made its choice." Jiang Chen nodded faintly toward Qin Lan, then vanished in a blur, reappearing instantly at the classroom door. Amid the mounting disorder, only a handful of students, those who had been watching Jiang Chen closely, noticed he was no longer at his seat. It was now 11 o'clock. The apocalypse loomed less than an hour away. Logically, most students should still reach home safely, when suddenly Jiang Chen intercepted two girls from the adjacent class, He Yuan and Guo Rui. They were indeed swift runners. No wonder they'd survived last time. "If you go home, do not step outside again. Have your parents stay in separate rooms." Though they didn't know his name, both instinctively nodded, trusting his words without question. Watching them recede into the distance, Jiang Chen murmured softly, "I hope they find safety." Even the flutter of a butterfly's wings could unleash unforeseen consequences, let alone a reborn cultivator like him. His power was staggering. Even the slightest action would warp reality far beyond its prior course. Last time He Yuan and Guo Rui had lived, but this time survival was no longer assured. Jiang Chen was no deity. His will could not halt the world's collapse nor command it back to stasis. Countless students streamed out of the school gates. Soon only a few remained in the classroom, Yu Kursin, Chu Siyu, Qin Lan, and Bai Mei, who had just stepped in from a neighboring office. All four watched Jiang Chen in silence. "Warn your family and friends. Urge them to shelter indoors immediately." He sighed deeply. "After that, we wait for fate's decree." This biological apocalypse differed starkly from any film he recalled from his past life. The first solar shift, turning emerald, would infect all humanity directly with no intermediary vector required. No bite, no wound. Only the green light itself would trigger transformation into the undead. It was in essence a painless demise. Suddenly Jiang Chen stiffened. No, this method feels eerily familiar. The annihilation tribulation. Likewise unmediated, absolute, and inescapable. Even within the confines of his own home, shielded from sunlight, he had still perished once. uncannily identical. Meanwhile, in an elite conference hall, tycoons and patriarchs debated fiercely. Preposterous. How dare official channels broadcast a prophecy uttered by some high schooler? Exactly. What if panic erupts and no apocalypse follows? But what if it does come? That student, according to preliminary reports, possesses extraordinary abilities. A portly magnate, mustaches twitching, rose abruptly, then detain him immediately. Hand him over to research institutions for dissection to uncover the source of his powers. 40 minutes remained until the apocalypse. Then, a text message materialized on countless phones. Ding, ding, ding. Attention, official projections indicate the sun will turn green at precisely noon, unleashing intense radiation. Citizens are advised to seek shelter in fully enclosed spaces immediately. What is this? Spam. Huh. I just got a text from Qin Shi Huang offering me money. Honey, hurry up. Radiation is deadly. Take cover now. Mom, for the 100th time, stop believing everything you read online. It's all pseudoscience. Only when young people saw the same alert flash across television screens and social media did disbelief finally give way to dawning horror. Could this truly be real? Yet the warning spread only domestically. A broad silence reigned. Huh, you've all been brainwashed. Seriously, I'm walking down the street right now, and I'm moving overseas soon. Someone posted defiantly, while a broad genuine exchange. Students, upon hearing the news, scrambled frantically for shelter. Life always finds a way. Have you warned those closest to you? Jiang Chen gazed at the four women before him, Chu Siyue and her mother teacher Qin Lan and Yu Kersen. Only Yu Kersen, it seemed, had already called home. I told my father. He's already home and promised not to leave. Good. Jiang Chen nodded. Time until apocalypse: 0 hours, 0 minutes. The sky turned green once more. The end arrived as foretold. He looked out the window. A sharp metallic screech. Then a driver transformed mid-drive, veering violently into traffic. Crash. Flames engulfed the sedan. A blood-soaked figure crawled from the wreckage, only to be seized and devoured by a writhing, grotesque corpse. Chaos consumed the world. The undead reclaimed dominion. Screams pierced the air as countless souls fell beneath gnashing jaws. Clearly, many had ignored the warning entirely. Even authorities themselves harbored doubt. Hence the muted response: no mass mobilization. My God. Chu Siyue stared out the window, eyes wide with shock. Though she inexplicably trusted Jiang Chen, the concept of apocalypse still felt abstract, unreal. Bai Mei wore the same stunned disbelief. Indeed, something strange had begun unfolding since Jiang Chen entered the school that morning. Yet as Chu Siyue's mother, she swiftly pulled her daughter close. Don't be afraid, Ye, Mama's here. Yu Kersen, by contrast, appeared remarkably composed. She had long imagined this scenario, even researching zombie films during break time. Qin Lan gazed outward, chilled to the bone. She dared not contemplate what might have transpired had the school refused to evacuate. Jiang Chen could answer that question, for he would have struck with the thunderclap sword art. Such is the courage of mortals who dare face the lightning's sovereign glare. Well then, let's eat. Amid the women's bewildered stares, Jiang Chen conjured a table and an array of self-heating meals with a casual gesture. And so inexplicably they sat down to dine. As a normal person eating at school. Identity proficiency 5. Proficiency reached 40. Random card reward granted. You received the thank you for your patronage card. Feels like lottery odds. Jiang Chen winced, not from disappointment at the draw, but from sudden bitter realization today was delivery day. And now couriers would never arrive. In a distant office, Du Qing crouched beneath his desk, trembling, eyes locked on the horror unfolding outside. Zombies, they're actually real. Du Qing had never believed that the apocalypse would come. She even doubted whether Jiang Chen truly possessed. After all, she came from an affluent family and had received elite education since childhood. Not only did she excel academically, but she also placed great importance on physical fitness, even earning a black belt in Taekwondo. From her combat experience, that male student stood relaxed, his demeanor lazy, and he was practically full of flaws. Could someone like him really have superpowers? Especially such formidable superpowers? Du Qing found it utterly unbelievable and even suspected that this boy was merely a pawn set up by a certain faction. She never expected that the boy was not lying at all. The apocalypse was indeed real. Moreover, the sun had truly turned green and the zombies erupted without any warning. Could it be that what he said about human civilization being so fragile is actually true? On the other side, Jiang Chen wiped his mouth with a tissue and glanced at his phone. It seems time is almost up. Yu Kersen asked, puzzled. Qin Lan and the others also looked at the mysterious boy with confusion. Suddenly, an enormous sound erupted from the distant horizon. The girls hurried to the window, gazing outside. What is that, a passenger plane? The plane is going to crash. Just like during the previous apocalypse, the plane's wings were on fire, careening towards the city center. Boom. The plane crashed, and a building toppled. Yu Kersen turned back in disbelief and asked, did you know? Jiang Chen nodded. He had anticipated this scene when he noticed that the authorities had not made a strong announcement to everyone. This time, many places had been altered because of Jiang Chen compared to before the reset. However, this did not include the planes. Flight paths are usually fixed and cannot be changed on a whim. Moreover, if a plane were to crash, it was likely that the captain or co-pilot had turned into zombies. It could be said to be a doomed flight. All right, Jiang Chen stood up, clapped his hands, and addressed the girls. I need to go out for a while. You all stay here and don't move. Go out. Chu Siyue was a bit confused and asked blankly, there are so many zombies outside, how will you get out? Even if you have superpowers and can summon a strong wind, it's still dangerous with so many zombies coming at you. You don't understand, the apocalypse is my home. Zombies won't attack me at all. After saying this, Jiang Chen directly jumped out of the window, leaving the girls in astonishment. Soon several figures flickered and disappeared into the distance. Hiss, he jumped from the 4th floor without a scratch. Moreover, his speed is astonishing. To the girls, Jiang Chen was becoming increasingly mysterious. Whether it was intimidating onlookers with a mere wave that summoned the wind, or now jumping down from such a height with ease, it was remarkable. I hope Jiang Chen can return safely. Qin Lan stared intently into the distance, feeling a bit worried. On the street, Jiang Chen stood. In the distance, countless zombies were rushing towards him. It seemed that the sound of the plane crashing had been too loud. The zombies charged like a horde of beasts, numbering well over 100. They were quickly closing in on Jiang Chen's position. On the 2nd floor by the street, Xue Qingqiu stood by the window in her white ancient attire, her beautiful eyes wide with fear and conflict. However, her inherent kindness ultimately prevailed. She opened the window and shouted loudly, hey, that student over there, zombies are running towards you. You need to run. Jiang Chen turned back, looking in Xue Qingqiu's direction. She didn't even pull the curtains to spy on me, he thought silently. In this life, Xue Qingqiu was much less guarded because she had not yet witnessed the ugly side of humanity and maintained an optimistic attitude about the future. She believed that soon the authorities would resolve the zombie problem. Jiang Chen waved his hand to indicate he was fine. Xue Qingqiu was extremely anxious. She didn't even know why she felt an inexplicable fondness for this boy. Naturally, she did not want him to die like that. However, she had no way to help. She could only watch helplessly. As the zombie horde was about to close in on Jiang Chen, she finally could not contain herself and began shouting towards that direction. It seemed she wanted to attract the zombies' attention. What left Xue Qingqiu dumbfounded was that the horde had no intention of attacking Jiang Chen. Instead, they kept their distance. You as a normal person mutually avoid pedestrians. Identity proficiency 3. It appears that proficiency has primarily increased within the range of normal person. Jiang Chen observed the zombies avoiding him by a good 4 to 5 meters and concluded that the horde had lost. Thus, they ran towards the direction of Xue Qingqiu. Fortunately, her home was on the 2nd floor and the zombies could not reach her. Suddenly, Jiang Chen's gaze sharpened as he looked into the zombie horde. There was one zombie that appeared somewhat unique. It had a strange dent in the back of its head and was long, and it took 3 steps and 2 strides, leaping high like a high jumper. It reached nearly 3 meters. Oh! Xue Qingqiu was startled to see a zombie jump so high and fell back, exposing a large area of her spring scenery. Fortunately, this zombie failed and hit its head on the ground. The dent in the back of its head seemed to deepen. Hiss, this is a high-jumping zombie. It seems that regular exercisers cannot become zombies. They still have to be a small boss. Before Jiang Chen could finish his contemplation, this high-jumping zombie surprisingly stood back up, seemingly preparing for a second attempt. Jiang Chen made it quick for it. This zombie had already shown signs of minor evolution on its first day. In a few days, its strength would likely be formidable. Xue Qingqiu has joined the team. This reminder, of course, was not provided by the system. It was a thought that Jiang Chen himself had. In his past life, he had played numerous role-playing games. Whenever a new partner joined, this prompt would appear. Unfortunately, reality is not a game, and Jiang Chen was left with only 2 lives. He brought Xue Qingqiu back to the school. After introducing her to everyone, Chu Siyue looked at her phone and quickly tugged at Jiang Chen's sleeve. Jiang Chen, look. Many people have posted short videos. It seems the whole world has entered the apocalypse. Indeed, there are also many distress messages from people. Qin Lan was also holding her phone and walked up to Jiang Chen. Unlike last time, everyone was not in a panic. Instead, they seemed to be in much better spirits, having avoided the need to escape. Is there a network? Jiang Chen also took out his phone, opened social media, and found that many people were posting about the situation around them. The mobile signal and network mainly depend on the base stations. Unless they were directly damaged, even if left unattended, they could last for a considerable time. Yu Kerson explained. Jiang Chen suddenly understood. Presumably some actions had been taken by the authorities that, although fearing public panic and not directly informing them, it was likely that important base stations and utilities had taken some protective measures. This was indeed good news. Jiang Chen even saw that someone was live streaming. It seemed he was hiding under a company desk and quietly, I'm trapped in the company. I should have called in sick today. There were so many zombies in the company. Ding ding ding. Suddenly someone called him. A desperate scream echoed. While having a signal on the phone may not necessarily be a good thing, Jiang Chen shook his head and looked at the girls, especially you, Curson, and said, Curson, do you have a lot of rooms at your house? Why do you ask this? Because I plan to sleep at your house. You, Curson. After Jiang Chen's explanation, everyone still felt a bit dizzy. He actually wanted to take everyone to Curson's house, and they would walk there. Everyone was a bit silent, mainly because this idea was too crazy. They knew Jiang Chen was very capable. However, with several million residents in Ningjiang City, walking there would likely mean facing thousands of zombies. Even if he could take down one with a single strike, his blade would surely dull. No one stepped forward to agree directly, while many trusted Jiang Chen. This was simply a joke with their lives. Curson, you are actually a rich girl. I'm your only best friend. How could you hide this from me for so long? Chu Siyu's complaining voice broke the silence, continuing, Jiang Chen already knows. I had no idea. Curson was momentarily at a loss for words. She had never mentioned her family background. If she knew that Jiang Chen had a pendant identical to the one on her chest, she might be even more dumbfounded. However, due to Chu Siyu's interruption, the atmosphere eased significantly. Jiang Chen, do you have confidence? Qinlong couldn't help but ask with concern. As long as you all stay close to me and don't wander too far, it will be fine. Jiang Chen replied cautiously. Even the zombies on the 7th day could be pushed through easily by him. Moreover, how could it be like now? After much deliberation, they decided to heed Jiang Chen's advice. Thus, a group of 6 began this apocalyptic journey. As a normal person, the school released an early mid-autumn festival break, so you decided to stroll on the streets with your classmates. Proficiency 5, in this world of biochemical apocalypse, where zombies ran rampant. There was a boy in a school uniform accompanied by female classmates, teachers, a traditional culture blogger, and even parents of classmates. They strolled leisurely on the street. At first, everyone was still quite tense, their eyes vigilant. After all, it was a long journey, and they did not know what difficulties awaited them. Yet the zombies seemed to be oblivious to their presence. In fact, many even actively avoided them. It was utterly exaggerated, giving a feeling of transforming into a kind of zombie kin. Jiang Chen had no intention of killing too many zombies. The zombies were still weak, and the quality of the crystals was average. It would be better to wait a few days. This was his unique theory of harvesting leaks. The network was still operational, so this scene was also uploaded by many survivors who witnessed it online. Due to the official warnings, this time the number of survivors was significantly greater than last time, especially since the authorities also used the pretext of radiation. Many elderly people were most afraid of radiation, which was also the reason many base stations disguised themselves. For example, they might disguise themselves as a tree or an awkward air conditioning unit to prevent residents from causing damage. Jiang Chen never anticipated that going to Curson's house would also bring him past his own doorstep. Indeed, the school was on the outskirts. His home was also on the outskirts, while Curson's house was closer to the city. Jiang Chen glanced at the 2 buildings beside the highway. One was his home, and the other was Chu Siyu's home. Last time he had been slacking off, only hoping to survive for 7 days. Therefore, he always went home to sleep, feeling that little nest was particularly warm and comfortable. Jiang Chen arrived at the entrance of a familiar supermarket. He suddenly stopped in his tracks. He decided to buy something, as this might increase his proficiency. There were quite a number of zombies in the supermarket, but their presence meant nothing to Jiang Chen. There was nothing that couldn't be resolved with a single sword. If there were, then it would just take 2 swords. Jiang Chen held a lot of food and drinks and walked to the checkout counter to start scanning, seemingly ready to pay. The girls were left dumbfounded. Xue Qingxiu was particularly stunned. How long has he been like this? I'm not sure, mainly because the hospitals are also closed now. Curson replied. Beep. As a normal person during the Mid-Autumn Festival holiday, coming to the supermarket with classmates to buy things. Proficiency 3. Jiang Chen nodded in satisfaction. As expected, such attempts were very feasible. He discovered that many actions could only be counted once. For example, when he encountered zombies and they mutually avoided each other. Such repetitive actions were not recognized by the system. Otherwise, he would have already taken off. Encountering 1,000,000 zombies would surely have earned him 1,000,000 points. For instance, shopping at school this morning counted as one instance. Now shopping in the supermarket with the girls counted as another due to the different time, location, and people. In the supermarket's partition, there were more than a dozen survivors trembling on the ground, with some women even crying. The zombies were terrifying, and they had almost no power to fight back. They could only cling to life. However, Wang Tianba, adorned with a gold chain and wearing a floral shirt, did not. In the supermarket staff lounge, there were many cleaning agents that could be mixed with water and sprinkled on the ground. Then the zombies could be lured over and dealt with one by one. In theory, it was possible to clear out all the zombies. Oh, Wang, did I see incorrectly? What's wrong, boss? I saw someone seemingly kill all the zombies in just a few strikes. Moreover, Wang Tianba said with a serious expression, I don't know why. Jiang Chen noticed that there were people in the lounge. With his extraordinary physique, he could hear very well if he wanted to. Moreover, he had the subtle mental enhancement from the joyful person. He did not intend to acknowledge his old acquaintances. Time was limited. Besides, these 2 were still a pair of hidden talents. Big brother, since you find the situation suspicious, let us not be so hypocritical and cunning. That's just being insincere. If you lack education, stop with the flowery talk. When Wang Tianba was about to come out, he found that Jiang Chen and his group had already moved far away. There were no living zombies left in the supermarket. As long as they blocked the supermarket doors, the shelter could be considered top-notch. Thank you. Although I don't know who you are. Seeing that Wang Tianba was not in danger, the survivors in the supermarket hurried out to find wooden boards to block the doors. Jiang Chen and the group of girls continued walking. They often attempted some normal people's activities, such as leisurely taking a walk with classmates and teachers, which was perfect for photographs. In the midst of the girls' confused expressions, Jiang Chen stood in the center with a chaotic background filled with zombies. They took a group photo resembling a final travel snapshot. It felt like a field trip. Jiang Chen was relaxed. That was just his nature. He was never pessimistic, never self-destructive, even with the apocalypse looming just 7 days away. Soon Jiang Chen and his group became an online sensation. After all, as the world was collapsing and countless people fell into despair, it was shocking to see someone casually strolling down the street, even taking photos. It was simply absurd. No way is this real. This group is actually walking on the street. Why aren't the zombies attacking them? In the apocalypse, someone is still messing around with photo editing. Doesn't he know that this could endanger others? On the third floor of a building in a small room facing the street, a few survivors were gathering there, 3 men and 1 woman. Boss, I thought you were impressive for getting us out of such a dangerous place, but look at this person online. Damn, he's leading 5 women for a stroll in the apocalypse. Little 5, a muscular woman with a scar on her face, spoke. This is probably fake. Don't pay attention to those weird posts online. We need to find a vehicle to get out of the city. There are too many zombies here. Understood, boss. Little 5 nodded, recalling what the boss had said. The internet can be very deceptive. Indeed, he never expected there would still be people joking around in the apocalypse. He sighed, thinking he was still too young. He prepared to discuss the map with the boss and the brothers. However, an inadvertent turn of his head left him stunned in place. Bushman, is it really there? Boss, he asked in confusion. Little 5 pointed into the distance. The others then gathered at the window. They discovered there actually was a group slowly walking down the street. They were even chatting and laughing, sometimes attracting zombies, but as they entered a certain range, they would simply avoid them. So surreal. Little 5 murmured, I just downloaded a few apocalypse novels to learn survival skills. But now should I download some fantasy novels to read instead? The boss was momentarily speechless. A boy in school uniform walked by downstairs, squinting as if he had just woken up. Suddenly he stopped, looked up at the room, and smiled, waving at the group. It seemed he was saying good afternoon. The 4 stood frozen in place, not expecting to be noticed by this boy. This was the 3rd floor, and he hadn't even looked up before. Is it really this surreal? The boss, who had just been lecturing Little 5, had a complex expression as she waved back. Hello. As a normal person, you greeted a stranger warmly, adding a touch of kindness to the world. Identity proficiency, 3 proficiency reached 60, granting random card rewards. You have received a stat card. Jiang Chen turned back and continued walking forward. Now the range of normal people had expanded to 7 or 8 meters, referring to the radius. This meant that the area around Jiang Chen, about 15 or 16 meters in diameter, was all safe. After walking for quite some time, they finally arrived at their destination for this trip. Yu Kursen's home, Suehu Yuan luxury villa area. Standing in front of the community gate, everyone except Yu Kursen was stunned in place. How can people be wealthy to this extent? Chu Siyue murmured in disbelief. As a teacher, Qin Lan also found herself unexpectedly flustered, her beautiful eyes wide with shock at the sight before her. This community was surprisingly built by the lake. In the city, how could there be such a large green space? It resembled a large park. No wonder rich people can escape the hustle and bustle in the city. Shui Qingxiu also felt a bit shocked. Jiang Chen pondered for a moment. It's so boring. Let's spend your money together. Yu Kursen said with a mix of amusement and frustration, quickly leading everyone into the community. The landscaping in the community was excellent, almost entirely green plants, and the roads were very wide, accommodating luxury cars. Next to the enormous Zuhu was Yu Kursen's house. It was a villa built by the lake. She stood at the villa's door, scanned her face, and the door opened automatically. As everyone entered the villa, they were astonished with every step. From the gravel path to the high-end entrance hall, the lighting was soft, and the living room was particularly spacious, featuring a giant floor-to-ceiling window. One could see the lake's surface not far away. As a normal person, you visited a classmate's home with your teacher. Identity proficiency 3. Everyone feel free to find a place to sit. Hearing her best friend's words, Chu Siyue rushed to the window, constantly exclaiming in astonishment. Cursing, you hid this from me so well. Instead, Bai Mei, also known as Aunt Bai, felt a bit restrained standing in such a luxurious house. Qin Lan noticed Bai Mei's demeanor and quickly took her hand to sit beside her. Jiang Chen also spoke up. Miss, where do you think is the most suitable place for this old servant to stay? All right. Yu Kursen, hearing Jiang Chen's words, felt overwhelmed and quickly pulled his hand, leading him to the window. Her hand was delicate and boneless with smooth skin, making for a pleasant touch. Yu Kursen glanced at her friends and then at Jiang Chen. She gently bit her lip before continuing, "Siyue, I didn't mean to hide this from you. This house was bought by my father, and our relationship is not very good. I have been strictly required by my father since childhood not only to learn many inexplicable things, but also to have no leisure time of my own. I feel as if I am merely a tool to fulfill his ideals, completely devoid of my own thoughts. He always said flowers may bloom again, but youth cannot be reclaimed, so he made me dedicate all my time to so-called useful things. Later our relationship deteriorated further, subtly hinting at the possibility of enmity." Yu Kursen continued to reminisce. One year during a business collaboration, it seemed he was backstabbed by an initial partner, leading to a significant loss of wealth, which left him somewhat disheartened, prompting him to decide to transfer me to another school. I came to Ningjiang City to attend high school. I had never experienced familial affection since childhood, and my personality kept others at a distance, so even in high school I had no friends until I met Siyue, and we became good friends. Jiang Chen pondered for a moment, and said, "Sure, when others see your cold demeanor combined with your status as a top student, they would have long since taken the hint to leave. Only those who are clueless and prone to overthinking would continue to cling to you, believing you are just slow to warm up. Furthermore, you both come from single-parent families, so there's at least a faint commonality." Siyue nodded, but quickly felt something was off. "Who are you calling clueless?" Jiang Chen looked at his electronic pet, with pity, displaying a caring expression reminiscent of someone looking after the mentally challenged. "I initially thought that once I entered university and found a job, I would gradually save money to repay all the expenses my father had incurred for me over the years." In another villa at Suhu Garden, Yu Kursen's father was holding a photo of his daughter, praying for her safe survival. He dared not send messages or make phone calls, fearing that if his daughter had her phone on silent, he would essentially endanger Yu Kursen. "Kursen, I have long wanted to say sorry to you. Please forgive me. This is what I owe you, but I never expected that the apocalypse. It was my mistake. I should not have let you suffer and struggle so much. Even if you had a boyfriend, it would probably be much easier than before. I see now." Siyue finally understood why Yu Kursen was usually frugal and never ordered expensive food in the cafeteria. Sharing the same level of meals, it turned out she was preparing to repay her debts. "All right, everyone must be tired now. After all, we've traveled a long way." Yu Kursen lightly adjusted her hair and continued, "Let me assign the rooms." The villa was spacious with 3 floors and 5 bedrooms. Siyue and her mother would share a room, which was just enough. Jiang Chen felt a bit regretful. Had he known, he would have gone to Siyue's home instead, as that would have allowed him to share a room with the beauty. However, this was merely a playful thought of Jiang Chen. After all, Yu Kursen's father was still at the villa, and Jiang Chen lay on the big bed in the villa. Wow, this bed is so big and soft. He felt completely as a normal person going to a classmate's house to play and being assigned a comfortable room, lying on the bed. Identity proficiency 5. He turned over and looked at the ceiling. A thought crossed his mind. The identity card floated in midair. The proficiency of normal person has reached 70. That's rather smooth. Retrieving the identity card, several other cards suddenly appeared in midair. Siyue's painting, Qinlan's sachet, Yu Kursen's pendant. Even Siyue's mooncakes. Mooncakes, but the Mid-Autumn Festival in this world just happens to fall on the 8th day of the apocalypse. Jiang Chen despised the feeling of sadness. He recalled the description of the resurrection card. "In this life, I must succeed." A stroll today was a realization of the regrets Jiang Chen had last time, but failed to fulfill. Like carving a boat to seek a sword in the river of time, all regrets would be amended one by one. Flowers may bloom again, but youth cannot be reclaimed. Who the hell said that? He'll always be young. In the evening, everyone gathered together and enjoyed a hearty meal. Unlike the lunch, Yu Kursen's home was equipped with various kitchen utensils. Moreover, Shui Qingqiu Qinlan, and by make it all cook. After eating and drinking to their fill, Yu Kursen and Siyue went to wash the dishes. They all used the bottled water manifested by Jiang Chen. Last time the water resources were indeed not contaminated, as Siyue had used it for so long without seeing any infections. However, Jiang Chen felt a bit uncomfortable inside. For a moment only, Bai Qinlan and Shui Qingqiu remained near the table. Judging by appearances alone, Jiang Chen obviously looked much younger. Unsure of what topics to discuss, there was a moment of inexplicable silence among them. "Why are you staring blankly? Play on your phone." The internet was still usable, so unlike last time, the messages were not isolated. Hours after the apocalypse descended, most of the tragedies told everyone that the current tranquility was extremely rare, even possibly unique in the apocalypse. "Wow, it seems like we've become famous." Shui Qingqiu looked at the posts online where many survivors had photographed them. There was no choice. They were too conspicuous. Apocalypse group travel. Is this reasonable? Too bad we only became famous after the apocalypse hit, and we can't call our families to check in. Jiang Chen lamented. In Yu Kursen's father's villa, a middle-aged man in a suit sat in a chair beside him was a person dressed in a butler's uniform. Yu Kursen's father was browsing the internet hoping to find some valuable information. After packing everything up, everyone sat together on the large carpet in the living room, gazing at the scenery outside. 7 days before the Mid-Autumn Festival, the moon was in its first quarter, resembling a half-yellow pancake. From then on, the moon phase would gradually wax until the full moon on the 15th. Wow, Kuexine, the view outside your house is incredible. Chu Siyu's eyes sparkled with delight. The moonlight spilled onto the lake's surface, a gentle breeze blowing, creating a shimmering reflection that felt tranquil and beautiful. The lake's light and the autumn moon share the vast sky, though indeed the scenery is quite splendid. Qinlan's beautiful eyes also sparkled with excitement, clearly having not seen such beauty in a long time. The girls all nodded in agreement, as if it were natural for them to be drawn to beautiful things. Jiang Chen stretched lazily, feeling quite happy today. He had been busy all day, but had managed to settle his old friends. Moreover, Xue Qingqi's culinary skills were truly impressive. As a social media influencer, she had many talents. Her singing was delightful, she was beautiful, and she could even cook. However, Jiang Chen had glanced at Xue Qingqi's account and noticed she didn't have many followers, only a few tens of thousands, merely a small influencer. Having a nice meal and sitting here enjoying the view is far better than what I had before, Jiang Chen said softly. In the past, before work, I had to coax myself with the thought, after work I'll treat myself to a good meal. Do you reward yourself after work? Xue Qingqiu asked curiously, while the other girls turned their heads to listen to Jiang Chen. Sometimes I do, Jiang Chen chuckled. The phrase treat myself to a good meal sounds extravagant, like I'm planning to spend half a month's salary, as if I'm not preparing to continue living afterward. In reality, most of the time it just means I'll up my takeout budget by 5 yuan. Xiao Jiang, did that happen when you were working part-time? Aunt Bai asked in confusion. Well, sort of. It happened a while ago, but it feels like a long time has passed since then, Jiang Chen replied after hearing the question. The girls couldn't help but look at him with sympathy, especially Xue Qingqiu. She had always perceived this young man as mysterious and composed, as if the apocalypse was nothing significant in his eyes. She hadn't expected him to have such a past. Suddenly she felt a little closer to him. Child, you must have suffered a lot. Qinlan sat beside Jiang Chen, stretched out her arms, and embraced him with a look of deep compassion in her eyes. Jiang Chen was completely unguarded, or rather pretended not to be. He buried his face into Qinlan's chest. Wow, this is really big and soft. What Jiang Chen didn't tell the girls was, before he crossed over, every time he had a day off, he would sleep until noon, and then order takeout in the afternoon. This way he would spend an extra 10 yuan on the meal, but by only eating once a day, it was actually more economical. They chatted until late into the night. This time, Xue Qingqiu's reboot was essentially her first meeting with everyone, along with Aunt Bai and Chu Siyue joining in. They discussed the fear when the apocalypse first arrived, reminisced about hobbies from before the apocalypse, and shared hopes for the future. I've seen scenes like this before, Jiang Chen thought to himself. Before the reboot of the apocalypse, he had once created a simple academy hotel in the classroom. At that time, there were also 6 people. 2 girls from the adjacent class, one named He Yuan and the other Guo Rui. Although he could stop them at school this time to ensure they wouldn't inexplicably perish, they also had families. Thus, Jiang Chen simply hinted, tomorrow it's time to clean up. The next day, it was a complete mess. The girls chatted until they were extremely tired and ended up sleeping on the spot for the night. Fortunately, the carpet was of good quality and large enough for 6 people to fit. With so many people, their body heat was sufficient, even quite warm. Jiang Chen woke up first, gently putting down the arm of Yu Kuexine that was wrapped around his waist, then carefully moving Qinlan's long, slender leg aside. He stood up, looking at the slightly disheveled girls and feeling a bit of a headache. He had unusually woken up early. With Jiang Chen's current physique, even after a long time without sleep, he wouldn't feel a trace of fatigue. The reason he slept was solely that he enjoyed it. He relished the mental state. After the apocalypse, Jiang Chen thought to himself. With a thought, his identity card materialized before him. Role: normal person, proficiency 100, solidified bystander, name Jiang Chen, strength 78, extraordinary speed 35, extremely strong physique 50, extraordinary weapon, plague dagger, equipped, trump card, revival card equipped. 100 seems to solidify the identity, so even if the identity changes, the abilities remain exactly the same. Jiang Chen nodded. This was indeed good news. Yesterday, when he and the girls were admiring the moon, the proficiency of normal person had already reached 80, but he was only rewarded with a thank you for your patronage. It seemed that 100 was achieved while he was sleeping. Proficiency reaching 100 grants random card rewards. You have obtained prediction card. Jiang Chen took out the card from his card space and found it to be a green quality card. Did I get lucky again? Prediction card, green quality, used to predict a certain piece of information for the next 3 days. Note: this card is only valid in the rebooted world. Description: profit cut down. Do you want to use it? Yes, no, prediction. There's such a card. This system seems a bit interesting. However, Jiang Chen found it completely useless at the moment. After all, having rebooted once, even if the world had slightly diverged due to his actions, it should still be relatively similar. There was no place to utilize the prediction card. He opened the window and leaped out of the villa. It seems that the identity of unnamed bystander not only increased my speed from 27 to 35, but also enhances my walking ability. Yesterday, out of concern for Chu Siyue and Yuku Xi, and Jiang Chen didn't reveal too much of his extraordinary abilities, mainly fearing he might inadvertently harm others. But now, having settled them, Jiang Chen truly felt at liberty to soar. He first dashed out of the Tzu Villa community in mere seconds. Having already moved over 1,000 meters, his figure darted like a ghost. Most importantly, I should have surpassed the speed of sound, yet there was no sonic boom. Although Jiang Chen's learning was average, he had come across in short videos that when the speed of an object reaches a certain level, it would encounter the sound barrier. The sound would be left behind. The sound of breaking through the sound barrier is immense, referred to as a sonic boom. Yet now he surprisingly felt no such physical reaction. Let's try jumping again. Jiang Chen focused his mind and suddenly stomped one foot onto the ground. Bang! A tremendous sound instantly echoed. The ground where Jiang Chen's footprint was located directly caved in, creating a circular pit with a radius of 3 meters. It was as if it had been struck by a small meteor. At the same time, leveraging the force of this stomp, Jiang Chen swiftly soared into the air, rising to a height of over 100 meters in an instant. The wild wind brushed against his face and his clothes fluttered loudly. He felt as if he were flying. As he ascended rapidly, Jiang Chen soon had a clear view of the scenery above the city. Countless skyscrapers lay beneath him. Countless streets intertwined like the veins of the city, extending far into the distance. Thousands of zombies heard the tremendous sound and looked up in confusion. But soon as the sound faded, they resumed their mindless wandering on the streets. Before long, Jiang Chen's upward speed began to slow. By now he had ascended several hundred meters. The white clouds were right in front of him, the sky within reach. I feel like I'm about to master the Buddha's palm. Damn, my brain, think faster, Jiang Chen murmured. Eventually his figure paused for a moment before starting to fall. Faster and faster. Despite this, Jiang Chen felt as if gravity had vanished. The wind tousled his messy hair and fresh, cool air filled his lungs. He didn't hurriedly adjust his falling position, but rather acted as if he were lying flat in the sky. In the end, just a second before landing, Jiang Chen flipped over and landed on his feet. Bang! Another massive circular pit formed. Dust was violently thrown into the air. In the distance, a large group of zombies was drawn over. With a thought, Jiang Chen grasped his sword. A casual swing sent an invisible sword light spreading in that direction, like a droplet falling onto a calm water surface, expanding in an instant. Countless zombies' heads vanished in an instant. The zombie crystals transformed into intangible energy, serving as materials to enhance the ordinary long sword. Jiang Chen acted without turning back to see the outcome. He knew these zombies were doomed, even if one or two of them had already evolved. The green quality long sword had formidable attack power, and casual swings released torrents of sword light. If he unleashed a full-force strike, it would be even more terrifying. The sword chi roared forth like a raging silver dragon reminiscent of thunder descending upon the world. It was easy to imagine that the blue-quality plague dagger would be even stronger, but as a melee weapon, he had yet to find an opportunity to test its capabilities. Jiang Chen stomped the ground again, instantly taking off into the air. This time he moderated his strength a bit and directly jumped into a high-rise building. The glass curtain wall shattered as if made of paper, easily destroyed by Jiang Chen. After casually dispatching a few approaching zombies, he began to observe the world beneath him. Today, with the identity of a bystander enhancing his vision, his eyesight was once again strengthened. As a bystander observing zombies, identity proficiency 3. As a bystander observing zombies, identity proficiency 5. Ordinary zombie. This is a very ordinary zombie capable of transmitting the zombie virus through scratching or biting, has immunity to this level of virus. Evolved zombie. This is a speed type evolved zombie capable of transmitting the zombie virus through scratching or biting, has immunity to this level of virus immunity. Jiang Chen pondered for a moment, realizing it must be due to his strong physique coupled with toxin resistance preventing the virus from invading and infecting him. But what about those who were infected at the beginning of the apocalypse? Was it bad luck for them? He shook his head, preparing to change positions to grind for proficiency. Only when he saw new scenes would the bystander identity react. Although waiting endlessly could yield similar results as last time, Jiang Chen still planned to have breakfast soon. On the other side, Yu Kursin rubbed her eyes, waking from her slumber, and found that the familiar boy was gone. Panic surged in her heart, and she quickly got up only to discover that Jiang Chen had left a note. He said he would be back soon. This eased her mind. She couldn't understand why she felt that Jiang Chen was becoming more and more significant in her heart. Suddenly, Yu Kursin frowned. In her impression, Jiang Chen liked her friend Chu Siyue and had been constantly messaging her, showing concern. He was a dull and timid classmate. However, this impression seemed to be fading. Did Jiang Chen really send those messages? Was he truly my classmate? Why can't I remember what he looked like in school? CUA, you're awake too. I have a question for you. The second day of the apocalypse was gradually seeing zombie evolution, but they were all ordinary strength and speed types. As time passed, the zombies would grow stronger until the seventh day when the world would be destroyed. Jiang Chen continuously moved between buildings, shattering walls with incredible speed. Since it was already the apocalypse, no one would make him pay. Before crossing over, I always thought that the failed man was quite handsome, and I didn't expect to cosplay in this way. Countless zombies merely glanced at Jiang Chen before he beheaded them with a single sword. It was just a casual affair. These zombies didn't even say thank you. Suddenly, Jiang Chen discovered a new type. Elderly evolved zombie. This is an elderly evolved zombie that can transmit the zombie virus through scratching or biting, has immunity to this level of virus. This zombie possesses outstanding abilities, incredible defense, and potential for further evolution in life. This zombie was an elderly person with ambition since childhood. In youth, he aimed for greatness, but achieved nothing. In the martial world in middle age, he vowed to make a comeback. Yet it was puzzling when he ever had a rise. Why use the word again? In old age, he still refused to admit defeat, teaching the young to face difficulties without fear, believing he could still succeed. As there are novels where an elderly man in his 70s or 80s pushes through invincible, in the world young people advised him to uninstall the Tomato novel app. Evaluated. As do not underestimate the youth and elderly who are poor, for there will be a day they can turn their fortunes around, even if it's after death. Its weakness is the head. Killing this zombie can yield a zombie crystal, which can be used to enhance objects. The items are old, but they are of no use. Let them sink into obscurity. After gaining proficiency in his identity, Jiang Chen didn't hesitate. Let the old man rest in peace. 8 o'clock in the morning. Jiang Chen returned to the villa of Yu Kursen. He changed into a new outfit. His immense strength rendered ordinary clothing incapable of withstanding his power. Jiang Chen went to the clothing store and spent a lot. The prices of these clothes left him astonished, unable to comprehend how they could be so expensive. He even attempted to reinforce them with zombie crystal cores. He discovered that while the clothes could indeed be reinforced, they felt like metal clanking noisily and being cold and uncomfortable to wear. He gave up. Upon seeing Jiang Chen return, the girls were all very happy. For some reason, they inexplicably felt that Jiang Chen was a lazy dog, so when they woke up and found him missing, they were all quite scared, afraid that something might have happened to him. Fortunately, Yu Kursen kept saying trust him. This calmed everyone's emotions a bit as they began preparing breakfast for the day. It seemed true that a person relies on their clothing, as Jiang Chen, dressed in a fitted high-quality casual outfit, looked quite handsome. He was already good-looking, and with his physique reaching 50 points, his body was evolving towards the extraordinary, making him even more handsome. A sense of nobility and ethereal charm inexplicably emanated from him. The girls gazed at him with sparkling eyes. However, when Jiang Chen spoke, he still had that lazy dog demeanor, giving off the impression that a celestial being would enjoy eating braised chicken. It was hard to maintain composure. After eating, Jiang Chen expressed a desire to visit Yu Kursen's father. Yu Kursen had no objections. Despite their previously poor relationship, he was still her biological father. Moreover, her father had changed a lot in the past 2 years, rarely forcing her to do anything anymore. Do you want to change into some different clothes? Jiang Chen suggested to Yu Kursen thoughtfully. Is it not okay for me to wear my school uniform? Yu Kursen blinked. After all, this was the apocalypse, and having food and drink was already quite good. She didn't have high demands for these things. After all, it's vacation, and I haven't seen you wear anything else yet. Then fine. You know that old you really is something, making all of us squeeze into one room. A woman who appeared plump and adorned with many precious jewels quietly complained. Who says otherwise? On the other side of the room, a rotund man holding a young mistress echoed her sentiments. I want to do some exercise, but it's really frustrating. Enough said. Having food is already not bad. Besides, with so many people, it's all right to be divided into 3 rooms. That old you isn't local. A few years ago, he splurged and bought 2 houses with quite a mysterious background. A dark-skinned man spoke up to advise. No matter how rich he is, can he compare to me? Just my company's shares are enough to buy 10 houses here. The fat man retorted disdainfully. Suddenly, ding-dong, ding-dong, ding-dong. The doorbell of the villa rang urgently. Everyone held their breath, feeling a bit tense. This was already the second day of the apocalypse, with very few survivors left. It couldn't be a zombie ringing the doorbell, could it? Inside the villa's office, Yu Kursen's father Yushan had a serious expression and quickly called for the butler as he walked toward the entrance. There were smart cameras over there. They could directly see the situation at the villa's main door. Meanwhile, many survivors inside the house had gathered as well. They were all let in by Yushan yesterday. When the apocalypse struck and zombies erupted, Yushan had softened a bit, seeing that they had no injuries on them. Old you, what's going on? Let's take a look first. Yushan's voice was calm as he tapped the smart door lock screen. On the screen, there was a girl in a white dress looking beautiful along with a boy in casual clothes. The two were holding hands, standing calmly in place. My God, they seemed to be living people. Seeing fellow survivors, everyone immediately felt less afraid and hurriedly urged old Yu to go take a look at the door. What they didn't notice was that Yushan's expression was slightly grim. As everyone approached the door, they finally got a clear view of the girl and boy's appearances. The girl wore a pure white dress that swayed gently in the wind, her deep dark hair cascading over her shoulder. Even more stunning was the girl's beauty. Her face was completely unmade up. Her pure natural look was breathtakingly innocent. For a moment, everyone was mesmerized. It was as if they could forget this was the apocalypse. Person, what is this? Hurry and come in. Yushan hesitated to speak, but given the special circumstances, there was no time for detailed inquiries. He directly opened the door, preparing to let the two in. Wait a moment, old you, aren't you afraid these two might be infected? A rotund man said. What if they turn into zombies? I think we should let the girl in first, check for any injuries on her, and then make a decision. Hearing this, Yushan's eyes brimmed with barely contained fury. That's my daughter, I hope. You can think before you speak. Hearing Yushan's words, the fat man felt a moment of panic, but his tone quickly hardened again. What does it matter if she's your daughter? Old you, whether they might be infected concerns all our lives. How can you place your safety on their good luck? Indeed, you can't disregard the risks just because she's your relative. A heavily made-up middle-aged woman chimed in, especially since I heard your daughter is still in high school, right? So young and already involved with a wild man. TSK. You all. Yushan's face turned a deep shade of anger as he exclaimed, I saved you before a back. Then did anyone say we should check if they were infected? Yesterday was yesterday. Today is the second day of the zombie outbreak. Who knows how the virus has mutated? Didn't you see the special zombies filmed online today? The fat man full of flesh pointed at Yukerson and loudly retorted. The next moment his entire hand was gone. Thud. It fell to the ground. Initially the fat man was stunned, but then a sharp pain surged through him instantly. He began to scream in agony, rolling on the floor. In the next instant his head was also severed from his body, leaving him completely motionless. His face still bore an expression of disbelief and terror. Who was just talking nonsense? Jiang Chen calmly asked, covering Yukerson's eyes with one hand. However, before anyone could respond, he answered himself. Oh, it seems like you were still there. Immediately after, a woman also met the same fate. None of the onlookers even saw how Jiang Chen struck. It was as if his words were those of Yama deciding who would live or die. Under this pressure, the group was so terrified that they froze in place. Old Deng quickly closed the door to prevent zombies from coming in and then find someone to clean up. Jiang Chen covered Yukerson's eyes as he walked into the room. He initially intended to observe Yukerson's father's methods before acting, but he couldn't hold back. Yukerson gently lowered Jiang Chen's hand. Her extraordinarily beautiful face was calm. You don't have to shield my view. I'm actually not that timid. All right, Jiang Chen sometimes unconsciously assumes that the girl being exceptionally beautiful must be timid. Yet in reality, she remains rational and composed each time. Only when their gazes meet or when she holds the boy's hand does she seem a bit nervous and shy instinctively. Compared to Yukerson's home, the villa of Yushan is much more traditionally decorated. The front door is evidently made of solid wood, looking quite heavy, adorned with intricate carvings. Upon entering the villa, a faint scent of wood fills the air, with redwood furniture everywhere emphasizing a classical style. In the center of the living room stands a massive redwood carved table, seemingly quite valuable. Jiang Chen held Yukerson's hand, sitting on a chair at one side of the living room. Since Yukerson was wearing a long dress, it was quite dangerous in this post-apocalyptic world. If a zombie were to charge, she would struggle to escape. Yet she was willing to trust Jiang Chen. Therefore, Jiang Chen did not hesitate to respond, holding Yukerson's hand as they walked alongside the beautiful scenery of the Emerald Lake. Before long, numerous survivors streamed in, standing silently against the wall, not daring to make a sound. They all regarded the boy with a sense of awe. Except for Yukerson's father. Yushan sat in a chair opposite the boy and girl, feeling a tumult of emotions within him. He was both pleased that his daughter was alive and had returned to him, yet helpless about her inexplicable choice of boyfriend. Lastly, there was suspicion towards this boy. At that moment, when he was looking at the smart lock screen, he thought to quickly let the two of them in. Then he could properly assess how his daughter viewed this boy. He could apply some pressure to see if the boy could measure up to Kersen. Now Yushan felt a sense of pressure himself. Kersen, are you? All right. The middle-aged man could only utter these few words. Father, this is my classmate Jiang Chen. Yukerson introduced him in a calm, succinct manner. I'm doing quite well safely back home, and my teachers and classmates have also come. That's good. Yushan nodded, feeling a sense of relief, yet hearing his daughter's calm tone caused him a pang of heartache. Jiang Chen looked at the middle-aged man across from him. The middle-aged man was neither fat nor thin, dressed in a black suit with deep-set eyes, bearing a presence that commanded respect without anger. He appeared quite formidable before the apocalypse. However, in front of Jiang Chen, the aura of an ordinary person lost its significance. When Jiang Chen did not restrain his own pressure, it was difficult for an ordinary person to stand before him. Curson, Yushan clenched his fists and then relaxed, speaking, "I'm sorry. I shouldn't have put such pressure on you before. I shouldn't have forced you to learn so many things since childhood. I've realized over the past 2 years that in high society, wealth and status ultimately pale in comparison to your happiness. I have decent financial means, but what I should do is not to force you to follow my path, but to give you more choices as long as you are happy. After all, even if you don't put in any effort, I can still support you. Unfortunately, I came to understand this too late. Now that the apocalypse has arrived and zombies have broken out, no one knows if they can survive. Curson, I'm sorry for you." After saying these words, Yushan finally felt a weight lift off him, as if a great deal of his spirit had been drained away, collapsing into the chair. For a moment, the villa was as quiet as a chicken. Had it not been for the boy revealing his abilities earlier, some of these survivors would surely have urged the father and daughter to reconcile, saying it was no big deal. But now, who dared to speak carelessly? Were they looking to throw their lives away? Curson looked at her dejected father, holding her tongue for more than 10 breaths. After a long time, the girl finally lifted her head, gazing at Yushan. She had little familial affection since childhood and lacked entertainment, living each day as if not for herself. In fact, at times during class, she found herself daydreaming, thinking that if the apocalypse descended one day, it might not be such a bad thing. She could avoid facing those painful and unhappy realities. Later, she encountered a very special boy who, although seemed unreliable, at times lazy, and spoke in a peculiar. However, from the very first meeting, this boy made her feel inexplicably familiar and trustworthy. In this perilous world, it felt as though holding the boy's hand could provide her with peace, allowing her to drop the pretense of calm and no longer fear. Curson extended her hand towards Jiang Chen. Seeing this fortunate moment, Jiang Chen immediately grasped Curson's small hand, warm and delicate. Seeing Curson's gesture, Yushan was momentarily taken aback. Curson turned her head, smiling at Jiang Chen, her eyes seemingly sparkling with starlight. Jiang Chen was momentarily captivated. He understood Curson's meaning. For her, after meeting this boy, she no longer cared so much about the past, and at this moment Jiang Chen's opinion had become quite important. Uncle Curson has already forgiven you." Upon hearing Jiang Chen's words, Yushan looked up at his daughter. In an instant, his emotions surged as if all the years of composure had been cast aside. Tears began to well up in his eyes. Good. Curson, I had long wanted to apologize to you on Mid-Autumn Festival, so." Yushan bent down and retrieved 2 boxes of mooncakes from the compartment of the redwood table. "These are mooncakes I had prepared in advance, originally intended to give to you on Mid-Autumn Festival." Jiang Chen looked at the mooncakes, feeling a bit envious as they appeared quite delicious. "Dad, then I will accept them." Curson, who had been mindful of Jiang Chen, naturally sensed that he wanted to eat them, so she readily agreed to accept. Seeing this, Jiang Chen immediately turned the 2 boxes of mooncakes into cards. Hiss! Even the people standing against the wall who had been restraining themselves struggled to suppress their voices. However, this scene still dropped everyone's jaws. Those were 2 large boxes of mooncakes. Even if it were a magic trick, it would be hard to make them disappear, let alone the fact that this boy had not even touched them. He had merely glanced at them. Was he a celestial being? Good, Curson, what do you want to eat for lunch?" Yushan was clearly a bit delighted. Although the apocalypse had arrived, rendering his wealth worthless, his daughter was still alive and had forgiven him. For lunch, Curson once again looked towards Jiang Chen, not knowing why, but whenever she encountered the boy, she became less decisive. Suddenly, a ringtone sounded. "If I were young and accomplished, I wouldn't feel inferior with a harem of wives and concubines." Jiang Chen calmly answered the phone. "Hello, are you Mr. Jiang? I am Xiao Wang. Do you remember Wang Jian? We have experts here who want to talk to you about your prophecy." I understand. We definitely won't go empty-handed. We have prepared a lot of supplies here." Huangmin chicken rice. Pork knuckle mixed rice. Okay, we will try our best to prepare that for you." Jiang Chen hung up the phone and looked at Curson, softly asking, "Curson, the military wants to meet with us to exchange information. Do you want to go?" "All right." Curson agreed without much thought. Jiang Chen nodded and turned to Yushan. "Then see you next." With that, he took Curson's hand and walked towards her home. Yushan stood at the entrance of the villa, watching the 2 as they entered the apocalypse, as if stepping into their own backyard, lost in thought. Damn, this young man can't be a cultivator, right? Did he just put the mooncake into a spatial ring, a survivor? I feel so much pressure facing him, like an ant confronting an elephant. Old your daughter has quite the eye. Indeed, in this apocalypse, only strength reigns supreme. Old you has raised a good daughter. Yushan wanted to cry, but had no tears, turning back to his room. Holding Curson's hand, Jiang Chen walked beside the Emerald Lake. "Thank you." Curson suddenly, "If it weren't for you, I might never have seen my father again, nor would I have known about his significant changes. Just holding your hand makes me feel so at ease." Jiang Chen turned to look at the pure and beautiful girl. "What are you thanking me for? Aren't we friends?" "Friends?" Yu Kurson felt that this term was very familiar, as if she had heard it a long time ago. Yes, we are friends. The girl smiled radiantly. After returning to Yu Kurson's villa, they shared what had happened that morning with the others. Everyone was deeply moved. Not long after, a military helicopter roared in, attracting quite a few zombies in the neighborhood, but there were also armed forces aboard the helicopter. They proceeded to clear the zombies. 6 individuals descended from the helicopter's ladder. Jiang Chen looked over and noticed that the leader was a man with a square face, seemingly named Wang Jian. Behind him was an elderly man in a white lab coat, along with someone who appeared to be a military officer. The rest were ordinary soldiers. Upon seeing Jiang Chen, Wang Jian smiled broadly. "Hello, Mr. Jiang." Jiang Chen shook his hand and asked, "Who are these people?" "Oh, this is Professor by a viral expert, and this is our military commander." After exchanging pleasantries, the officer quickly ordered the soldiers to unload the supplies Jiang Chen wanted. "Mr. Jiang, let me get straight to the point. Our military discovered today that the zombies are evolving. Are you aware of this situation?" Professor by the elderly man in the lab coat asked. "I know a few types. Currently, we have strength type and speed type evolved zombies. Tomorrow, we might see tank type evolved zombies." "I see." Professor Bai took out a pen and recorded in his notebook. "Do you know about the crystal nuclei present in zombie brains? What is their specific function?" "I know they can be used to enhance objects. Oh, just shatter them." Jiang Chen felt there was no need to hide anything. If he couldn't succeed this time, these people had no future at all. Moreover, the enhancement had its limits. Normal materials can be enhanced only 99 times, and they do not become much sharper. They would likely be rated as the lowest gray tier in the card evaluation system. "I see. Thank you so much. Is there any information you wish to know?" Jiang Chen pondered for a moment. "How long until the internet and electricity will disappear?" Professor Bai was uncertain about this, but the officer beside him quickly added, "After you predicted the apocalypse, some people believed it while others thought it was alarmism. So those who believed protected the city's water, electricity, and network stations." The officer continued, "If everything goes smoothly, there should be no major issues for about a month or 2. Jiang Chen nodded, secretly thinking it was indeed the case. "By the way, our military plans to use drones to attract zombies at 9 a.m. tomorrow, followed by a firepower cover. What do you think?" "It has some effect, but achieving a permanent solution may be difficult." The officer nodded, noting it down. After exchanging more information, the military personnel took off in the helicopter. "Old Xing, what task did we actually execute this time? Was it just to have a chat with this student? Who knows? If I knew, I wouldn't be just a small squad leader. I'd have been a leader long ago. I feel like this young man looks familiar, like the person from that popular video yesterday." Now that you mention it, it does seem a bit so. I thought it was edited. Could it really be him?" Jiang Chen watched the military leave, feeling somewhat pessimistic. After all, they had failed last time. The difficulty of this biochemical apocalypse was exaggerated. The next day's strength type evolved zombies would weigh several tons, not to mention the later tank corpse ball and growth type evolved zombies. Each one more perverse than the last, each one more despair-inducing. Before the reset, all resistance had failed to last until the doomsday calamity. Humans faced utter defeat. "Jiang Chen, it's time to eat." Coming. The supplies given by the military, those with a short shelf life, Jiang Chen converted into cards. He discovered that once things were converted into cards, they would retain their state before conversion. This way, he wouldn't have to worry about fresh vegetables rotting. In addition to food, the military also provided items like walkie-talkies and flashlights. After lunch, Jiang Chen continued to go out to grind the proficiency of Observer. Soon as the sun was about to set, Jiang Chen's proficiency in Observer finally reached 100. Proficiency reached 100, awarding random card rewards. You have obtained a stat point card. This time, out of 5 cards, only the last one is a stat point card. The rest are all thank you for your patronage. Jiang Chen stretched out his hand, and 2 white quality stat point cards floated in the air, one being the leftover from yesterday. Add to strength. Character normal person, fixed observer proficiency 100, fixed name Jiang Chen, strength 98, first stage speed 40, extremely strong physique 56, extraordinary weapon plague dagger equipped, secret card revival card equipped, first stage. What kind of evaluation is this? Jiang Chen stared intently at the identity card. Soon a piece of information. First stage, a full force strike can obliterate a building in the martial arts world. First stage refers to a land god. You stand at the peak of martial arts, already a legend in the rivers and lakes, and have once again broken through the impossible realm in the Western fantasy world. First stage refers to a hero who defeats the Demon King and continues to solidify until breaking through the incredible realm, possessing power unimaginable to ordinary people with every wave of the hand. I see. It seems my observer ability has also been enhanced, allowing me to see more information. Yesterday, it was the same after reaching normal person 100. The radius is about 10 meters. Wait, since I can see more things now, can I also take a look at this green sun? Jiang Chen thought, then stood on the rooftop of the building looking up at the sky. Sure enough, not long after, information began to appear. Type remains of a certain life that has died. Sixth stage strength. Speed. Physique. Jiang Chen slowly raised a question mark. Is this a joke, buddy? The gap is so vast that it's like playing a password game. System, did you never intend for me to clear this? This is too much. I'm going to send coordinates to the trisolar ants. In Jiang Chen's eyes, he vaguely discerned a silhouette stretching across the sky, occupying his entire field of vision. This silhouette was predominantly green. If he wasn't mistaken, it should be an enormous head. Just how big was it? As large as a planet. This is even more despairing than the Titans from Attack on Titan. Jiang Chen silently thought. No wonder his physique was extraordinary. Even missiles found it hard to breach his defenses, yet he had died so easily last time. Is it first tier versus sixth tier? If it were someone else facing such a terrifying disparity, they would likely fall into despair, thus giving up on themselves, thinking the world is doomed. Oh, what does it matter to me? But Jiang Chen wouldn't. Jiang Chen was never pessimistic, never engaged in self-inflicted strife, forever youthful, and always spoke his mind. It is dead. Ooh, I am alive. The advantage is mine. He leaped into the iron jungle, dashing between the buildings. Countless sword lights flickered, and every zombie within Jiang Chen's line of sight met a grim fate. Is the person in this picture you? No, I think this is you. Chu Siyue held up her phone, pointing at a blurry figure in the photo. The internet is going crazy. Someone said they had been hiding for a day, too hungry to continue, wanting to venture out for food, only to be chased by a horde of zombies. Just when they were about to meet their demise, a flash of light appeared. She paused and continued. Those zombies were left headless. Yu Kursin, hearing Chu Siyue speak, also leaned over. There were many discussions about this figure on the phone. I encountered it too. My family runs a ground floor shop. I thought I was safe behind a security door, but who knew a 2-meter-tall zombie could easily distort the door with a single punch. I thought I was done for, but when I opened my eyes, that gigantic zombie was already dead. Wow, so handsome. This must be a dashing brother. Please save me. My family is at XX Community Building XX Room 302. You upstairs, are you in a pure love fantasy? It's the apocalypse and you're still thinking about romance. On what basis do you assume his gender? He might be a handsome sister with special powers. Chu Siyue looked at the posts in front of her, a hint of worry in her eyes, as she asked, Jiang Chen, if you go out to save people, won't it be dangerous? Weren't there military personnel here before? We could just wait for them to organize a rescue. Jiang Chen shook his head and offered a brief explanation. On the contrary, the ones in danger are the zombies. His actions along the way were solely to strengthen his sword. As for saving people, it was merely a side task. He even ran into an old acquaintance, the leader of a villainous group entangled with a few henchmen just out of prison and ready to cause trouble. However, this time luck was clearly not on their side. They encountered Jiang Chen. They were in for a world of pain. Yu Kursin's beautiful eyes fixed on the young man, noticing that he seemed unharmed, and she relaxed. Kids, it's time to eat. Qinlan's voice rang out. Tonight's dinner was hot pot. Unlike the self-heating hot pot from before, the conditions had clearly improved. Not only were there supplies provided by the military, but Jiang Chen had also gathered plenty on his excursions. There was a supermarket that had just closed for lunch, seemingly because the owner had something to attend to and never returned. Jiang Chen kept an eye on the supermarket for him. The Yinyang hot pot was steaming red broth and white broth divided in two. It emitted an enticing aroma. Yu Kursin bit a hair tie with her teeth, gently tidying her hair with both hands, revealing her snow-white neck, quite alluring. Unfortunately, Jiang Chen had no identity related to Blood Clan or anything similar, otherwise he would definitely want to know what that taste was like. The girl tied her hair, eagerly enjoying the red broth hot pot. Everyone was clearly happy eating while chatting and laughing. Aside from not being able to go outside, everyone's life was not much different from before the apocalypse. Moreover, they didn't have to go to school or work. It was quite a joyful existence. After dinner, Yu Kursin mentioned that her family had a home theater underground, and the group naturally became excited. After clearing the dishes, they all headed to the media room. At the front of the room was a projection screen about the size of a wall, while the back row had a large sofa that could comfortably accommodate several people. In fact, it could easily fit 5 or 6 people with room to spare. Aside from Yu Kursin, everyone was visiting such a place for the first time and felt a rush of excitement. Wow, Kursin, does your theater also have karaoke? Yu Kursin shook her head. I'm not too sure why I rarely come here. My dad renovated this place not long ago, probably to help me relax a bit. Zombies seem to be sensitive to sound. Is it safe for us to watch a movie here? Qinlan suppressed her inner excitement, considering more practical concerns. It won't be a problem because this home theater has about 7 or 8 centimeters of soundproofing, not to mention it's underground, Yu Kursin explained. Jiang Chen nodded. Even if it did make some noise, it wouldn't matter, because there were hardly any zombies left in this community. It was originally an upscale neighborhood with a low population density, and Jiang Chen would often take care of a few zombies on his outings. By the time he returned today, he could no longer see any living zombies. Shall we sing a few songs first, and then watch a movie? Yage? Chu Siyue exclaimed. Everyone agreed, and Jiang Chen nodded. To his surprise, Chu Siyue also sang quite well, mainly in a sweet style. Jiang Chen wondered if all girls could sing. Why couldn't he? Was the creator biased? When would boys like him? Jiang Chen, why aren't you singing? Chu Siyue leaned over to ask quietly. Jiang Chen replied, I just thought of a way to get rich. What? I could sing under the overpass. Passers-by would definitely give me money. Jiang Chen pondered for him. Please, for the love of God, don't sing. Chu Siyue asked. All the girls sang beautifully, and Jiang Chen even encouraged Aunt Bai to give it a try. Among those present, she was the oldest, so aside from cooking, she often felt uneasy, thinking she was out of place. She probably felt like a burden to everyone. After Jiang Chen's encouragement, Bai Mei finally sang, without being so timid, performing shepherd's song, with a melodious voice full of storytelling. Everyone applauded. As for Xue Qingqiu, one could only say she was truly professional. Her voice remained ethereal and soothing. She sang an ancient-style song. There's a fox at Qiliang. My heart is troubled, and this young man has no garments. It made one feel as if they had traveled back to a distant past. After the girls finished singing, they voted and decided to watch a comedy movie. As for Jiang Chen's suggestion to watch a zombie movie, it was ignored by the girls. The movie played late into the night. In the dangerous apocalypse, watching a comedy film was indeed a particularly unique experience. However, with Jiang Chen by their side, they had gradually gotten used to this uniqueness. The girls fell asleep. On the second night of the apocalypse, and also the second night the group spent at Yu Kerson's house, they once again did not sleep in their own rooms. Sweet dreams. On the third day of the apocalypse, Jiang Chen woke from his dreams. He had awakened early, and with his extraordinary physique, he truly did not require much rest. Even after 3 to 5 days without sleep, he felt no fatigue. What needed rest was his spirit. The remnant body of a sixth-tier unknown life form loomed above him like the sword of Damocles, exerting a bit of pressure even on Jiang Chen. He wondered if the apocalypse was triggered by the self-detonation of that headgift, so it would truly become the greatest corpse explosion in the biopunk world. Fortunately, ordinary people in this world could not see it. They could only see the green sun, which made things feel less hopeless. Jiang Chen discovered something. The ability of the observer should be observation-related, whether it was identifying zombies or enhancing vision. It was all about observation, much like seeing the essence through the appearance. But who the hell told me that this thing also had X-ray vision? I knew this identity ability was not straightforward. However, as Jiang Chen observed longer, what he could see was not just clothing, but also skin, bones, and blood. What a good thing. If I returned to a normal city, wouldn't I be able to become a carefree little medical sage? Jiang Chen sighed. The problem is I came here in good condition, but I can't go back. He looked at today's identity card. Role normal person, solidified observer, solidified trader. A trader, huh? Today's identity was different from yesterday, allowing him to go out early to brush up on his proficiency. He could only wait for the women to wake up or trade with other survivors. Today was the day the military mentioned they would conduct drone bombings significantly earlier than before the restart. The last time was the 6th day, and this time it was the 3rd day. Still, some higher-ups believed Jiang Chen's words and made preparations in advance. Water, electricity, and the internet were not major issues. However, as zombies mutated randomly, even with some precautions, they would probably still be in a mess for a while. Jiang Chen stepped out of the home theater. He felt the women had been led astray by him staying up late every night. However, it might also be due to their trust in Jiang Chen, which allowed them to sleep soundly. It was already past 8 in the morning, and they still hadn't gotten up. If I were young and accomplished, I wouldn't feel inferior, hey. After discovering that his mobile network was functional, Jiang Chen naturally set a ringtone for himself. Mr. Jiang, this is Xiao Wang. We're ready to take action. Do you have any instructions? Xiao Wang was always so respectful, as if he were facing a significant figure rather than a student. Well, you've asked the right person. Today my Blackheart shop is officially opening. As a trader, provide some information before the military operation to gain their trust and relevant supplies. Identity proficiency 3. After brushing up on some proficiency, Jiang Chen stretched. Very soon. Survivors, the military is about to use drones to gather zombies and bomb these areas. Ningjiang City's 4th middle school, Ningjiang City. Survivors hiding in the above areas, please head to the basement or low-lying areas. If you have no conditions, lie down in your homes and hide. The bombing will commence in half an hour. Repeating. The announcements from the helicopter echoed again and again. Clearly the military had begun their operation. Because this operation was much earlier than the last, it should also be easier. On the 3rd day of the apocalypse, there would probably be, at most, a tank-type evolved zombie. Jiang Chen leisurely scrolled through his phone. Having internet access was indeed nice. Did you all hear? The military said they would lure the zombies out. Great. We're going to be rescued. I wonder if that super strong entity from yesterday will show up. I'm looking forward to it, indeed, but why is the first bombing point a school? Shouldn't there be many surviving students in the school? Jiang Chen suddenly jolted. No, is my school gone? Only then did he realize the military's first target was his school. Since childhood I've sung nursery rhymes about bombing schools, but I didn't expect it to actually happen. However, due to the early evacuation of Ningjiang 4th Middle School, there were not many survivors, and the playground was quite empty. Surprisingly reasonable. Not long after drones began emitting high-frequency sound waves sweeping low over the neighborhood. A few zombies were attracted out of their rooms chasing after the drones. Such scenes were unfolding in every corner of Ningjiang City. Ultimately, after half an hour, the vast majority of the zombies gathered at the designated point. Fire. With the command of the military officer, several missiles whistled towards their target. In a corner of the city, a humanoid zombie struggled to get up. Judging by its figure, it seemed to be female. Unlike other zombies, this one had no twisted limbs and did not howl. There was also no blood or flesh on her face. She tidied her hair, revealing a somewhat heroic face. Du Qing. On the third day of the apocalypse, she had already become a zombie. At that time, regarding the prophecy about that boy, the higher-ups decided to temporarily believe it. There was no time to fully verify its authenticity. Most of her colleagues had evacuated, but she insisted on her viewpoint and stayed in the office. Du Qing believed in seeing is believing. She hadn't seen the boy take action, so she did not believe Jiang Chen's prophecy. She had decent looks, and there was a male colleague in the office who had always liked her and stayed behind as well. Later, the apocalypse arrived, and that colleague became a zombie. Du Qing could only hide under the desk, afraid to make a sound. The next day, she realized her condition was worsening, so she decided to fight to the death. After all, she was a black belt in Taekwondo. The result was that she never expected the zombie to be so strong and resilient. Though she pushed the zombie aside, she was still scratched. Just like that, Du Qing became a new zombie. However, unlike other zombies, she only had a bluish tint to her skin, and everything else was indistinguishable from a normal person. Occasionally, the zombie Du Qing had become would even show a glimmer of light in her eyes. It seemed there was still a small portion of consciousness remaining. Boom! The deafening sound echoed from all directions in Ningjiang City. It was yet another clash between human civilization's firearms and the zombies. At the center of the missile explosion, the terrifying heat incinerated the majority of the zombies into charred remains. The shockwave instantly spread, shattering the windows and glass of nearby buildings into countless fragments. Flames soared into the sky, seemingly washing away the greenery in the heavens once more. We did it. Within the military base, the soldiers at the control panel couldn't help but cheer and raise their fists. Report, Commander, the bombing at designated location 1 has been completed. Report, Commander, the bombing at designated location 2 has been completed. Military drones circled the sky, observing the conditions of various battlefields. The operation seemed to be a great success. There were no signs of any surviving zombies. Even the Titan zombies, towering at 4 meters, massive and slow-moving, that had just been discovered today, only managed to hold on for a couple more breaths. Great! A clear sense of relief appeared on the officer's face. In Ningjiang City, the vast majority of zombies had been lured away, and even the few remaining stragglers posed no threat. Next, soldiers would be dispatched to gradually rescue the survivors and settle them in the quarantine camps that had already been prepared. What the soldiers did not notice was, there was a zombie they were familiar with, a zombie they had known in their past life. This zombie stood nearly 3 meters tall with crimson muscles and a pair of special organs on its shoulders. It was the smaller version of the tyrant. It was quietly hiding in the shadows of a building, watching the explosions, and a cautious light flickered in its eyes. As a growth-type evolved zombie, it was much stronger than an ordinary evolved zombie. Not only could it grow stronger in battle, but it also possessed a certain degree of emotions and intelligence. On the third day of the apocalypse, it had only recently developed and did not yet bring the same despair as before the reset. So it was waiting for these weak creatures to reveal a flaw, such as entering a building, and then it would strike. Jiang Chen moved through the steel jungle, his form flitting like a ghost. To ordinary eyes, he appeared only as a blurred silhouette. He was exploring the limits of his abilities. Although the majority of zombies had been lured away by the drones, Ningjiang City had a resident population of millions. Even if most had been drawn away, there were still a significant number of zombies remaining, at least more than the survivors. And these zombies were the subjects of Jiang Chen's experiments. First, there was the ability of a normal person. Once proficiency reached 100, all abilities would solidify and not diminish. In other words, Jiang Chen himself maintained a compulsory normal aura. As long as the distance between him and the zombies was within 10 meters, all zombies would be forced to return to their pre-apocalypse state. Moreover, Jiang Chen also discovered something. Even evolved zombies would be affected by this aura. A strength-type zombie who had been a gym instructor in life raised one hand as Jiang Chen approached, pretending to. It even let out huffing sounds from its mouth, as if saying, "Hello, sir, would you like to learn about swimming and fitness?" Fortunately, this only happened when Jiang Chen got very close. If he was 8 or 9 meters away, it would just stand there dazed and unmoving. It neither attacked nor made any movements, which opened Jiang Chen's eyes. He even encountered a roast chicken zombie dressed in a purple tank top, with one strap already broken, and this zombie when Jiang Chen approached. Even struck poses quite bizarre. It seems that my normal person's ability has also gained a certain enhancement, making this world more insane. Jiang Chen remained silent, solely focused on experimenting with his abilities. The observer ability further enhanced Jiang Chen's vision, allowing him to see the origins of many extraordinary phenomena. It felt as if he had a perspective cheat active at all times. Furthermore, the observer ability could be freely switched at Jiang Chen's will. When he wanted to look closely, a plethora of information would emerge. When he didn't want to see much, it would weaken, only displaying types and specific three-dimensional attributes. As for the trader, in the previous cycle, Jiang Chen only knew that this ability was to borrow things. After borrowing 500 points, he finally had enough for a 10 draw. In the end, he returned 20 system points. However, he kept thinking about borrowing points every day afterward, but there was no response, perhaps due to a cooldown time. It was evident that each ability had a limit. The system wouldn't allow Jiang Chen to exploit bugs at will. Otherwise, he could borrow 500, return 20, then borrow 500 again, and return 20. That would directly turn him into a perpetual motion machine with infinite points. At that point, Jiang Chen could punch the green-head figure at the top. Time to go home for dinner. A message came through on his phone. Jiang Chen stopped experimenting with his abilities and rushed homeward. With no obstacles, he ran swiftly over flat ground. If there were obstacles, he would stomp the ground and leap hundreds of meters. Soon he returned home. Of course, Jiang Chen's home was actually Yukerson's villa. Woke up too late this morning. We should eat less so lunch will be more enjoyable. Clearly, the women had no idea that the military had already taken action. The soundproofing in the underground home theater was indeed well done. The roaring noise from earlier was now extremely faint. After dinner, Jiang Chen posted a message online. The mysterious merchant's online service is now open. Do you want to understand the meaning of life? Do you truly want to live? As long as you are willing to offer something precious, I will resolve all your worries. Jiang Chen pondered for a moment before adding a restriction to the post. Currently, the store services are only available in Ningjiang City. As for other regions, it will cost more. Now most survivors who can access the internet are posting distress messages hoping for someone to save them. Or perhaps some have had their loved ones turn into zombies and feel that living is meaningless, leaving behind farewell videos. Occasionally, there are also those who boast about themselves. You wouldn't have guessed right. I had sensed that the apocalypse might come. My family has always been wealthy. As long as I don't recklessly start businesses multiple times, our fortune will never run out. However, I don't enjoy indulgence. I rather relish the tension of the apocalypse. So I spent a fortune to build a massive underground base filled with supplies that I wouldn't exhaust in several lifetimes. I quietly endured the confusion of my relatives and the ridicule of my friends, and finally, I awaited this day. Keep struggling, fools. At the end, the young man in the video disdainfully added, I forgot to tell you my home is underground in the XX community of Jiangnan District, Ningjiang City. Because the door to my underground base is made of steel plates several centimeters thick. Even if you find it, you won't be able to get in. The young man was exceedingly arrogant, almost begging for a beating. Beneath his posted video, someone was cursing him out, calling him disgusting for knowing how hard others are struggling, yet still posting to repulse them. However, there were also comments like, "Brother, I'm just 18. Aren't you considering helping me out?" The young man replied bluntly, "Scram, I don't like women." After saying that, he continued to show off. Jiang Chen shook his head, realizing that all kinds of people exist. However, those who are still alive are quite optimistic, as utilities haven't stopped yet, and military forces across various regions are taking action. They all believe that the hope of survival is substantial. Once Jiang Chen's post was released, it quickly became popular, as it was unlike the monotonous cries for help or the condescending boasting. Jiang Chen's post was refreshingly unconventional. To be precise, it seemed a bit eccentric. In my view, your family must have invited a master to perform rituals. It's the apocalypse, and you're still scamming. Ning is the sales champion. I Qin Shi Huang demand money. Do you understand? If you don't pay, you'll die. What era are we in, and you're still invoking Qin Shi Huang? Kid him, your grandfather currently battling in the underworld. Quickly burn me millions of ghost coins. The military funds are running low. Unlike last time, the internet isn't too slow, allowing many users' talents to be expressed instead of turning into zombies. This time, most of the online community remains active, and their mental states are quite good amidst the apocalypse. Jiang Chen shrugged. He was merely attempting something. After all, if he missed this opportunity, the losses would not be his alone. However, since the post was aimed at all regions, it might not precisely reach his target audience. Jiang Chen created a group and added several girls sharing the post. After thousands of days of raising soldiers for a moment of use, it was time to showcase the networks of the girls. Shortly after, he asked, "Do you know He Yuan and Guo Rei?" Qin Lan, still wearing that beige shirt, walked up to Jiang Chen trembling slightly and asked softly. Jiang Chen withdrew his gaze, replying, "I suppose I know them. What's up?" Qin Lan bit her lip before continuing. "They live in the same community in an old building without elevators. I heard them say that when the drone attracted zombies this morning, one zombie knocked down a power pole, causing power outages in their entire community. To prevent losing contact with the outside world, they thought they might need a power bank, but they're unsure if this meets your... Jiang Chen nodded, agreeing to make the trip. After all, these two female students were acquaintances, even if he had met them in his past life. At his current speed, if he ran with all his might, it would take just a minute or two to cross the city. After all, Ningjiang City isn't a large city. Its length and width do not exceed 50 kilometers, and Jiang Chen's speed has already surpassed the speed of sound. The trip was very smooth. For Jiang Chen now, aside from the green giant above him, nothing else could hinder his progress. He quickly gathered a power bank and other supplies from the supermarket and delivered them to the location of Heyuan and Guorue. When they asked Jiang Chen what kind of reward he needed, Jiang Chen made an attempt. He decided not to ask for a reward to see if the trader would increase their proficiency. Indeed, it increased. So last time when I provided beds for Qin Lan and the others at school, I also didn't ask for a reward, yet it also increased my system points. Jiang Chen quietly thought he had roughly figured out why this was the case. Traders feel more like free agents. The reason he did not ask for a reward before the reset was that he once longed for sleep. In society, working like a dog, constantly overworking, and when he returned home due to a lack of entertainment time, he could only squeeze out sleep. He knew this was not good, but there wasn't much he could do. Only by staying up late could he gain time of his own. He had been so exhausted. Thus, this was Jiang Chen trading with his past self. His past self was willing to trade, and so the transaction was deemed successful. He had been so exhausted. Thus, this was Jiang Chen trading with his past self. His past self was willing to trade, and so the transaction was deemed successful. Jiang Chen shook his head. The trader's ability was still quite far from 100. At that time, more information might be revealed. The tyrant, or what one might call a growth-type evolved zombie, was staring at the ground. On the ground lay a survivor it had just killed, along with a phone playing a short video. The video kept replaying. I tell you, my home is underground in the XX community of Jiangnan District, Ningjiang City. Ha ha, because the door to my underground base is. Just a moment ago, it was this survivor's loud video that attracted the attention of the tyrant. It must be known that ordinary zombies are much more sensitive to sound than sight, not to mention this special type of zombie. It directly found this survivor hiding in his home. Ding dong. A notification sound came from the phone. Ding dong. A notification sound came from the phone. Jiang Chen opened his phone to find someone had just Mysterious merchant, is that you? In the county under Ningjiang City, Chuanzhong County Lion Village, a thin boy of about 14 or 15, wearing black-framed glasses, nervously stared at his phone screen. The boy had just entered the third year of junior high and took a leave of absence due to illness, planning to return to the village to recuperate. As a result, he encountered the outbreak and was trapped at home. Now, the rural area not far from the city has a considerable population density. The village is filled with wandering zombies. Free-range chickens and ducks are left unattended and have jumped out of their coops. However, these zombies do not seem very interested in the chickens and ducks. They appear to have an appetite only for human flesh. It's me, what's wrong? Merchant, I don't know if you are real, but I really need your help to survive. What about the reward? Jiang Chen, as for the reward, my family doesn't have much money, but if you can save us, I would be willing to give you my life. We might have encountered a new type of zombie. I have never seen anything like it online. Don't worry, tell me more in detail. The bespectacled boy quietly extended his phone out the window and took a picture. In the picture, there was a cocoon that appeared to be over 3 meters tall, entirely blood red, with several extremely thick protrusions that looked like blood vessels wrapping around it. This cocoon was slowly pulsating, resembling a gigantic blood-red heart. What is this? Jiang Chen glanced at the photo sent from across the way, feeling a flicker of interest. Last time, his lackadaisical attitude led to a disappointingly low exploration score from the system. He probably missed some zombies as well. For example, Jiang Chen was still unclear about the reasons behind the military's failure before the reset. There must be some new type of indomitable zombie present, just like this blood cocoon in the photo. Jiang Chen had never seen anything like it last time, and it might just be the main reason for humanity's defeat. Send it over. He pondered for a moment and added, I mean the address. The blood cocoon passed Jiang Chen's interview, and he decided to meet this entity in person. He sent a message in the WeChat group informing the girls, and then his figure blurred as he sprinted into the distance. Tuan Village. This is a village situated in the mountains over 100 kilometers from Ningjiang City. A few years ago, the conditions for water and electricity were extremely poor. They relied on the mountains for food and water. However, in recent years, the authorities repaired the roads and connected the internet, gradually improving the living conditions in the village. 100 kilometers may seem far, but at Jiang Chen's speed, it would only take 5 or 6 minutes. However, being to the north of Ningjiang City, there were several mountains blocking the way, and taking the winding mountain road would definitely consume more time. With a slight exertion, Jiang Chen quickly soared hundreds of meters into the air. Bang! Crack! With every step, he climbed a mountain, his way of traveling being exceedingly wild. yet it was efficient. Soon Jiang Chen arrived at his destination looking at the massive blood cocoon before him. The cocoon pulsed slowly, faintly shimmering, as if breathing. Surrounding the blood cocoon, numerous zombies wandered about, but due to Jiang Chen's normal human ability, they either avoided him or stood dazedly in place. Jiang Chen tossed an observation towards the blood cocoon. Type leader, type evolution, zombie, strength 15, strong, speed 15, strong, physique 30, standard 15 minutes and 40 seconds. Until hatching, leader type zombies belong to an aberration perfectly adapting to the unknown source zombie virus, with only a minuscule chance of being born from ordinary infectees. Note, this hatching represents a leap in life tier, with a high probability of becoming a transcendent life form. What is this? Zombie King. Jiang Chen stroked his chin, a thoughtful expression crossing his face. Mysterious merchant. Not far away, a bespectacled youth was hiding behind a gap in the window, quietly calling out towards Jiang Chen. The boy had just witnessed Jiang Chen descending from the sky, the zombies completely ignoring him, and his eyes were filled with astonishment. It's me. Jiang Chen turned around, meeting the boy's astonished gaze. The Zombie King still had some time before it would appear. Jiang Chen was not in a rush to deal it a blow. Mysterious merchant, can you clear out the zombies in this village? The bespectacled boy knelt on the ground, clasping his hands, praying to Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen nodded. Then all gifts bestowed by fate have their prices marked in the shadows. What kind of price are you willing to pay? Merchant, I am willing to offer my soul. Please save our village. The bespectacled boy earnestly pleaded on his knees. Target for cardification detected. Proceed with cardification. A line of prompts suddenly appeared before Jiang Chen. There's such an operation. Can a person also be transformed into a card? He pondered and continued observing for a while as more prompts kept appearing. When a creature is completely submissive to you or has no capacity for resistance, it can be cardified into a card. Note, after cardifying a creature, if the creature dies in a non-card form, that card will also disappear. When a creature is preserved in card space, if the host dies, that card will not disappear, but will wait in card space for the host's return, so the liar has such a hidden function. Jiang Chen was somewhat speechless. This boy probably truly regarded him as a mysterious devil. They had only met for the first time, yet he was willing to sign a contract and offer his soul. No need to be so absurd. Do you have anything precious on your side, like something I might not have seen much or eaten before? Upon hearing this, the bespectacled boy recalled something. He walked into the house, where there were many freshly dug potatoes and farm eggs, among other local specialties. The bespectacled boy nervously took these items out, fearing Jiang Chen would be dissatisfied. Jiang Chen nodded. After all, he was just there to improve his trading skills and did not care much about actually obtaining rare items. He immediately cardified these local products at a glance. Seeing the mysterious merchant accept these items, the bespectacled boy was so excited that his heart was about to leap out. Great. We are saved. Jiang Chen ignored the boy's thoughts and whatever stories he had to tell. In this line of work, it is most taboo to develop feelings for clients. He leisurely walked to the side of the blood cocoon. By the way, this thing can't move. Does that mean it has already lost its capacity for resistance? Suddenly, Jiang Chen realized a blind spot. Without hesitation, he began to gaze intently at the cocoon. Cardification in progress, current progress 1. Cardification in progress, current progress 15. Cardification in progress, current progress 99. Cardification failed. System, I haven't scolded you in a long time. Are you itching for it? It felt like waiting for resources to load online for ages only to fail in the end. Jiang Chen was utterly frustrated. However, the reason was probably due to the low proficiency of the liar. The Pokeball level is insufficient. Since we cannot become friends, we can only be enemies. Jiang Chen murmured as he stared at the blood cocoon before him. If the blood cocoon had a system, it would probably display such a prompt. You have learned the basic rules of the apocalypse. Continuously battle against worthy opponents to hone your combat skills, defeat all enemies, and ascend to the throne of the Zombie King. Matching you with an opponent. Your opponent is high school student Jiang Chen. Try to defeat him. Crack. Suddenly, the enormous crimson blood cocoon ceased its quivering and cracks began to form. Thud. The sound of a heartbeat. A deafening heartbeat. It was as though someone was striking a massive drum, grand and heavy. A sense of oppression. The oppressive feeling seemed to have solidified into a tangible force emanating from the blood cocoon in wave after wave, like an encroaching tide. It was suffocating. The bespectacled young boy was utterly paralyzed by fear, unable even to stand, his face reflecting sheer. He had previously thought that the mysterious merchant was already powerful enough, descending from the heavens and making even the zombies ignore him. But this blood cocoon seemed even more terrifying. He could even see that the ordinary zombies surrounding the blood cocoon had all knelt down as if they were welcoming something. Yes, it was the king of zombies. Only the emperor of the undead could inspire such a scene, right? It's over. This was the sole thought left in the boy's mind. Jiang Chen was in no hurry. What pressure? He felt nothing at all. Moreover, the reason those zombies could kneel down was entirely due to the fact that they were over 10 meters away from Jiang Chen. Quite the impressive display. Jiang Chen shook his head, feeling that every weakling had quite the flair for drama. He still had to learn from these predecessors in this regard. Finally, the zombie king suddenly tore open the blood cocoon, fully revealing its form before Jiang Chen's eyes. What surprised Jiang Chen was that the physique of this zombie was surprisingly normal, neither possessing exaggeratedly large muscles nor resembling the speed-type evolved zombies that were as thin as a stick. Its muscles were well-proportioned and smooth. Aside from being approximately 2.5 meters tall with dark blue skin, it was similar to an ordinary person. Leader-type evolved zombie. Strength, 50 extraordinary. Speed, 25 very strong. Physique, 35 very strong. The zombie king opened its eyes, gazing at this strange new world before it. It quickly discovered that apart from the ordinary zombies, there was also a boy standing still in place. His eyes were half closed as if he had just woken up. You. Who are you? Upon seeing Jiang Chen, this zombie did not rush to attack. Instead, it surprisingly emitted a sound similar to human speech. Though it was still quite stiff, Jiang Chen was taken aback. No wonder the military had failed in his previous life. It was not just the presence of extraordinary level zombies. More importantly, this zombie possessed a considerable degree of intelligence, even able to communicate. I am just an unnamed passerby who happened to walk by. Jiang Chen spoke candidly. The zombie king tilted its head in confusion and asked why. Do you not run upon seeing me? Because I am not afraid. What? Not afraid. Not afraid. Means not afraid. The leader type evolved. It began to doubt its existence. Oh, was humanity really so difficult to comprehend? Why did none of its remaining memories reflect such an impression? Could it be that its intelligence had not evolved enough? Forget it, just die? The zombie king waved its hand, commanding the ordinary zombies nearby to devour this peculiar human. Upon hearing the leader's command, the ordinary zombies immediately stood up and began charging towards the boy in the distance. The zombie king calmly observed this scene, hoping to see panic and fear on the boy's face. However, for the second time, something bewildering occurred. As soon as the zombies under its command entered a certain distance from the boy, they suddenly halted. They stood frozen in place. A few even directly avoided this range and wandered off elsewhere. Your subordinates are quite impressive, but now they belong to me. Seeing this situation, Jiang Chen made a teasing remark. Roar, roar. The leader-type evolved zombie grew anxious. It began to howl incessantly, trying to summon more zombies. In just a moment, countless zombies rushed in from the village. Then the newly summoned zombies also similarly halted about 10 meters from Jiang Chen, forming a surrounding circle. It seems this is all there is. Your turn is over, and now it's my turn. Jiang Chen took a step forward, and the ordinary zombies retreated a step. With each of his steps, the zombies mirrored him as if they were dancing the cha-cha. This scene was extremely comical. The zombie king looked on, its eyes filled with confusion and bewilderment. What was happening in this world? Were there still rules for the undead? Was there still law? However, after Jiang Chen's upgrade as a normal human, some zombies reverted to their pre-apocalyptic state. He let out a soft sigh. Before him, a vast area of shimmering air appeared. The horde of zombies instantly collapsed to the ground, revealing the zombie king behind, who was questioning its very existence. Why did this scenario not align with its expectations? Wasn't it supposed to be invincible upon emergence, dominating the world, defeating all foes, and finally sitting alone on the throne? At the very least, it should have been a continuous battle, growing stronger. Even powerful enemies should not have been frightening, as it would keep evolving step by step toward the pinnacle. What in the world was going on now? Boss blocking the newbie village. This is ridiculous. The zombie king breathed heavily. Upon seeing the young boy before him, an inexplicable emotion of fear arose within. Just now it was one thing that the zombies he summoned were blocked. These ordinary zombies had low combat power and were merely cannon fodder. However, it was Jiang Chen's slight display of power that truly terrified the zombie king. With its vision, it could only vaguely see that this boy had sliced a sword at an astonishing speed. Then the sword light instantly reached the horde of zombies, causing all their heads to evaporate into thin air. Based on its self-awareness, it knew it could not avoid this, and in its current form, it could hardly withstand it. Jiang Chen was getting closer to it. The zombie king could no longer contain itself and let out a furious roar. Roar. An interesting scene unfolded for Jiang Chen. Moments ago, he had thought this zombie was close to human form, neither fat nor thin. Now this leader-type evolved zombie began to inexplicably swell. Its originally dark blue skin stretched, revealing a blood-red interior as its muscles began to inflate massively. It was like puffed food reacting to high temperatures. Its limbs rapidly enlarged, the muscle mass increasing by 1, 2, all the way to 7 or 8 times. The muscle mass had increased by 7 or 8 times, and its limbs thickened to 3 times their original size. The thickest part of its upper arm was nearing 1 meter. Its height had also soared to about 6 or 7 meters, covered in thick, knotted blood vessels. The thickness of its limbs was comparable to the dragons from Western fantasy anime, and beneath its blued skin lay astonishing explosive power. Oh, there's a second form. I previously thought you zombies had changed your ways and were no longer evolving to higher forms. It turns out you are the pinnacle. Jiang Chen shook his head. The zombie king cautiously fixed its gaze on the tiny human before it. Now having paid the price to reveal its extraordinary form, it was confident it could withstand the previous sword light. This was a skill it had learned naturally after breaking free from its cocoon. It named it the Celestial Demon Transformation. Human, I have unleashed my ultimate state, greatly enhancing my power, speed, and defense. Withstanding your ultimate sword light is not difficult. The zombie king's voice started off a bit awkward, but quickly picked up speed. If we continue to fight, we will only suffer mutual destruction. Therefore, you can claim this territory, and I promise not to step into your territory, even a single step. It paused for a moment before continuing. If you leave now, no one will be harmed. Jiang Chen glanced at the zombie panel provided by the observer. He found that the zombie stats had not changed at all. It seemed the observer's evaluation had already accounted for hidden abilities, and Jiang Chen had had this panel for quite some time. He also realized that the numbers on this panel were not precise values, but rather an estimate similar to a combat power system. Otherwise, if human standard strength is 10 and his current strength is 98, would 9 ordinary people really be able to match him in an arm wrestling contest? Clearly not. Not to mention 9, even 90,000 would not be enough for him to take down in a single punch. Let me correct a misconception. This is not my ultimate sword light. I haven't even named it yet. If I had to describe it, Jiang Chen pondered for a moment. Perhaps calling it a basic attack would be more appropriate. Basic attack. The leader type evolved zombie's memory was severely fragmented, clearly not understanding the meaning of this term. Talking further is pointless. If you want to fight, then let's fight. I was born a king, and even if I am not your match now, in the future, I will give you time to catch up until you can no longer see me. Jiang Chen rubbed his forehead, feeling that many people had a misconception. What future? Is there any future if we are just fantasizing here? He continued to approach the zombie. To be honest, Jiang Chen completely overwhelmed it in every aspect. Once he made his move, this zombie would have no chance whatsoever. He just wanted to test his abilities. The zombie king saw the boy silent, seemingly mulling over its words, and a faint smile appeared at the corner of its mouth. What did it matter how strong the enemy was? It was born for battle, and even if it could not win, it could always escape, right? Jiang Chen was now within. In the next second, the zombie king could no longer smile. It realized it seemed to be unable to move at all. Without any forewarning, without the slightest bit of defense, it stood nearly 7 meters tall, about 2 to 3 stories high. Could it really not move at all? Moving a single finger was quite difficult. Strangely, the zombie king felt an urge to type. It suddenly remembered that before it became a zombie, it was a keyboard warrior who enjoyed pontificating online. It seems this halo of mine works on you as well. Jiang Chen walked up to the leader type evolved zombie, looking up at it, and found that this giant was completely frozen. Its body trembled slightly, as if resisting the capabilities of a normal person. But unfortunately, it had no effect. By the way, let's try the plague dagger. With a thought, a dagger that looked like neither stone nor stone, colored in dark green, appeared in his hand. This dagger was too small. He had previously tried to enhance it with a zombie crystal core. He found that it had made no sound, perhaps because the zombie crystal core was too low grade. After all, this dagger was already of blue quality. He had killed so many zombies with a green quality ordinary long sword and had only enhanced it 36 times. Let alone the plague dagger. The dark green dagger easily sank into the zombie's knee. Soon a green hue spread across the zombie at a visible speed. In just about 10 seconds, the entire body of the zombie king turned green. Oh! With the leader type evolved zombie scream. This towering 6-meter body instantly began to melt, and after 20 seconds it had turned into a puddle of green liquid. Splash! With the sound of an item dropping into the puddle, the newly born zombie king was left with only a deep green zombie crystal core. Is this exaggerated? It feels like annihilating a corpse should be quite useful. Jiang Chen commented, picking up the zombie crystal core from the green liquid. Fortunately, this dagger has poison resistance, otherwise it would indeed be easy to hurt myself. Zombie crystal core green quality can be shattered for strengthening objects. A peculiar crystal formed after low-level humans were influenced by high-level beings. Jiang Chen nodded slightly. It was evident that the apocalypse of this world stemmed from that high-level being hovering above. It had appeared above Earth in an instant, seemingly from nowhere. The consequence was that in that moment the world turned green and countless humans randomly transformed into zombies. Chaos ensued and order collapsed. The influence of that green giant was not related to sunlight. It indiscriminately affected everyone. Those who could withstand the influence would not turn into zombies, while those who couldn't would perish in the first wave. Jiang Chen contemplated silently, a long-standing question emerging in his heart. Since the entire Earth has been affected with sunlight turning green, why is the moonlight still normal? On the other side, seeing Jiang Chen easily handle this gigantic creature, which was 6 to 7 meters tall and capable of blocking out the sun, left the bespectacled boy in a state of extreme shock. This battle, or rather this overwhelming display, completely shattered his understanding. On one side stood the seemingly king of zombies commanding thousands of undead, while on the other was a high school student who appeared to be around 17 or 18 years old. The disparity in their appearances was absurd. Not to mention the terrifying creature suddenly grew to 6 or 7 meters tall, as if it had powered up like a character from an anime. One could only imagine its combat prowess soaring to an extreme level. To his astonishment, it was effortlessly dealt with by the mysterious merchant, its body dissolving into a pool of green water. Who exactly is the boss here? In the distance, Jiang Chen waved to the bespectacled boy, indicating that the transaction was complete. Then a loud bang erupted like thunder. That figure leaped away as if flying. There really are deities. The bespectacled boy regained his senses and hurried to reply to every comment on the thread Jiang Chen had posted online. Although the mysterious merchant did not require his soul, he still wanted to show his gratitude as much as possible. Eventually, thanks to the boy's relentless efforts, some people began to believe and tried to contact Jiang Chen. In just one afternoon, Jiang Chen received no fewer than 10 requests. Fortunately, he worked quickly and each task didn't take long. His proficiency as a trader steadily increased. Jiang Chen also received many items that people considered. There was an array of items such as gold bars withdrawn from the bank, freshly collected fine jade antiques, and even exquisite chess sets of considerable value. Of course, not all customers were so wealthy. Jiang Chen generally accepted items according to their worth. This time he found a young mother with a child at the same spot as before the restart. Jiang Chen left a substantial amount of supplies for the mother and child, and amidst her heartfelt thanks, he also took the opportunity to clear away the remaining zombies around. Although he did not receive any tangible items from the young mother, he still gained a proficiency boost. This was a transaction with his sorrowful self from before the restart. To make up for regrets, he was naturally willing. In his previous life, Jiang Chen had encountered a middle-aged man. After enhancing his physique, his memory improved significantly, coupled with exceptional eyesight. Fortune smiled upon him as he located the man's home nearby. Jiang Chen lightly leaped across to the opposite high-rise and found the middle-aged man's family of 4 inside. A middle-aged couple, an elderly woman, and a young girl who looked to be around elementary school age. Mom, stop nagging. I know your decision was wise. Taking Jia to pick up the child early allowed our family of 4 to survive and not become those monstrous eaters. I'm glad you recognize my wisdom. Now you should also listen to me and let the child do her homework. What if the apocalypse passes and the child falls behind in her studies? All right, I will listen to you. The middle-aged man replied helplessly. The little girl looked like she wanted to cry. Even as the world was on the verge of destruction, she still had to do homework. Was this really how it was supposed to be? Jiang Chen watched this warm scene and nodded inwardly. It's quite good. The changes made before the apocalypse have indeed, as I predicted, caused a butterfly effect, altering many things. It was precisely because of Jiang Chen's previous high profile at school that the police took notice of this exaggerated scene and later learned about the apocalypse. Afterward, the national machinery began to operate, protecting the water and power networks while also warning many people. This allowed lives that should have been engulfed by the apocalypse to continue living well. Jiang Chen secretly tossed in a few supply cards before leaving. As a trader, you made a transaction with your past self, compensating for regrets from the past. Proficiency 9. Proficiency reached 80, a random card reward issued. You obtained a point card. Rumors about the mysterious merchant rapidly spread. Because Jiang Chen sought to increase his proficiency, many people were able to see his figure and bowed in awe. This became known as a miracle. Meanwhile, many new rumors continued to emerge, chaotic and increasingly absurd. A deity has descended. Only by serving the deity devoutly can we attain redemption. The end of the age of magic is approaching. Spiritual energy will revive. Those zombies became zombies because they couldn't accept the spiritual energy. But we haven't been transformed by spiritual energy. We absolutely have the talent for cultivation. The future will be a brand new era. A young man was filming while drinking water. Beside him was his robust roommate. Wow, it's so hot. My body feels warm. Am I about to awaken my powers? Jega, how did you get here? Jiang Chen didn't check his phone. Instead, he focused today's points on speed. Character normal person, solidified bystander, solidified trader, proficiency 80. Name Jiang Chen. Strength 98, first stage. Speed 50, extraordinary. Physique 58, extraordinary. Now Jiang Chen's dimensions were already above the extraordinary level. Unlike the previous dull point allocations, after Jiang Chen's speed reached the extraordinary level, a refreshing sensation instantly coursed through his entire being. This feeling was extraordinarily wonderful. It was as if he had shed the mortal coil and been reborn. Jiang Chen's senses had sharpened by at least 30%. His body felt incredibly light, as if he could leap into the sky with a single bound. Jiang Chen decided to test his current speed slightly. He gently tapped the ground with his toes and took a light breath of air. In a flash, he had arrived 1,000 meters away. It was as if he had teleported. Now I can be called an extraordinary life form, right? Jiang Chen murmured. Unlike Jiang Chen's smooth progress, the army's actions were repeatedly hindered. Ordinary zombies were manageable. A single bullet would send them to their demise. Even the strength-type, evolved zombies could not withstand too many bullets when faced with a small group from the army, allowing the survivors to be rescued quickly. However, what troubled the army was the speed-type, evolved zombies, which moved too quickly for ordinary firearms to lock onto. Occasionally, there would be casualties among the soldiers. The army was already short on manpower, and this situation made it even more difficult. This was still under the condition that most of the zombies in the city had been cleared by missiles, resulting in a relatively low number. In the quarantine camp, several soldiers on break were sitting on the ground chatting. They all wore green camouflage uniforms. One soldier older with a scruffy beard had a blade of grass in his mouth. It feels like the rescue progress is a bit slow. There's nothing we can do. Many zombies are blocked inside residential buildings, and the hallways are narrow. We can't just use an RPG, can we? By the way, old Xing, have you heard about the recent online sensation known as the mysterious person? What? It was said that on the first day of the zombie outbreak, someone took a few girls for a walk in the apocalypse. The next day, someone slaughtered zombies as if they were mere ants, and on the third day, the soldier didn't finish his sentence. Professor Bite. Everyone stood up looking at the bespectacled old man in a white lab coat. You come here for a moment. The three soldiers were puzzled, but they still respected the intellectual figure of the old man, especially since Professor Bai always had a serious demeanor that intimidated people. Old Xing, with his scruffy beard, threw the grass to the ground and followed the old man into the military base building. What do you think this is about? Some soldiers felt uneasy and whispered, "Hey, who cares? We aren't afraid of dying, even if Professor Bai wants us to participate in some biological experiments. As long as we can save the people, it's worth it." Hearing old Xing's words, the soldiers nodded solemnly. The situation was indeed dire. On the third day of the apocalypse, many survivors had reached their limit without water. Although Professor Bai was old, his hearing was sharp. He curled his lip. He had already noticed that these soldiers had too much imagination, even thinking about biological experiments. Wasn't there enough lab rats? At the beginning, someone even suggested whether they should try swallowing zombie crystals to see if they could awaken superpowers. Even if it failed, it would only result in one death. These soldiers with nothing to do thought about sacrifice, about being recovered by their comrades, about dying in battle and becoming heroes. Professor Bai despised unnecessary sacrifices. What good is it to rely on human lives for everything when they have these expert scholars and intellectuals? Professor Bai finally stopped looking at the dark room before him, then turned back to the uneasy soldiers and turned. What appeared before everyone was several pure black exoskeleton armors. Old Xing and the others had used exoskeletons during combat training, but due to various limitations in solo combat and material issues, they had rarely used them recently. Professor Bai, what is this? It's an exoskeleton. Haven't you trained with these before? The soldiers were still confused, but old Xing asked, "Professor, this exoskeleton has many drawbacks. Isn't it a bit? Stop talking nonsense, put it on and try it out." With Professor Bai's exasperated expression, everyone put on the exoskeleton. Then he picked up a steel knife from the nearby control table and struck old Xing hard. Clang! Crack! Professor Bai, still strong despite his age, delivered a swift and forceful blow. When old Xing looked back in confusion, he found that the steel knife had shattered into several pieces. What the heck? Why is this exoskeleton so tough? Old Xing muttered in disbelief. He hardly felt any vibration. Not only that, if you press the button on the right side, enhanced swords and knives will come out incredibly sharp. At close range, especially against the fast-moving types of zombies, you will be invincible. That's amazing. Everyone wearing the exoskeleton felt invigorated. This would make rescuing the survivors in the residential buildings much simpler. All right, Professor Bai shook his head helplessly. When can you all participate in the rescue operation? Professor, I can participate in the battle right now. The soldiers replied in unison. Watching the backs of the departing soldiers, Professor Bai felt a bit of relief, but his face remained stern. I really have to thank that young friend. If it weren't for him, we probably would have taken a while longer to figure out the actual function of the zombie crystals. Meanwhile, Jiang Chen returned home and started preparing dinner. Today they would eat oil-braised prawns, and Xue Qingqiu was eager to provide everyone with more protein. After dinner, Jiang Chen and the girls headed to the family theater on the basement level. It was indeed a luxury. The audiovisual experience was exceptional. The girls felt quite indulged. Although last night's comedy had an average storyline, they enjoyed it thoroughly because they had. Additionally, the family theater was much smaller than the other rooms, which brought everyone closer together. Jiang Chen, what do you want to watch? Chu Siyue turned on the projector, watching the light and shadow dance on the screen. Her first reaction was to ask Jiang Chen about his preferences. How about watching an anime? Jiang Chen suggested. I've watched 3000 episodes of anime. Oh, which anime storyline do you like the most? Storyline? What storyline? Jiang Chen pondered for a moment. I don't watch for the storyline. Chu Siue was momentarily bewildered. Wait, what anime do you watch then? Jiang Chen fell silent. Chu Siue. In the end, everyone decided to watch a movie that Jiang Chen might like, Transformers. After all, just yesterday the girls had rejected Jiang Chen's suggestion to watch a zombie film. Who would watch a zombie movie in a biochemical apocalypse? As the film slowly started screening, Jiang Chen suddenly remembered that he hadn't summoned an ordinary mount in a long time. Since using one once before the apocalypse, he had primarily relied on himself for travel. Of course, his current speed was much faster than that of a sports car. Things have certainly changed a lot. The cataclysm had made Jiang Chen less laid back. Fortunately, through recent explorations of his identity and abilities, he had developed some ideas on how to unravel this greenhead mystery. Time flies, things change. Jiang Chen sighed. Hearing his words, the girls couldn't help but nod. They had never imagined that one day an apocalypse would descend upon them. Even Jiang Chen would have such sentiments. He seemed so powerful, as if he had never taken the apocalypse seriously. The girls reflected inwardly. You guys say, Jiang Chen pondered for a moment and continued to ask, if a mechanic goes to Cybertron, would they become? The women exclaimed, we were just worried whether you had something on your mind, so this is how you play, huh? They ignored the bewildered expressions of the group. Jiang Chen's face was serious as he posed a new question. Does Optimus Prime get lonely and call for a ride? Would he be considered looking for a divorced woman on second-hand car platforms? Soon Jiang Chen shook his head. No, that doesn't fit. Given Optimus Prime's image in the movies, he seems like a serious car. Would he buy model cars? Essentially toys. On another note, if Optimus Prime went to a car dealership, would he think Ascension is a scam? No, it seems he already knows. But he never says anything. Ha ha, can he really hold that in? Hockey, you are truly terrifying. Jiang Chen's string of confusing statements left the women utterly flabbergasted. Is this the thought process of a normal person? Should we hire a sage for this villa? Have you ever? Chu Siue carefully considered her words before cautiously asking, visited a psychiatric hospital? Yes, I even learned how to slay gods in the psychiatric hospital. Jiang Chen replied nonchalantly. Bewilderment begets bewilderment, and here we are. The women were completely bewildered. A night passed in silence. Everyone was speechless. Jiang Chen woke up early. I've indeed changed. Do I no longer sleep in? He sighed and took out his identity card, preparing to check his status today. Role: normal person, fixed bystander, fixed trader, 100 proficiency, fixed fun seeker. The illustration on the identity card had changed to that of an abstract clown. Fun seeker. Finally, it's my day to shine. Jiang Chen was excited. The past few days had been exhausting, constantly hustling to improve his proficiency. Today he could finally relax. As for why his trader status had already reached 100 proficiency, it was naturally because Jiang Chen was compensating for past regrets. In his previous life, the women never gathered together. Their living conditions were dire, with Qin Lan and Yu Kursin having genuinely experienced hunger. On the 8th day, when Jiang Chen woke up, everyone remained in yesterday. He felt regret and sadness. Even electronic pets, after a few days of care, evoke some feelings. But this time, everyone was alive and they had food and drink. They could hear Jiang Chen's abstract musings, which lightened their mood considerably. Even if the world were to end, everyone could huddle together for warmth. It's not because I enjoy being abstract, I'm simply humorous. I just wanted to lighten the somber atmosphere in a world on the brink of collapse. Jiang Chen began to feel moved by himself. I am truly considerate, deeply touching, and I am just this kind-hearted boy with a cold face and a warm heart full of sunshine. Silently contributing, warming them for an entire day. Yu Kursin woke up groggily, seemingly hearing Jiang Chen talking. Warming what? It's nothing, Jiang Chen explained. I just feel warm being close to you. We aren't even hugging. Did you secretly? Yu Kursin was left perplexed. After saying that, Jiang Chen opened his phone. He was preparing to improve his proficiency. Fun seekers, according to Jiang Chen's previous understanding, could increase their proficiency by experiencing various emotions, both positive and negative. He began posting on social media. On the other side, at a military base, a newly established department called Jiang Chen Observation Group was created as the military planned to closely monitor Jiang Chen. This young man is too mysterious. Every action seems to convey an unfathomable depth. Report. The target has posted on social media. Quickly, what did he post? Wang Jian, the head of this group, hurriedly stepped forward to take the phone from a team member. Jiang Chen posted. I hear say post on social media can be reached through adding a comma, making it hard for others to read slowly. Wang Jian was left speechless. The others in the group were equally baffled. Wang Jian and his teammates exchanged baffled glances. Wang Jian quickly opened his phone, discovering that Jiang Chen had indeed posted another message. Currently, there is a mechanism on social media where if the text exceeds 6 lines, the remaining content gets hidden. Wang Jian saw the beginning of Jiang Chen's post and was struck by a line, just like that past midnight, not a single person wished me a happy birthday. Wang Jian's heart skipped a beat. He panicked, realizing he had forgotten this boy's birthday. Oh no, this boy won't be upset about not receiving birthday wishes and become discontent with the world, will he? He quickly clicked to read more. Maybe today isn't my birthday. What the hell? If it's not your birthday, why post about it? Are you out of your mind? Can this job continue? I might need to apply for work injury compensation. Wang Jian was nearly driven to the point of vomiting blood. As a jester, you sensed Wang Jian's negative emotions identity proficiency. One Jiang Chen felt a bit pleased. The feeling of gaining proficiency without stepping outside was exhilarating. He could clearly sense his mental range expanding. 100 meters, 102 meters. It continued to grow until around 130 meters before gradually coming to a halt. Jiang Chen stroked his chin. He subconsciously wanted to tease his electronic pet. He had gotten used to it. Wait, the last time I had nothing to do was because I had no internet, but this time I do. Jiang Chen suddenly realized directly opening his phone. Yesterday, after revealing his power, countless people had come seeking him. The post was wildly popular, even inexplicably gaining over 10,000 followers. It was evident that even in such a challenging apocalypse, many people were still surviving. The base number was simply too large. God, please come save me, I believe you can save the world. Jiang Chen saw someone post this. If he remembered correctly, this person had shouted for Jiang Chen to call him dad yesterday, but now they had changed their tune. After all, yesterday the vast majority had reacted with distrust, even scoffing, believing Jiang Chen to be nothing but a clown in this apocalypse. Only a few dozen people believed and attempted to message Jiang Chen. To gain proficiency, he didn't hold back. It was an easy task. At his current speed, he could almost dash 1,000 meters per second. In such a small place as Ningjing City, it was too easy to take action. Have you awakened superpowers? You should act more to protect the weak. Mysterious merchant, I want to place an order. Savior, come save me. I'm about to die, hurry up and come. Don't you know that with great power comes great responsibility? Jiang Chen thought for a moment, was he morally blackmailing them? He opened a new post. The mysterious merchant is closed for today. Thank you all for your support. The shop will reopen on another day, stay tuned. Soon as he posted, countless people flocked to him. Many netizens, upon realizing that Jiang Chen was indeed not running this mysterious shop, began to curse him, deeming him cold-hearted and unfeeling, claiming he had the ability but chose not to act. Jiang Chen felt no fluctuations in his heart. In fact, he was a bit amused. As a jester, you stirred the emotions of survivors, sensing the negative emotions from XXX identity proficiency. One, as a jester, you stirred the emotions of survivors, sensing the negative emotions from XXX identity proficiency. 1. Thank goodness for the internet, I can gain proficiency without stepping outside. Jiang Chen stretched, feeling a bit sleepy. Dinner's ready. Yu Kerson's melodious voice interrupted Jiang Chen's thoughts of a quick nap. Others had not yet risen, only Jiang Chen and she were awake. Seeing Jiang Chen playing on his phone, Yu Kerson suddenly wanted to make breakfast. Although she wasn't very good at cooking, she could manage breakfast. Coming, Jiang Chen replied and walked into the living room. On the table lay 2 servings of breakfast, likely sandwiches or something similar. They looked exquisite, seemingly more complicated than what Aunt Bai had made before. He took a bite and found it indeed had a richer flavor and included some things he had never eaten before. What is this? Avocado and egg open-faced sandwich. Yu Kerson answered directly without hesitation. It has a bit of cherry and tomato, oh right, and avocado puree. All right. Jiang Chen nodded. This touched on his knowledge blind spot. Damn, he had never eaten avocado. After finishing breakfast, Jiang Chen opened the comments section only to find it was in chaos. Many people were scolding him, even some who were far from Ningjing City. On the other side of Ningjing City, a young man with tattoos was cowering in the bathroom. Damn it, if I had known yesterday, I wouldn't have mocked this fool. There really are people who gain superpowers, and instead of ruling the apocalypse, they open some trivial shop. Especially today, he just quit. When I needed you the most, you decide to quit. The tattooed man glanced at the crack in the door, seemingly unable to spot the zombie. He patted his chest, wanting to continue cursing Jiang Chen online. The next moment, crack. A razor-sharp claw suddenly pierced through the bathroom door, startling the tattooed man. No, it can't be. Help! Help me! An incredibly piercing scream echoed from the bathroom. Big sister, the mysterious merchant they're talking about should be that boy we encountered that day, right? A muscular woman with a scar on her face glanced at the young man who posed the question and sighed. Xiao Wu, it should be him. Human nature is like this: favor for a favor, grievances for grievances. It's not about having little, but about not sharing equally. Just don't know if this boy can bear such a heavy burden. He looks quite young. They'll message him for support. After all, it's a kindness for him to help others, but it's his duty not to help. Xiao Wu quickly said. In village, a thin boy with black-framed glasses was also voicing his support online. Thanks to Jiang Chen, their village had hardly any zombies left. He even found his mother. Hang in there. I believe you won't be crushed by public opinion. The bespectacled boy burped. Jiang Chen comfortably burped after a satisfying meal. He glanced at the bottom of his post, which was now in an uproar with many cursing him for his lack of responsibility and humanity. Jiang Chen pondered and then posted again. This time the post only had 2 words he. Instantly the number of insults increased. The corners of Jiang Chen's mouth turned upwards, feeling delighted. Laughing to death, he felt no pressure at all. This was all about proficiency. In less than an hour today's jester proficiency had already surpassed the usual amount. Could it be? Jiang Chen stroked his chin. Am I really a jester? Otherwise how could I gain proficiency so quickly? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. I am a bright and cheerful boy. Jiang Chen looked at the character card where a new title suddenly appeared in the identity section. Leisure Maker Proficiency 100 confirmed. He closed his eyes and his consciousness began to extend infinitely. The ability of a leisure maker indeed provides a mental boost, as enjoying leisure requires a good mindset. Jiang Chen's spirit began to spread in all directions. After the proficiency of the leisure maker identity reached 100, although it couldn't replace the naked eye and was not as clear, it could ignore obstacles, allowing him to vaguely see even underground. This way I won't have to worry about someone using Earth Escape to launch a surprise attack. Jiang Chen thought silent. His consciousness continued to expand. In the underground home theater, Chu Siyue had just woken up. Upon waking, she looked towards Jiang Chen's location only to find that the boy's figure was already gone. A hint of disappointment flashed in her eyes. Jiang Chen paid no attention to what the electronic pet was thinking and continued to experiment with his abilities. There was no need to be physically present. His consciousness could easily pass through walls, which was extremely convenient. However, the underground soil was more resistant than the air. His consciousness swept past the villa, expanding further away. 100 meters, 200 meters, 1,000 meters. My current mental range is about 1,000 meters, which means Jiang Chen's gaze flickered. Within this 1,000 meters I can strike wherever I point. Weapons can be summoned back at any moment, and I can directly use the ordinary longsword for regular small monsters, while the plague dagger can be used for the powerful ones. He shook his head. Currently, it seems there are no strong zombies in this world. If Jiang Chen seriously swung a sword, it would surely be a guaranteed kill. Jiang Chen's consciousness shifted slightly. Suddenly, countless cards enveloped his figure. Gray, white, green, blue. Various colored cards swirled around him. During this time, even without deliberately accumulating, the gray resource cards have become frighteningly abundant. Jiang Chen leaned back, and countless cards flew behind him, lifting him up. Is there such a way to play? But I guess I still can't lift myself to fly freely. My mental level has indeed improved significantly, and also, Jiang Chen leaned against the air, his eyes locking onto the only blue card among these. It was exceptionally eye-catching. Plague dagger. Jiang Chen manifested it. The blade of this dagger seemed to be made of metal, yet strangely it resembled jade, shimmering with a mysterious dark green hue. The hilt was made from an unknown beast's horn, rugged in form, as though it had been passed down from an ancient era. Jiang Chen's gaze shifted slightly as he made contact with the dagger. Suddenly his consciousness was pulled into a space. A desolate voice echoed. I pay my respects, my lord. Who are you? Jiang Chen realized that this plague dagger likely possessed intelligence. I am a dagger, and I have no name. Speak plainly. I have no name, master. I never expected this dagger to actually have intelligence. Why didn't you show yourself before? My lord, the spirit of the dagger seemed to hesitate for a moment before continuing. I was in a deep slumber for too long, my consciousness hazy. When your divine intent touched me, I awoke from my dreams. Jiang Chen then nodded in realization. So it turns out my previous mental power was insufficient, causing only a small part of the dagger's abilities to be unlocked. He leaped out of the villa, quickly moving to the rooftop of a tall building. This system is indeed becoming more and more mysterious. Jiang Chen sighed and continued to connect with the dagger. He asked, do you absolutely obey my commands? Of course, where my lords will lead, I will venture through fire and water without hesitation. Jiang Chen nodded, picked up the dagger, and pointed at the green-head creature in the sky. You go eliminate that green giant. The plague dagger fell silent. After a moment it spoke again. With the master's command the dagger will comply, but I fear I may not be able to return to see you again, which is truly sorrowful. The plague dagger floated in midair, the blade trembling slightly. Farewell, my lord. Then the plague dagger began to ascend rapidly, clearly targeting the green giant. Forget it. Jiang Chen shook his head. Just as the plague dagger ascended to over 1,000 meters, he suddenly recalled it. A blue card instantly returned to his hand. At a glance, you clearly can't defeat that thing. If you can't win and choose not to escape, why push forward? Is there something wrong with your head? My lord, Jiang Chen shook his head. Clearly the dagger would not return after attacking the green giant. Otherwise it wouldn't be so reluctant. That's right, it's a 6th-tier creature. With Jiang Chen's current power at the 1st tier, his combat strength was extraordinarily terrifying, making him virtually invincible in this world, let alone against a 6th-tier opponent. That would be a battle of star-level power. Jiang Chen silently lamented. This was almost beyond numerical resolution. This world seems destined for destruction. All human love, hate, and grievances will cease to exist. Those filled with anger, such as netizens cursing Jiang Chen for inaction, those filled with joy, like civilians just rescued by the army, those filled with sorrow, like survivors who just lost loved ones, all will be suddenly erased on the seventh day. There is no reason nor any ability to resist. This is an incredibly despairing world. Is everyone really going to die? Really? I don't believe it. Jiang Chen was never pessimistic. He might occasionally be unoptimistic, but he was never pessimistic. Jiang Chen looked up at the sky, the head of the sixth-tier life form appearing semi-transparent in his eyes, spanning the entire firmament. He wondered if it was just his illusion. It seemed that after his mental power had increased, the head appeared clearer in his vision. He returned to the villa. The women had already woken up, and some had even noticed the moments Jiang Chen had shared on social media. Unfortunately, the proficiency for Fun Seeker had increased too quickly, reaching 100 before the women could even put in their effort. Reaching the proficiency target also granted him 5 cards. 1 attribute card, and 4 thank you for your patronage cards. Logically, I should still retain some of the luck from Lucky 1, so why do I feel like a non-lucky person? Jiang Chen pondered silently. Since he could not earn points after the restart, it dashed one of his previous thoughts, saving all his points until the day of the Lucky 1 for a chance at multiple 10 draws. He was likely to draw something good. The dog apocalypse is indeed quite challenging. After that, the day seemed to be fast-forwarded with meals and sleep. He watched the women do exercises. Since they couldn't go outside, they could only exercise in this manner. Fortunately, the internet was available and Qin Lan had already prepared the exercise video. The language teacher instantly transformed into a physical education teacher. Qin Lan's body curve was breathtaking, causing the women to gulp. Jiang Chen, however, did not join the exercises. With his strong physique, he didn't need to work out. Some might wonder how this lazy young man became so strong. It was simply through effort and sweat. Jiang Chen materialized a lounge chair, leisurely closing his eyes to enjoy this moment of relaxation. Ding dong. Suddenly a message notification sounded. Jiang Chen opened his phone, feeling puzzled as he had already turned off private messages for his posts. As for the micro-message moments, most of his friends were already here. Is it really a trending push? Jiang Chen looked at the message interface on his phone. There was a shocking notification that read, surprising. A zombie emperor appears abroad, capable of commanding hordes of zombies. This is the last footage of the survivor before death. In the midst of countless skyscrapers atop the tallest landmark stood a zombie approximately 3 meters tall, with a slender build and dark blue muscles ruling over the urban landscape. In the next moment, it suddenly roared loudly. Roar! The sound was piercing, and the videographer was evidently startled, dropping his phone to the ground. He hurriedly picked it up and looked out the window, discovering countless zombies gathering towards that tall building. Whether they were strength-type or speed-type zombies, or even tank-type zombies, they seemed to have heard the command. Countless zombies congregated beneath the building, looking up at the tall figure above. Then this zombie emperor moved, jumping between buildings while emitting a piercing roar. The horde of zombies began to follow it, rushing off into the distance. The zombie tide had formed. The video suddenly cut off as if new zombies had invaded the survivor's room. Isn't this the zombie king? Jiang Chen shook his head. Although the information provided by onlookers states that the probability of this zombie appearing is very low, the base is too large. Billions of people globally, there might be a second one. However, I didn't expect this leader-type evolved zombie to be so timid in front of me, yet so aggressive outside. Come to think of it, why are there still trending push notifications? Jiang Chen fell into thought. He soon surmised it must be an official matter. Only the authorities could allow those survivors to keep chatting online. Otherwise, the review process alone might have blocked everything. Order seems to be returning. A question whispered in places beyond Jiang Chen's knowledge. The wounded machinery of the state was already spinning back into motion. This apocalypse had begun with high difficulty and only grew harsher. The final cataclysm seemed almost insoluble. Yet because of Jiang Chen's warning, the authorities had made some preparations. As a result, in most parts of the country, the networks were at least largely intact. After Ningjiang City's scheme of drawing in drones and concentrating missiles for bombardment proved successful, that tactic began to be implemented nationwide. Another innovation, reinforcing exoskeleton armor with zombie crystal cores, proved extremely useful. It enabled effective rescues of civilians trapped in buildings and minimized military casualties. But it was only the 4th day. Many cities were already seeing new evolved zombie variants. Order was recovering, but not quickly. Team leader, we have classified the high school student Jiang Chen file as top secret and raised the confidentiality levels for you, Kursin Qin Lan, Chu Siwa, Xue Qingxiu, and by May, all of whom had prolonged contact with him. Leader, furthermore, recent public opinion pieces targeting the subject have been intercepted during review. Should we initiate positive publicity for the person in question? Wang Jian, the square-jawed middle-aged man, nodded to show he understood, then said, positive publicity is unnecessary. Psychologists say this individual is rather inscrutable, outsiders can hardly fathom what he is thinking. Wang Jian looked helpless and added, by the way, videos of those new type zombies can now be approved for release. That will keep survivors from becoming complacent. Only after his subordinates left did Wang Jian feel a little relieved. He had not expected that because he had been so courteous in his dealings with Jiang Chen earlier, his position would inexplicably be elevated after the catastrophe. Besides heading the Jiang Chen observation team, he had also been given advisory responsibilities regarding public. Wang Jian wondered silently whether his former colleague Du Qing was still alive. He had heard she was missing, and thought about how the great family factions had not shown themselves since the end began. Elsewhere beneath Ningjiang City lay a subterranean refuge that resembled an air raid shelter. Its heavy blast door had been torn open as steel was twisted and ripped, revealing jagged, irregular edges. Inside the shelter, a corpse sat slumped in a chair, mutilated and barely recognizable as a young man. The dead face was frozen in terror. Beside it loomed a towering, over-formidable, crimson-muscled giant zombie, known as Baojun the Tyrant. Baojun idly scrolled through short videos on a phone while casually devouring the shelter's stockpiled flesh. It had the sense that it could continue to evolve so long as it absorbed enough life energy. Even the zombie emperor it watched on the screen might not be its match in an unknown fight. It's a little odd not being cursed at anymore. Jiang Chen shook his head. Fortunately, my identity proficiency is maxed out, or else I might have. He glanced at the women preparing the meal and wore a rueful expression. Night fell. The table was laden as always, steaming dishes, aromas that for a moment made one forget this was an apocalypse. This is rare. You didn't go out at all today, Chu Siua said, looking at Jiang Chen with a hint of pleasure. Have you ever heard this saying? Success depends on effort after birth, she continued. Never heard of it, Jiang Chen murmured, then explained with a smirk. Effort after birth matters more than anything, so let's rest today and tomorrow. The women were taken aback. Was that correct? Were the two afterbirths the same thing? Why did he seem to be getting Yukerson stared intently at Jiang Chen as if trying to see through the boy's eyes. But his gaze was clear and calm, just as it had been before. After dinner, everyone decided to skip the audiovisual room today. They'd been twice in a row. They chose instead to watch the moon. Tonight the moon shone brighter. Qinlan obligingly turned off the lights. The villa floor seemed dusted with a silver veil. The moonlight is beautiful tonight, she murmured. Qinlan watched the moonlight on the lake and spoke softly. The women nodded. Jiang Chen remembered that before the reset, on the fourth day, the city had suddenly lost power, and he and Chu Siue had looked across the rooftops at one another. That was the first time he had noticed how clear and bright the cold moonlight could be. He had not then realized that the Mid-Autumn Festival was approaching. It was already 7 days ago now, a cycle ago. After that day the world had rushed headlong toward. In the end, everyone would die, himself included. It seems it will rain tomorrow, Jiang Chen said softly. How do you know? The weather reports have long been useless, Chu Siue asked. Because I am a prophet, I can foresee anything I wish to know. Chu Siue puckered her nose as something fell off, though she could not say exactly what. All right, I believe you, she said. Jiang Chen turned to look at Chu Siue. The girl had large, earnest eyes and a sweet appearance, a little naive in a charming way. He wondered if she was really so easily persuaded. Suddenly, everyone exclaimed, wow, and Jiang Chen turned toward the sound. Xue Qingxiu was dressed in white traditional garb. In the moonlight, she seemed a fairy descended. Robes like fresh snow, a face of uncommon clarity and ethereal chill that made her seem untouched by the world. Qingxiu, you look so otherworldly. Chu Siue marveled. Receiving praise, Xue Qingxiu blushed. You all look lovely, honestly. It's mainly the clothes. Back when I was a blogger, I often did ancient-style cosplay. Oh, so you must have earned a lot with such good cosplay. Qinlan asked. Xue Qingxiu shook her head. I rarely streamed live. My income came mostly from taking promotional gigs, only a little above the average wage. Qinlan, curious, asked how she had become a blogger in the first place. Qinlan had been a little curious because in university, she had been invited to try streaming herself, but she had declined, citing busy studies. I simply loved doing ancient-style cosplay. When I went to university in the capital, I started the blog, Xue. At that time, talent scouts for media companies would wait at our school gate and recruit the prettier girls to become streamers, she continued. One of my roommates was like that, Jiang Chen said, puzzled. Then why the sigh? Isn't that a good thing? It's a long story. We both came from small towns and were close since childhood, but gradually we drifted apart, she replied. Those companies had many tricks. They required you to stream a set amount of time before paying you, miss a single day, and that month's wages could be forfeited. Moreover, she only wanted to stream for fun at first, but the companies held meetings and created income leaderboards for all the streamers. She was always at the bottom of the list. Influenced by other streamers from the same company, she slowly changed and began to chase money. We all came from small towns with little money. One day a wealthy patron suddenly sent her a lot of gifts. She was ecstatic and treated me to a nice meal. I quietly advised her afterward to know her limits and protect her boundaries. She waved me off saying she understood, but her spending became more extravagant. As her fanbase grew, her boundaries lowered, and eventually, she began to perform borderline dances live. Later, she rented her own place, and we grew further apart, and after graduation, we lost contact altogether. After hearing the story of Shue's kinkiest roommate, everyone understood that every profession had its hardships. Jiang Chen stroked his chin. No wonder Shue's kinkiest followers were not many despite her looks. She probably never purchased promotions. He pondered for a moment, then asked the women, "Tell me, do you think I have a future doing borderline content?" The girls collectively rolled their eyes, clearly accustomed to Jiang Chen's flirtatious banter. If only there were a Guzheng. Shui Qingqiu quickly adjusted her mood and smiled at everyone. I learned a bit about the Guzheng during my previous livestream, so there's no need for you all to feel sorry for me, who I no longer care as much. Everyone has their own path to walk. A Guzheng. That can be arranged. Jiang Chen waved his hand, and a Guzheng appeared. Isn't this my Guzheng? Yes, indeed, Jiang Chen nodded matter-of-factly. Is this really true? Shui Qingqiu took the Guzheng with a bewildered expression, lightly plucking the strings, and a sense of familiarity surged within her. Then shall I play a tune for everyone? She pressed her lips together, asking the group. Everyone nodded eagerly, their eyes filled with excitement. Seeing this, Shui Qingqiu sat down on the ground, placing the Guzheng on her lap. This Guzheng had been taken from her home by Jiang Chen before, even on 2 separate occasions. However, Shui Qingqiu had never noticed it each time due to her shock. It was like a magician's trick, drawing the audience's attention elsewhere, making it hard to notice his subtle movements. Moreover, Jiang Chen's card magic was even more astonishing. As Shui Qingqiu gently caressed the Guzheng, melodious and graceful sounds began to resonate. The strands of hair at her temples swayed, casting delicate shadows on her fair face. Her face was breathtakingly beautiful. Under the bright moon on the lake, the fairy in white played the Guzheng. After a long while, the tune concluded, and the group finally snapped back to reality. The autumn wind is clear, the autumn moon is bright. Fallen leaves gather and scatter, the cold crows roost and startle. Qin Lan murmured a line. When will we meet again? In longing. This night is particularly difficult. Yu Kursen echoed the sentiment, leaving Jiang Chen, Chu Siyue, and Ant by exchanging glances. Jiang Chen had truly returned all knowledge to the teacher. If he had to say something, it would only be WoW 666 or same year. Yu Kursen looked at Jiang Chen, sensing that the young man must be hiding something inside, though he did not show it. That night, everyone finally returned to their respective rooms. The rooms that had been arranged on the first day were only now being used. The underlying reason was that the apocalypse was too terrifying. Jiang Chen had led them through the apocalypse, surrounded by countless horrific zombies, severed limbs, and bloody scenes vividly etched in their memories. Although at that time Jiang Chen had inexplicably taken them shopping at the supermarket, even waiting bizarrely for the traffic lights, which somewhat dispelled the fear. But after all, they were all girls. Apart from Yu Kursen, who was a bit bolder, the rest of the girls were quite scared, and being close to Jiang Chen provided a sense of security. A night passed without a word. The next day at 7 in the morning, Jiang Chen woke from his dream. With a thought, the character card instantly floated before his eyes, and he prepared to check his identity for the day. Character: normal person, solidified observer, solidified traitor, solidified entertainer, solidified liar. A liar. I need to experiment with this liar's ability today. Jiang Chen nodded, suddenly realizing that he had a card he might be able to use. A green card floated before his eyes. Prophecy card, green quality, used to predict one piece of information for the next 3 days. Note: this card is only effective in a restartable world. Description: Prophet, cut it. Use. Yes, no. Jiang Chen looked at the card's description, pondering silently. Restartable world. Does that mean other worlds may not be as easily restartable as this bioapocalypse? Is there something particularly special about this world? The technology level is roughly similar to my past life. The biggest difference from typical films is that there are no special abilities here. Ordinary people have almost no chance of survival against zombies. After all, Jiang Chen's gaze flickered. The zombies in this world not only evolve rapidly, but also possess exaggerated strength, speed, and physique. They hardly seem like carbon-based life forms. Ordinary people facing the evolved zombies can only pray for good luck to avoid them, otherwise it would be certain death. Even modern armies have failed. And then there's that green giant head above us. Jiang Chen thought for a moment, and quickly abandoned pondering why the world was special, instead focusing on the prophecy. Using the prophecy card, I want to predict how I can clear this world. Prophecy card: use failed, exceeded calculation range. As expected, the prophecy card is only of green quality. Even the blue quality plague dagger leads to certain death, let alone this one. Facing a first-tier challenge with a 6th-tier ability, it cannot predict such a high-level confrontation. I can only seek alternatives and obtain some cost-effective information. Jiang Chen had previously thought that after the restart on the 5th day, he would predict the cause of the doomsday collapse. Unexpectedly, on the 2nd day after reaching the proficiency level of observer, he directly pierced through the illusion and discovered a green head as large as Earth. And it was dead. The identity after the prophecy. Jiang Chen thought for a moment and quickly shook his head. This was unnecessary as there were only 2 days left, one lucky one and one unnamed bystander. If both could solidify, then either identity would be the same for him, as on the 7th day, all 7 abilities would be present. Then for now, there is only one suitable choice. Currently, from the perspective of Jiang Chen's restarted identity, a normal person can maintain a radius of 10 meters of enforced normalcy, even allowing zombies to regain some of their former habits. As for strength, at least abroad it can be considered invincible. The zombie king that spreads fear cannot even move within this range. An observer can see through the essence of things with various hidden information laid bare before his eyes, akin to a divine skill appraisal from another world anime. It was through this ability that Jiang Chen discovered the source of the apocalypse. The Fun Seeker represents a significant increase in mental consciousness with a maximum range reaching about 1 kilometer, and it can even pass through walls. This ability was developed into a flying sword function by Jiang Chen long ago. He can throw an ordinary long sword forcefully, then convert it into a card to retrieve it back into his hand, which is extremely convenient, freeing him from the mental attacks of the ugly zombies. As the proficiency of the Fun Seeker increases, his mind gradually begins to influence physical objects. However, with the current level of mental strength, he still cannot lift himself for an alternative form of flight. The Liar ability refreshed today, which is card-based, has not yet been thoroughly studied. The last type is the Jiang Chen silently pondered. The Trader is a very unique identity. While other identities must work hard to fulfill their roles, the Trader's ability can even directly borrow 500 points, which was borrowed on the 7th day of being lucky, even when the Trader's ability had been significantly weakened. If it had been borrowed on the 6th day, he could probably have borrowed over 1,000 points, enough for a 10 consecutive draw. Many identities would require Jiang Chen to work for a whole day just to gather enough for that. It was simply absurd. Furthermore, the 2 identities that have not yet been refreshed, one is the unnamed bystander, which should enhance speed, something Jiang Chen has already experienced. It seems unlikely to turn the tide with this identity. What good is running fast? The indiscriminate attacks of the world-ending zombie explosion would likely affect the entire globe, resembling a flash migration of graves wasting a flash. The last one is the lucky one. How lucky must one be to avoid this corpse? It's not like a sudden evil god is ending the world because you are lucky enough to remind him that his wife is about to give birth, leading to the cancellation of the world-ending plan. This 6th-tier life form is dead. It cannot suddenly change its mind because it has no capacity for thought. Only the Trader seems to retain the possibility of a comeback in dire straits. Using the prophecy card, I want to predict what will happen if I use the Trader's ability to trade my own future. As Jiang Chen's words fell, the green quality prophecy card began to burn, the yellow flames flickering before disappearing into nothing. In its place was a sheet of white A4 paper floating right in front of Jiang Chen. Seeing the prophecy card activate, his heart raced. Indeed, while leveling up the Trader, I thought that since it could trade with the past, could it also trade with the future? He looked at the text written on the A4 paper. The Trader can borrow from the future and can borrow power from future beings. With the current host's proficiency at 100%, it can borrow future power for 1 hour. There are 2 scenarios. The first is forced borrowing, which can only yield about half of the host's current power. The second is if a future being such as the future self agrees to lend power, it will be far stronger than forced borrowing. Given the host's current power level, he could borrow roughly up to 3rd-tier power. Note that ordinary borrowing has a cooldown of 7 days, and the more the Trader borrows, the longer the cooldown period. There are still 2 days until the Trader's cooldown expires. So that's how it is. Jiang Chen nodded. This prophecy card truly lived up to its green level, resolving many of his doubts. It's a pity it's a one-time use. 3rd tier versus 6th tier. There's still little chance of winning. Indeed, the catastrophe of the world-ending calamity is not that simple. The task given by the system has always been to survive for 7 days. It never demanded that he act as some kind of savior. It never required Jiang Chen to clear any levels. But he still wants to give it a try. What kind of person is Jiang Chen? Wealth makes him indulgent, poverty makes him shift, power makes him bend. When hungry, he eats. When thirsty, he drinks. When tired, he sleeps. His moral baseline is very flexible, and his mental state is unlike that of ordinary people. This world seems destined for destruction. Even repeated restarts cannot rewrite this predetermined conclusion. However, has it always been this way? Breakfast today was much earlier than the previous 2 days because the women did not stay up late the night before. Jiang Chen said nothing, simply devouring his food. After finishing breakfast, he hurried to experiment with the liar's ability. These were debts accrued before the restart, and now he could only slowly repay them in a miserable manner. Yukerson had been watching Jiang Chen closely, observing him in detail, as though wanting to remember every nuance. Though Jiang Chen's mental power was not projecting outward, he still sensed Yukerson's gaze. He raised his head and asked in confusion, "What's wrong?" Yukerson's eyes flickered as she asked the question she had posed before, "Are you hiding something from us?" Jiang Chen noticed that Yukerson was indeed sensitive. She had sensed his impending departure before, which made, "Can I hide it?" Jiang Chen sighed. "I can't keep it hidden. A 17-year-old boy's secrets. I wanted to interact with you as an ordinary person, but now I'm done pretending. I'll lay it bare, I am a god." Chu Siua looked up and shot Jiang Chen a speechless glance. "God, this guy is probably closer to Are you really fine? I cannot deceive girls." Seeing this, Yukerson did not pursue the topic further and lowered her head. "As a liar, you told a kind lie. Identity Proficiency 3. Regarding the catastrophic world-ending calamity, Jiang Chen did not speak out. Even if he told the women, it would only increase their worries. Originally, everyone was still alive and had not suffered from hunger, living quite well in the apocalypse. Many people were still living in fear, unable to even eat a hot meal. Some were even unlucky enough to be eliminated right at the start, getting obliterated by a greenhead AoE attack. After eating, Jiang Chen walked into the city. "Who?" Jiang Chen waved his hand, and a whirlwind suddenly arose, blowing a large amount of dust far away. His figure emerged, revealing a giant pit before him. Of course, he wasn't causing destruction. Instead, he was testing the abilities of the liar. He couldn't say he was mending and patching one moment, and then poke holes in this world the next, could he? He couldn't change his face that quickly. Just now, the several-story high concrete building had already become a small gray card in Jiang Chen's hand. A low-rise building, gray quality. Using this will grant a building description. Take this. Eat my first floor. Would you like to use it? Yes, no. Jiang Chen looked at the giant pit before him with some broken steel and concrete exposed, seemingly telling the story of a building that once stood here. This I just wanted to try, but I didn't expect to actually succeed. Jiang Chen looked at the card in his hand, disbelief written all over his face. Previously, when I was on the 7th floor back at home, I should have had such thoughts, but I didn't succeed at that time, right? Today, his proficiency in lying hadn't been greatly improved, so that shouldn't be the issue. Jiang Chen tried testing the taller building next to him, but found no prompt for cardification. Why is that? His figure flickered as he swiftly moved away. Along the way, Jiang Chen constantly observed, discovering that only slightly shorter buildings showed prompts regarding cardification. Could it be because my strength has reached the standard? The more Jiang Chen thought, the more he felt this possibility was significant. At that time before the reboot, his strength was still quite weak, and it was during a heavy rain that he forced a point to break through to the extraordinary level. Great strength brings miracles, right? Jiang Chen tried a few more times, successfully cardifying several low buildings. Of course, he had scanned them with his consciousness beforehand and confirmed there were no life forms before taking action. Although there appeared to be many survivors online, making it seem like survivors were everywhere, in reality they were scarce. Jiang Chen slowed his pace, but still saw no survivors on his journey. It was like asking passengers on a train during the Spring Festival if they had all bought tickets, they would surely all say they had. Perhaps this is the survivor bias. What a hell of a joke. Jiang Chen attempted to cardify a few zombies. For ordinary zombies with just a palm, he didn't even need to make contact. These zombies could directly transform into two-dimensional forms. Threefold, no matter how they folded, they had surfaces. Ordinary zombies were too weak, but strength-type and speed-type zombies still had some cardification value. After being easily suppressed by Jiang Chen, they turned into several gray-quality cards. He hadn't realized this before. The ability of the liar could actually cardify living beings, which he discovered when he encountered the Zombie King. Speaking of which, on the 5th day, I had the same identity and seemed to have encountered an evolving zombie shaped like a ball. Why didn't I find one this time? Jiang Chen thought for a moment and speculated that it might be because the military acted too quickly, bombarding the zombies, and also, there was no one to sound the air defense alarm this time. There were no conditions for mass gatherings of zombies. Last time someone must have wanted to attract the zombies, but it ended up giving birth to a monster. Jiang Chen mused silently. Fortunately, that monster wasn't very lucky. Jiang Chen now had a rough idea of his current limits for cardification. Undoubtedly, cardifying that greenhead one was definitely out of the question. Tank-type zombies were no problem. As for growth-type evolving zombies and leader-type evolving zombies, Ningjiang City seemed to be extinct. This time there are many fewer zombies in Ningjiang City. Jiang Chen leaped between the buildings. As his mental power increased, he also became more adept at controlling his strength. At least he could jump over 100 meters, and the holes along the way were getting smaller. Ningjiang City Center. This was the most prosperous area before the apocalypse, with a very developed commercial district and many landmark buildings. And here was also the most challenging point for the military to attack. Indeed, the military had been busy these days conducting rescues. Otherwise, even if the proportion of survivors was small, in reality Jiang Chen would have encountered quite a few on his journey. Most have been rescued by the military and placed in a quarantine area. This zombie virus still has one advantage. Dressed in reinforced exoskeleton armor, holding a reinforced combat knife, the scruffy old Xing's side. What advantage? There's not much incubation period. If you haven't turned into a zombie within a minute, you can basically rule out virus infection. It's just that the higher-ups are very cautious, setting up quarantine zones for fear that this virus spreads like influenza. Two other soldiers in exoskeleton armor echoed beside old Xing. Indeed, if this virus were that easy to spread, wouldn't everyone be finished? The city center is the last major challenge in the city. Once this is rescued, most of the survivors seeking help online in Ningjiang City will be settled. This apocalypse in the trench is finally coming to an end. Yes, once everything is over, I must get enough sleep to make up for the rest I've missed these days. Old Xing looked at his comrades and nodded with a smile. He didn't tell them that during his off-duty time today, he had come across a short video. In other cities, new types of zombies had already appeared. They looked like huge meatballs towering 2 to 3 stories high, and ordinary firearms couldn't pierce their skin. Action begins. With the command of the military superior, old Xing and his fellow exoskeleton soldiers charged into the city center building. Jiang Chen stood atop a nearby high-rise overlooking the military's actions. Behind him, several survivors were wolfing down food. These few were quite clever, hiding on the rooftop of a tall building. There was a water tank up there, so they had something to drink, but were left starving. Why do I always increase my proficiency in the liar every time I save someone? Jiang Chen pondered silently. Could it really be related to the path I'm taking and the things I need to do? When he came up earlier, he noticed that several people were leaning against the wall with their eyes closed, as if waiting for death, and no one spoke. When people are hungry to a certain extent, they truly don't even want to talk. Jiang Chen shook his head, no longer pondering this matter, and directed his gaze towards the direction of the military rescue, using his current vision and consciousness range. He could see what was happening below as clearly as day. Several soldiers in exoskeletons were moving forward with clear divisions of labor and skilled coordination. The exoskeleton armor even had firearms attached. Ordinary zombies were swept away with firepower, while evolved types were dealt with using enhanced blades. Everything went smoothly until Jiang Chen spotted a familiar face. No, it was a familiar corpse. With Jiang Chen's extraordinary memory, he quickly recalled the name of the woman who had been a zombie in her previous life. The last time he saw her was at school. Du Qing appeared to be about 25 or 26 years old, sporting a high ponytail and an air of confidence with a welted physique that suggested she exercised regularly. At that time, she dismissed Jiang Chen's warnings with disdain, completely disbelieving that the apocalypse would come, and seemed intent on forcing Jiang Chen for answers. Perhaps she thought her combat abilities surpassed his. One always pays for their choices. Just like now. Du Qing had no idea when she had turned into a zombie. Her hair was disheveled, standing still like a ghost, eerily quiet. However, unlike many ordinary zombies, her face showed no signs of decay, maintaining its previously exquisite contours. If it weren't for the cold bluish tint to her skin, Du Qing could easily be mistaken for a normal person. Attention personnel ahead, if you are a survivor, please raise your hands immediately. Old Xing, seeing the strange figure in front of him, raised his hand to signal his comrades to be cautious, carefully watching the figure. On the 5th day of the apocalypse, he had seen all sorts of bizarre things. After all, there were survivors who had gone shopping on the first day of the apocalypse. If this figure ahead was anything like that young boy, it was another awakened ability user. Old Xing found it completely unremarkable. In the military, a mysterious entity was no longer a secret, especially since Jiang Chen had never hidden his extraordinary abilities since he exhibited them. Old Xing had the fortune to encounter this mysterious entity, a boy whom he speculated might have awakened superpowers much like those depicted in many novels and anime. Du Qing heard the words spoken by the creatures ahead. She tilted her head, seemingly puzzled, and then let out a piercing roar. Roar! Du Qing screamed and lunged toward the soldiers, her speed terrifyingly swift. Did you disturb the witch? On the other side of the building, Jiang Chen watched the scene with great interest. Old Xing remained calm, as did the combat team, demonstrated exceptional discipline, not at all rattled by this sudden turn of events, and opened fire with machine guns. Thanks to the powerful strength provided by their exoskeletons, they wielded the heavy machine guns with ease. Moreover, the enhancement from the zombie crystal cores had further elevated the material strength of their exoskeletons. Rat-a-tat-a-tat-a-tat. Countless bullets poured into the area ahead. Seeing this scene, Du Qing began to swiftly dodge within the building. Occasionally, bullets grazed her, but failed to penetrate her defenses. Du Qing dodged while closing in on the combat team. Old Xing exchanged glances with his comrades. Clearly, this zombie was also special, resembling the fast-moving zombies they had encountered before. Ordinary firearms struggled to inflict damage. Next, it would be close-quarters combat. Clang. Faced with the launching zombie, Du Qing, the members of the combat team, put aside their firearms and drew their reinforced steel knives. Du Qing stood in front of them, not rushing to attack, but rather gazing at them. She tilted her head, displaying a girl-like expression of confusion. It seemed Du Qing still retained some remnants of her memory, but it did not last long. In the end, instincts took over. After transforming into a zombie, Du Qing's leg muscles seemed to have been enhanced. She was already tall, and her long legs possessed an astonishing beauty. Whoosh! In an instant she appeared behind an exoskeleton soldier, delivering a powerful kick. The struck soldier let out a muffled groan, and the sound of cracking bones echoed in everyone's ears. How could this be? Old Xing barely had time to think as Du Qing had already approached him, seemingly about to deliver a kick as well. He hurriedly raised his steel knife, attempting to defend himself. Du Qing's kick struck him hard. Both knife and man were sent flying. Pain, excruciating pain. It spread through Old Xing's body, and only after he coughed up a mouthful of blood did he feel somewhat relieved. Fast, too fast. Not only in speed but also in strength, surpassing even the fastest zombies they had encountered before. More importantly, this zombie surprisingly possessed a degree of combat skill. Old Xing gazed at Du Qing's long legs, his expression filled with gravity. These legs seemed to be enhanced by the zombie virus, possessing incredible strength. Unbeatable retreat. He quickly made a judgment and prepared to cover their retreat. But Du Qing clearly did not give them that opportunity. With several kicks, she sent the group flying, even knocking some over 10 meters away. Fortunately, this was not a residential building, otherwise crashing into the walls would have likely resulted in instant death. Clearly, facing an opponent whose speed and strength far exceeded theirs, escaping was a mere luxury. Had it not been for the cushioning provided by the exoskeletons, they might have been killed by a single kick from this zombie. Calling headquarters, a new type of zombie has appeared in the city center, its speed surpassing that of the previous special zombies, and its strength is extremely high, suspected to possess combat skills. Seeing this situation, Old Xing reported to headquarters at the first opportunity. After the report, the soldiers' eyes revealed a look of defiance toward death. They had long been mentally prepared for this, even pondering whether they would die in battle before the apocalypse arrived. It's just a pity that now that hope was in sight, order was gradually returning. They would be buried here. Squad leader, I'm here. Old Xing looked at his teammates behind him, their eyes burning with fierce determination, and felt an uncontrollable anger rising within him. He tightly gripped the steel knife in his hand, his knuckles turning white from exertion. So what if we can't win? So what if we die? Even if we die, we must at least take a piece of flesh from it. He looked at the few comrades clutching steel knives facing her. Du Qing smiled broadly, as if mocking these people's recklessness. She tightened her long legs and walked slowly toward them. Tap, tap. Like the sound of high heels, her footsteps echoed clearly in the empty building. The soldiers stared intently at Du Qing, beads of sweat forming on their foreheads. After all, they were still human, and faced with death, they too were afraid. At that moment, a boy's voice suddenly rang out. Damn, why does this zombie walk so gracefully? Du Qing tilted her head. She looked behind at several soldiers. Old Xing and his comrades were equally shocked, turning around abruptly when had someone approached them from behind. Jiang, sir, Old Xing asked in disbelief. You've mistaken me for someone else. Jiang Chen pondered for a moment before continuing. My name is Hua Kai Fu Gui. You a liar, feigned being from Sakura Island and gave a 4-character name. Your identity proficiency increased by 1. In Sakura Island. What nonsense. Jiang Chen realized his innate talent for this identity carried a grim, almost satirical irony. En Lao Xing first blinked in bewilderment, then quickly pressed forward with questions. Mr. Jiang, how did you come to be here? We hardly have time for pleasantries. Reality isn't a turn-based game. The enemy won't wait patiently while you linger. Jiang Chen reminded them. Nanli, then did the group realize the immensely powerful zombie was steadily closing in on them. Yet strangely, its gaze remained fixed solely on Jiang Chen. Step by deliberate step, it advanced toward the youth. Lao Xing's sharp eyes caught something unusual: confusion, disorientation, even a faint, unsettling emotion stirring behind those hollow eyes. Du Qing halted roughly 10 meters from Jiang Chen. In fragmented words drifted over, halting. We. Na chill raced down Lao Xing's spine. Every hair on his body stood rigid. None of them had ever imagined that a zombie could speak. It was profoundly unnerving. In extraordinary strength, speed, and resilience were one thing. But could these creatures now evolve the very intellect humanity prided itself upon? No, we've met before, haven't we? You look so familiar. At last, Du Qing spoke the full sentence, her pace quickening as if breaking through a mental barrier. Jiang Chen paused in thought before replying. That pickup line is painfully cliché. I'll pass, thanks. Du Qing's expression twisted into something astonishingly complex. Lao Xing and the other soldiers were in for a rare treat. Who, after all, had ever witnessed a zombie rendered speechless? Such an experience was nothing short of extraordinary. Why do you mimic my speech? Because I suspect you wouldn't understand me otherwise. The zombie Du Qing grew visibly irritated. her mind seemingly stirred by an innate instinctive compulsion like an unshakable obsession. She longed for this familiar figure before her to kneel in submission, crying out his remorse. In an instant she vanished from their sight, blurring forward to subdue Jiang Chen utterly. Lao Xing and the others barely had time to shout a warning. Yet in the next breath the female zombie abruptly slowed, her movement decaying to little more than an ordinary human's walking pace. No, she was walking. And Lao Xing and his comrades stared dumbfounded. And the impossibly swift, overwhelmingly powerful zombie was now moving in surreal slow motion, without cause or explanation. Jiang Chen observed Du Qing before him, faintly surprised. And he hadn't expected her to move at all. They'd already scrutinized her status panel. This was after all a novel strain of zombie warranting immediate analysis. Type Special Evolutionary Zombie in Strength 30, Exceptional in Speed 35, Exceptional in Constitution 30, Exceptional in Rare, a variant born from contamination by unknown high-tier necrotic matter, retaining partial influence of the original life form. Neither fully dead nor truly alive, it exists in a liminal state, a half-zombie. Her stats were merely balanced, far from transcendent, and even weaker than the growth-type evolutionary zombies Jiang Chen had casually bisected before his rebirth, let alone the so-called Zombie King, who possessed rudimentary intelligence, and yet remained utterly paralyzed beneath Jiang Chen's normal human aura. Then why could Du Qing move? And she finally drew near Jiang Chen from 10 meters away, yet the closer she came the slower she became. This special zombie advanced, one agonizing step at a time, reminiscent of an anime protagonist who marches forth despite certain defeat driven by unwavering resolve. Pity, it lacks the dramatic cries of friendship or bonds. A touch underwhelming. At last the zombie protagonist, Du Qing, reached Jiang Chen and swung her fist, her entire face contorting with effort. Then, Jiang Chen caught the blow effortlessly. And no twist, no surprise. And another punch followed, likewise intercepted with casual ease. At that moment a faint flush rose across Du Qing's ashen face. Embarrassment perhaps, or raw indignation. And what on earth are you blushing for? Remarkable. Could a cyan-hued visage truly flush? This zombie was undeniably unique. Perhaps, attempting to cartography her was worth considering. And that idea had been circling Jiang Chen's mind for some time. Had that notion not occupied his thoughts, Inch would have perished long ago. Nan Lao Xing's squad, still unable to see her front-facing expression, remained blissfully unaware that this zombie had just blushed. They were utterly awestruck by Jiang Chen's overwhelming power. And though the youth appeared nonchalant, perhaps even unreliable, his strength defied belief. The very zombie that had nearly crushed them into bloody ruin moments earlier now stood helpless before Jiang Chen, and the gulf between them absurdly vast. Not only was combat impossible, mere proximity demanded unbearable effort. Their entire understanding of battle had just shattered. And, I've matters to attend to. You carry on. Oh, and there are survivors on the rooftop of that building over there. With that, Jiang Chen led the flustered zombie onto the building's balcony. And outside, the sky hung low and leaden, wind beginning to stir, lifting strands of the youth's hair, evoking an eerie sense of predestined gravity. Lao Xing hesitated, then asked, voice hushed. Master, where do you go now? I shall tread upon the southern heavens and shatter the azure firmament. With those words, Jiang Chen leapt from the balcony, carrying Du Qing into the distant horizon. A masterclass in effortless swagger. Squad leader. What an enigmatic figure he is, one soldier marveled. Indeed, leaving no trace more dashing than any martial hero from wuxia cinema. You know nothing. He could defeat 10,000 so-called heroes. I spoke of style, not combat prowess. Aren't you just looking for an argument? What they didn't know was this: Jiang Chen had recently honed his leaping technique, greatly reducing collateral disturbance. And had he exerted himself carelessly, the building might well have collapsed beneath him, leaving no audience left to marvel. I'm simply heading home for dinner. That has nothing to do with treading the southern heavens or shattering the firmament, does it? Jiang Chen wore an expression of profound exasperation. Not even a single point for that. That wasn't lying. System, you're fired. Come out and let me apply a debuff to your head. And having vented at the system, Jiang Chen glanced down at the female zombie, dangling limply from his hand. Was the failed cartification due to her continued resistance? He'd attempted cartification outright, only to meet failure. Liar ability manifests in two forms: cartifying inanimate objects and living beings. For inanimate objects, success appears tied to Jiang Chen's own strength, as seen when he previously cartified basic survival supplies and more recently entire buildings. Living beings, however, revealed themselves during his trade mission to Lion Village, when a bespectacled adolescent boy triggered a prompt. When a creature surrenders to you utterly, or is rendered completely incapable of resistance, it may be cartified into a card. Total surrender seems unlikely. So, absolute incapacity to resist. Jiang Chen believed this was quite feasible. He leaped several times and found a large rooftop directly tossing Du Qing down. As soon as she landed, the female zombie immediately got back up. She still wanted to battle Jiang Chen. Seeing Du Qing begin to resist in slow motion again, he directly pinned her to the ground. It's really a bit difficult to suppress her, he sighed. I am still too incomplete. Jiang Chen spread his arms wide, using his hands to control Du Qing's arms, pressing his knee against the thigh joint of the female zombie. With this, the female zombie found it much harder to struggle. Du Qing was still resisting, especially her upper body, swaying slightly from side to side. Jiang Chen could clearly feel something soft brushing against his arm. He didn't pay much attention to it. After all, she was once an acquaintance of his. Jiang Chen believed that Du Qing certainly did not mean to take advantage of him. Besides, he was a boy. If he suffered a little loss, it was no big deal. Perhaps this is the trouble of being handsome. Jiang Chen looked at the female zombie. Her long hair was spread out on the rooftop floor, revealing her entire face. To be honest, although Du Qing had a rather unpleasant personality in life, being quite arrogant and dismissive, her looks were still quite good. With a sculpted face, her features appeared soft when viewed separately, but together they exuded an inexplicable heroism, coupled with her figure with a well-defined bust and long thighs. What Jiang Chen did not know was that before the apocalypse, Du Qing had quite a few admirers during her work, but unfortunately, due to her personality, she deemed these people completely incapable. Cardification. Jiang Chen silently recited a phrase. Cardification in progress, current progress 1. Cardification in progress, current progress 20. Cardification in progress 100. Cardification complete. In the next second, Du Qing, who had just been pinned down by Jiang Chen, vanished in an instant. He stood up, looking at the newly added card in his hand, raising an eyebrow. Zombie Du Qing blue quality. Using this, can summon the special evolved zombie, Du Qing, who will be absolutely loyal to the host and will fully obey the host's commands. Description: my zombie made. Summon. Yes, no, it's actually blue quality. Jiang Chen was somewhat surprised. After all, he had had the identity card system for quite some time and had seen quite a number of cards. However, besides the revival card, only the plague dagger was blue quality, not only incredibly powerful, but also had a presence akin to a weapon spirit. Summon. With a thought, the card instantly vanished from his hand, replaced by the zombie Du Qing. She tilted her head, her eyes filled with confusion, seemingly unable to comprehend what had just happened. But Du Qing quickly noticed the boy in front of her. A strange emotion arose in her eyes. Jiang Chen looked at the expression on Du Qing's face and muttered, "Why? Does it feel almost the same as before? It's as if there's an urge to make me kneel." His illusion became a reality. This female zombie truly grabbed Jiang Chen's arm, wanting to slam him down to the ground, as if to make him kneel and sing conquer. Could Jiang Chen bear such humiliation? He had just activated his cheat. Soon he pinned zombie Du Qing down again. Roar! Du Qing let out a unique zombie howl from beneath him. Jiang Chen rubbed his chin, pondering repeatedly. What part of this went wrong? Didn't it say, absolutely loyal, absolutely obey my commands? Why is she still trying to pin me down? Soon he figured it out. Could it be because I didn't give her any orders? Jiang Chen immediately spoke to the female zombie. Du Qing, I command you to stop struggling. Upon hearing Jiang Chen's voice, the female zombie, Du Qing, immediately stopped remaining still. Jiang Chen looked at Du Qing and found that her body seemed to be trapped by some strange force. She wanted to move, but couldn't, and a hint of red appeared on her face. It seemed that Jiang Chen's control over her movements was too indecent, causing her extreme embarrassment. Jiang Chen stood up, looking at Du Qing, who appeared to be under some immobilization spell, and couldn't help but click his tongue in amazement. So it really needs to be stated. Then I understand absolutely obeying commands, but what does absolutely loyal mean? She clearly just wanted to fight me. No, these two things seem not to conflict. Jiang Chen nodded silently. Throughout his life, he had seen on the internet that some couples were extremely affectionate, but privately they might engage in some BDSM-like activities. Get up, and also you are not allowed to attack me. Upon hearing Jiang Chen's words, the female zombie, Du Qing, finally stood up, her eyes still carrying a hint of resentment. After trying out several commands, Jiang Chen found that this female zombie indeed retained a part of her memory. However, it was very little, just a bit of common sense. She couldn't be a maid, didn't know how to do housework, but as a bodyguard she was about right. I wonder why she has such a strong obsession with me even as a zombie. She remembers maybe it's because I'm too handsome. Zombie Du Qing. Although she didn't understand why she was like this, it certainly wasn't for that reason. Jiang Chen turned his head, looking at Du Qing, who appeared to be exceptionally respectful on the surface, yet always wanted to suppress him underneath. He felt a wave of secret delight in his heart. However, he also noticed that Du Qing's clothes had become tattered, likely due to the intense movement just now. After all, he could leap hundreds of meters effortlessly with terrifying strength, and he hadn't deliberately cushioned Du Qing's fall, so it was quite normal for her clothes to be damaged. He felt a slight stir in his heart, and Du Qing transformed back into a card. The card featured an expression of disdain from the female zombie with long thighs and battle-damaged clothing. Go buy a few pieces of clothing and also bring some for them. Jiang Chen walked to the edge of the rooftop looking at the distant horizon as if it was about to rain. He took a step forward, his body plummeting straight down. The wind caressed his cheeks as he closed his eyes, enjoying this moment of relaxation. Jiang Chen opened his eyes just 1 meter above the ground. He could already smell the earthy scent of moist soil. With a slight adjustment of his mental power, Jiang Chen landed smoothly. In this biochemical apocalypse, what Jiang Chen lacked the least was resources. Unlike ordinary people, even if they had the courage to go out, they had to rely on luck not to encounter zombies, making it extremely difficult to obtain supplies. Jiang Chen walked and stopped, not hesitating to take action. It was already the 5th day of the apocalypse, and the zombies had evolved to a stage where they could be harvested. His ordinary longsword still had a considerable number of enhancement opportunities left. Perhaps it was because the official rescue efforts had not yet reached here. Jiang Chen swept through the area unintentionally, saving a few people, while his proficiency in lying increased. Looking at the survivors who knelt before him expressing their gratitude for being saved, Jiang Chen couldn't help but wonder, did I really save them? In the 2 apocalyptic events he had witnessed, he saw many people, some who had not eaten for a long time, surviving solely on water, and others confined to wheelchairs, disabled, barely holding on at home. There were also those who bravely rushed into danger, disregarding their own safety, to rescue the survivors. These individuals had but one wish: to live. They just wanted to live. What they did not know was that in 2 days this world would face destruction. They might even die without knowing how. In fact, just moments ago they were still dreaming of a future where the apocalypse would soon pass, where days ahead seemed brighter and filled with hope, and they could return to the world before the catastrophe. Just like Chu Siyue, before she felt like she was on the verge of becoming a sunny doll a few days ago. Finally, she mustered the courage to keep living. Jiang Chen pondered silently. She even made mooncakes, believing that although life was tough, she could still survive. Yet on the 7th day she died. She turned into an ignorant, soulless zombie. Jiang Chen had carted dozens of outfits in the mall. Not knowing the preferences of the women, he inexplicably chose a purple dress when thinking of Chu Siyue. As for his battle pet, Du Qing, he let her choose her own clothes. Thankfully, she had some common sense. Otherwise, Jiang Chen would have had to help her dress. It began to rain. Jiang Chen did not expect that not only human women took their time shopping, but female zombies did the same. By the time he and Du Qing exited the mall, the outside had transformed into a world made of rainwater. Speaking of which, the next world seems to be the world of heavy rain. On the night of the 7th day before his reset, Jiang Chen had a dream. Now he realized it might have been a premonition, like a movie trailer before the film's release. The world of heavy rain. Given Jiang Chen's worst-case scenario, he would have to card the women he cared about. After all, with Du Qing's example, as long as the women had no ability to resist, they could be carded. After that, he would die once more and take the women to live in another world. He couldn't let them stay in this world, for after the catastrophic event, all humans would be dead, while the zombies would still be alive. By then, this world would be a dead end for ordinary people. The rain is so heavy we can't go back. Jiang Chen. Zombie Du Qing looked at Jiang Chen, and with her current intellect, she vaguely sensed that this young man seemed to be feeling regret and sorrow. Why was he sad? After Du Qing became Jiang Chen's captive, it was her first time speaking, though her first sound was more of a growl. What? Can't we go back? It's nothing. Jiang Chen shook his head casually, pulling out an umbrella that was a blend of blood red and pink. Hey, race, an umbrella for you, don't catch a cold. Du Qing did not understand what a zombie would catch a cold for, but she realized this must be a unique human concern. She clumsily asked, what about you? After pondering for 2 seconds, Jiang Chen replied, he'll take a car. Du Qing. Then, under her incredulous gaze, Jiang Chen conjured a supercar and got inside, executing the movements fluidly, leaving the female zombie utterly astonished. Where the hell did you get that car from? Why didn't you say you had a car earlier? Are you going to make me hold the umbrella alone? Is this how humans typically behave? Jiang Chen had a change of heart and did not let his newly acquired bodyguard walk in the rain. Instead, he stored her in the cart. Although the sports car was much slower, it was fully automated, requiring no human effort to control. If he could upgrade again in the future, perhaps it could transform into a flying vehicle or fighter jet, which would undoubtedly be much faster. Jiang Chen lay alone in the car, gazing at the curtain of rain that stretched endlessly. Just like 7 days ago, he contemplated the matter of lying. Lying naturally divides into malice and benevolence. Similarly, the target of the lie also divides into self and others. When a person decides what to do and which path to take, it is not always steadfast. Sometimes they may even deceive themselves. Jiang Chen did not like meddling in others' affairs, but when inspired, he took action. Like that day as a traitor. He wanted to save people, so he did so without hesitation. And on the day of the Funseeker, he witnessed many people being morally blackmailed, coupled with the immense pressure of facing the impending apocalypse. Thus, he chose to take it easy for a day. This was the path Jiang Chen took, what he aimed to do, and his choice. Likewise, in the face of the impending apocalypse, if Jiang Chen had not formed any bonds, he would have simply walked away. Having seen this world and made his choice, he would never escape in such a disheveled manner. Jiang Chen was fond of the very word fond. Flowers may bloom again, but can one ever return to their youth? He was determined to swim against the current to see if the river of time could leave its mark on him. Is the world destined for destruction? He was determined to see if the predetermined outcome could be rewritten. As a liar, you have come to understand many truths about lying. Proficiency increased by 20. How deceiving oneself. Jiang Chen lay in the car. Even when deciding to undertake an extremely difficult task, he still spoke lightly. Just saving the world. Destination reached. He got out of the car and returned to the villa. The women were already preparing lunch. It was pouring outside. Inside, everyone was enjoying their meal, the steam rising. They chatted and laughed, completely free of the tension that had permeated during the onset of the apocalypse. It was easy to imagine that after filling their bellies and listening to the soothing sound of rain with friends by their side, it was undoubtedly a supreme enjoyment. Qinlan looked at everyone feeling relaxed and happy. She suddenly said, after becoming a language teacher, I reread the articles I studied back then, and only then did I understand what morning flowers picked in the evening means. Shuiqingqiu nodded. What people pursue in life is often right in front of them, it's just that you realize it too late. Perhaps this topic was highly discussable. Everyone recalled their beautiful moments before the apocalypse, especially Aunt Bai, who could easily bring up tales of Chu Siyu's childhood mischief. This made her blush deeply. In fact, right now is a very happy time for us. Yu Kersin suddenly said with a smile, glancing at Jiang Chen, adding a remark. Sometimes people are like this, they cannot simultaneously possess youth and the understanding of it. Jiang Chen nodded in agreement. Just like, when can a little boy not wash in the girl's bath? He can't go when he wants to.